Chapter 1. A subtle reversal with her police flower friend. Is your monthly salary merely 10K? In the CAF, the elegantly adorned woman placed her coffee cup down, her demeanor a blend of arrogance and skepticism. At 26, do you not aspire to make any progress? Lin Yan replied with confidence. Our company ranks among the Fortune 500, thus my prospects for development are quite promising. Fortune 500? Chun Lili inquired, astonished. What is the name of your company? Mate Wan. Chun Lili furrowed her brow. Do you own a house? Yes. How large? 20 square meters. What is the price per square meter? The landlord did not disclose that. Chun Lili's expression fell instantly. What about a car? I have an electric vehicle. Neo? Li Auto? Or Yedea? It was evident she was yet another struggling individual. Chun Lili's face was filled with disappointment. So, you currently possess no house, no car, and no savings? She took a delicate sip of her coffee.as for me. I am someone with standards in life. While I do not demand a grand villa or a spacious house, I believe at the very least, one should have a 200 square meter flat for shelter. Regarding a vehicle, I'm not particularly picky. A daily driver in the range of 1 million, perhaps a BBA, suffices. These are merely the basic necessities of life. A slightly outstanding man should be able to achieve this with some effort. I apologize if I came across as condescending. I merely state an objective truth, and I hope I have not offended you. With that, she picked up her Chanel bag, retrieved a mirror and Dior lipstick, and began to touch up her makeup. Her presence here was solely due to an arrangement with her friend, taking advantage of a generous benefactor who would pay the bill. Lin Yan retorted, "And what is your monthly salary?" He discerned that this flamboyantly adorned woman was not sincerely seeking a partner, but rather aiming to attach herself to someone affluent, and she was particularly adept at masquerading her intentions. Chun Lili's expression faltered momentarily as she stammered, I currently earn only 4K, but our industry holds great potential for growth, and I am preparing for graduate school. Lin Yan pointed to her Chanel bag. A monthly salary of 4,000, which implies your bag must be a counterfeit, correct? Chun Lili appeared to be struck at her core, her countenance shifting to one of extreme displeasure. Carrying a fake bag while spewing nonsensical English, so you are merely putting on a facade? Lin Yan shrugged. I apologize, I tend to speak rather candidly. I hope you do not take offense. Chun Lili, enraged and humiliated, rose from her seat. You truly lack manners. Lin Yan merely shrugged again. So what? Humph. Chun Lili huffed, grasping her counterfeit bag and storming out. Lin Yan promptly called to the waiter outside. This young lady has yet to pay for her coffee. Chun Lili was incensed. She had never encountered such shamelessness and stinginess in a person. Just as she angrily prepared to pay, the wind chimes at the safe entrance jingled melodiously, and a tall young woman entered. Lin Yan's gaze was instantly captivated. A stunning beauty. He was momentarily captivated. The beauty sported a sleek high ponytail and wore a simple white shirt, the hem casually tucked into her jeans. With a classic oval face, her features were delicately defined, and her figure was naturally graceful, slender, and well-proportioned. Her attire was unpretentious yet strikingly eye-catching, compelling one to steal an additional glance. As she surveyed her surroundings, her eyes lit up upon spotting Chun Lili, and she approached her with purpose. To Lin Yan's astonishment, they seemed to know each other. He shook his head with a wry smile. If he couldn't even win over someone like Chun Lili, how could he dare to entertain thoughts of the goddess? A frog that aspires to dine with a swan is, after all, a rarity. Overthinking would only lead to frustration. Just then, an electronic voice resonated in Lin Yan's mind. You wish to attain wealth? Do you aspire to be the protagonist of the world? Do you desire to marry a wealthy and beautiful woman and reach the pinnacle of life? He instinctively replied, yes. Who wouldn't want to be the main character in this world? Who would willingly accept the role of an NPC in society's hierarchy? Indeed, he yearned for wealth, for the goddess, and to see someone like Chun Lili, a materialistic woman, grovel at his feet. Suddenly, a holographic projection appeared before him. System initializing. System? Lin Yan was taken aback. Having traversed this parallel world for a decade, he believed he had been forsaken by fate. Yet at this moment, the system was activated. Divine Goddess Strategy System successfully activated. High-quality target detected. Suing Xue, 24 years old, 170 centimeters tall, 55 kilograms, measurements. D. Multifaceted policewoman. Family background. Father is a war hero, commander of the Lin Yan military district. Mother is the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. Mission: strategize to win over Su Yingxue. Mission difficulty: a class mission. Host may select a class entry from the database to activate. Divine Goddess Strategy System. Complete missions to earn rewards. Elated, he opened the entry database. S-Class National Treasure Detective, capable of solving most intricate cases. S-Class Unparalleled Handsome Man, so strikingly handsome that it stirs the United Nations. D-Class 1 against 10, able to take on 10 opponents at once. E-Class Invincible Gun, a gun that never falters, day or night. S-Class Perfect Weapon Master, proficient in all weaponry, never misses a shot, can hit a target with eyes open or closed. A-Class Martial Arts Grandmaster, a hidden master, taking down Zhang Zhilei with one move and Pacquiao with a single palm. Wow, this is incredible. Lin Yan felt a surge of excitement. Each entry represented a godlike existence in its respective field. Unfortunately, he could only activate one for now. His focus settled on Su Yingshue's profile. Every woman of distinct personality possesses her unique key to be unlocked. For a materialistic woman, money is the lure. For a love-stricken girl, emotional connection is the way. As for a policewoman, particularly one with such a formidable background as Su Yingxue, conventional approaches would surely prove futile. A targeted strategy was imperative. Choosing the wrong entry would escalate the difficulty of the mission. After careful consideration, Lin Yan ultimately decided on A-Class Martial Arts Grandmaster. The rationale was straightforward. A girl as stunning as Su Yingxue, complemented by her prestigious lineage, required an equally formidable approach. Choosing to become a police officer signifies her personal beliefs and aesthetic values. Wealth and appearance are unlikely to be her focal points. Of course, he has also contemplated selecting the class entry of National Treasure Detective. However, the stark reality is that without any intriguing cases to investigate at present, his abilities might remain underutilized. In contrast, the application scenarios for Martial Arts Grandmaster appear far more expansive. Ultimately, Lin Yan desires to experience tangible growth in strength. I hope this Martial Arts Grandmaster does not refer to Master Ma, he mused. Otherwise, it would be utterly discouraging. Lin Yan silently prayed and then clicked Submit. Entry approved. Abilities are being granted. Activating A-Class Entry Martial Arts Grandmaster. For every 10 increase in progress, a cash reward is granted with a chance to unlock new entries. Entry Fusion Device. 3 entries of the same level can be fused into a higher level entry. Progress comparison table below: 30, ordinary. Friends, 30-50. Close relationship, confession likely to be rejected. 50-70. The other party has developed a favorable impression, with a 50 chance of successful. Confession, based on the Bayesian formula. Confess twice to reach 100. 70-90. The other party is already in love, with a 100 chance of successful confession, but intimacy is not granted. 90100. Dear, it is advisable to protect your kidneys, as they will not be of use for sustenance. Entry fusion, or perhaps a 3-and-on. Lin Yan was somewhat taken aback. Does this mean that if I fuse Martial Arts Grandmaster into a higher level entry, I could dismantle an aircraft carrier with my bare hands? Suddenly, Lin Yan felt a sharp twitch in his arm muscles. Almost instantly, he sensed a profound change within his body, as though the meridians had been unblocked. His vital energy surged, and strength surged forth. That he had become stronger. It was not a dream, it was real. Lin Yan hastily ran his fingers through his hair. It was still there. He exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he was not balding. Newbie task reminder. Add Su Yingshue's WeChat within an hour to gain a 10 progress boost. What a crude insult. Who is a newbie here, with money and ability, who cannot charm a woman? Lin Yan glanced back, only to find that Su Yingxue and Chun Lily had vanished. He quickly rose to pursue them. If she disparages my finances, then she should not blame me for pursuing her friend. Chapter 2. Robber, I want to report a crime. Outside the CAF. Is it yellow again? Su Yingxue inquired. Today marked another friend's birthday. She and her best friend had arranged to meet at the CAF before heading to the celebration. Though her dismay. The moment they arrived, she noticed her friend's countenance was exceedingly grim, her words laced with irritation. It was evident that she had once again faced a disappointing blind date. Don't mention it. I encountered a truly insipid man. Chun Lily expressed her disdain openly. After so many blind dates, this was the first time she felt so utterly humiliated. She had even spent several dozen yuan on coffee. It was utterly absurd and laughable. Sigh. Su Yingshu lamented. What good does it do to find a wealthy man? On the surface, it appears glamorous, but in reality, one must still rely on the whims of men to eat. Finding a reliable partner for life is far superior to anything else. My dear friend is acutely aware of her own character. Despite my repeated counsel to abandon her aspiration of seeking affluent companions, she remains obstinately fixated, as if entranced. Chun Lily pouted. How could I possibly compare to you? Indeed, comparison is futile. She cannot rival in familial background or physical allure. The wealthy heirs vying for Su Yingshua's affection could easily fill a CAF. Naturally, she is unburdened by financial woes. At that moment, Lin Yan emerged, clad in a loose-fitting t-shirt, tall and lean. Chun Lily immediately turned her head aside, initially believing this to be their final encounter. To her surprise, Lin Yan approached directly. What could he want? Is he here to continue their quarrel? Chun Lily felt a twinge of guilt. If Lin Yan were to utter any disparaging remarks in front of her friend, it would be her own embarrassment that would ensue. Hello, I am Lin Yan. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yan found Su Yingshu to be remarkable. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with an inherent vigor, her fair skin flawless and radiant. Her figure was well-proportioned, not excessively thin, with her curves elegantly accentuated by snug jeans. She exuded an aura of latent strength. Su Yingshu's astonished gaze shifted to Chun Lily, instantly grasping the situation. This individual before her was undoubtedly the prospective match her friend was set to meet today. What surprised her was that such a cliché scenario, typically reserved for television dramas, was unfolding in her own life. She turned to Lin Yan, a hint of mischief on her face. What is it that you find appealing? Is it her figure or her skills? She had encountered many would-be suitors, driven solely by carnal desire. Normally, she would cut through such pretenses with unrelenting candor. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that beneath Su Yingshu's seemingly innocent exterior lay such a forthright disposition. Her figure is indeed splendid. As for skills, I have no knowledge, having never experienced them. Lin Yan shrugged. Since Su Yingshu favored directness, he decided to dispense with any circumspection. After all, anyone could engage in flirtatious banter. Upon hearing his words, Su Yingshu frowned slightly. Would you like to give it a try? Certainly, but may I add you on WeChat first? Are you tough enough to withstand a hit? Quite so. Doubt if you can still stand after a minute, I will add you. Agreed. Wait, do you both consider me invisible? Chun Lily finally registered the situation, only to discover they were already engaged in the exchange of contact information. What an audacious display. The man who had failed to win her over was now flirting with her friend right in front of her. Lin Yan and Su Yingshu, upon hearing her exclamation, turned to her in unison. Go away. Chun Lily was left in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? In the next moment, the two distanced themselves, adopting stances for what was to come. Lin Yan possessed the skills akin to a martial arts master. His concern was not whether he could still stand after a minute, but rather that he might inadvertently harm the policewoman before him. If allegations of assault were to arise, he would find himself in a predicament. You go first, Su Yingshu said, rolling her wrists. She was renowned as the champion of free fighting at the police academy, having clinched the title for 3 consecutive years. Given Lin Yan's physique, she genuinely feared that she might injure her opponent, which would lead to disciplinary action. My bag! My bag! Suddenly, a loud cry erupted from across the street. The two of them instinctively turned to look. A middle-aged woman was hopping up and down towards the road, exclaiming, "They stole my bag! My bag!" Following her gaze, Lin Yan spotted a motorcycle fleeing the scene, carrying 2 individuals. The man on the back was clutching a brown handbag. With a swift leap, Lin Yan executed a move akin to the Cloud Phantom Step. She vaulted over barriers and sprinted with the agility of parkour, reaching the opposite side of the street in the blink of an eye, pursuing the motorcycle. Such ferocity! This was her first time employing her skills, and even she was taken aback by her own prowess. The movements she displayed were reminiscent of those she had only witnessed in martial arts films. Su Yingxue was equally astonished by this spectacle. She had seen many swift runners, but none possessed the remarkable agility of Lin Yan. Traditional martial arts? Su Yingxue murmured, furrowing her brow, before following suit. However, just then, the traffic light turned green, leaving her stranded on her side of the road. As the rush hour commenced, the number of vehicles on the road surged, effectively curtailing the motorcycle's acceleration. Just ahead, the traffic light turned red, halting the motorcycle in its tracks. Lin Yan leaped onto the motorcycle's roof, vaulting over the hood. When she was within 5 meters of the motorcycle, she executed a sliding kick, toppling both the criminals and their vehicle. The two assailants were momentarily stunned, as were the drivers waiting at the red light. Is this a movie scene? If this goes viral, it will surely explode. Wow, does this person know martial arts? Nonsense, traditional martial arts are dead. Boxing reigns supreme. This is merely showmanship. The yellow-haired thug, having fallen to the ground, hastily scrambled to his feet, drawing a dagger from his waistband and pointing at Lin Yan. Hey, buddy, blades have no eyes. I advise you not to meddle. Typically, in such situations, most bystanders would hesitate, fearing for their lives over a mere bag against desperate criminals. Lin Yan turned to see Su Yingxue rushing towards her. This was a rare opportunity to showcase her abilities. She couldn't afford to miss it. She quickly stepped forward, her fingers moving like agile vines, swiftly wrapping around the thug's wrist that held the knife. With a gentle flick, seemingly effortless, the yellow-haired thug let out a pained cry, and the dagger clattered to the ground. With a resounding slap, Lin Yan struck the thug's face. Do blades have eyes? The thug's cheek instantly bore 5 crimson fingerprints. Bewildered, he failed to comprehend her words. Another slap followed. I ask you, do blades have eyes? Answer me. With each strike, the thug regained his senses and hurriedly nodded. Yes, yes, yes. He was too frightened to even see our Y.IT was a pitiable sight. The other overweight robber, sensing trouble, turned to flee, but Lin Yan was swift. She seized his hair and yanked him back forcefully. A chorus of anguished cries ensued. Brother, please stop hitting me. If you continue, I will call the police. Huang Mao pleaded. The crowd around them grew larger, murmuring amongst themselves. How tragic. The life of a robber is not easy these days. Goodness, disarming someone with bare hands and still managing to take down 2? This young man possesses quite a skill. Young man, please cease. If you continue, you might just kill him. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan immediately halted. He had been so caught up in the thrill that he had not considered the consequences. He had no law enforcement authority. If he accidentally killed someone, he would find himself behind bars. WWE were wrong, big brother. We'll return your bag. Just let us go, please. The bruised and battered Huang Mao begged desperately. At only 18 years old, he had initially thought of robbing to gather some money to buy an AK and then a shotgun, aiming to rise to power and become a formidable figure in the underworld of Binhai City. Little did he know, his ambitions would almost cost him his life before they even began. He vowed never to break the law again. Memories of his mother flooded his mind. Let you go? Lin Yan scoffed, contemplating how he could add Su Yingxue on WeChat if he did. Just then, Su Yingxue finally arrived. Chapter 3. Lin Yan, are you free tonight? Let's meet up. As Su Yingxue beheld the scene before her, she was utterly astounded. Initially, she had harbored concerns that Lin Yan might put on a show of bravado and, in doing so, expose himself to danger from the assailants. However, it appeared her worries were unfounded. What she ought to be concerned about now was the safety of the 2 criminals. Is it true? You really can? Disarming 2 knife-wielding thugs with bare hands is a common trope in films and television, yet it is far from realistic in real life. Such a feat requires not only courage but also formidable psychological fortitude and exceptional skill. It is certainly not something that can be accomplished merely by having a disregard for one's own safety. This should count as justifiable self-defense, right? Lin Yan pointed at the yellow-haired thug beneath his feet, stating, he brandished the knife first and even threatened me, claiming that blades are indiscriminate. The yellow-haired thug nodded vigorously. Yes, it was me who drew the knife first. Big brother was merely educating me, teaching me how to be a person. He was genuinely frightened. This big brother fought differently from others. It seemed he had not exerted much effort, yet the pain was undeniably real. After being struck on the back, The yellow-haired thug felt as though his internal organs had been displaced. He believed he was in dire need of police protection. The sense of insecurity was overwhelming. A few minutes later, the two thugs were hoisted into a police vehicle and taken away. Su Yingxue looked at Lin Yan, curious, and asked, "Have you trained before?" Lin Yan retrieved his phone, opened the QR code, and presented it to her, insisting, "First, let us add each other as friends. Until I complete the novice task. Any conversation would be superfluous." Su Yingxue felt both amused and exasperated. She could not comprehend why Lin Yan insisted on adding each other as friends first. "What? Are you expecting a transfer?" she retorted. Pulling her phone from her pocket, she opened the scanning function. Ding! Immediately, Lin Yan received a notification. "Su has requested to add you as a friend. Approved. Su is now your friend." "Ah, what a relief." Lin Yan exhaled deeply. "Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the novice task. Progress increased by 10. Reward of 10,000 yuan obtained. Unlocked S-level attribute. S perfect gunmaster. Mastery over all weaponry. Impeccable accuracy. Capable of hitting a target with eyes open or closed." Incredible. Lin Yan was astonished. He had unexpectedly unlocked an S-level attribute, and it pertained to firearms. "Are you done? Can you answer me now?" Su Yingxue tucked her phone back into her pocket, crossing her arms and gazing up at Lin Yan, who seemed to be reveling in an ecstatic moment. Due to her upbringing, she was quite different from other girls. Conversations about cosmetics, clothing, or handbags failed to pique her interest. However, she held a deep fascination for martial arts and firearms. Thus, she was genuinely curious about how Lin Yan managed to take on two opponents and disarm them with his bare hands. "I practice martial arts. Trained under Master Chong Dong of the Shidong School." Lin Yan casually fabricated a reason. What else could he say? He could hardly reveal that his abilities were bestowed upon him by a system. Could he? Su Yingxue furrowed her brows slightly, murmuring to herself, "The Shitong sect. Master Chong Dong." While she had a modest understanding of traditional martial arts in China, she had never heard of the Shitong sect. Nor did she know anything about Master Chong Dong. "By the way, you need to go to the police station to file a report. Do righteous acts also warrant scrutiny?" "A report, not a testimony." "All right then, I'll go drive." Lin Yan turned towards the CAF. Just a few steps out, his phone chimed. Upon checking, he found a bank notification. Account ending in 8238 has received a transfer of 10,000 yuan on September 9th at 16:05 with a balance of 10,732.00 yuan. Industrial and Commercial Bank. Lin Yan was overjoyed. The sensation of earning money was truly exhilarating, fueling his motivation further. He removed the delivery box from the back of his electric scooter, knowing he could no longer make deliveries. What lay ahead was his unwavering commitment to win over Su Yingxue, complete the system's task, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. From the recent events, he gleaned a crucial insight. To swiftly pursue Su Yingxue, the shortcut was to continuously showcase his capabilities, as that was what captivated her attention. An excellent idea struck him: become an auxiliary police officer. In the police car earlier, apart from one officially appointed officer, the other two were auxiliary officers. He had never attended a police academy and did not believe he could pass the civil service exam. Most importantly, the requirements for auxiliary officers were low, allowing for quick employment, and it would bring him closer to Su Yingxue, enabling them to work together. The pay might be meager, but Lin Yan's intention was not to earn a salary. He sought no material gains. New task reminder: complete a solo date with Su Yingxue to increase the progress of your pursuit by 10. Xiaoxiwei. You would actually fancy that poor guy, would you? Chun Lily, who had lagged behind, did not witness how Lin Yan subdued the assailants. But that was not her primary concern. Yet, a mere delivery boy thought he could pursue her best friend? What? Was he out of his mind? Did he even stand a chance? Chun Lily felt compelled to intervene. Is he really that poor? Su Yingxue glanced towards the CAF. Doesn't he have a car? Chun Lily was exasperated. Do you even know what kind of car he drives? What car? Su Yingxue inquired, intrigued. An electric scooter. Chun Lily scoffed. Bid? Dream on. It's a Yachty. ISNT at just one letter off? What difference does it make? Su Yingxue was unfazed. She held no regard for wealth or material possessions and would not treat Lin Yan differently based on whether his vehicle had 2 wheels or 4. Even if he drove a luxury car, it could not compare to the striking manner in which he had just single-handedly subdued 2 assailants. Hey, Xiaoxue, you can't be losing your senses, can you? Chun Lily grew anxious. What makes him worthy of you? Not only is he poor, but he is so stingy he wouldn't even buy a cup of coffee. If you were with him, you'd be left to face the elements. cramped in a rundown place. Su Yingxue offered a subtle smile, remarking, "Isn't it just splendid to be devoid of wealth? A man without money is seldom capricious." Chen Lily struggled to comprehend the logic behind her friend's statement. How can a lack of wealth equate to fidelity? Su Yingxue gazed meaningfully at her confidant. For a wandering heart often requires financial indulgence. She was not genuinely enamored with Lin Yan. Rather, she simply found her friend's materialistic rhetoric intolerable. If one measures a man's virtues or vices solely through the prism of monetary wealth, such an assessment is decidedly superficial. When Lin Yan arrived on his electric scooter, Su Yingxue had already vanished. At that moment, a message from her appeared. Su, I have other matters to attend to. You may proceed to the police station for your statement." Lin Yan replied, "I need to inquire about something." Su, go ahead." Lin Yan, is your department still hiring auxiliary police officers? On the other side, seated in a ride-hailing vehicle, Su Yingxue paused momentarily. Was he aspiring to become an auxiliary officer? What could be his motive? Was it to pursue her? This seemed the only plausible explanation. Those who sought her affection had offered vehicles, bags, and residences, yet none had ever taken the route of becoming an auxiliary officer to win her heart. Su, they are hiring. A talent like Lin Yan would easily fit the role. His recent actions suggest he possesses a strong sense of justice and loathes malevolence. Should he exhibit remarkable performance in the future, he could very well transition into a full-fledged police officer. Su Yingxue would not allow her unfounded assumptions to obstruct his promising future. Lin Yan, I wish to discuss a matter. Su, speak. Lin Yan, could you assist me in securing a backdoor entry? My time is precious, and I prefer not to squander it on examinations. Ideally, it would be within your department, making it convenient for us to collaborate on future assignments. Su Yingxue stared at the message, momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, her delicate, fair fingers struck the screen with a singular word, scram. Lin Yan, alrighty. Truly shameless. Su Yingxue found herself laughing in exasperation. At last, she understood why her friend had reached a breaking point. Encountering someone with such audacity would frustrate anyone. But Lin Yan sent another message. Are you free tonight? Let us meet. Chapter 4. The Grand Bank Heist. Su Yingxue felt bewildered as she found herself pursued by a group of individuals, each with distinctly different appearances. Some were dressed in sharp suits, exuding an air of composure. Others were flamboyantly styled, attempting to appear charming, and yet others were of an artistic disposition. Without exception, these individuals shared a common trait. Regardless of the methods they employed, they all sought to project an upright persona and cultivate a favorable impression before her. Even though their ultimate intentions were identical, where else could one find someone like Lin Yan, who brazenly suggested a date right off the bat? Did he truly regard himself as an intimate acquaintance? Go date your sister, Su Yingxue retorted. At that moment, her phone rang. It was the captain of the criminal police. Hello, Captain Li. Hello, Xiaoxue. A bank robbery has just occurred on Jianxi Road. Return to the station immediately. Understood. After hanging up, Su Yingxue quickly instructed the driver. Please turn around and head to Jianxi Road. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, having experienced a failed rendezvous, was hastily riding his electric scooter towards the Public Security Bureau. He had just discovered that those who bravely assisted the police in apprehending criminals could potentially receive a reward. He needed to register his name promptly. However, as he approached the entrance of the police station, he noticed several police cars, including armored vehicles, rushing out in a flurry. Each vehicle was nearly at full capacity and moving with great urgency, indicating that a significant incident had transpired. Curious, he took out his phone and searched for news on Douyin. What has happened in Binhai City? Typically, such events are not reported by the media immediately. Rather, it is the onlookers who first disseminate information online. Sure enough, a keyword popped up. Binhai City Bank under armed robbery. 23 hostages taken. Lin Yan opened one of the videos, which was filmed from a nearby building. The police had surrounded the bank, and the surrounding crowds had been evacuated. Armed special forces stood ready for action. To his dismay, he recognized a familiar figure among the officers, Su Yingxue. Indeed, even in the grainy footage, he immediately identified her impeccable silhouette, clad in the same denim jeans and fitted t-shirt. There was no mistaking it. As he set down his phone, his expression turned grave. The fact that Su Yingxue was on the scene meant she was likely in peril. If anything were to happen to her, could he still carry on with his mission? With this thought in mind, Lin Yan turned his scooter around and accelerated towards Jianxi Road, where the bank was located. At the bank entrance, a middle-aged man in police uniform, standing tall and composed, received a phone call. Chief, the robber is on the line. He took the call with a firm voice, declaring, "Hello, I am Zhang Donghai, the chief of the Binhai City Public Security Bureau." "Hello, Chief Zhang. Surprised to see you again so soon." Zhang Donghai's brow furrowed. He recognized the voice on the other end all too well. It was Qiu Ji, Binhai City's notorious, ruthless criminal. Once a mercenary, he became the leader of the Black Hawk Gang after retiring, engaging in armed robbery and murder, committing numerous heinous acts. 2 months ago, the police successfully dismantled the Black Hawk Gang. However, Qiu Ji and several core members managed to escape. This individual possesses exceptional military prowess. It is no exaggeration to say that his marksmanship surpasses that of most special forces, and in close combat, every strike is lethal, swift, and decisive. Zhang Donghai initially believed he had fled to another region, but he was astonished to discover that Qiu Ji had remained hidden in Binhai, now orchestrating such a grand incident. Openly challenging the police. "What do you intend to do?" Zhang Donghai inquired in a deep voice. "Haha," Qiu Ji chuckled. "Of course, I want to stay alive. You have set up a comprehensive net, leaving me no escape. I can only devise my own means." The city of Binhai has imposed a complete lockdown on him, and his only hope now lies in fleeing abroad. Only by boarding a helicopter to the high seas and transferring to a waiting vessel could he grasp a sliver of survival. Zhang Donghai sternly stated, "Qiu Ji, your only chance for survival now is to release the hostages and surrender with your weapons laid down." Qiu Ji sneered, "Director Zhang, do you take me for a 3-year-old? I shall not beat around the bush. I demand a helicopter and 200 million in virtual currency. If you refuse to comply, I will execute a hostage every half hour. If you doubt me, the sound of a bullet being chambered echoed through the receiver. Shall I demonstrate by eliminating one right now?" Immediately after his words, the panicked cries of the hostage resonated through the line. Zhang Donghai's brow furrowed deeply as he responded. 200 million in virtual currency is no small sum. I cannot make such a decision unilaterally. I need to report to my superiors. He was acutely aware of Qiu Ji's methods and character. If Qiu Ji claimed he would kill a hostage every half hour, he would undoubtedly follow through. A direct refusal could provoke him to shoot someone immediately, coercing Zhang into submission. His current task was to stabilize the situation before formulating a strategy. After hanging up, the surrounding officers turned their gaze toward him. Su Yingshua's expression was particularly grave. This was the most significant case she had encountered since joining the force, involving the lives of dozens of people, and the adversary was the notorious criminal Qiu Ji. She had no leads whatsoever. Zhang Donghai asked in a low voice, "Have we determined how many robbers there are?" Captain Li Feng of the criminal police team replied, "According to surveillance footage and eyewitness accounts, there are a total of 5 individuals, all armed." Zhang Donghai continued, "Have the snipers from the special forces and armed police arrived?" Li Feng shook his head gravely. "It's futile. They have taken the hostages and hidden behind the bank counters, making them invisible to snipers, and there is bulletproof glass as well. In such a scenario, the police's primary objective is to ensure the safety of the hostages, followed by subduing the criminals. If they accept all the demands put forth by the criminals, similar incidents will only proliferate in the future. This precedent must not be set." Zhang Donghai felt utterly at a loss, burdened by immense pressure. The surrounding officers fell into silence, seemingly unable to conceive a better solution than compromise to safeguard the lives of the hostages. However, at that moment, a Yachty electric scooter abruptly halted outside the perimeter. "Hurry up and leave." The officer on guard immediately stepped forward to drive him away. Lin Yan peered inside and soon spotted Su Yingshua's figure. He waved his hand and shouted, "Wife, I am here to assist you in rescuing the hostages." "Wife." The gazes of the 2 officers turned towards Su Yingxue, then exchanged glances with each other before resting on Lin Yan. "You are her husband?" Chapter 5. Do you dare to snatch a police gun? Upon hearing the commotion, Su Yingshuo turned her head to glance back. "Lin Yan? What brings him here?" Huang Wenchuan, a member of the criminal police team, inquired. "Xiao Xue, do you know this person?" Before Su Yingshuo could respond, the officer on guard rushed over, stating, "Officer Su, this individual claims to be your husband and wants to assist you in rescuing the hostage." At those words, Su Yingshuo was taken aback. Huang Wenchuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at her. "Xiao Xue, when did you get married?" Su Yingshuo remained silent, her brow furrowing as she quickly approached Lin Yan. How shameless could he be to say such things? Most importantly, didn't he consider the gravity of the situation? Was this truly a time for jokes? "What are you doing here?" Su Yingshuo's voice was laced with anger. Lin Yan shrugged nonchalantly. "Of course, I'm here to help you. Help me? Su Yingxue looked at him in astonishment. With hundreds of fully armed special police officers rendered helpless, what could an unarmed, ordinary man possibly do? Even if he were a disciple of a martial arts master, what difference would it make? Could he fight against guns? Such arrogance was simply outrageous. I don't have time to entertain your nonsense. Leave, now. Su Yingxue commanded. Huang Wenxuan approached, scrutinizing Lin Yan from head to toe before scoffing. He asked Su Yingxue, Xia Xue, is this fellow really your husband? His tone dripped with mockery. Lin Yan appeared exceedingly ordinary, riding a small electric scooter. One might mistake him for a food delivery person. How could someone like this possibly be worthy of marrying the goddess of the police force? He should take a good look at himself. He is not my husband. Su Yingxue firmly denied it. It wasn't he out of fear that Huang Wenxuan might feel jealous, but rather a statement of fact. She had never even been in a relationship, so how could she tolerate Lin Yan impersonating her husband? If it weren't for the peculiar circumstances, she would have wanted to give this man a good beating for his utter shamelessness. Upon hearing her response, a smug expression crossed Huang Wenxuan's face as he directed a stern glance at Lin Yan. Leave immediately, or I'll charge you with obstructing justice. What is going on? Zhang Donghai approached, glancing at Lin Yan. Director. Su Yingxue was about to speak, but Lin Yan interrupted. Leader, I'm here to help you resolve the issue. Zhang Donghai raised an eyebrow at his assertion. Resolve the issue? Lin Yan nodded. Yes, I have a way to rescue the hostage. On his way here, he had already devised a strategy based on his abilities. Huang Wenxuan laughed derisively. You? Really quite bold. Su Yingxue, not only striking in appearance but also from a distinguished background, had many admirers. However, Huang Wenxuan never anticipated that a lowly individual would dare entertain such thoughts. It was utterly laughable. He believed that, aside from himself, no one else was worthy of Su Yingxue's attention. After all, his grandfather was a former superior of Su Yingxue's parents, and his father was the current director of the Provincial Public Security Bureau. To find oneself in competition with a mere trifle like Lin Yan is nothing short of an affront to one's dignity. Zhang Donghai slightly turned his head to gaze at Su Yingxue, inquiring, Are you acquainted with him? Su Yingxue nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Director. He is the one who subdued 2 armed assailants with his bare hands today. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment crossed Zhang Donghai's face, while Huang Wenxuan's expression became immediately rigid. As fellow officers, none understood better than they the gravity of disarming 2 knife-wielding criminals unarmed. Zhang Donghai scrutinized the young man anew. What do you propose? Lin Yan, maintaining his composure, responded, May I inquire about the demands put forth by the robbers? Having watched crime dramas, he was aware that in such predicaments, criminals often stipulate conditions to ensure their safe escape. Director, this is confidential and cannot be disclosed to him. Huang Wenxuan cautioned. Su Yingxue countered, Do you have any alternative solutions at present? Observing Lin Yan's serious demeanor, her prejudice began to waver. After all, Lin Yan possessed genuine skill. Perhaps he truly could devise a solution. Huang Wenxuan fell silent. If even the director was at a loss, what could he possibly offer? Zhang Donghai lapsed into contemplation. He had already briefed his superiors on the situation. However, after decades of service in the police force, no one understood the current predicament better than he. Regardless of the directives from above, it ultimately fell upon him to resolve the issue. Could agreeing to Qiu Zhi's demands guarantee the safety of the hostages? Negotiating with desperate criminals, expecting them to honor their word? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. If complications arose, he would bear the blame. With a mindset akin to grasping at straws, Zhang Donghai spoke. He demands a helicopter and 200 million in virtual currency. Grant him that. Lin Yan asserted with unwavering resolve. Are you out of your mind? Huang Wenxuan reacted fervently. Director, this person is undoubtedly suspicious. He might even be colluding with the robbers. This response seemed to catch Su Yingxue off guard as well. She turned to Lin Yan. Do you comprehend what this entails? If this were effective, wouldn't we have done it already? Zhang Donghai fixed a piercing gaze upon Lin Yan, his instincts suggesting that the young man was not merely boasting. Perhaps he truly possessed a viable strategy. Lin Yan declared, Arrange for the helicopter and replace the pilot with me. I am confident that before the aircraft takes off, I can handle them all. Ha ha ha! Huang Wenxuan erupted in derisive laughter. You think you can manage him? Do you even know who he is? He is Qiu Zhi, the most notorious criminal in Bihai City. Have you ever handled a firearm? He has fired more bullets than you have consumed meals in your lifetime. Don't find yourself riddled with bullets instead. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yan suddenly sprang into action. With lightning speed, he approached Huang Wenxuan and reached for the gun holstered at his waist. Huang Wenxuan was taken aback, yet before he could react, his own handgun had already been drawn by Lin Yan. The crisp sound of metal scraping echoed, a series of sharp clicks resonating in the air. In less than 2 seconds, the service pistol was dismantled, leaving only the dark, glistening barrel pressed against Huang Wenxuan's forehead. You speak the most. Chapter 6. The policewoman begins to falter. The scene left several officers on duty utterly dumbfounded, as was Su Yingxue. Huang Wenxuan's mouth hung open. Yet he produced not a single sound. Zhang Donghai's brow furrowed even deeper. Having handled firearms for much of his life, he was acutely aware of the implications of the events that had transpired in the mere 2 seconds prior. The understanding this young man displayed towards weaponry was nothing short of terrifying. Although no shots were fired, no one dared to question his marksmanship. Su Yingxue was shocked for the second time within a single day. The first instance, when she subdued a criminal unarmed, had already been astonishing enough. Little did she expect that Lin Yan would directly upend her perceptions this time. It is worth noting that firearms are prohibited in Huaxia. Apart from military personnel and police officers, ordinary citizens have no opportunity to even handle a gun. The skill Lin Yan had just exhibited in disassembling a firearm required countless hours of training and an intimate familiarity with weaponry, simply inconceivable. Can you truly accomplish this? Zhang Donghai's voice carried a hint of tension, but more so, it brimmed with excitement, for he saw hope in Lin Yan's recent actions. I believe it should be feasible, Lin Yan replied, tossing the gun barrel back into Huang Wenxuan's hands. Huang Wenxuan stared at the scattered gun parts on the ground, his expression one of utter humiliation. As a police officer, being publicly disarmed was an unthinkable disgrace. Once Zhang Donghai regained his composure, his demeanor turned serious. Why are you helping us? In this world, there are many capable individuals, yet not everyone is willing to step forward in critical moments. Moreover, Lin Yan's background was shrouded in mystery. He needed to ascertain the other's motives. After some contemplation, Lin Yan responded, Firstly, I wish to become an auxiliary police officer, but I do not wish to take the examination. He glanced at Su Yingxue. Secondly, I would like to ask her out, but she has declined. Zhang Donghai. Huang Wenxuan? Su Yingxue? The surrounding officers, Su Yingxue was taken aback. What on earth was wrong with this person? Proposing such a request in such a grave circumstance? Had he lost his mind? Huang Wenxuan was left speechless. He had never encountered such audacity. A mere frog daring to suggest a rendezvous with the police flower in front of the director of the Public Security Bureau and so many officers. Had he taken courage for granted? Cough, cough. Zhang Donghai cleared his throat. Well, I can agree to the first condition. As for the others, I cannot make that decision. Impossible. Su Yingxue interjected immediately. Lin Yan frowned. Come on, it's just a meal. Is that such a big deal? Su Yingxue suddenly realized. Thinking, could it be that his date did not imply what she initially assumed? As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed slightly. Having consumed too much content from Zaya Hongshu, she had begun to view everyone with a tinge of skepticism. Perhaps it was time to uninstall the app when she returned home. Nonetheless, she found Lin Yan increasingly perplexing. First, he took the initiative to add her as a friend, and now he insisted on a date. The crux of the matter was that all his actions appeared remarkably mechanical. It is as if every forthcoming action is preordained, resembling the completion of a task. Is there any young man who pursues a woman in such a manner? It is utterly absurd. Director, he is merely an ordinary individual, devoid of the qualifications to undertake such a mission, Huang Wenxuan remarked. Zhang Donghai remained silent. The involvement of an ordinary person in such a significant case is unprecedented, not only in Binhai City but across the entire nation. It is evident that reporting to superiors would be categorically disapproved. If action is to be taken, it must be under the veil of secrecy, with Lin Yan assuming the responsibility. Should it succeed, all would be well. However, failure would not only jeopardize his position but could also lead to severe consequences for gross negligence. At that moment, Li Feng rushed over, handing him a phone. Qiuji. Zhang Donghai's expression darkened as he accepted the call. Hello. Qiuji replied. Director Zhang. It has been 15 minutes. Have you reached a decision? Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a gunshot echoed through the receiver, followed by the terrified cries of more than 20 hostages. Qiuji's voice turned icy. Director Zhang. Is your mind a bit clearer now? Do you require my assistance to rouse you? Zhang Donghai inhaled deeply, holding his breath and closing his eyes. At this moment, he found himself devoid of options. Very well, I will arrange for the helicopter immediately. However, the virtual currency requires time. A triumphant laugh escaped Qiuji. Good. I will grant you half an hour. The virtual currency must be in place once I board the helicopter. By the way, remember to withdraw your personnel. Should I encounter a single officer on my way, I shall fire a shot. Furthermore, aside from the pilot, I do not wish to see any unrelated individuals on the helicopter. Otherwise, you understand the consequences. After hanging up, Zhang Donghai turned to Lin Yan, solemnly stating, I am placing everything in your hands. He was left with no alternative. In the face of rules and human lives, he could only choose to act despite knowing the futility of his endeavor. Responsibility, after all, must be shouldered by someone. Director, this is against protocol. Huang Wenxuan was not genuinely concerned about the rules. He merely wished to shield Lin Yan from the limelight. Zhang Donghai ignored him and issued an order to leave phone. Arrange for the helicopter. Yes, Director. A few minutes later, the vehicle to the Binhai Road helipad was ready. As Lin Yan was about to board, he was halted by Su Yingxue. Wait. Lin Yan turned back. What is it? Su Yingxue bit her lip, hesitating for a long while before speaking. This matter does not concern you. You need not risk yourself for my sake. They had only just met, with her first asking for his WeChat, then expressing a desire to apply for a police auxiliary position, followed by proposals for a date. Did this series of events not illustrate the situation? It is the duty of a police officer to apprehend criminals and rescue hostages. Nevertheless, for Lin Yan, this was not within his purview. He scoffed, do not flatter yourself. I am not doing this for you. Bang! He lifted his foot to enter the vehicle, closed the door, and lowered the window with a casual remark. I do this for myself. He was not lying. The system had tasked him with winning over Su Yingxue, which he perceived merely as a mission. To him, Su Yingxue was akin to an NPC. Lin Yan's actions were solely aimed at garnering the NPC's favor, hastening the completion of the task, and ultimately reaping the rewards. There was no emotional involvement, at least not at this moment. The notion of sacrifice for someone else was far beyond his current disposition. As for why he would dare to take such risks, it was primarily because he had acquired the S-rank attributes of Master Gunsmith and Martial Arts Grandmaster, with absolute mastery over firearms and the agility of martial arts. Confronting a few ordinary robbers was a trivial endeavor. It was only with such unwavering confidence that Lin Yan boldly volunteered for this task. He would not only save lives but also earn merit and, in the process, win Su Yingshue's favor, a veritable trifecta of benefits. Moreover, he could conveniently fulfill a second task as well. Why not seize the opportunity? Watching the police car gradually recede, Su Yingxue felt a tumult of emotions. This individual was peculiar. His formidable abilities were terrifying, yet his words often lacked sincerity. He feigned indifference while harboring a sense of justice. In the fleeting moment he entered the vehicle, Su Yingxue even perceived a hint of the lone hero's essence within him. She slowly retrieved her phone, opened WeChat, accessed Lin Yan's chat window, and composed a message. You must come back alive. I promise to go on a date with you. In the face of what Lin Yan was about to undertake, the notion of a date seemed utterly trivial. Yet, what else could she do now but acquiesce to his modest request? Xiaoxue, such a person merely seeks to show off. If the mission fails, we will both suffer the consequences. Huang Wenxuan scoffed derisively as he watched Lin Yan depart. This immediately drew an eye roll from Su Yingxue. If you think you can do better, then go ahead. Huang Wenxuan was left speechless by her retort. Chapter 7. Welcome to the moment of haunt. Half an hour later, the entirety of Jianxi Road was cordoned off. The routes leading to the helipad on Haiban Road were under strict surveillance. Not a single vehicle traversed the streets, nor was there a soul in sight. It was as if the entire city had been placed on pause, with an atmosphere thick with tension and oppression. At the entrance of the deserted bank stood only a darkened minibus. A robust robber, clad in a black hood and short sleeves, emerged confidently from within. He brandished an AK-47 as he surveyed his surroundings, before signaling towards the bank's interior. Shortly thereafter, another masked accomplice escorted several hostages, their hands bound behind their backs, out of the bank and into the minibus. Their roles were distinct and meticulously planned, ensuring that no more than 2 individuals were ever visible at once, perpetually maintaining a threat to the hostages' lives. This strategy left the police snipers lurking nearby too hesitant to open fire. Within minutes, more than 20 hostages were ushered into the vehicle. A man clad in tactical gear, with a rifle slung across his chest, emerged from the bank. He was tall and lean, exuding a predatory ferocity from his piercing gaze. A smile graced his face, yet it sent chills down the spine of onlookers. He stood at the bank's entrance, tapping his forehead with 2 fingers in a provocative gesture towards the camera before boarding the minibus. This man was none other than the notorious coastal bandit, Qiuji. "Boss, the police have readily accepted our demands. Could this be a trick?" One of the robbers inquired with uncertainty as the minibus made its way to Haiban Road helipad. Qiuji tightened his grip around the neck of a female bank employee, chuckling, "Let them try. As long as they're unafraid of joining these 20 as sacrifices." He had already devised a plan. Once the helicopter reached international waters, he would submerge it beneath the sea. Release the hostages? These individuals were his lifelines. How could he possibly let them go? More than 10 minutes later, the minibus arrived at the helipad on Haiban Road. At that moment, there was no sign of police in the vicinity, only a transport helicopter awaiting them. From a distance, one could see the helicopter's door ajar, with a man wearing sunglasses seated in the pilot's seat. Meanwhile, at the operational command center, multiple camera feeds displayed the situation around the helipad. As the minibus came into view, everyone held their breath, especially Zhang Zhilei, who had exerted immense pressure to facilitate Lin Yan's involvement. If anything were to go awry, "Director, there's a call from the provincial department." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhilei's brow furrowed. "Hello, this is Zhang Zhilei." A furious voice erupted from the other end of the line. "Zhang Zhilei, you have truly overstepped, allowing an ordinary person to undertake such a critical task. Do you comprehend the implications of this? This signifies your disregard for the safety of the people, indicating a deviation from your principles and a neglect of the responsibilities of a police officer. Director Huang, your criticism is justified. It is indeed my dereliction of duty, my failure to consider the larger picture." Zhang Zhilei explained. "I initially intended to report to my superiors before taking action, but the situation is so urgent that there is no time left. Do not make excuses. Immediately order that individual named Lin Yan to cease all actions." The tone from the other end was unequivocal. Zhang Zhilei gazed at the large screen, shaking his head. There was no stopping it now, for the minibus had already approached the helicopter's side. "Zhang Zhilei, I am revoking your position right now." The voice on the receiver was so loud that it resonated throughout the entire operations command center. Is the director out of his mind, sending an ordinary person to rescue the hostages? Indeed, I thought it peculiar when he issued the command. How could the provincial office possibly agree to such an absurd decision? Alas, it is over. Zhang's position is now in jeopardy, and we may also find ourselves caught in the fallout. I heard from those on duty that Lin Yan seems to be Su Su's husband, which has infuriated Huang Wenxuan. Could this little report have come from him? Is there any need to ask? That complicates things further. His father is a director, and he would certainly make Zhang suffer severely. On the other side, Qiuji leaped from the vehicle, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings, and then addressed one of his subordinates, Old Four. "Go check the helicopter and keep an eye on him." He gestured toward the driver's seat. "Yes, boss." A somewhat frail-looking robber, brandishing a gun, leaped onto the helicopter for a quick inspection before taking the co-pilot's seat, pressing the gun's muzzle against Lin Yan's forehead. He then proceeded to search him. After confirming that Lin Yan was unarmed, he warned, "Behave yourself, or I will be forced to offer you a taste of lead." Lin Yan adjusted his sunglasses and turned to face him. Through the dark lenses, his expression remained obscured. "Hurry up, stop dawdling." Several robbers kicked and shoved the hostages onto the helicopter. "Please, have mercy. Let me go. I have elderly parents and young children. My family cannot be without me." A middle-aged man wearing glasses pleaded desperately. He was acutely aware that before him lay a vast ocean, and once aboard the helicopter, he might never return. "Get the hell out of here." The scar-faced robber kicked him, threatening, "If you keep dragging this out, I'll blow your head off." Just then, a young and beautiful woman screamed in terror as her clothing was violently torn apart by the robbers, leaving her in only her undergarments. Clutching her chest with trembling hands, she faced the robbers' lewd laughter, her face a canvas of fear and despair. In that moment, she resembled a lamb destined for slaughter, with a grim understanding of her fate. She did not wish to board the helicopter. She did not want to. But now, it was beyond her control. The robbers yanked her by the hair, dragging her to the door like a mere chick. In a matter of minutes, over 20 hostages had been compelled aboard the helicopter. Only Qiuji remained outside, brazenly mouthing words and making provocative gestures towards a certain direction on the tarmac. The scar-faced robber suddenly furrowed his brow. The gun aimed at the driver from the co-pilot's seat remained motionless for quite some time. He bent forward and patted the shoulder of the robber in the co-pilot's position. "Old Four, don't lose focus. Keep a close watch on him." It was at that moment that the robber, referred to as Old Four, suddenly slumped, his AK rifle clattering to the ground. He collapsed like a fallen statue, pitching forward. The scar-faced man was taken aback, his gaze filled with terror as he turned towards the driver's seat. However, what awaited him was the ominous black muzzle of a gun. Bang! Without any chance for reaction, a bullet pierced through his forehead. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out in rapid succession. The remaining robbers had not even processed the information before their foreheads were penetrated by bullets, blood splattering. With a deafening roar, the more than 20 hostages finally reacted. And the cabin erupted into chaos. Originally confident and derisively mocking the police from the tarmac, Qiu Zhi's expression changed drastically at the sound of gunfire. His heightened military training instinctively propelled his body into a roll, swiftly taking cover at the tail of the aircraft. His brow was deeply furrowed, and his eyes clouded with seriousness, for he had already surmised what had transpired in that fleeting moment within the cabin. Chapter 8. Shocking the entire police system. The gunshots emanated from a service pistol, precisely 4 shots. This signified that all his loyal followers had perished. These were his staunchest allies. Had any survived, they would undoubtedly have retaliated or at least issued a warning. In an instant, Qiu Zhi transformed from predator to prey. With the hunter being none other than the driver in the cockpit, Qiu Zhi's countenance darkened ominously. He had meticulously calculated every detail, yet in the end, he fell into a trap. Was there a flaw in his plan? He did not believe so. The possibility of a counterfeit pilot executing a counterstrike had crossed his mind. But could anyone truly accomplish such a feat in the cockpit's intricate environment, firing continuously to eliminate 4 or 5 individuals while disregarding the safety of hostages? Based on Qiu Zhi's understanding of the police, they would never undertake such a perilous endeavor. The repercussions of failure were intolerable. Who would dare issue such an order? Did the assailant possess absolute assurance that hostages would remain unharmed? What level of confidence in one's marksmanship would be required to undertake such a task? Qiu Zhi had encountered numerous sharpshooters, and even he had once been hailed as one. He was utterly certain that he could not achieve such precision. As he composed himself, Qiu Zhi began to analyze his current predicament. His only hope lay in launching a counterattack to regain control over the hostages, faced with an unprecedentedly formidable adversary. Even he felt a rising tide of anxiety, with beads of sweat forming on his palms and breath held tightly. He remained utterly focused, vigilantly observing every movement around him. Yet, the cacophony within the cabin rendered it impossible to discern the sound of footsteps. Inside the cabin, Lin Yan's ears twitched. With no cover surrounding the tarmac, it meant that Qiu Zhi's sole refuge was the rear of the aircraft. He picked up the hijacker's AK and leapt down. No one could match his speed in firing, nor his accuracy. In the command center, everyone held their breath in tense anticipation as they witnessed the unfolding scene. 1 against 5. He had managed to eliminate 4 of them. Even the most ferocious Qiu Zhi now appeared as a frightened little kitten, cowering at the tail of the aircraft, scarcely daring to breathe. In stark contrast, Lin Yan exhibited no fear whatsoever, swaggering towards the rear of the plane, where Qiu Zhi had sought refuge, gun in hand. Those who had recently questioned him stood in stunned silence, their eyes filled with disbelief. Could anyone truly achieve such an extraordinary counterattack in these circumstances? My goodness! Is he even human? The prowess of a gun god pales in comparison. What is his background? A military deity? A foreign mercenary? Do not be deluded. Even a mercenary could not possess such capabilities. Zhang Zhilei observed this scene, his nails digging anxiously into his flesh. The imminent gunfire would determine the outcome, one thought leading to paradise, another to perdition. Life and death now rested solely in Lin Yan's hands. Su Yingshui bit her lip tightly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the screen. She incessantly prayed within her heart, insisting, must survive, must survive. Huang Wenxuan clenched his jaw, utterly astonished that Lin Yan could indeed execute a counterattack. This revelation dealt a tremendous blow to his pride and self-confidence. In other words, what Lin Yan accomplished at this moment was something he could never achieve in his lifetime, regardless of his formidable background and lineage. This was the essence of a despairing envy, a longing for what lay beyond reach. He glanced at Su Yingshui beside him, his eyes filled with jealousy, for her gaze seemed to carry a hint of admiration. He had envisioned this scene countless times in his dreams, yet he never expected it to manifest in the person of Lin Yan. In the provincial office, chaos reigned. Preposterous, utterly absurd. Huang Weiyong slammed his hands on the desk, roaring in anger. He could hardly fathom that Zhang Zhilei would dare to involve an ordinary person in such a grave case. The potential risk of the robbers becoming desperate and shooting hostages was too great to bear. Not only would Zhang Zhilei face imprisonment, but he, as the director, would also be implicated. If it weren't for a call from his son in the criminal police team of Binhai City, he would have remained blissfully unaware. This was simply unbelievable, an utter disregard for authority. "Director, what shall we do now?" asked the office director, Fu Yuan, frowning. Huang Weiyong pondered for a moment before responding. "Quickly notify the Coast Guard and military, and find a way to intercept the helicopter. Also, immediately issue an order to revoke Zhang Donghai's position and detain him." Just then, a staff member rushed in, breathless, and announced, "Director, the Public Security Bureau of Binhai City just called to say that Xiu Ji has been apprehended, and the other 4 criminals were shot dead on the spot." Huang Weiyong and Fu Yuan exchanged glances, both asking in unison, "What about the hostages?" The staff member replied, "Except for one who was shot in the leg, the others are all unharmed." Upon hearing this, Huang Weiyong slumped heavily into his office chair, his face ashen. He experienced the sensation of having suddenly ascended from the depths of despair to the heights of elation. "Director Zhang, the provincial office has requested your presence." 2 police officers looked at Zhang Donghai with a hint of hesitation. He nodded, removed his police cap, and sighed, as expected. He then turned his attention to the large screen, where the footage was replaying. Lin Yan, donning sunglasses and wielding an AK-47, marched toward the camera with over 20 hostages in tow. Countless police cars and ambulances rapidly surrounded him. Zhang Donghai let out a long breath and smiled, reflecting on his singular foray into gambling. He had won. That was enough. He never wished to gamble again in his lifetime. The following day, the bank heist, although discussed locally in Binhai City, garnered almost no mention online. Any videos or posts that surfaced were swiftly deleted. At Wang Erji's food stall, Lin Yan and Suing Xue sat across from each other. She wore a floral dress, her flowing hair cascading over her shoulders, complemented by a soft lipstick and a delicate fragrance. Evidently, she had taken great care in her appearance today. At that moment, the table was adorned with a plate of steamed pork, a serving of garlic sauce pork, and a dish of cold cucumber salad. "Is this really what you intend to treat me to on our date?" Suing Xue inquired, pointing at the dishes. Lin Yan nodded while serving himself rice, explaining that given the current circumstances, it was prudent to be frugal. Suing Xue accepted the bowl of rice, offering a resigned smile. It wasn't he that she was particular about the food. Rather, she found it peculiar that Lin Yan, so invested in the idea of a date, would choose such a casual eatery. Was this truly a date? To the unknowing observer, it might resemble a work lunch. "If you could assist me in applying for a bonus, I would treat you to a lavish meal. What do you say?" Lin Yan stated earnestly. 2 instances of selfless valor, even at 10,000 each, amounts to 20,000, certainly not a trifling sum. "That doesn't fall under my jurisdiction," Suing Xue replied, popping a piece of cucumber into her mouth. Truth be told, the flavors from this casual eatery were quite delightful. As she savored her meal, she added, "However, I can certainly advocate for you regarding the auxiliary police matter. Who knows?" Chapter 9. The second system task seems quite challenging. Zhang Donghai has now been dismissed from his position, and the entire Binhai Public Security Bureau is shrouded in an atmosphere of unease. Discussions surrounding this matter are conducted with utmost discretion. Naturally, the commitments he made to Lin Yan remain unaddressed, as no one is willing to take over the responsibility. Consequently, Suing Xue must intervene personally. She calls her mother for advice, and the response she receives is unexpectedly intriguing. "What do you mean?" Lin Yan inquires with curiosity. Perhaps there is a chance to be specially recruited into the police force and become an official officer. Upon hearing this, Suing Xue gazes at Lin Yan with anticipation, seemingly awaiting his expression of surprise and excitement. However, her hopes are met with disappointment, for Lin Yan merely utters a simple "oh," devoid of any hint of astonishment. Disheartened, Suing Xue remarks, "However, it may take some time. The processes are not that swift." Indeed, Lin Yan responds nonchalantly as their date concludes, marking the completion of his second novice task. After receiving his reward, he intends to indulge himself, nestling at home to play video games. He has no desire to venture out. 20 minutes later, Lin Yan contentedly sets down his utensils. Frankly speaking, when delivering takeout, he rarely treats himself to such a feast. Typically, it's either noodles or instant noodles. It has been ages since he has felt this satisfied. The primary reason being, he is dining with an exquisite beauty. Men in the bustling eatery cast envious and jealous glances in his direction. Previously, he was the one envious of others. Now, the tables have turned. "Have you eaten well?" Lin Yan asks. Suing Xue nods. "I finished long ago." Lin Yan calls out to the proprietress. "Check, please." Certainly. The proprietress approaches with a beaming smile, pulling out a calculator to tally the bill. 2018-25 2. Young man, the total is 65. With that, she adeptly retrieves the QR code hanging from her neck. Is it Alipay or WeChat? Lin Yan glances at Su Yingxue across the table. The proprietress is asking you. Alipay or WeChat? Upon hearing this, Su Yingxue's brows furrow in exasperation. Hey, weren't you the one who said you would treat me to dinner? Lin Yan nods, indeed. However, my money is useful, and your salary is substantial. You should earn it. Calm down, calm down. Su Yingxue places her hand on her chest, overwhelmed by her feelings towards Lin Yan. Sometimes, he feels like a hero. Other times, he seems like an utterly ordinary person. It's quite a perplexing mix of emotions, both amusing and frustrating. Payment of 65 yuan received. Upon receiving the payment, the proprietress gives Lin Yan a thumbs up. After departing from the eatery, Lin Yan suggests that Su Yingxue accompany him for a stroll to aid digestion, declaring it part of their date. With no choice but to comply, Su Yingxue agrees. As they arrive at the entrance of a honey snow ice city, Lin Yan halts and turns to her, asking, "Are you thirsty?" Su Yingxue glances at the sign for Snow King and instantly understands his intention. What would you like to drink? Well done. You're quick to respond. Lin Yan chuckles. I'd like milk tea with ice and less sugar. Upon hearing this, Su Yingxue immediately turned and walked towards the counter. Hello. Could I trouble you for a large cup of milk tea with ice and less sugar? The moment Lin Yan opened his mouth, she already anticipated what was about to unfold. It would be more straightforward to be direct. Just then, a small electric scooter screeched to a halt at the entrance of the Snow King. A man clad in a yellow robe hurried to the counter, calling out, "Order number 49. After retrieving his order, he noticed Su Yingxue waiting for her meal, and his eyes instantly brightened. Wow, what a stunning beauty. Which man does not admire beauty? Answer, a gay man. Any normal man still drawing breath is a lecher in some form, including those delivering food. It is entirely typical to steal glances at a beauty encountered on the street. However, encountering a goddess like the one before him is indeed a rarity, if not an anomaly. Chen Fan gazed for several seconds, reluctantly leaving the counter. For someone like her, no matter how breathtaking, he could only indulge in a fleeting visual delight. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, such fine cabbage has been plowed by a pig. Just as he placed the milk tea into the delivery box and mounted his scooter, he spotted a familiar figure. Lin Yan? Lin Yan turned, his eyes lighting up. Hey, Fancy. The two of them delivered food together in Binhai City and even rented in the same community, maintaining a reasonably good relationship. Chen Fan curiously inquired, What brings you here today? Aren't you working? After speaking, his gaze shifted to the beauty at the counter, a knowing smile spreading across his face as he leapt in front of Lin Yan, raising a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Are you here to admire the beauty? Lin Yan glanced at Su Yingxue, thinking to himself, Do I even need to look? Chen Fan continued, TSK, what a figure. Such flawless skin, and that face, surpassing even stars. Every glance is a treasure. Lin Yan replied nonchalantly, Is she really that remarkable? She's just average. Chen Fan scoffed, Please, spare me the act in front of me. With a sigh, he added, If only she were my girlfriend, I would break a rib to make her soup. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, patting his shoulder earnestly. Young man, have some ambition. A man shouldn't be so submissive, mustn't he? Chen Fan rolled his eyes, scoffing. I don't believe it. If it were you, you wouldn't be so submissive either. Just then, Su Yingxue approached, holding the milk tea, extending it to Lin Yan. Here, with ice and less sugar. Chen Fan turned in astonishment. The moment he saw Su Yingxue, he was taken aback. He hesitated for 3 seconds, his gaze darting rapidly between Lin Yan and Su Yingxue. Wait a minute. What the Lin Yan did not accept the milk tea, but instead said coolly, Insert the straw. Hearing this, Su Yingxue huffed, then took a straw from the bag, inserting it before offering it again. Despite Lin Yan's considerable efforts, even if he had some excessive demands, Su Yingxue chose not to hold it against him, treating it as if soothing a child. Such a good girl. Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction, took a sip of milk tea, and then turned to introduce Chen Fan. This is my friend, Chen Fan. Su Yingxue smiled politely and nodded. Faced with the greeting from the beautiful woman, Chen Fan responded awkwardly, bowing slightly, unable to articulate his words. Let us go. We'll have dinner together another day. Lin Yan patted his shoulder and then walked away with Su Yingxue. Chen Fan stood there, watching their figures fade away, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions. He remained in a daze for several seconds before regaining his senses. He wished he could slap himself and convince himself that none of this was real. How could a mere delivery worker be dating such a stunning girlfriend? It was more painful than death. As the night gradually fell, Su Yingshui accompanied Lin Yan, wandering back and forth in the commercial street 5 times. Her feet were sore. It was one thing to stroll, but the key issue was that he had not purchased a single item. What is the point of shopping if you're not buying anything? Still, he insisted on walking around. Come on, are we going to keep wandering? Su Yingshui finally couldn't hold back. Her tone laced with a hint of playful annoyance unique to girls. Don't rush. Let us stroll a bit longer. Lin Yan was reluctant as well. However, he had yet to receive the system's notification confirming task completion. What if they left and he hadn't fulfilled the task? Just as he voiced his concern, the long-awaited system notification finally sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the novice task. Reward, 20,000 yuan. Unlocked B-grade trait danger perception. The ability to foresee dangers within 100 meters and quickly lock onto the enemy's position. Novice task prompt. Embrace Su Yingshui for over 10 seconds. Chapter 10. Xiaozhi unleashes a startling revelation danger perception? Does it mean that a radar alarm system has been installed within me? This term is quite intriguing, and Lin Yan is thoroughly pleased. The previous 2 terms were both offensive in nature, but now there is an introduction of proactive defense. Excellent. His ability to preserve life has been enhanced. The dazzling string of numbers swiftly captivated Lin Yan's attention due to its unique allure. 20,000 yuan. Earning 30,000 in a single day was previously something he wouldn't have dared to even contemplate. What a thrilling experience. Upon returning, he must indulge himself. In the midst of his excitement, Lin Yan glanced at the tasks for the 3rd stage of the system. Embrace for more than 10 seconds. Given his understanding of Su Yingshui and the current state of their relationship, it could only be described as a considerable challenge. Noticing this, Su Yingshui furrowed her brow slightly. This was the 2nd time she had witnessed Lin Yan reaching such a peak of ecstasy in the presence of thin air. The glint of a greedy wolf in his eyes, his heavy breathing, the rolling of his Adam's apple. If she didn't interrupt him soon, Su Yingshui genuinely feared he might perform some astonishing act in public. It was time to put an end to this. Huh? Lin Yan's thoughts were interrupted as he turned to look at her, quickly realizing the situation. He shrugged his shoulders and expressed his regret, saying, "We were almost at the door, but alas, you scared me back." Su Yingshui shot him a disdainful glance. "By the way, aren't you a police officer?" Lin Yan inquired once more. "Indeed," Su Yingshui responded, locking eyes with him in a challenging manner. Lin Yan, with utmost seriousness, declared, "Isn't your duty to serve the people? I am in urgent need of your services right now, and I hope you won't fail to recognize my request." Su Yingshui was momentarily taken aback by his audacity and quickly came to her senses. How could he be so shameless? In broad daylight. So brazenly flirting with a police officer. Did he grow up with no sense of propriety? Her chest heaved with indignation as she pointed at him and scolded, "Get lost. You filthy rogue." Very well. Task accomplished. Lin Yan had intended to return home, so he turned to leave. At that moment, Su Yingshui's phone rang. It was a call from Captain Li Feng of the criminal investigation team. "Hello, Xiaoxue," Li said. "Captain Li," she replied. "Just now, Xiaozhi revealed an important piece of information. Lin Yan may be in danger." "What did you say?" Su Yingshui exclaimed in shock. 10 minutes earlier. Binhai City Public Security Bureau, Serious Criminal Interrogation Room. In the cramped and dimly lit space, smoke filled the air, creating an atmosphere thick with tension and oppression. Seated in the interrogation chair was Xiaozhi, shackled with leg irons and handcuffs, a cigarette dangling from his lips, a sinister smile plastered across his face. Opposite him sat Captain Li Feng of the criminal investigation team. Xiaozhi took a deep drag from his cigarette, the paper igniting rapidly with a hissing sound. He exhaled a plume of smoke and slowly remarked, "To be honest, I am quite unwilling. If it weren't for that person, you bunch of incompetents would never have been able to keep me here." As his words hung in the air, a vivid image began to surface in Xiaozhi's mind. Yesterday's moment that marked the only time in his life he had ever felt despair. He clutched his firearm tightly. Crouched at the tail of the helicopter, the man leaped from the aircraft, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps coming from the left. A decade of special forces training, alongside 5 years as a mercenary, had left him accustomed to the razor's edge of life and death. The ability to discern direction by sound was a fundamental skill. He had made all necessary preparations, intending to shoot the moment his adversary revealed himself. Yet, to his utter astonishment, Before he could even pull the trigger, the gunfire erupted. In his panic, when he finally attempted to squeeze the trigger, he discovered that it was gone, shattered by a single bullet from his foe. What did this signify? It signified absolute confidence and a mastery of marksmanship. If his opponent so chose, Qiuji had no doubt that the bullet would pierce his brow without hesitation. Having weathered countless battles, Qiuji had encountered many masters, yet he had never before experienced such a sense of helplessness and despair. In an instant, his firearm had transformed into a mere stick for fueling a fire. In desperation, he disregarded everything else. Close-quarters combat was his only option. He had initially presumed that his opponent was merely skilled with a gun, and he believed he could turn the tide in hand-to-hand combat. However, despair awaited him still. The martial arts he took pride in could not bring him close enough to force his adversary into action. The sensation of being overpowered was something Qiuji would never forget. It felt akin to a hero from Jin Yang's martial arts realm confronting a cultivator from an internet fantasy novel. An insurmountable chasm lay between them. Who provided you with the boat? Li Feng did not engage with his words, but instead asked with a grave expression. Qiuji was determined to reach the open sea, which implied that someone must have supplied the means for his clandestine passage. This indicated the potential existence of accomplices. Sighing heavily, Qiuji took a deep drag from his cigarette, the ember glowing fiercely against his lips before he paused. You cannot fathom the despair I felt at that moment. With a thud, Li Feng slammed his palm on the table, rising to his feet as he pointed at Qiuji, declaring loudly, Qiuji, I warn you. Do not divert the topic, confess the pertinent details. This is your best chance for leniency. Upon hearing this, Qiuji scoffed. As for me, I am certain I will not die, whether you believe it or not. Li Feng frowned, his gaze fixed intensely on Qiuji's sharp, chilling eyes. Your life or death is not for me to decide. My profession is to elicit your confession. With a sinister laugh, Qiuji replied, You cannot kill me. You lack the ability. However, he added, I know someone will certainly die. Who? Li Feng inquired, his expression turning serious. Qiuji, as if driven mad, exclaimed, No matter how skilled he is, can he evade the bullets of the Black Wolf? No matter how precise his aim, can he avoid the bullets of the Black Wolf? He must die. He absolutely must die. If he lives, there will be unrest. In an instant, Li Feng realized something was amiss. The Black Wolf, a notorious assassin on the police SA wanted list. The individual whom Qiuji alluded to as facing imminent death is likely Lin Yan. Upon this realization, he hastily exited the interrogation room and dialed Su Yingxue. Indeed, it was Qiuji's own words, and observing his demeanor, it seemed implausible that he was fabricating tales. Therefore, you must ensure he remains vigilant and preferably stays in a secure location. Li Feng paused momentarily before adding, I shall approach the leadership shortly to seek the possibility of requesting police protection. After ending the call, Li Feng proceeded directly to the deputy director's office. Zhang Donghai had been dismissed from his position, and currently, the operations of the Binhai City Public Security Bureau were overseen by Deputy Director Wang Wenxin. Knock, 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 come in. Wang Wenxin appeared to be in his early 50s, with thinning hair and a physique reminiscent of Ador. Upon noticing Li Feng, he furrowed his brow and inquired, Is there a conclusion from the interrogation? Li Feng shook his head, replying, Not yet, but Qiuji disclosed that there is a strong possibility someone may target Lin Yan. At this, Wang Wenxin's expression tightened. Who? Li Feng responded, Black Wolf. What? Wang Wenxin instantly straightened, astonished. Are you implying that Black Wolf intends to assassinate him? Chapter 11. The allure of Su Yingxue after her bath. Li Feng nodded, expressing his desire to request police protection for Lin Yan. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenxin slowly took a seat, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. No, it's impossible. Qiuji is currently incarcerated. How could he possibly be aware of the circumstances outside? He is undoubtedly attempting to disrupt our law enforcement's focus and confuse our judgment. We must not fall for his deceit. However, Li Feng was reluctant to concede. But Director Wang, Qiuji does not seem to be fabricating lies. Just moments ago, Li Feng had witnessed a glimmer of despair in the eyes of the notorious criminal Qiuji for the first time. It appeared he had been subjected to a significant shock, rendering his mental state quite unstable. Yet, when Qiuji had spoken those words, he had been animated and fervent, seemingly more eager to see whether the Black Wolf could indeed eliminate Lin Yan than to wish for Lin Yan's demise. Enough, Wang Wenxin interjected, raising his hand. With so many issues arising within the Bureau, we are in dire need of personnel. We cannot mobilize our resources merely based on Qiuji's utterances. Such actions would lead to unnecessary depletion. Someone is plotting to kill Lin Yan? Su Yingshui murmured, suddenly regaining her composure as she gazed at the retreating tall, slender figure, promptly pursuing him. Wait. She dashed in front of Lin Yan, looking up at him, breathless as she exclaimed, "You cannot return home just yet. I just received a call from the police department indicating that someone may attempt to harm you." Harm me? Lin Yan pointed to himself in disbelief. He had neither spat in the food of strangers nor crossed the street on an elderly woman's behalf. He truly could not fathom how he had offended anyone. Su Yingshui nodded. "I am not entirely sure of the specifics, but the captain just mentioned that the Black Wolf may target you." The name Black Wolf resonated ominously within the police system of Lingnan province. Qiu Zhi was in the open, while the Black Wolf lurked in the shadows. In merely a decade, he had assassinated over 30 individuals from both the underworld and law enforcement, including a former director of the Public Security Bureau. After each murder, he would leave behind a distinctive Black Wolf head emblem, earning him the moniker Black Wolf. This elusive figure seemed to defy all investigative methods and surveillance equipment, capable of appearing at his target's location without a trace. Black Wolf. Lin Yan furrowed his brow, clearly unfamiliar with the name. Yet, he suddenly recalled a remark made by Qiu Zhi when he was apprehended by the police yesterday. "You are the strongest person I have ever encountered. Yet you should not wade into these murky waters." Initially, Lin Yan had thought little of it. But now it seemed that Qiu Zhi's implication was that he had become a disruptor, encroaching upon the interests of certain hidden forces, thus rendering himself a target for elimination. Nevertheless, Lin Yan did not feel particularly anxious, for upon completing his mission, the system had bestowed upon him a new attribute, danger perception. Within 100 meters, he could sense impending peril. With his exceptional skills, it suffices for him to possess the ability to foresee danger in advance. However, this does not guarantee absolute safety. After all, he lacks a firearm, rendering him incapable of executing a counterattack in a timely manner. As the saying goes, no matter how proficient one is in martial arts, one must still fear a kitchen knife. Should an adversary lie in wait and open fire from a concealed position, even with an ability to anticipate peril, it would prove exceedingly challenging to navigate the situation. "If I don't go back, where shall I go?" Lin Yan inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yingshui replied, "To my home." As a criminal investigator, she frequently carried her service weapon due to the demands of her recent assignments. Even in the face of danger, she would not be entirely defenseless. For the time being, she decided to take Lin Yan back home, intending to devise a strategy once they returned to the station. "To your house?" Lin Yan's eyes brightened. His thoughts did not initially gravitate towards safety concerns, but rather the implications of a solitary male and female in a confined space, an explosive situation. Indeed, should sparks ignite, he might find himself in a position to win her over, potentially accelerating his progress. Moreover, going to her residence offered the delightful prospect of enjoying her hospitality. Lin Yan found himself bereft of any reason to decline. Very well. In Binhai City, as dusk fell, the vibrant hues of the city gradually surrendered to the twinkling stars. On Changming Road, at a mobile stir-fried noodle stall, a bare-chested man diligently tossed rice noodles in the wok. At that moment, a slender man wearing sunglasses approached the stall and requested, "A portion of stir-fried noodles, no noodles, just rice, please, to go." The vendor paused momentarily, then furrowed his brow and asked, "Would you like salt?" The man in sunglasses shook his head, requesting nothing at all. The vendor specifically reminded him to be cautious, as this target was particularly elusive. Should he be discovered, not only would he fail his mission, but he might also find himself in grave danger. "Understood," the man replied coolly. A few minutes later, the vendor handed him a box of freshly prepared noodles. The man extracted 10 yuan and a photograph from his pocket, the back of which contained detailed information about the target. At Tianyu Garden, Lin Yan was no stranger, having delivered food here before. The buildings were neither old nor new, approximately a decade in age. However, the residents of this locale were invariably affluent or influential. Numerous officials and wealthy individuals resided here, contributing to a relatively secure environment, with police patrols more frequent than in other areas. Given Su Yingshui's esteemed background, Lin Yan found no surprise in her residence here. Sitting on the sofa, he surveyed what could potentially be his future father-in-law's home. The system had decreed their union. Who would dare oppose? He surveyed the surroundings, nodding in approval. Not bad at all. The decor leaned towards a Chinese style, featuring 3 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Simple yet cozy, imbued with a feminine charm. The air was fragrant, and even the toothbrushes and towels appeared brand new. Su Yingxue retrieved a pair of men's slippers from the shoe cabinet, saying, "These are for my dad. You can." Realizing something was amiss, she looked up and found herself locking eyes with Lin Yan, whose expression was one of smug satisfaction. Lin Yan nodded thoughtfully, murmuring to himself, "Such special preparations, truly a labor of love. Taking advantage of even the smallest favor will only lead to one's own detriment." Su Yingxue, filled with exasperation, thought of striking him dead. "Should I also indulge in a taste of the refuse truck passing by outside?" Lin Yan shrugged nonchalantly. "I have no objections." Su Yingxue rolled her eyes at him, issuing a stern warning, "You are only permitted to roam the living room." She then retreated to the bathroom with a change of clothes, locking the door with a decisive click. Almost immediately, the sound of rushing water filled the air. Unfortunately, nothing was visible from the outside. Lin Yan retracted his thoughts and began to ponder the predicament he now faced. Su Yingxue resided on the 15th floor. There were no neighboring buildings obstructing the view from the living room balcony, though the bedroom window offered a glimpse of the adjacent structure. If he remained indoors, relying on his instinctive danger sense, he could ensure his safety, unless, of course, the adversary decided to launch an RPG. The primary concern was his inability to venture outside. However, with the enemy concealed and uncertainty surrounding whether Gao Zi's warnings were merely alarmist, Lin Yan resolved to observe the situation for 2 days before taking further action. After all, in Su Yingxue's abode, he had no worries regarding sustenance, nor would it impede his tasks. There was no need for haste. 20 minutes later, Lin Yan reclined languidly on the sofa, gazing at the enchanting beauty emerging from the bath. The bathroom door swung open, releasing a wave of warmth as Su Yingxue stepped out. Clad in a beige silk nightgown, her porcelain skin was prominently on display, accentuating her delicate collarbone and alluringly long legs, exuding an irresistible charm. Her damp hair cascaded loosely behind her, and in that moment, Su Yingxue epitomized feminine allure. Lin Yan felt his blood surge fervently, the most primal instincts beginning to awaken. Indeed, being in the company of a beautiful woman often led to either an overwhelming attachment or an insatiable desire. With a towel in hand, Su Yingxue tilted her head to dry her hair, her gaze meeting his as she caught sight of his eyes, which were fixed upon her with unabashed intensity. "Do you find me appealing?" Chapter 12. Lin Yan and Su Yingxue slept together as if it were entirely natural, showing no signs of hesitation. Lin Yan, without a flicker of an eyelid, nodded and remarked, "It's fine. Get lost." Su Yingxue rolled her eyes. She felt utterly powerless against this audacious individual. Even if she attempted to strike him, it might not yield the intended effect. Surely, she couldn't genuinely detain him and accuse him of indecency, could she? The crux of the matter was that he had not engaged in any substantial misconduct. At that moment, Su Yingxue felt a mix of exasperation and despair. "I can leave," Lin Yan said, rising and adopting a serious demeanor, "but I have a condition." "What condition?" Su Yingxue asked, her brows furrowing slightly, pondering the nature of this man who seemed to require stipulations for everything. Lin Yan replied, "You must embrace me for 10 seconds, and then I will leave immediately." "Wherever you wish me to go." Su Yingxue tilted her head in confusion. What is he saying? A hug? And it must be 10 seconds? Has he lost his mind? Suddenly, she picked up a slipper from the floor and hurled it at Lin Yan. With remarkable agility, he executed a flawless backbend, the slipper whizzing past him and striking the treasured Maotai liquor bottle on the cabinet behind, shattering it into a myriad of shards. Su Yingxue recoiled in shock. That was her father's prized liquor. Half an hour later, Lin Yan emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. The remnants of the broken bottle had been cleaned up by Su Yingxue, yet the rich aroma of liquor still lingered in the air. At that moment, Su Yingxue reclined on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, her fair legs curled up. Lin Yan, upon seeing her, felt an involuntary surge of blood rush to his head, even igniting an impulse to test the waters. However, his gaze fell upon the police gun resting beside Su Yingxue, instantly restoring his composure. "Where will I sleep tonight?" Lin Yan inquired. Su Yingxue furrowed her delicate brows and pressed her lips together in contemplation. Given that he was a lethal assassin, the most prudent approach would be for them to share the same sleeping quarters, allowing her to respond swiftly in case of an emergency. Yet, the thought of sharing a bed with a man stirred some resistance within her. Of course, there was another option. She could hand the gun to Lin Yan for his self-defense. With his marksmanship, he would certainly have a better chance of survival than she would while armed. However, The police's strict prohibition against lending out firearms was an unyielding rule. In a genuine crisis, such matters could be discussed, but for now, those perilous remarks were merely one-sided grievances. You can sleep in my room, I suppose, Su Yingxue finally said, suddenly sitting upright and turning to Lin Yan with a stern warning. I am doing this to protect you, so don't get any strange ideas. You will sleep on the floor. Huh? Lin Yan scoffed, as if he were particularly eager for her company. With that, he turned and headed towards the kitchen. Feeling hungry and in need of something to eat, Su Yingxue watched his retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, her close friend Qin Lili sent a message. Xiao Xue, I have a question for you. Su replied. Lily continued. There are people in the group saying that it wasn't the police who rescued the hostage yesterday, but an ordinary person. Is that true? Su Yingxue furrowed her brows as she read the message. The events of yesterday had not been given the opportunity for media coverage. The Public Security Bureau had thoroughly sealed off information afterward, striving to minimize the impact. Consequently, much of the information stemmed from the whispers of nearby residents. There were countless versions circulating. Some claimed half the hostages had perished, others said Qiu Ji had fled by helicopter into international waters, while some insisted that the SWAT team had sniped Qiu Ji. Naturally, there was also the version that Lily had mentioned. Su inquired, who said that? Lily responded, many people are saying it. They claim to have seen a young man appear at the bank entrance that day, quickly getting into a car and being whisked away, right before the hostages were rescued. Sigh, if only this heroic figure were my boyfriend. Su teased, are you daydreaming again? Lily retorted, be disgusted with that. I'm just indulging in a fantasy. She added, look at him, and then look at Lin Yan. It's really. By the way, Xiao Xue, have you deleted him from WeChat? Su Yingxue glanced toward the kitchen, pondering. Can I say he is currently cooking in my home? An hour later, Lin Yan lay on the floor beneath Su Yingxue's bed, the room enveloped in darkness. How did you develop such marksmanship? Su Yingxue asked. She had always been curious about the source of Lin Yan's skills, and had even suspected he might be a mercenary returning from abroad. However, the Bureau had investigated yesterday, revealing that Lin Yan's hometown was a small county in Bihai City, with both parents being ordinary individuals and no records of him traveling abroad. Naturally, there was no evidence to suggest he practiced shooting or martial arts. Everyone could only conclude that he was a gifted enthusiast of military tactics and martial arts, having honed his skills in secret, as there was simply no other explanation. Oh, I bought a toy gun when I was a child and just practiced until I got the hang of it, Lin Yan replied casually. This was clearly not the truth. But Su Yingxue did not press further. The law did not stipulate that one could not harbor secrets, and as long as no crime had been committed, the police had no authority to interfere. However, one thing was certain, Lin Yan was undoubtedly a prodigy with firearms, much like a genius in mathematics or physics. He could perceive what was invisible to others and accomplish feats unimaginable to the average person. Then why didn't you consider participating in shooting sports and becoming a professional athlete? Su Yingxue queried again. Given Lin Yan's marksmanship, it would have been effortless for him to become a professional athlete. She wouldn't have been surprised if he had won an Olympic gold medal. Yet, he had chosen to work as a delivery man, which seemed to squander his talent. Well, I am inherently low-key and dislike drawing attention to myself, Lin Yan replied. Su Yingxue heard this and frowned slightly, feeling as though his words were somewhat pretentious, yet lacking evidence to prove otherwise. That's quite rare. Su Yingxue complimented, adding silently to herself, apart from being a lecher, he truly excels in all aspects. And you are so beautiful, why not pursue a career as a star? Lin Yan countered. My grandfather fought against the Japanese, and my father fought in the self-defense counterattack war. As Su Yingxue began to speak, Lin Yan interrupted. So, you aren't biologically related? What on earth is going on? Su Yingxue frowned. Lin Yan explained, your father and grandfather are both military men, yet you have become a police officer. This lineage is evidently impure. Su Yingxue shot him a glance. My mother is a police officer. Oh, I see. Lin Yan said, suddenly enlightened, and continued to lie down. You take after your mother. The two engaged in light banter, and before they knew it, they had drifted off to sleep. The following morning at 7:40 a.m. Outside the Tianyu garden. Here to see your best friend again. The security guard greeted warmly, automatically opening the gate. Indeed, Qin Lili responded with a smile. She and Su Yingxue had been classmates since elementary school. When Su Yingxue's family first moved to Binhai, Qin Lili became her very first friend. Later, when Su Yingxue's father was reassigned, and her mother remained at the Binhai Public Security Bureau, Su Yingxue completed her high school education there, and Chen Lili became her closest confidant. Eventually, when Su Yingxue's mother was also transferred, Su Yingxue became a police officer in Binhai City, leaving her alone in the residence. She entrusted Chen Lili with a key for her convenience. Stepping out of the elevator and arriving at door 1503, Chen Lili pressed her fingerprint against the scanner. Ding! The security door unlocked automatically. As she entered the apartment, she adeptly reached for a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet, only to be taken aback by the sight of a pair of men's shoes on the floor. Chapter 13. My dear, you were magnificent last night. She froze instantly. Her brow furrowed, lost in contemplation. According to Su Yingxue's previous accounts, her father had always worn leather shoes, and she had not mentioned any guest coming over last night. Chen Lili's gaze once again fell upon the pair of Hongxing Erk sneakers at the entrance. A bold thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that she had a boyfriend? Chen Lili's eyes involuntarily drifted towards Su Yingxue's bedroom, her heart brimming with indignation. How could you, little Shui, not tell me you were dating someone? She slipped on her slippers and stealthily approached Su Yingxue's door. Little Shui, she whispered, her insatiable curiosity burning fiercely within her like a wildfire. Compelling her hand to slowly reach for the doorknob and gently twist it. With a soft click, the door opened slightly. Chen Lili eagerly pressed her eye against the crack, and the sight before her left her utterly speechless. Su Yingxue, clad in a delicate nightgown, was nestled in bed with a man. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the man was Lin Yan, the frugal guy she had met on a blind date just 2 days prior. Ah! Chen Lili's exclamation pierced the tranquility of the room like a sharp alarm, rousing the two from their slumber. They both opened their eyes, bleary and bewildered, staring at each other in shock. When did you come in? Su Yingxue's voice trembled with panic. Lin Yan shook his head innocently. I have no idea. He struggled to recall, vaguely remembering dreaming of tossing and turning on a hard bed, unable to find sleep. Eventually, in a daze, he had reached out and found a soft spot, which he then climbed onto. Later, he dreamt of having a beautiful wife. The comfort of sleeping beside her making him reluctant to awaken. Su Yingxue hurriedly pushed Lin Yan away, sitting upright and glancing at Chen Lili at the door. Lily, it's not what you think. Just 3 days after her best friend's failed blind date, she found herself in bed with her friend's suitor. This scenario was more ludicrous than a soap opera. Su Yingxue pinched the bridge of her nose in exasperation, wondering how to explain the predicament now that they were caught in such a compromising situation. Little Shui, you. Chen Lili's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across her face. Little Shui, are you out of your mind? How could you be with him? In Chen Lili's eyes, Lin Yan was unworthy of Su Yingxue. Moreover, their relationship had escalated alarmingly fast. How could they have ended up together in such a short span? After all, her friend had always been a traditional girl, never even having had a boyfriend before. How could she be so easily swayed? Lin Yan furrowed his brow slightly, then sat up straight, patting Su Yingxue's shoulder with a doting smile. My dear, you were wonderful last night. I'm going to freshen up now. You two take your time to chat. Love you. With that, he swung his legs off the bed and made his way toward the bathroom. At these words, Chen Lili was momentarily stunned, while Su Yingxue remained frozen in place, her mind a blank slate. What does he mean by that? What does it mean to perform splendidly? Xiaoxue, you are being foolish. Chen Lili finally snapped back to reality, wearing an expression of exasperation. How could such a beautiful policewoman be involved with someone like Lin Yan, a mere nobody? I didn't do anything. Su Yingxue's face displayed helplessness, her eyes reflecting a sense of unspoken grievance. Lin Yan entered the bathroom and closed the door, promptly accessing the system interface. As expected, the task released yesterday had been successfully completed. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. Strategy progress 10, reward of 30,000 yuan received. Beginner task reminder. Hold hands with Su Yingxue for no less than 1 minute. Current strategy progress 30. Lin Yan gazed at the system rewards, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He never anticipated that this task would be accomplished so effortlessly. Initially, he had planned to rack his brain for various ways to embrace Su Yingxue for 10 seconds, only to find that a simple nap had sufficed. This feeling was akin to placing bets on 4 football matches, only to wake up the next day and discover a perfect score. It was utterly unexpected and exhilarating. The industrial and commercial bank card ending in 8238 on September 10th at 7:58, transfer received 30,000 yuan, balance 60,732,000 yuan. ICBC, watching his savings steadily grow, Lin Yan found himself reluctant to spend. from 3-digit sums to 5-digit amounts, and eventually aspiring for 7 and 8 figures. Who could truly comprehend the joy of saving? A few minutes later, Su Inchue, employing some method, finally managed to send Lili away. Lin Yan was indifferent to the intricacies of their friendship. In fact, he had never held a favorable opinion of Lili, and seeing her humbled brought him a sense of satisfaction. While brushing his teeth, Su Inchue entered the bathroom clad in pajamas. Her fair face shrouded in a layer of frost. Last night while sleeping, she felt as though something was pressing against her. Initially, she thought she was dreaming. Now she realized it was due to this fellow's, well, you know what. Huh? Lin Yan turned in surprise, his mouth foamy with toothpaste. Mumbling incomprehensibly, engaging in vigilante justice is illegal. As a police officer, you must not break the law. Humph. Su Inchue shot him a glance and turned to exit the bathroom. When Lin Yan finished his grooming and emerged, Su Inchue had already donned an apron and entered the kitchen. The pink apron adorned with a cartoon dog pattern dispelled the previous chill and added a touch of youthful charm to her. Su Inchue skillfully prepared eggs, boiled noodles, and heated milk. Lin Yan marveled at how someone like her, possessing both background and beauty, chose to be a police officer and exhibited such strong self-sufficiency. In contrast, Lili, they were practically polar opposites. How can you possibly get along with that thing? Lin Yan questioned, puzzled. Which thing? Su Inchue tilted her head, frowning, then realized he was referring to her friend. Chapter 14. Su Inchue suspects Lin Yan is the reincarnation of a teddy bear as she stirred the noodles in the pot, Su Inchue remarked. The formation of one's character is influenced by both innate and acquired factors. The essence of forming a friendship lies in how one person treats you, rather than how they treat others. Furthermore, I have known her for quite some time, and she was not like this back then. Lin Yan pursed his lips, acknowledging the wisdom in Su Inchue's words. It is akin to a childhood friend. Even if they were to commit a grave crime one day, in one's heart, they would still remain the cherished companion who grew up alongside you, merely having erred in judgment, and it would not diminish the years of camaraderie shared. What do you plan to do about the Black Wolf? Su Inchue inquired. Well, Lin Yan stroked his chin, lost in thought. Before he could respond, Su Inchue turned to him, her gaze resolute. This situation arose because of me. Although the Public Security Bureau has yet to dispatch officers for your protection, I will see this through. Therefore, when you devise your plan, you can count me in. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan felt a subtle warmth in his heart. It must be said, Su Inchue was truly remarkable, strikingly beautiful, possessing an exquisite figure, a gentle touch, an amiable disposition, and a strong sense of responsibility. To have such a wife would indeed bring immeasurable joy. Is there any specific information on this Black Wolf? He asked. As the ancient military adage states, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall not fear the outcome of 100 battles. Despite Lin Yan not taking the so-called Black Wolf too seriously at the moment, caution is the mother of safety. The more one knows, the more assured one feels. No. Su Inchue brought breakfast to the table, removed her apron, and turned to Lin Yan with a grave expression. The former director of the provincial department was killed by him. Lin Yan's brow furrowed at her words. Those so-called elite assassins, whether golden or silver-ranked, often have a reputation that far exceeds their actual prowess. When it comes to real combat, they are often not as formidable as they appear. However, this Black Wolf's audacity to assassinate a police chief indicates he possesses genuine skill. Yet, that is merely the word of a rival. The authenticity of his intent to kill remains uncertain. In response to her statement, Lin Yan confidently declared, what he said is true. His conviction stemmed from the system's classification of danger alert. If the system has designated it as such, there must be substance to it. How do you know? Intuition. Regardless, we cannot let our guard down. You eat first. I will go wash up. Su Inchue said as she walked into the bathroom. Lin Yan gazed at the bountiful breakfast before him, astonished that within just 2 short days, his dream of a warm family life had already been halfway realized. Now, they only needed a child. Perhaps he would give her one on another day? Yes, it is settled then. Lin Yan picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. Currently residing at Su Inchue's place, with doors and windows securely shut, the Black Wolf's attempt on his life would necessitate an entrance into the home. Moreover, he was now armed with several formidable advantages, including a danger alert, along with the protective walls of Su Inchue. Unpretentiously speaking, regardless of whether he is a Black Wolf or a White Wolf, anyone daring to cross this threshold is destined for demise. Thus, for the time being, remaining here is assuredly safe. However, Lin Yan pondered another dilemma. He could not indefinitely confine himself within these walls. A few days might suffice, perhaps even 10 or 15. But should this linger on, he might as well await the birth of Su Yingshue's son. After much contemplation, Lin Yan resolved that he ought to take the initiative and draw out this so-called Black Wolf. 10 minutes later. What? You wish to borrow a gun? Su Yingxue exclaimed in astonishment as she partook of her breakfast. The very thought of him engaging in a shootout with the Black Wolf was utterly preposterous. Moreover, as a police officer, it was customary to keep her firearm close at hand, let alone entrust it to an ordinary individual to confront a killer. Should her actions be exposed, it would not only jeopardize her but also implicate her superiors. What other choice do I have? Lin Yan spread his hands in resignation. You officers lack the capacity to protect me, and I am unarmed. I cannot live in perpetual dread. Su Yingxue had just communicated with Li Feng, who informed her that Wang Wenxin refused to allocate police protection for Lin Yan. It appeared they would have to devise their own strategies to confront this crisis. Yet, Lin Yan's plan was far too reckless for her to feel at ease. You are in the light, while he lurks in the shadows. Even with a firearm, what difference would it make? I have my own strategy. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Yan's gaze exuded confidence. Rather than live in constant fear, it was more prudent to lure the serpent from its lair, ensuring a permanent resolution. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yingxue shook her head. No. What if something goes awry? I cannot be held accountable. In truth, her concern for Lin Yan's safety overshadowed any notions of accountability. This sensation was akin to a lover poised to undertake a perilous mission. Lin Yan leaned forward, bridging the distance between them, and locked his gaze onto Su Yingshue's eyes. If I fail to act, and ultimately fall prey to the Black Wolf, will you not feel guilt? Will you not wonder if, had you lent me the gun, perhaps the tragedy could have been averted? Su Yingxue fell into silence. Lin Yan's assertion rang true. If such a calamity were to occur, regret would indeed envelop her. Thus, mending the fence after the sheep had strayed seemed futile. Upon hearing his words, Su Yingxue found herself ensnared in turmoil. Lin Yan's tone shifted, becoming resolute as he regarded her with unwavering conviction. Trust me, in matters of firearms, a mere marksman is but a stepping stone. He is merely a trivial assassin. Hardly worth concern. Su Yingxue lifted her gaze to meet Lin Yan's profound eyes. From within them radiated a powerful confidence that compelled her to trust him. Slowly, she pushed the handgun across the table towards him. Regardless of the circumstances, you must ensure your own safety. Her tone bore the weight of a command, akin to a promise exchanged between lovers at parting. Lin Yan accepted the gun, his fingers gently caressing the cold metal, a wave of reassurance washing over him. How delightful it would be to carry a firearm year-round. Su Yingxue cast him a glance filled with disdain. The sight of him, seemingly entranced by the mere touch of a firearm, left one pondering the depths of his thoughts. Suddenly, Lin Yan sat upright and inquired, Do you wish to capture the Black Wolf alive? Alive? Su Yingxue momentarily failed to grasp the implication. Have you not long desired to behold the true visage of the Black Wolf? Do you not wish to seize him as a living captive? You still want him alive? Su Yingxue found herself oscillating between amusement and exasperation. At such a critical juncture, he still found time for jest, unaware of the depths of her concern for him. If you truly wish, I shall procure him for you. Lin Yan, with a carefree demeanor, responded, Very well. However, I have a condition. Should I successfully capture the Black Wolf alive, you must allow me to hold your hand for a minute. Hold your head. Su Yingxue shot him a glare, incredulous that amidst such pressing matters, his mind was consumed with such frivolous thoughts. Perhaps it is time to take you to a specialist. One must wonder if you were ever bitten by a teddy bear in your childhood. Chapter 15. The slightly inept assassin in the office of the deputy director, Wang Wenxin. Li Feng and Huang Wenxuan were present. A knock echoed through the room. Come in, called out Wang Wenxin. Su Yingxue pushed the door open and entered. Xiao Xue. Is there something you need? Huang Wenxuan inquired with a smile. Ignoring him, Su Yingxue strode directly to the desk, fixing her gaze upon Deputy Director Wang Wenxin. Director Wang. I have something to report, she declared, placing her police badge on the table. The three exchanged bewildered glances. What could this mean? Wang Wenxin, with urgency, pressed Xiao Xue. What are you doing? Taking a deep breath, Su Yingxue confessed. I lost my gun. The room fell into stunned silence. In China, the prohibition of firearms is absolute. For both police and military personnel, losing a weapon is an exceedingly grave matter. Where did you lose it? Li Feng asked, his expression tense. I will send someone to search for it immediately. Su Yingxue shook her head. I lent it to Lin Yan. The revelation left the others agape. The loss of a firearm was already shocking, but the fact that Su Yingxue had entrusted it to an ordinary person was unfathomable. Xiaoxue, how could you lend your gun to someone unqualified? Huang Wenxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Wenxin abruptly stood, his corpulent frame quivering with indignation. His face contorted like a crumpled newspaper. Xiaoxue, do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? He never anticipated that such a significant issue would arise so soon after assuming his role. Yet, given Su Yingxue's unique position, if he were to report this incident and request disciplinary action, what benefit would it yield for him? Approaching the door, Wang Wenxin closed it firmly and spoke in a low voice. For now, this matter remains between us. Xiaoxue, you must retrieve your gun immediately, as if nothing has transpired. Li Feng nodded vigorously. Yes, as long as no harm has come, there is still a chance to rectify this. Huang Wenxuan chimed in. Xiaoxue, how many times have I warned you? Lin Yan is not a good person. Now look, he has taken your gun. Who knows what else he might deceive you about in the future? Su Yingxue shot a cold glance at Huang Wenxuan before turning her attention back to Wang Wenxin. This is my decision, and I will bear the consequences myself. Lin Yan is going to confront the Black Wolf. What? All three exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with shock. With a resounding clap, Wang Wenxin slammed his hand on the desk, causing the documents to flutter. Absurd. The police have pursued the Black Wolf for years without a trace, and he dares to claim he will capture him alive? Is he attempting to showcase his own abilities, thereby insinuating that we, as police, are inept? Huang Wenxuan scoffed. Last time he got lucky and caught Qiuji, and now he thinks he is invincible. The provincial director perished at the hands of the Black Wolf. He is merely a skilled marksman. Should he encounter the Black Wolf, he may not even comprehend how he met his demise. Li Feng, with a serious demeanor and urgent tone, implored, Xiaoxue. It is one thing for Lin Yan to be reckless, but why are you indulging in such folly? If anything goes awry, who will shoulder the responsibility? Hurry and make the call, inquire about his whereabouts, and swiftly retrieve the firearm. The Lin Yuan residential complex is situated at the entrance of an old street, bustling with numerous shops, albeit predominantly small stalls and stores. The thoroughfare is alive with the constant hum of electric bicycles, with delivery riders and couriers perpetually in motion. Just a few steps out, a tricycle laden with cardboard boxes followed him into the complex. Lin Yan cast a brief glance back. The rider was a shirtless middle-aged man, with dark skin and unkempt hair. Lin Yan quickened his pace towards the stairwell of Building 3. Upon entering the stairwell, he deliberately paused to look back, and indeed, the middle-aged man was following closely behind, carrying the boxes. Lin Yan slowed down to ascend the stairs, the man closely trailing him. He halted at the entrance of room 302, one hand gripping the key while the other stealthily reached for the handgun in his pocket. Should the system's danger alert sound, he would not hesitate to draw. The man, burdened with the large cardboard box, ascended slowly, and the distance between them diminished, the air in the stairwell seemingly thickening, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Excuse me, young man, the middle-aged man requested. Oh, Lin Yan replied, hastily inserting the key to unlock the iron door and enter the apartment. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yan shook his head in wry amusement, realizing his overreaction. The apartment was an old 3-bedroom unit, rather antiquated in its decor, inhabited by 3 individuals, 2 of whom Lin Yan seldom saw, as they seemed to return only in the dead of night. He proceeded to the innermost room, producing his key to unlock the door. As he pushed it open, a dark gun barrel abruptly came into view, accompanied by the face of a middle-aged man. You finally returned. Lin Yan instantly recognized that this man was the infamous Black Wolf. His dark complexion and seemingly honest demeanor resembled that of an ordinary laborer, starkly contrasting with the notorious image of a killer. Of course, top hunters often present themselves in the guise of their prey, which is not without merit. Perhaps it was precisely due to his deceptively benign appearance that he had repeatedly succeeded and eluded police capture. Yet at this moment, Lin Yan was filled with perplexity. Why had the system not triggered an alert? It was not how things were supposed to be. Black Wolf spoke. Someone warned me that you were formidable and advised me to keep my distance, lest I fall into your hands. Thus Lin Yan's lips curved into a smirk. Are you willing to test that? Black Wolf maintained his composure. I have already witnessed it, but if before he could finish, Lin Yan felt an overwhelming force strike his wrist, causing the gun to slip from his grasp. Following that, a powerful knee strike struck his abdomen, sending him uncontrollably reeling backward. Black Wolf curled up in pain, his expression contorted. A single maneuver from Lin Yan had rendered him utterly incapacitated. revealing an alarming level of strength. Lin Yan scoffed. With such prowess, you dare to flaunt it before me? He finally understood why Black Wolf left a mark after each kill. It turned out he was merely a pretentious fool. Those who boast inevitably attract misfortune. Lin Yan tore a data cable from the power strip, stepped forward, and placed a foot on Black Wolf's back, binding his hands behind him. Black Wolf let out a wail. The era of the assassin has come to a close. Black Wolf gazed incredulously at the young man before him. He could hardly fathom how the other's agility was so remarkable. It was so swift that he didn't even have time to pull the trigger. It was terrifying. Utterly unfathomable. Who are you? Fear-laced Black Wolf's voice, a sensation he had never experienced as a professional killer. I am your father. Lin Yan rose and brushed off his hands. If you had not been so pretentious, perhaps you could have lived a few more years, truly. In your next life, remember not to be so melodramatic. With that, he picked up the gun from the ground and dialed Suing Shui. Chapter 16. Lin Yan's cohabitation with the police flower in the office. Wang Wenxin and his colleagues were as anxious as ants on a hot stove. Xiao Shui, you have really landed in deep trouble this time. Li Feng's face was etched with disappointment. Wang Wenxin spoke sternly. We must dispatch someone to capture Lin Yan immediately. We need to retrieve both him and the weapon at once. Just then, Suing Shui's phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from Lin Yan. Hello, how are you? She inquired. I'm fine. I've captured him. He's in Building 3, Room 302 of Lin Yan Community, alive. Hurry and send someone to take him away. What? Suing Shui gasped in shock. Wang Wenxin and Li Feng exchanged glances and promptly asked, what happened? Wang Wenxin leaned in. Could it be that Lin Yan has been killed? Suing Shui hung up the phone, her face pale with fear, and turned to Wang Wenxin. Director Wang, he said, the Black Wolf has been captured. And he is alive. Upon hearing this, Li Feng smacked his thigh. I knew something bad would happen. If he has been caught. Isn't that the end for him? Wait, what did you say? The Black Wolf has been captured? Suing Shui nodded. That's what he said. In Building 3, Room 302. The three exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting disbelief. Could it be that the Black Wolf was truly apprehended? Was it really that easy to capture a top assassin? Don't the police have any pride? At Lin Yan Community. A fleet of police vehicles and 2 special forces cars descended upon the scene. With a series of loud bangs, the doors swung open, and armed officers began to cordon off the area, instantly shrouding the once bustling street in a tense atmosphere. Bystanders looked on in confusion, halting to witness the unfolding drama. What on earth is happening at Lin Yan Community? One murmured. This commotion is akin to apprehending a murderer, isn't it? Surely, there aren't terrorists involved? Well, you never know. With this display, it's quite possible. Suing Shui and Li Feng, accompanied by the Special Forces team, hurried towards the 3rd floor where Lin Yan was located. The door was slightly ajar. Exchanging a knowing glance, they lifted their hands in unison to push the door open. Inside, the light was dim, and the team, armed and alert, cautiously advanced. Although Lin Yan had called, who could guarantee that he wasn't setting a trap under the Black Wolf's coercion? There were 3 rooms. 2 doors were tightly shut, while the one directly opposite stood open, faint sounds of keyboard tapping emanating from within. The group slowed their breathing, moving stealthily toward the entrance. As they neared the door, Suing Shui suddenly darted inside, weapon raised. However, what greeted her were 2 bewildered gazes and stunned expressions. At that moment, Lin Yan was seated at a dilapidated computer desk in the corner by the window, engrossed in playing League of Legends. Beneath the desk, a man was bound hand and foot, a foul sock stuffed in his mouth, while a silenced pistol lay on the bed. Suing Shui paused in confusion. What was happening? Playing games while stepping on the Black Wolf? My heavens! What sort of person could carry out such a feat? Li Feng and the others rushed in, engulfed in disbelief. The modest room was crowded with people. Everyone gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. You tell me this fellow is the Black Wolf? If it weren't for the gun lying on the bed, they would never believe that he is a notorious assassin from Lin Yan. Where is the assassin's prestige? Oh, it has been trampled underfoot. Moments later, the Black Wolf was taken away, leaving only Suing Shui and Lin Yan in the room. Suing Shui surveyed her surroundings. The walls were peeling, the furniture was worn, and the lighting and ventilation were abysmal. She couldn't help but ask, do you live here? Indeed. Lin Yan replied as he finished his game and stood up. How do you manage meals? Lin Yan shrugged. I eat out. When I'm hungry, I have a bowl of noodles or a boxed meal. When I'm busy, I skip meals. I want to starve. A strange pang tugged at Suing Shui's heart. This only strengthened her resolve to fight for Lin Yan's formal recognition. Lin Yan approached the wardrobe and opened it, saying, "All my belongings are here. Take a look and see what you think I should take with me." "What? Where are we going?" Suing Shui asked, puzzled. "To your home," Lin Yan said earnestly. "With all this commotion, I can't stay here anymore. I have to move in with you." "Move into my home? For a long stay?" Suing Shui was taken aback. Lin Yan nodded and pulled out his phone to show her the WeChat messages. "See, I've already informed the landlord that I'm vacating." Suing Shui was utterly bewildered. Lin Yan sighed. "Earlier, I offered to help you capture the Black Wolf in exchange for holding your hand for a minute, but you declined. So, let us consider this as rent payment instead." Suing Shui sighed in resignation. She found the idea of paying rent far more acceptable than holding hands. Yet, the thought of cohabiting with this man, who was also her best friend's romantic prospect, made her feel uneasy. In the end, Suing Shui could not bring herself to refuse. Was it due to Lin Yan's dismal living conditions, the terms of capturing the Black Wolf, or perhaps some other reason she couldn't articulate? Regardless, the words of denial remained unspoken. Chapter 17. The name of Lin Yan reverberates through the conference hall in the provincial conference room. The attendees were all members of the provincial leadership team. Huang Weiyong scanned the crowd and began, regarding Comrade Zhang Donghai's unilateral decision-making, disregarding the safety of the hostages, I invite everyone to share their opinions. Upon hearing this, the attendees exchanged glances, yet none seemed inclined to speak. The incident had not yet been categorized, and voicing an opinion would necessitate taking a stance. The assembled were seasoned veterans, well aware of the stakes involved. Moreover, they had no vested interests in Zhang Donghai, who would willingly become the scapegoat and bear unnecessary risks. They awaited a signal. Before Huang Weiyong could continue, he was interrupted by a striking woman in police uniform seated at the leftmost position. "I believe Comrade Zhang Donghai's actions were exceedingly reckless. He is at fault." As her words fell, all eyes turned toward her. The woman, Zhang Zhilei, served as the deputy director of the provincial public security department and was also the mother of Suing Shui. A smile graced Huang Weiyong's face, and the others, seemingly emboldened, began to voice their thoughts. Certainly, there must have been significant errors. Thankfully, the hostages are unharmed, or who could bear such a responsibility? Indeed, this situation not only contravened protocols but also lacked any risk assessment. Acting on impulse, he entrusted an ordinary individual with such a task. In my opinion, severe penalties are necessary to set an example for all levels of institutions nationwide. Huang Weiyong turned his gaze towards Zhang Zhilei. "Deputy Director Zhang, please share your perspective." Zhang Zhilei set down her pen and spoke gently. "While Comrade Zhang Donghai undoubtedly erred, there is one point we cannot deny or overlook." At this, the attendees exchanged puzzled glances. Her remarks seemed contradictory. The first criticized, while the latter appeared to exonerate Zhang Donghai. Even Huang Weiyong furrowed his brow. Zhang Zhilei continued, "You are all seasoned detectives, having dedicated your lives to policing. Let us consider this from Zhang Donghai's perspective. What was he facing at that moment? A ruthless criminal. Qiuji, holding more than 20 hostages." Her words ignited contemplation among the group. They were familiar with Qiuji, having served as grassroots leaders themselves, and understood that in such circumstances, any choice Zhang Donghai made could lead to misfortune. Advancing was a mistake. Retreating was equally flawed. Under such extreme conditions, Zhang Donghai had essentially been left with no viable options. They turned their eyes once more to Huang Weiyong, as he had yet to express his stance. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he leaned against the conference table, arms crossed, thumbs rhythmically rolling. "Please, continue." Zhang Zhilei nodded slightly. "Personally, I believe Comrade Zhang Donghai should not bear excessive blame. Otherwise, if a similar situation arises in the future, no one will dare to prioritize saving lives without a second thought." The office director, Fu Yuan, countered, "I disagree. Zhang Donghai was merely fortunate in his gamble. As the steadfast support of the people, how can we treat human lives as mere chips to be wagered?" His words immediately elicited a chorus of agreement. Director Fu is right. Zhang Donghai must bear the responsibility. We must resolutely not condone such behavior. As their voices subsided, Zhang Zhilei continued with measured calm. Following the incident, I inquired in detail about the relevant circumstances from my daughter at the Binhai City Criminal Police team. The unequivocal response I received was that the young man named Lin Yan indeed possesses extraordinary capabilities. He first subdued 2 armed robbers with his bare hands, and then, right before Zhang Donghai's eyes, he seized Officer Huang Wenxuan's service weapon, dismantling a Type 05 police pistol into its components in less than 2 seconds. The recorded time for dismantling a pistol is 5 seconds. I trust everyone understands the significance of those 2 seconds. One can only imagine the astonishment experienced by Comrade Zhang Donghai as he witnessed such prowess. If it were not for the recognition of this ability, how could he have taken such a considerable risk by decisively assigning an ordinary individual, lacking police credentials, to undertake such a critical task? Consider this. Had he not made that decision under immense pressure, would we truly have been able to devise an effective plan to ensure the safety of the hostage? As her words resonated, the entire conference room fell silent. In the face of objective facts, no one could find a counterargument. Zhang Xiaomei paused before continuing. Therefore, I believe that Comrade Zhang Donghai bears both merit and fault. While merits and faults cannot offset each other, they do not warrant dismissal. At this juncture, it became abundantly clear. Zhang Xiaomei was determined to defend Zhang Donghai. Who would support or oppose him would soon be revealed through a show of hands. Huang Weiyong furrowed his brow in contemplation for a few moments, his gaze sweeping the assembly before he solemnly inquired, "Are there any other opinions?" No one responded. He nodded, then said, "Very well, let us proceed to a vote. Those in agreement with Comrade Zhang Xiaomei, please raise your hands." With that, he raised his hand first amid the astonished gazes of the others. Once he raised his hand, no one else dared to dissent. In an instant, all hands were raised. Excellent. The meeting has passed the resolution to reinstate Comrade Zhang Donghai to his position, with a severe warning issued. Director Huang, I have one more matter to discuss. Zhang Xiaomei added. Huang Weiyong smiled and said, "Please proceed." Zhang Xiaomei produced a prepared document, stating, "The young man named Lin Yan is wholeheartedly eager to join the police force to uphold justice and protect the lives and property of the citizens. His exceptional abilities and his display of courage, resilience, and willingness to sacrifice align perfectly with our expectations of a police officer. He is precisely the talent we urgently need. I have also investigated his background, and it is impeccable. Therefore, I propose we approve the special recruitment of Lin Yan as a police officer." "I oppose," Fu Yuan interjected, raising his hand. "He may possess certain strengths, but the matter of special recruitment must be examined with utmost seriousness. For instance, regarding physical conditions." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Huang Weiyong. The latter lowered his head and cleared his throat twice, remaining silent, evidently in disagreement. Director Fu's words were indeed reasonable. Special recruitment should not be taken lightly. Criminal investigation requires more than just marksmanship. Mere proficiency with a firearm is insufficient. This matter truly warrants careful deliberation. Huang Weiyong raised his hand to signal for silence and addressed Zhang Xiaomei with a smile, saying, "Deputy Director Zhang, since everyone believes we can afford to pause, let us first allow him to gain experience in the auxiliary police role and evaluate his performance thereafter." As soon as he finished speaking, the secretary hurried in, visibly anxious, exclaiming, "Director Huang, we have a grave situation." Huang Weiyong furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it?" The secretary swallowed hard and replied, "Black Wolf has been captured." "What did you say?" Huang Weiyong sprang to his feet, his expression one of sheer astonishment. The secretary continued, "A report just came in from Binhai. Black Wolf has been apprehended alive and has been sent to the municipal bureau." The assembly was left in stunned disbelief. Who among them was unaware of Black Wolf? To think he had been captured alive. The shock of this news was on par with the previous arrest of Qiu Ji by Lin Yan. Who was responsible for the capture? Huang Weiyong asked. The secretary responded. The report from Binhai states it was a person named Lin Yan. What? Once again, everyone was taken aback. Yet another instance involving Lin Yan. Zhang Xiaomei, wearing a smile, remarked, "I believe that individuals of his caliber joining the police force is not merely an honor for him, but a fortune for the people and a blessing for the citizens. We are in dire need of such talent." Chapter 18. The uniformed policewoman comes to the rescue although Su Yingxue agreed to let him move in. She insisted on waiting a few days to discuss it with her parents. Thus, he would have to bide his time. After Lin Yan finished his personal hygiene routine, he sprawled on his bed, launching a game while reminiscing about the events of the past few days. Excitement and anticipation flooded his mind. His life was beginning to take a different trajectory. Even in something as trivial as gaming, his experiences had transformed. Previously, he had to carve out time amidst a busy schedule, his mind perpetually taut with obligations, striving for success, working, earning money, purchasing a home, acquiring a vehicle, and marrying. Now, however, the notions of cars and houses seemed utterly trivial. He aimed to savor life. Pleasure was his sole pursuit. Meanwhile, Su Yingxue returned home and, after freshening up, settled in her study to draft some materials. Although Lin Yan had made significant contributions, his status was that of an ordinary individual. Under normal circumstances, he would be merely presented with a certificate of honor along with a monetary reward. Given Lin Yan's aspiration to become an auxiliary police officer, why not seize this opportunity to strive for direct recruitment? Procedurally, it was feasible. However, this endeavor required someone to take the lead. Otherwise, no one would willingly complicate matters for a stranger. Su Yingxue felt that Lin Yan had invested so much for her, thus it was her turn to reciprocate. If she could assist him in securing a formal position, he would no longer need to deliver takeout. Moreover, with Lin Yan's capabilities, he might shine within the police force, potentially evolving into someone whose achievements would far exceed her own. With this thought, a faint smile graced Su Yingshue's lips. For this matter, she found herself mustering the courage to ask her mother for assistance for the first time. Buzz, her phone on the desk vibrated twice. Su Yingxue quickly picked it up to check. It was a message from her close friend, Chen Lili. Chen Lili, Xiao Xue. You haven't been in touch with that Lin Yan, have you? For some reason, the mere thought of Lin Yan with Su Yingxue unsettled her. Chen Lili believed she must consistently caution her friend to prevent her from falling into a pit of trouble. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yingxue replied, We had dinner together. Chen Lili, shocked. JPG, he actually took you out to eat? What did you have? Su Yingxue, street food. Chen Lili, see. I told you. Look at how frugal he is, taking a girl out to eat at a street stall. Spending just a few dozen yuan to woo a girl is utterly ridiculous. Xia Xue, you must distance yourself from such a person. It will tarnish your reputation. Su Yingxue, I didn't let him pay. I covered the bill. She merely intended to state the facts, clarifying that Lin Yan had no desire to spend even a dime on courting her, as he was unwilling to part with any money at all. Upon reading this, Chen Lili completely lost it. Xia Xue, are you out of your mind? You're actually subsidizing him. She felt that the world had gone mad. How could such a beautiful girl like Su Yingxue need to subsidize a poor boy? Wouldn't he that provoke laughter? She had to intervene. Chen Lili suddenly thought of someone, Huang Wenxuan. He had added Chen Lili on WeChat in pursuit of Su Yingxue, frequently presenting her with small gifts in hopes that she might speak favorably of him in front of her friend. Chen Lili felt that she could no longer single-handedly impede this situation. She needed assistance. Thus, she sent a message to Huang Wenxuan. Officer Huang, do you know who Xiao Xue is dating today? Huang Wenxuan's heart raced upon reading the message, and he quickly inquired, Who? Chen Lili replied, That pauper Lin Yan. Upon seeing the name Lin Yan, Huang Wenxuan's heart skipped a beat. The very concern he dreaded had indeed come to pass. At noon, Lin Yan awoke, relishing the sensation of waking up naturally, free from financial worries. This was the life he aspired to lead. After lounging in bed for half an hour, he got up, freshened up, and ordered takeout. After his meal, Lin Yan sat down in front of his computer. Observing the ancient, uncovered case, he frowned. In this era of wealth, how could one still be using such a decrepit machine? As the saying goes, one cannot afford to skimp on gaming, nor can one compromise on equipment. Lin Yan resolved to purchase a new computer. It is well known that computer markets often deceive novices, so, to be safe, he sent a message to Su Yingxue, seeking her assistance. Meanwhile, Su Yingxue had just exited the cafeteria when she received the message. Upon reading it, she paused, her previously sullen yet stunning face gradually relaxing. Her fair fingers typed a single word on the screen. Speak. Lin Yan replied, Are you free this afternoon? Su Yingxue responded, Speak business. Lin Yan continued. Accompany me to the computer market. By the way, it would be best if you wore your police uniform. Su Yingxue raised an eyebrow at the odd request. What on earth was he planning? Just then, Huang Wenxuan emerged from the cafeteria. Upon seeing him, Su Yingshue's previously relaxed brow furrowed once more. What is it? Huang Wenxuan smiled and said, There's a case that requires some field work. Would you accompany me this afternoon? If an invitation was not accepted, he would use work as an excuse, believing that with Su Yingshue's character, she would not refuse. I have something else to attend to. Find someone else. Su Yingxue replied curtly, turning to leave. Huang Wenxuan's smile instantly darkened. Ever since Lin Yan had appeared, Su Yingshue's demeanor towards him had grown increasingly frosty. A glint of malice flickered in Huang Wenxuan's eyes. He was determined to prevent Lin Yan from joining the police force. At 3 p.m, Lin Yan stood at the entrance of the computer market, a cardboard box containing his old computer beside him. Naturally, one must exchange the old when purchasing the new. It was a principle of resourcefulness. At that moment, a car came to a slow stop by the roadside. The door opened, and a captivating figure descended. Indeed, beautiful women are an indispensable sight on the urban streets. Su Yingxue, clad in a sharply tailored police uniform with her hair pulled back into a neat high ponytail, exhibited a tall and elegant silhouette that accentuated the uniform perfectly, adding a dash of gallantry to her previously gentle demeanor. "Surely you are not asking me to accompany you to purchase a computer?" Su Yingxue approached, her stunning visage revealing a hint of astonishment as she gazed upon the discarded computer within the cardboard box. She had initially presumed that Lin Yan had an important matter to discuss, even going so far as to request a half-day leave. Little did she anticipate this. Chapter 19. You treat, I pay? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that I am utterly unfamiliar with computers. What purpose does my presence serve? You will find out shortly. Lin Yan grasped the cardboard box and turned to enter the computer store. Su Yingxue, feeling helpless, had no choice but to follow him inside. Upon entering the store, they immediately attracted attention. To the merchants, this duo appeared as if they had come to identify a crime scene. This impression was primarily due to Lin Yan's attire and the box he cradled in his arms, which exuded an air of suspicion. Lin Yan surveyed the surroundings before making a beeline for a shop named Luhong Digital. The proprietor was a woman in her early 30s. She scrutinized Lin Yan from head to toe, her gaze quickly shifting to Su Yingxue, who was clad in a police uniform. A wave of unease washed over her. Had I committed an offense? In this line of work, aside from selling new computers and various components, one also deals in second-hand items. The origins of second-hand computers are often overlooked, making it inevitable to attract unsavory merchandise. Is there something you need? The female owner inquired tentatively. If it had been anyone else, her initial words would likely have been, "Sir, are you interested in purchasing a computer or perhaps assembling one? We have everything you need at the lowest prices in the entire computer market." Lin Yan set the box down, his expression grave, and inquired in a low voice, "Have you received any suspicious items recently?" The owner's heart sank. It was certain that she had received such items, but whether their origins were legitimate remained unknown. The arrival of the police suggested the possibility that she had unwittingly dealt in stolen goods. Upon hearing the mention of crime, anxiety began to grip her. "And no," she stammered. Lin Yan furrowed his brow, demanding, "Bring me your inventory list so we can examine it." Upon hearing this, the owner's suspicion solidified, and she quickly nodded, "Right away." She then opened a drawer and began rummaging through it. Su Yingxue frowned, still perplexed by Lin Yan's intentions. Soon enough, the owner produced a ledger, stating, "Officer, all transactions over the past few months are recorded here. Please, take a look. I assure you there are no issues. I will review it first." Lin Yan said as he picked up the ledger and began to flip through its pages. CPU 14900 purchase price. 5080. Graphics card purchase price. After a thorough examination lasting over 10 minutes, Lin Yan closed the ledger, his demeanor growing even more serious. "Are your usual selling prices reasonable? Have you ever defrauded consumers?" The owner furrowed her brow at his question, contemplating its relevance to the investigation. However, she did not dare to conceal anything and answered candidly, "To be honest, it depends on the customer. For computer enthusiasts or industry peers, our prices are generally fair. We sell as long as there's profit to be made. As for novices who know nothing about computers, we do tend to charge them more. But officer, this is normal business practice. It's a mutually agreeable exchange. And we haven't broken any loss." Lin Yan nodded, "Very well." Randomly pulling a slip of paper from his pocket, he discovered it contained a detailed computer configuration. CPU, Intel 14900. Graphics card, 5080. He promptly picked up a pen from the counter and noted the procurement price beside each component. Then, he grabbed a calculator and swiftly added the numbers, arriving at a total of 19,500. At this moment, Su Yingxue finally comprehended the situation. Lin Yan had cleverly used the guise of investigating a case to scrutinize the seller's inventory records. He had also prepared a configuration list in advance, calculating the entire procurement price, which he would then use to negotiate with the seller. Understanding the entire sequence of events, Su Yingxue felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. After all, she was a police officer, yet here she was, reduced to a mere tool. Lin Yan presented the configuration list to the female shop owner and inquired, "How much for the setup?" The shop owner was momentarily taken aback. What was happening here? She thought to herself, "Aren't you here to investigate? Why are you asking about prices now?" With suspicion, she accepted the configuration list, glanced at it, and her eyes widened in shock. It dawned on her that she had been outsmarted. This young man had already calculated her costs based on the procurement price. After a lifetime of outmaneuvering others, she had been bested by a mere chicken. Had Su Yingxue not been standing beside her, she would have surely exclaimed in frustration. 21,000, the shop owner retorted curtly. This configuration, when sold to an unsuspecting novice, could easily fetch an additional 2,000 to 3,000. Now that the buyer was privy to the procurement price, what was she to do? Refuse to sell? In business, one did not shoo away customers. Selling it to him felt somewhat unsatisfactory. Thus, she quoted a price that was not insignificant. Lin Yan frowned upon hearing her response. He had learned about this configuration on Douyin, and the online prices were roughly the same. However, purchasing online would mean waiting several days for delivery, and he was not inclined to wait. Would you sell it for 20,000? The shop owner shook her head. At 20,000, I would only earn 500 from you. Just the graphics card alone would yield me more than that. I want to sell. Lin Yan nodded and replied, all right, how about an additional 200? You'd make 700, which is quite decent for a computer. The shop owner hesitated for a moment, then relented. Fine. Business is tough these days. Every bit counts. Besides, having a police officer lingering in front of my shop is bound to affect sales. Lin Yan placed a cardboard box on the counter. I have an old computer here. Based on your stated second-hand purchase price, it should be worth 200. Therefore, I'll pay you 20,000, and that will suffice, correct? Su Yingxue was left speechless. Was this really acceptable? If one were to describe Lin Yan as generous, she would be the first to disagree. He would hardly spend money on a meal for a girl. Yet, here he was, nonchalantly purchasing a computer for 20,000 without a flicker of hesitation. Did he not value the girl at all? The shop owner looked disdainfully at the contents of the box. I would consider giving you 200 too much. Half an hour later, Lin Yan stepped out of the computer city, cradling his new laptop alongside Su Yingxue. This was the most extravagant purchase he had ever made in over 20 years, a computer costing 20,000 yuan. The thought of such an expense had been inconceivable to him in the past. He had always prioritized buying a car, a house, marrying, and starting a family. Even with a monthly income exceeding 10,000, he could never fathom parting with 20,000 for a mere computer. Approaching Su Yingxue's spicy fish head dish, Lin Yan remarked, "Could you please open your car door? Do you expect me to drive you home?" Su Yingxue felt that it was already generous of her not to blame him for delaying her work, yet he had the audacity to make such a request. Lin Yan, with utmost seriousness, replied, "It's not entirely free. I'll treat you to dinner later. You've saved me a considerable amount today, so I must treat you. Are you suggesting I host, while you cover the bill?" Su Yingxue retorted. Chapter 20. Spending 20,000 to buy a computer. Lin Yan, I'll treat you. I'll cover the expenses. If you doubt my sincerity, I can transfer the money to you right now, and then we can go eat. Su Yingxue was somewhat astonished. Why would I doubt you? It's remarkable that such words could escape the lips of this notoriously frugal man. All right, go ahead and transfer the money to me. Not an issue. Just open the car door, and I'll place the computer inside. Once the computer was securely stored, Lin Yan took out his phone, opened WeChat, and began the transfer. Shortly thereafter, Su Yingxue received a notification. 20 funds transferred to you. Su Yingxue was taken aback. Is this truly the realm of human capability? 20 yuan for a meal? Lin Yan nodded. Exactly, a bowl of noodles each, just perfect. To think it was even enough for two people's meal expenses left Su Yingxue utterly flabbergasted. Payment received, she realized that should she refuse, Lin Yan would undoubtedly reclaim those 20 yuan without hesitation. At that moment, she was determined not to allow this miserly fellow to gain any advantage. The two arrived at a nearby noodle shop. They each ordered a bowl of noodles. Su Yingxue inquired, "What have you been up to these past few days? Still delivering takeout?" Uncertain why she felt compelled to ask. Perhaps it was a subconscious urge to know his recent activities, or perhaps to understand why he hadn't messaged her. Lin Yan replied, "Not much. Just playing video games at home." Su Yingxue continued, "You should hear news soon. Becoming an auxiliary police officer is certainly within reach, albeit with a meager salary. Today, Lin Yan spent 20,000 on a computer, and she feared he might mistakenly believe the salary of an auxiliary officer was substantial, leading him to spend extravagantly. "I understand." Lin Yan clarified, "I'm not pursuing this for the salary." Su Yingxue reassured him, "Regardless of the outcome, with your capabilities, you will undoubtedly be valued. Even if this time you are not selected for special recruitment, opportunities will arise in the future." However, at that moment, an abrupt voice interrupted their conversation. "Xiao Xue." Su Yingxue frowned and looked up to see Huang Wenxuan standing on the sidewalk outside the shop, accompanied by another female police officer. Lin Yan turned his head, squinting his eyes, recognizing this individual as the officer from whom he had snatched a firearm that day. Huang Wenxuan, upon seeing Lin Yan, felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow. He had tried to invite Su Yingxue several times, only to be met with her constant refusals. Now, she was dining with a poor fellow on the roadside. Is there something you need? Su Yingxue asked, not particularly fond of Huang Wenxuan, primarily due to his unlikable nature. They had known each other since childhood, and he was known for his vindictiveness and narrow-mindedness. If there was something he desired, he would go to great lengths to acquire it. In their youth, he would cry and throw tantrums, and as he matured, he resorted to unscrupulous methods. After graduating from the police academy, Su Yingxue was assigned to Binhai, and Huang Wenxuan immediately leveraged his connections to follow her there. It was rumored throughout the Public Security Bureau that Su Yingxue was the designated daughter-in-law of the Huang family. Had it not been for Su Yingxue's equally profound background, she might have suspected Huang Wenxuan of employing even more despicable methods. Originally, Lin Yan's special recruitment was meant to proceed smoothly, but it was his interference that complicated matters. Consequently, Su Yingxue held him in even greater disdain. Huang Wenxuan's expression darkened considerably, yet he refrained from expressing his anger. He shot a glare at Lin Yan and coldly remarked, "Nothing happened, just passing by." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. After taking only a few steps, he directed his gaze towards the female police officer beside him, instructing, "You wait for me up ahead." He then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Dad. We absolutely cannot allow that kid Lin Yan to join the police force." Huang Weiyong responded, "The meeting has already approved it." "What?" Huang Wenxuan exclaimed, his voice brimming with agitation. "Dad, you promised me. How could you let it pass?" Huang Weiyong explained, "It was Zhang Zhilei who strongly recommended him." He was fully supportive of his son's pursuit of Su Yingxue. Beyond Su Yingxue's remarkable beauty and talent, her prestigious family background was also a significant factor. Her father currently held a prominent position within the military district. If this union could be facilitated, the Huang family's standing in Lingnan province would be further solidified. However, during today's meeting, Zhang Zhilei had clearly expressed her intention to protect Zhang Donghai while also advocating for this young man named Lin Yan. If Huang Wenxuan insisted on opposing, it would likely lead to a severe rift between the two families. Huang Weiyong was certainly not one to sacrifice substantial gains for minor losses. Upon hearing this, Huang Wenxuan murmured to himself, "Her recommendation implies that." Huang Weiyong continued, "The subsequent matters will have to rely on you." At Lin Yuan Residential Complex, the vehicle with the chopped pepper fish head gradually came to a halt. Lin Yan exited the car, retrieved his computer, and waved it towards Su Yingxue, expressing his gratitude. She rolled her eyes and drove away with a swift press of the accelerator. Once home, Lin Yan eagerly set up his computer, connected it to power, and powered it on. He downloaded Steam, PUBG, and League of Legends, eagerly acquiring everything he could. He felt an exhilarating sense of sudden wealth. Just then, a knock echoed at his door. "Yinzi." Lin Yan frowned slightly, recognizing Chen Fan's voice. He rose to open the door. Chen Fan, clad in a yellow robe, stood at the entrance, glancing past Lin Yan into the room. "I saw your car downstairs and figured you were home, so I came by to hang out." In truth, he was hoping to see if that beautiful girl was present. If someone like Lin Yan could attract such a stunning girlfriend, surely he could as well. If the beauty was around, it would be the perfect opportunity to familiarize himself with her, perhaps even discover if she had any friends. Upon entering the room, Chen Fan's gaze fell upon the new computer. Well, it's brand new. Being a young man himself and an avid gamer, Chen Fan shared the common enthusiasm for digital products. However, for someone like him, who had been wandering for years, owning a personal gaming computer was a luxury. "Just bought it this afternoon." Chen Fan looked at him and inquired, "How much did it cost?" Lin Yan casually replied, "Not too expensive, only 20,000. "What?" Chen Fan emitted a sharp gasp. "Do you even listen to what you were saying? 20,000 is not considered expensive?" However, he remains unconvinced. Lin Yan earns only a few thousand a month. After accounting for his own expenses, little remains. Not to mention spending 20,000 on a computer. One must question whether he even possesses such an amount. Are you just boasting to me? Is a $20,000 computer something individuals like us can afford? Chapter 21. Spending money on parents is no burden. Lin Yan lifted his cup and took a sip, speaking in a calm tone. "In truth, I am not particularly concerned about the price. I merely believe that such a computer configuration enhances the gaming experience. As a man, One must not be frugal when it comes to spending. If one does not indulge oneself, is it worthwhile to save money merely to become a sycophant? Upon hearing these words, Chen Fan felt as though he had been subtly mocked. He had been pursuing a girl for a full 3 years, presenting gifts on holidays and creating opportunities to offer tokens of affection even when there were none. In addition to attempting to win her over with sincerity and dedication, he hoped to engage her in conversation whenever possible. Even during Qiming Festival, he contemplated buying a bouquet to visit her. Just last month, in preparation for the goddess's birthday, Chen Fan had scrimped and saved for 2 months to purchase an Oppo phone for her, only to be met with disdain for not gifting an iPhone. Thus, when he saw Lin Yan walking alongside such a beautiful woman, his heart ached even more. Why should he, a mere delivery worker, endure such misfortune while Lin Yan appeared to be so fortunate? Could it truly be that the computer cost 20,000? Chen Fan remained skeptical. Lin Yan chuckled and nodded. Why would I deceive you? Let me take a look. Chen Fan exclaimed, picking up the mouse to click on the desktop icon for the software. Upon checking the computer's configuration, he was astonished by its sheer smoothness. The graphics were astonishingly fluid, prompting an involuntary gasp of awe from him. As the configuration list appeared, his eyes widened in disbelief. CPU, Intel 14900, motherboard, Z790, graphics card, 5080. Good heavens, these were all the top-tier components he had longed for. Just yesterday, while scrolling through Douyin, he had envied others assembling such computers, never imagining he would witness one in person today. What he found most surprising was that this remarkable machine belonged to Lin Yan. As fellow delivery workers, how could he afford such an exceptional computer when he couldn't even own a basic one? This thought gnawed at Chen Fan's conscience. You didn't buy this yourself, did you? Chen Fan turned to Lin Yan, his expression earnest as he inquired. Noticing the hint of jealousy burning in Chen Fan's eyes, Lin Yan nodded in agreement. Exactly. How could I possibly afford such an expensive computer? Chen Fan felt a sense of relief. It seemed only fair that they, as peers, should be on equal footing. Is it your friends that you're temporarily keeping here? He casually asked. Of course. I'm too poor to buy such a good computer, Lin Yan replied. Following Chen Fan's lead, Chen Fan laughed. Your friend must be quite wealthy. TSK. This computer is truly impressive. Lin Yan responded. It's quite ordinary, really. She doesn't play games, so she just left it here after buying it. What did he mean by that? Chen Fan detected an unsettling undertone in his words, and his smile faltered. A woman who doesn't play games yet possesses such a high-end computer, could it possibly be the same beauty from before? Suddenly, Chen Fan's body began to tremble as he connected the dots to a terrifying realization. Lin Yan found himself enveloped by the affections of a remarkably beautiful, wealthy woman. His mind momentarily blanked, and darkness swirled before his eyes as a rush of blood surged to his head. If Lin Yan had purchased the 20,000 yuan computer himself, he could have begrudgingly accepted it. However, if it was indeed a gift from a stunning beauty, Chen Fan could already feel his heart bleeding. How infuriating it was. They were all just ordinary fellows. Why did fate favor him so? With a glum expression, Chen Fan departed. Lin Yan scoffed, returning to his computer. He knew all too well the thoughts swirling in the minds of his so-called friends. It was the same old refrain. They feared their brothers would suffer, yet they also dreaded their brothers driving a luxury car. It was acceptable if you fared worse than him, but should you surpass him, well, they would be grateful if they didn't curse you behind your back. Of course, there were a few genuinely caring friends, but they were few and far between. Lost in thought, his phone rang. It was his mother. Hello, Mom. Hello, Lin Yan. What is up, Mom? Can't I call you if there is nothing going on? You've been neglecting to call home for several days. Living alone in the city, you must take care of yourself. When you're delivering food, don't rush. And never run a red light. Safety first, understand? Lin Yan felt a pang of guilt. He realized he had seldom called home or returned. The reason was simple. At his age, he had no money or career, yearning to support his parents while barely managing his own life. He had only caused them worry. I understand, Mom, he replied. By the way, I have some good news to share. What good news? His mother, Wang Xiufang, paused. Have you found a girlfriend? No. I've changed jobs. What job? I'm a police officer. Upon hearing this, there was an immediate silence on the line. Police officer? Wang Xiufang inquired. You mean as an auxiliary officer, right? She was well aware of her son's capabilities and had never dared to hope for him to become a full-fledged police officer. Yes, Lin Yan affirmed. That is wonderful, she exclaimed. At least it's safer than delivering food and not as exhausting. Work hard in the police force. Your mother supports you. Listening to his mother's joyful laughter warmed Lin Yan's heart. Oh, by the way, on the 8th of next month, your cousin is getting married. Your uncle specifically asked me to remind you, so don't forget to come back. His cousin was getting married? Lin Yan frowned slightly but replied, all right, I'll remember. Wang Xiufang added, relatives and friends will ask if you're seeing someone. If you could bring a girlfriend home, your mother would be thrilled. Sure. Lin Yan understood his mother's intentions. In the past, he would not have agreed so readily. But now he had a system in place. Furthermore, he had Su Yingxue by his side. It would be easy to bring her home to introduce to his mother as a potential daughter-in-law. After exchanging a few more words, he ended the call. Having purchased the computer, Lin Yan still had over 40,000 yuan left in his account. His mother suffered from back issues, and he wanted to buy her a quality massage chair. His father loved fishing, and he intended to gift him a set of high-end fishing gear. He opened the Pinduoduo app, just about to click in, when suddenly, realization struck him. Now that I have become affluent, why would I still shop on Pinduoduo? I decisively withdrew and opened JD.com instead. I selected a massage chair priced at 18,000 and also chose a fishing gear set costing 12,000, totaling 30,000. I still have 10,000 left in my account. Spending money on my parents evokes no feelings of remorse in me. After nurturing him for over 20 years, I can finally give back to them, filling my heart with a profound sense of accomplishment. Chapter 22. When considering a wife, prioritize her the following day. Lin Yan arose early, and after a brief grooming, he rode his electric scooter straight to the city bureau. From a distance, he spotted Su Yingxue standing at the entrance. Her figure impeccably poised in her sharp police uniform, her ponytail elegantly tied high. She resembled a stunning cover model, radiant and captivating. Good morning, Lin Yan exclaimed, executing a sudden break and waving cheerfully at her. Su Yingxue shot him a glance, nonchalantly handing him a bag of dumplings, as if feeding a pig. Hey, how did you know I had tea at breakfast? Lin Yan accepted the bag and promptly stuffed one into his mouth. The savory and slightly spicy filling, paired with the soft, chewy dumpling skin, was utterly delightful. The flavor from Zhang's dumplings, Lin Yan remarked, a satisfied expression gracing his face. A breakfast gifted by a beauty is undeniably delectable. Su Yingxue scoffed lightly, don't get ahead of yourself. These are my leftovers. Lin Yan, unfazed, retorted. Then why didn't you conveniently offer me a cup of soy milk as well? Dream on. Su Yingxue rolled her eyes again. After finishing the dumplings, she handed him a sheet of paper. Here's the health examination form and information sheet. Fill it out quickly. Is it really that troublesome? Lin Yan glanced at the form, instantly furrowing his brow. Su Yingxue replied, somewhat exasperated, is this a hassle? Do you realize I've done most of the work for you? Quite impressive. Lin Yan shot her an appreciative look, adding, in the future, when I consider marrying, you'll be my first choice. Dream on. Su Yingxue turned and walked inside. For the better part of the day, Lin Yan underwent a health examination at the hospital. Once he had gathered all the necessary documents, he submitted them to Su Yingxue. Truth be told, having someone handle all these affairs felt rather pleasant. If he had a wife like that, his life would surely be much more manageable. By nearly 5 in the afternoon, Su Yingxue emerged from her office. All right. Your official application materials have been submitted. For now, you'll familiarize yourself with the environment as an auxiliary officer. Once the paperwork is approved, you can transition into a regular position. Su Yingxue sighed in relief. After all her efforts, she had finally secured everything. She felt this was also a way to repay Lin Yan for his valiant actions in saving so many hostages. You've been such a tremendous help. How can I repay you? Su Yingxue instinctively replied, no need to treat me to a meal. Lin Yan shrugged helplessly, but you were the one who turned me down. Don't say I never offered. Humph. Su Yingxue shot him another glance. Are you free later? What for? Lin Yan inquired. Accompany me to the boxing gym. Do you want to use me as a punching bag? Who's the punching bag is yet to be determined. Their initial plan for a sparring session had been disrupted by the bank robbery incident. Su Yingxue had never had the chance to witness Lin Yan's skills firsthand and had been eager to seize this opportunity. A little over 10 minutes later, Su Yingxue parked her car and, alongside Lin Yan, stepped out. Lin Yan looked up at the sign before them, Tingquan Martial Arts Gym. The solid wood carvings exuded an antique charm, while the door curtains added a touch of classical elegance to the decor. He was somewhat taken aback. For most people nowadays tend to learn free fighting or taekwondo. Such a martial arts school was indeed a rarity. Su Yingxue had already changed into her athletic attire and yoga pants, and one could not help but notice how her long, slender legs were accentuated by the form-fitting fabric. Throughout their journey, Lin Yan observed her with an appreciative gaze, contemplating the quality of her physique, though he was curious about her tactile finesse. Su Yingxue retrieved a small bag containing her equipment from the back seat. The owner of this martial arts school was an old comrade of Su Yingxue's father, and she had often accompanied him here during her childhood, laying the foundation of her martial arts skills in this very place. With the rise of social media, a plethora of traditional martial arts masters had emerged online, along with a number of professionals dedicated to debunking them, as well as amateur fighters. Initially, many were convinced of the superiority of traditional Chinese martial arts. However, as these masters were repeatedly knocked out in competitions, the scenes became quite farcical. Gradually, disillusionment with traditional martial arts took root. Perhaps they were slightly more adept than the average person, but when faced with practitioners of modern combat techniques, they were at a distinct disadvantage. Nonetheless, Su Yingxue believed that the Liu family fist taught at the Qingchuan martial arts school possessed some genuine skill. Didn't you say you were trained in the Shitong school? Let me show you around, she remarked, turning to enter the martial arts school. Are you taking me to meet them? Am I to challenge the school? Lin Yan muttered to himself as he followed her inside. Ah, Xiaoshui is here. It's been quite some time. A gentleman in his 50s approached them, sporting a spirited crew cut and dressed in a traditional Chinese martial arts outfit, paired with black tapered pants and cotton shoes, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned martial arts master. Uncle Liu, I've been busy with work lately, Su Yingxue responded with a bright smile. Her demeanor as amiable as that of a respectful junior. By the way, how are you and Aunt Qin doing? Doing well, Lu Shizhao replied with a cheerful nod. How is your father? Is he nearing retirement? Su Yingxue shook her head. I'm not quite sure. It's been a while since I last visited home. Oh, I brought a colleague along to practice today. Only then did Lu Shizhao turn his gaze toward Lin Yan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Lin Yan appeared rather slender, lacking the physique of a seasoned martial artist. Does he wish to learn the Liu family fist? Lu Shizhao inquired. The Liu family fist was a family heirloom, and he had practiced martial arts since childhood before joining the military and eventually opening this school in Binhai City after his discharge. In earlier years, he had many apprentices, but as gyms and various boxing schools proliferated, the number of students interested in traditional martial arts dwindled. Thankfully, as he owned the premises and received a pension, Lu Shizhao had continued to persevere, occasionally posting videos on Douyin to attract interest and promote traditional Chinese martial arts. Su Yingxue clarified, no. He's also a successor of traditional martial arts. Oh? Lu Shizhao's interest was piqued as he stepped closer to inquire, young man. Which school and lineage do you come from? Traditional martial arts emphasized lineage, with each school boasting its unique skills. A true expert could discern the heritage of a practitioner at a glance. I am a disciple of the Shitong school, under Master Chongdong, Lin Yan proclaimed earnestly. Fabricating a story. The Shitong school? Lu Shizhao's expression was one of confusion. He possesses profound knowledge of the traditional martial arts of Huaxia and has engaged in exchanges with various prominent schools. However, he had never heard of the Shitong sect. Does your esteemed sect follow the internal or external school of practice? Lu Shizhao inquired further. Chapter 23. How dare you insult my wife? Lin Yan blurted out. A harmonious blend of internal and external refinement. He could handle anything thrown at him. Was that not the very essence of such refinement? At that moment, a young man emerged from the inner room, clad in martial arts attire, bearing a striking resemblance to Lu Shizhao. He stood tall, his gaze sharp and commanding, exuding a sense of competence. Xiao Shiwei, you've arrived. Upon spotting Su Yingxue, his previously taut expression transformed into a radiant smile. Brother Jiwu. Su Yingxue greeted him cheerfully. Lu Jiwu's attention shifted to Lin Yan, and his smile vanished instantaneously. Who might this be? Su Yingxue introduced. This is my colleague. He practices traditional martial arts as well, so I brought him along to observe. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiwu's brow furrowed. Over the years, Su Yingxue had never brought a male friend to the martial arts school, igniting a fierce sense of rivalry within him directed at Lin Yan. Traditional martial arts? Lu Jiwu clasped his fist in greeting. May I inquire your name, sir? Lin Yan returned the gesture. I am Lin Yan, a disciple of the Shitong school under Master Chongdong. He anticipated the inquiry and was straightforward in his response. Lu Jiwu had never heard of the Shitong school, let alone Master Chongdong. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of his lips. Might I ask if Brother Lin is willing to engage in a friendly exchange? For martial artists, the most effective form of communication lay in sparring. Victory or defeat would reveal the true skills of each party, rendering words futile. Lin Yan did not respond directly, but turned to Su Yingxue. Shall I engage? His tone was akin to seeking permission from his wife, which only aggravated Lu Zhiwu further. Su Yingxue hesitated. Initially, she intended to spar with Lin Yan herself. You decide. Then I shall proceed. Lin Yan's inquiry to Su Yingxue stemmed from the fact that he was brought along by her, and they were acquaintances. He had to consider whether injury would necessitate compensation for medical expenses and how it might affect their relationship. After all, any regression in the system's progress had to be approached with caution. Su Yingxue added with concern, Zhiwu, just keep it light during your exchange. She recognized Lu Zhiwu's prowess. A few able-bodied adults could hardly approach him. While Lin Yan could disarm an ordinary assailant barehanded, Lu Zhiwu was a seasoned practitioner. After her admonition, she turned back to Lin Yan. If it becomes too much, don't push yourself. Although reluctant to admit it, she genuinely worried for Lin Yan's safety. Lu Zhiwu interjected reassuringly. Do not worry, Xiaoxue. I shall show restraint. The path of martial arts emphasizes sparring. Bullying the weak is not the way of the Lu family style. Lin Yan scoffed inwardly, thinking, what pretense are you putting on before me? Just don't cry when you get beaten. He possessed the capability of a master of traditional martial arts, should the confrontation commence. Lu Zhiwu would likely struggle to withstand even a single move. Just then, several individuals entered the martial arts school. The leader was tall and muscular, followed by a man and a woman. The woman was heavily made up, while the man carried a camera, presenting an unfriendly demeanor. Lu Shijiao frowned and inquired, what brings you here? From their posture, they did not appear to be here to learn martial arts. The imposing man at the forefront removed his sunglasses, his gaze exuding aggression as he coolly stated, I am known as Violent Zhang, boasting 2 million followers online. I trust you are not unfamiliar with my name? His tone was laced with arrogance, a palpable air of disdain for anyone present. It was no wonder he seemed so familiar, indeed. Lu Zhiwu recognized him from the videos he had encountered. Violent Zhang was a retired heavyweight professional fighter who had garnered a significant following online by challenging traditional martial arts, never having tasted defeat. Those traditional martial artists who felt his prowess were branded as charlatans. Lu Zhiwu could hardly believe that he had come knocking at their door today. What do you want? Lu Zhiwu asked, his expression tense. What do I want? Violent Zhang scoffed derisively. I am here to engage in a friendly spar. Lu Shijiao sensed the ominous intent behind the visitor's words and interjected, young man. We practice at the Listening Spring Martial Arts School not for the sake of rivalry. Kindly seek your sparring elsewhere. Violent Zhang chuckled. If you claim to be masters of traditional martial arts, then you ought to step forward and prove it to the world. Traditional martial arts are the epitome of excellence. They are the true heritage of China. Show everyone that we practitioners of free fighting are merely insignificant in comparison. His boastful words rang hollow, yet he displayed no humility, transforming into a coward when faced with the prospect of actual combat. You, Lu Shijiao exclaimed in frustration, coughing several times. Before he could finish, the heavily made-up woman behind Violent Zhang chimed in with a sarcastic tone, if you're too scared to fight, then dismantle your school's sign and record a video admitting that you are fraudulent masters to post online, so no one falls victim to your deceit. We expose fakes to protect the public from being duped by frauds like you. Upon hearing the proposition of recording a video for the internet, the expressions of the Lu family shifted to a dark gloom, clearly indicative of their indignation. This was a blatant provocation meant to humiliate them. Su Yingxue glanced at the Lu family before turning her icy gaze upon Violent Zhang, stating coldly, I advise you not to provoke us intentionally. As a police officer, I am entitled to enforce the law should you choose to escalate this. The woman, arms crossed and scrutinizing Su Yingxue, replied with mockery, oh, you certainly have an impressive presence. What is this? Can you fight too? Perhaps you could step in for them. Without hesitation, Su Yingxue retrieved a pair of boxing gloves from her bag. Violent Zhang let out a derisive laugh. I have no habit of striking women. His girlfriend, Lin Yan, added with a smirk, no need for you to get involved. I can handle this delicate flower myself. But let me make it clear, I won't hold back. If I injure her, I want to be compensating. Lin Yan was an amateur fighting coach with a background in free fighting, known for her fierce strikes. Lu Shijiao quickly interjected, she is not affiliated with our school and cannot represent us in a fight. We cannot allow a young woman to act on our behalf when our school is being challenged. If word gets out, how can Listening Spring Martial Arts School maintain its reputation? The Lu family's martial art legacy would be ridiculed within the traditional martial arts community. Moreover, Su Yingxue is the daughter of an old comrade. How could I bear to let her take part? Lin Yan scoffed. Isn't the affiliation with the school what truly matters? A sheltered flower such as her, adored by men, ought to experience the harsh realities of society. Today, I shall take on the role of the benevolent one. Imparting a lesson to her, a vase should remain quietly in its place, neither speaking nor making a sound. Ha ha. As soon as these words left my lips, Lin Yan pointed at Huang Yin and exclaimed, "Can you take a beating? I ask you, can you endure a beating?" Chapter 24. Are you tough enough? That shout instantly captured everyone's attention. Violent Zhang wore a look of astonishment. Since entering, he had not regarded Lin Yan, a tall and slender man who appeared lacking in combat prowess, as a worthy opponent. He never expected Lin Yan to dare to speak out. "Oh," Violent Zhang sneered. "So you think you can take a beating?" Unfazed, Lin Yan raised his chin and met Violent Zhang's gaze. "If you're not convinced, come and fight me." For reasons unknown, hearing others mock Suing Shui ignited a fierce determination within him, compelling him to act. Huang Yin chuckled. "I didn't anticipate encountering such an entertaining spectacle today. Xiao Wu, make sure to capture this. It's a rare find." Seeing Lin Yan stand up for her, Suing Shui felt a warmth spread through her heart. However, her rationality quickly reminded her that this was not the time for impulsive actions. She hastily whispered a warning. "This man is a professional boxer. Don't act recklessly." It was not that she underestimated Lin Yan. As an enthusiast of combat sports, she was acutely aware of the chasm that lay between an ordinary person and a professional athlete. Even if Lin Yan possessed some martial arts skills, he would fare poorly against a professional boxer, with virtually no chance of victory. The disparity in endurance alone was insurmountable. Moreover, Violent Zhang was a heavyweight. A normal person's punches would feel like mere tickles to him. "What's a professional boxer to me?" Lin Yan declared, pointing at Violent Zhang. "I fight the elite." At that moment, Lu Jiwu stepped forward. "I'll take him on." As the heir of a boxing gym, it would be more humiliating to shy away from such provocation than to lose in the ring. Violent Zhang's eyes brightened as he shifted his focus from Lin Yan to Lu Jiwu. He was eager to face a master of martial arts. A small fry like Lin Yan held no value. Not only would he attract no attention, but he would also become a target for ridicule online. He turned to Lu Jiwu with a grin. "Now that's more like it. This is the spirit a martial arts master should embody. Ha ha ha. Enough talk. Let us see the real deal in the ring," Lu Jiwu declared, striding purposefully to the arena. Minutes later, both parties had signed the pre-fight agreement and stood on the stage. Lu Jiwu, standing at around 175 centimeters, appeared slender beside the towering Violent Zhang, who exceeded 190 centimeters in height, creating a stark contrast. As Violent Zhang's live stream commenced, thousands of viewers flooded in within mere minutes, most of whom were there to witness the spectacle. They eagerly awaited to see how these so-called fake masters would be knocked out by a professional, and how they would concoct excuses afterward to justify their defeat and defend martial arts. Of course, there were also some who firmly believed in the prowess of traditional martial arts. Old Zhang aimed for his face later. Ha ha ha. Do masters even exist in this day and age? It's laughable. If they're so capable, why don't they compete? Traditional martial arts are lethal techniques. You wouldn't understand. How ridiculous. Who still believes in traditional martial arts? Lethal techniques? Let him try to kill someone. How many rounds do you think it will take to finish? Rounds? If he lasts a minute, he is impressive. Can he win? Lin Yan asked Suing Shui. Though he possessed the skills of a martial arts master, his knowledge of combat sports was limited. Suing Shui wore a grave expression and shook her head. It's difficult. The imposing physique of Violent Zhang gives him a significant advantage. Not to mention, he is a retired professional player with formidable resilience. Even if he occasionally exposes a weakness, Lu Jiwu will find it hard to capitalize on it. The only chance lies in targeting vital areas, but strikes to those areas are prohibited in sparring. Lin Yan pondered thoughtfully. So he is destined to lose? Suing Shui refrained from answering, yet her expression conveyed the truth. For safety's sake, both parties donned gloves and protective gear. To everyone's surprise, just before the match commenced, Violent Zhang removed his headgear, stating, "I'll give you a chance. I wouldn't want the netizens to accuse me of bullying." With that, he tapped his fists together and provocatively called out to Lu Jiwu, "Come on, master. Unleash your lethal techniques. Do not hold back. Come at me." Humiliated by this taunt, Lu Jiwu's emotions spiraled out of control as he advanced with quick steps, launching a powerful punch at Violent Zhang. Zhang, with a disdainful smile, effortlessly blocked the blow with a defensive stance, emerging unscathed. The crucial point was that Lu Jiwu had already revealed a flaw in his technique, yet Violent Zhang chose not to retaliate. He was confident in his inevitable victory. He could dictate when and how he would triumph. His true intention in challenging was to draw attention by humiliating traditional martial arts. A swift knockout would extinguish the audience's interest. Thus, he engaged in a cat-and-mouse game, dodging and defending while taunting Lu Jiwu. Frustration and desperation took hold of Lu Jiwu, who found himself increasingly exhausted, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. In stark contrast, Violent Zhang maintained a mocking grin, proclaiming, "Come on, master, don't stop. Teach me a lesson with your unparalleled skills." In a moment of humiliation and exasperation, Lu Jiwu summoned the last vestiges of his strength and swung his fist once more. Suddenly, Violent Zhang's demeanor shifted. He sidestepped with agility and delivered a crushing blow to Lu Jiwu's abdomen, causing him to double over and collapse to the ground. At that instant, Lu Jiwu felt as though his very insides were shifting. What plunged him deeper into despair was the realization that no matter the martial technique or strategy he employed, he could not breach Violent Zhang's defense in today's era of flourishing social media. If traditional martial arts truly possessed genuine prowess, there should have been individuals who emerged to engage in a spectacular comeback, demonstrating to the world that the heritage of Chinese martial arts remains robust and thriving. Chapter 25. It turns out Su Yingxue is quite capable. Upon seeing Lu Jiwu collapsed on the ground, Su Yingxue rushed to the arena, her voice laced with concern. "Jiwu, are you all right?" I'm fine." Lu Jiwu averted his gaze, unwilling to let Su Yingxue witness his disheveled state. He had harbored feelings for her since childhood. Yet she seemed as distant and unattainable as a star in the heavens. In the past, when Su Yingxue came to the martial arts hall to practice, he took great joy in guiding her as her senior, relishing those moments as his most fulfilling experiences. However, now, his pride in the Lu family's martial arts had been shattered by a humiliating defeat. He felt utterly disgraced and unworthy of her affection. Wang Yin, wearing a smug expression, taunted him. "What's this? Is the master attempting to cultivate his energy to heal? Surely he must be holding back a grand move. Everyone step back. We wouldn't want to be accidentally harmed by the master's power." "Ha." Su Yingxue inquired again. "Jiwu, are you really okay?" Deep down, she understood that continuing the fight was futile, yet she wished to honor Lu Jiwu's dignity. "No." Lu Jiwu shook his head, struggling to rise from the ground, his spirit dejected as he awkwardly descended from the arena. Lu Shizhao hurriedly approached to support his son, concern etched on his face. "Jiwu, are you all right?" Lu Jiwu shook his head, filled with self-reproach. "Dad, I'm sorry. I was useless." Lu Shizhao, his heart heavy with compassion, comforted him. "Xiaowu, you did your best. It's not your fault." Turning then to confront the arrogant Zhang, he proclaimed, "I will take you on. As the saying goes, brothers fight tigers, and fathers join sons in battle." When his son faltered, a father could not retreat. Su Yingxue, alarmed, quickly interjected, "Uncle Lu, you're not well. You mustn't fight." Lu Shizhao had been diagnosed with diabetes years ago, and his health had significantly declined. While he could manage some practice, stepping into the ring for a match was beyond his physical capacity. Lu Jiwu protested urgently, "Dad, don't fight. If it comes to it, we can close the martial arts hall." Having just sparred with the formidable Zhang, he knew well that even if his father entered the arena, victory was hopeless. The hall could be shut down, but his father must not come to harm. Huang Yin sneered, "Uncle, you look pale and frail. We wouldn't dare to fight you. If by chance you were injured, your son might come after us for compensation, and we certainly don't want that trouble." She then turned her gaze to Su Yingxue. "Oh, little beauty, weren't you just boasting? Why don't you come up and have a match with me? Are you brave enough?" Su Yingxue's eyes glinted with cold resolve as she replied, "I would welcome the opportunity." With that, she donned her gloves and strode towards the arena. "Wait," Lin Yan exclaimed, rushing to dissuade her. "Don't go. What if something happens?" For reasons he could not fathom, he felt a deep-seated unease at the thought of Su Yingxue engaging in a fight, as if he were worried about his own wife being bullied. "It's fine." Su Yingxue turned back, offering him a reassuring glance. "I know what I'm doing." With that, she ascended the stage with determination. "But you may know what you're doing, but I certainly don't." Lin Yan watched her retreating figure, feeling a sense of helplessness. Moments ago, when Zhang had mocked the master of traditional martial arts, the excitement in the live stream began to wane. Two women are set to engage in a contest on the arena, one of whom is a stunning beauty, instantly enlivening the live stream. "Oh my, her figure is magnificent. And she is so beautiful. Stop fighting, it pains my heart to see. I support the beauty. I cannot help it. I am captivated by her looks. What is the Douyin account of the beauty? I wish to follow her." Father, do you think Xiao Xue can manage? Lu Jiwu inquired anxiously. Lu Shijiao's expression grew grave. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "It is hard to say. The opponent's audacity suggests she possesses considerable skill. Although Xiao Xue had a passion for martial arts since childhood and had learned sanda and free fighting in the police force, she was not a professional. If her opponent is also an amateur, her chances might be quite favorable." Lin Yan, overhearing their conversation, felt a surge of anxiety and interjected, "What are her chances?" Lu Shijiao responded, "If they are both at the amateur level, I believe Xiao Xue has an 80% chance of victory." Only 80%? Lin Yan's heart sank. With such low odds, what hope was there? At that moment, Huang Yin donned her gloves, swayed her head, and provocatively glanced at Su Yingxue, smirking disdainfully. "If it hurts during the match, don't start crying." Su Yingxue took a half-step back, a chilling aura emanating from her eyes as she coldly retorted, "You are quite verbose." Huang Yin shook her legs and teased, "Then I shall not hold back." "Wait." Lin Yan hurriedly stepped into the center of the ring, exclaiming, "I will be the referee." Despite his ignorance of the rules, he was solely concerned for Su Yingxue's welfare, thinking that as a referee, he could intervene if necessary. Upon hearing this, the brutish Zhang and Huang Yin exchanged glances, a smirk of derision playing on their lips. In their view, no amount of favoritism from a referee could alter the outcome dictated by sheer strength. Huang Yin shrugged, saying, "I have no objections." Lin Yan positioned himself between the two fighters, his gaze sweeping over them before his right hand came down sharply, shouting, "Begin." Su Yingxue took the initiative, her left leg striking out like lightning towards Huang Yan, accompanied by a rush of wind. A fierce determination flashed across Huang Yan's face as she chose not to evade, bracing herself for the low sweep. With a resounding thud, their shins collided. In that instant, Huang Yan twisted her waist, launching a right hook that shot forth like a cannonball, narrowly grazing Su Yingxue's chin and stirring a lock of hair by her ear. Quite skilled, Huang Yin licked her sharp canines, her fighting spirit intensifying, and immediately unleashed a flurry of jabs, attacking Su Yingxue like a tempest. Su Yingxue reacted with remarkable speed, leaning back just enough for the tip of Huang Yan's fist to barely miss her nose. Just when Huang Yin believed her assault had failed, Su Yingxue's waist suddenly coiled with power, delivering a rapid punch from an unexpected angle. With a resounding impact, Su Yingxue's glove struck Huang Yan's cheek with tremendous force. Chapter 26, The Referee Intervenes? Huang Yin reacted swiftly. At the moment the boxing glove made contact, she instinctively spun to dissipate the force. Yet, despite her efforts, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth, mingling with sweat and splattering onto the ropes surrounding the ring. The live stream erupted with excitement. "Wow. That punch landed squarely on my face. Goodness, this beauty appears delicate, yet she packs a punch. Is Huang Yin really on the verge of losing? Hold your horses. She hasn't even begun to fight seriously. Just wait and see." Violent Zhang was taken aback by the scene. Initially, he believed Su Yingxue to be merely a pretty face, but her combat prowess was unexpectedly formidable. Lin Yan, too, was astonished. It was his first time witnessing Su Yingxue in action. No wonder she had the audacity to boast about knocking him down within a minute during their first encounter. It turned out she possessed genuine skill. Huang Yan's expression hardened. She had indeed underestimated Su Yingxue. However, she had not exerted her full strength previously, as she aimed to maintain the live stream's entertainment value. The circumstances had changed. Recognizing her opponent's strength, she resolved to take the fight seriously. "Surprisingly, you possess some talent." Huang Yan's tone was frosty. "But from now on, I shall fight with all my might." Su Yingxue swiftly assumed a fighting stance, responding coolly, "I hope your fist can match your boastful words." At that moment, Huang Yin lunged forward like an arrow released from its bow, her fist aimed directly at Su Yingxue's face. Su Yingxue reacted with remarkable speed, leaning back to evade the blow while simultaneously raising her hand to block Huang Yan's right fist. Following the momentum, she lifted her leg, landing a solid kick to Huang Yan's chest. "Ah!" Huang Yin let out a muffled groan as her body was propelled backward, crashing heavily against the ropes. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yingxue pressed her advantage, swiftly closing the distance, her fist halting just a finger's breadth from Huang Yan's face. Gasping for breath, Huang Yin stared in disbelief at the fist before her. She had thought victory was assured, only to find Su Yingxue remarkably skilled, and she was utterly unprepared for such a swift defeat. Reluctance and indignation surged within her, unwilling to accept the reality of losing to this seemingly superficial opponent. How is this possible? My heavens, did I just witness Huang Yin being knocked out? How is she so formidable? Thank goodness she doesn't practice traditional martial arts. Otherwise, Violent Zhang's team would be in serious trouble. You have lost, Su Yingxue said, her brow furrowed, her tone icy. As a police officer, knowing when to hold back was both a principle and a boundary. She withdrew her fist and turned to leave. Huang Yin, watching her retreating figure, was overwhelmed by a fierce sense of injustice that clouded her judgment. With a sudden burst of reckless determination, she lunged towards Su Yingxue from behind, aiming a sneak attack at the back of her head. Watch out, the Lu father and son exclaimed from the sidelines. By the time Su Yingxue sensed the impending danger, it was already too late to evade. In that critical moment, a size 42 shoe appeared out of nowhere, delivering a heavy kick to Huang Yan's face. Ah! Huang Yan screamed in agony, her features grotesquely contoured bang. Her body crashed heavily against the wall, collapsing like a limp noodle. Huang Yan sat against the wall, eyes closed, appearing as if she had succumbed to slumber. The distinct imprint of a shoe was visible on her face, with the logo of Hongxing Erk faintly discernible. The entire arena was taken aback. In the center of the ring, Lin Yan's poised stance remained unyielding, reminiscent of Bruce Lee. The Lu father and son stared wide-eyed, expressions filled with astonishment. The brutish Zhang and the cameraman were equally stunned, their faces etched with confusion. Su Yingxue wore a similarly bewildered expression. Although the crowd was taken aback by Su Yingxue's victory over Huang Yin, they could still reconcile with it. However, this sudden kick was entirely unforeseen by all. The audience in the live stream was left in utter disbelief. The referee actually intervened. Chapter 27. At last, it is my turn to act. Who is this person? This leg technique. It possesses a hint of traditional martial arts, doesn't it? Strangely enough, it does evoke that essence. Stop indulging in fantasies. Just because someone kicks doesn't mean it's traditional martial arts. How absurd. Su Yingxue turned around, observing Huang Yin already flung off the stage, while Lin Yan stood before her, his expression one of disbelief. You. Lin Yan gradually lowered his leg. What is wrong with me? She attacked first. She deserved the kick. Su Yingxue hastily clarified. I meant to ask how you accomplished that. Kicking someone so far is truly astonishing. Lin Yan replied with a calm demeanor. Isn't it simply about having legs? If I hadn't been cautious about potentially kicking Huang Yin to her demise, she might have embedded herself in the wall, unable to extricate herself. Su Yingxue frowned, wearing an expression that suggested he had outsmarted her once more. In the audience, Lu and his son exchanged glances, each recognizing the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. They had both identified the technique employed by Lin Yan, the shadowless kick, a renowned move in southern martial arts. The father and son looked again at Lin Yan. Their gaze is now complex, filled with excitement, nostalgia, and even a hint of moisture in their eyes. They seemed to see in Lin Yan the hope for the revival of traditional martial arts. You. Violent Zhang, snapping back to reality, rushed over to lift Huang Yan, glaring fiercely at Lin Yan. How do you sneak attack? Lin Yan scoffed. It was clearly her who initiated the attack. Did you have a flower bud lodged in your eyes? Huang Yan appeared to regain her composure, slowly opening her eyes with a feeble gaze directed at Violent Zhang. Brother. Help me seek revenge. Rest assured. Violent Zhang set Huang Yan down, snatched the boxing gloves from a photographer, and approached Lin Yan, towering above him with a cold voice. Do you dare to fight me? Bring it on. Lin Yan turned to Lu Jiwu at the sidelines. May I borrow the gloves for a moment? Without them, he feared his strikes might lack the thrill he sought. Of course, Lu Jiwu's expression lit up as he hurriedly removed his gloves, handing them to Lin Yan. Upon receiving them, Lin Yan looked at Violent Zhang. Let us sign an agreement first. Should I accidentally injure you, I do not wish to compensate. Ha! Violent Zhang let out a cold laugh. Young man, you have chosen the path to your demise. The viewers in the live broadcast were utterly unprepared. Initially, they believed they were merely witnessing Violent Zhang toying with a traditional martial arts master for entertainment. Little did they expect such a riveting spectacle to unfold. It was worth it. The number of viewers began to surge. This kid is in serious trouble. I've never seen Violent Zhang this furious, even with my level 13 fan batch. He should be grateful for the harmonious society that saved him. Otherwise, Violent Zhang could have easily killed him. Indeed, after witnessing his woman being so ruthlessly beaten, Violent Zhang cannot simply let this slide. Go for it, young man. Long live traditional martial arts. Come on, what era are we in? A bunch of antiquated fools still fantasizing about the glory of traditional martial arts? Have you read too many novels? After signing the agreement, Lin Yan stepped to the side of the arena and removed his Hongxing Erk sneakers. Su Yingxue inquired in astonishment. Why are you taking off your shoes? Lin Yan, as he donned his boxing gloves, replied, because I cannot feel anything while wearing them. Su Yingxue, concerned, cautioned softly, be careful. If you cannot win, just concede. There is no shame in that. In her heart, the outcome held little significance. Her only wish was for Lin Yan to remain unscathed. A mischievous smile tugged at Lin Yan's lips as he teased, are you worried about me? Su Yingxue immediately shot him a glare, retorting, stop being vain. I merely fear your injury will hinder your work. All right, I understand. Lin Yan waved his hand dismissively and strode confidently toward the center of the ring. Father, do you think he can win? Lu Jiwu asked once more. In terms of perception and experience, he felt dwarfed compared to his father, who had dedicated his life to boxing. Lu Shizhao's gaze remained fixed on the center of the ring, his brow furrowed, leaving his question unanswered. One contender was a robust professional fighter, while the other, though slender, possessed the ability to execute shadowy kicks. In his eyes, this was a true contest between traditional martial arts and modern combat techniques. The superiority of one over the other remained uncertain. I permit you to call the referee. Violent Zhang boasted, shaking his oversized gloves with arrogance. Lin Yan replied nonchalantly, there is no need. I am the referee. Then prepare to meet your demise. Violent Zhang bellowed, launching a heavy punch imbued with the force of the wind towards Lin Yan. Chapter 28. The shadowless kick shocks the entire internet in an instant. Everyone held their breath, their hearts racing with anticipation, feeling a surge of anxiety for Lin Yan. With a swift movement, Lin Yan evaded the enormous fist by a mere hair's breadth. In an elegant motion, his wrist coiled around the brawny arm of the brute. Akin to a serpent, and with a decisive pull, the towering figure of the brute stumbled forward, as if his foundation had been destabilized. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yan bent his right leg backward. With a resounding crack, his foot struck the brute's face with precision, producing a sharp and crisp sound. This unexpected turn of events nearly left the onlookers in disbelief, as they marveled at how effortlessly he had neutralized the attack and mounted a counteroffensive. Su Yingxue's lips parted slightly, her expression one of disbelief. Was it truly possible for such a powerful and forceful attack to be so effortlessly neutralized? It seemed utterly absurd. At the same time, she comprehended why Lin Yan chose to remove his shoes. With his fists clenched, he intended to deliver a slap to his opponent's face with his feet. Was this not an extraordinary display of confidence? On the opposite side stands a formidable retired professional player. One must possess an extraordinary level of confidence in one's abilities to be so audacious. Tai Chi Cloud Hands. Lu Shizhao exclaimed with fervor, his body leaning forward, tightly gripping his trembling fists, his eyes brimming with excitement. Utilizing the principle of yielding to force, he executed a classic Tai Chi move, one he knew all too well. What? Are you referring to the Tai Chi Cloud Hands? Lu Jiwu's face also displayed astonishment. Could it be that someone can truly apply Tai Chi skills in real combat? Traditional martial arts often rely heavily on routines, exhibiting great visual appeal. However, when it comes to practical combat, their effectiveness frequently falls short of their inherent potential. Consequently, Tai Chi is often criticized as merely being the ninth set of radio calisthenics. Su Yingxue inquired with curiosity, Uncle Lu, what are Tai Chi Cloud Hands? Lu Shizhao exclaimed with excitement. It is a technique from Tai Chi. I never anticipated that one day I would witness someone applying this move in actual combat. Su Yingxue was utterly perplexed, while the live streaming room erupted in a frenzy. This individual is actually employing traditional martial arts Tai Chi? Critics, step forward. What are your thoughts on traditional martial arts? How do you perceive it? In this moment, it seems that enthusiasts of traditional martial arts have found their backbone in Lin Yan's display. Keep calling out. A professional Sanda fighter? Is this all there is? Traditional Chinese martial arts are remarkable. China is extraordinary. Having suffered a setback, the violent Zhang swiftly retreated to the ropes, wiping his nose, leaving a trace of blood on his arm. His gaze towards Lin Yan had lost its previous disdain. No one understood better than he, the first-hand witness, the events that had just transpired. His full-force strike, even against an opponent's block, should have rendered them incapacitated. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Not only did the opponent effortlessly evade the attack, but he also transformed Zhang's own strength into an offensive maneuver. Indeed, the evasion was executed with remarkable ease. Zhang observed, with clarity, that as his fist approached within half an arm's length of Lin Yan, the latter sidestepped at the last moment. His agility was nothing short of extraordinary. Lin Yan, looking at the now cornered Zhang, let out a derisive laugh. Weren't you so adamant about exposing the fallacies of traditional martial arts? Very well. Today I shall grant you this opportunity. As he concluded his statement, he raised his fists above his head, elevating his voice. I am a disciple of the Shitong school, trained under Master Chonong. I acknowledge that I am indeed the martial arts master you speak of. With that, he cast a challenging glance at Violent Zhang, taunting, Come on. Strike me. What? Are you afraid? Hiding behind the ropes, aspiring to be the referee? Just a moment ago, you were quite arrogant, weren't you? Hurry. Unleash your signature moves, be it the rocking flash, the butterfly step, or the guillotine and executioner S-blade. Show them all. In the face of his provocation, Violent Zhang endeavored to maintain his composure. His opponent was an intimidating force, capable of transforming the mundane into the extraordinary within the blink of an eye. This was no longer a matter of strength or skill. It was a crushing pressure of dimensions. He needed to remain utterly focused, not daring to let his guard down or strike recklessly. Goodness. Incredible. Where is the Shitong school? I shall seek out a master there tomorrow. Master Chongdong. Such a figure exists in the realm of Chinese martial arts? Look, Violent Zhang is afraid. He is genuinely frightened. How formidable must his opponent be to instill such fear? Brothers, there is hope for traditional martial arts. We are witnessing a revival. Lin Yan inched closer, cornering Violent Zhang, who finally succumbed to the pressure and unleashed a high whip kick toward Lin Yan. In a flash, Lin Yan bent his body low, his feet moving like a spinning top, simultaneously shifting laterally before swiftly raising his right leg. With a series of crisp sounds slap, 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 Lin Yan struck Violent Zhang's face with the soles of his feet, displaying a level of proficiency that rivaled the use of his hands. Violent Zhang appeared dazed, standing still with a vacant gaze, his visage swollen to that of a pig's head. With Chapter 29, Lin Yan, your future husband is prone to infidelity in the live broadcast room. The fans of traditional martial arts were exuberant, as if celebrating a festival. Wow, it's heating up, brothers. Traditional martial arts are amazing. I'm in tears. We've endured so much injustice, and today we can finally hold our heads high. Is Violent Zhang just putting on a show? Putting on a show? Why don't you give it a try yourself? Come on, with Sanda, combat, Muay Thai. Let us see what you've got. After a considerable time, Su Yingxue regained her composure, her breath quickening, her chest rising and falling. The previous scene had ignited her fervor, and she had truly witnessed Lin Yan's prowess. It could only be described in 2 words, breathtaking. In comparison to his marksmanship, it was equally impressive. She finally understood why he had dared to venture alone to rescue the hostages that day. The Liu father and son embraced each other in tears. Although the Liu family's martial arts did not win, traditional martial arts triumphed, which was far more significant to them than anything else. Lin Yan removed his boxing gloves and slowly descended from the stage. The Liu father and son respectfully bowed to him, exclaiming, Senior. In the realm of martial arts, the adept are considered teachers. This young man before them was worthy of such a title. Their actions made Lin Yan feel somewhat awkward, as he had never experienced such a situation before. By the way, you can move in. Upon hearing Su Yingxue's words, Lin Yan was taken aback. What did she mean? Su Yingxue looked at him as if he were simple-minded. Didn't you say you would cover the rent? Lin Yan suddenly understood, and a smile spread across his face. He could finally cohabit with her. The next day, driving her car, she hurried to assist Lin Yan with his move. As she walked up the stairs, Su Yingxue couldn't help but chuckle at herself. When had she become so eager? Lin Yan's belongings were remarkably scant. He had discarded pots and pans, intending to leave them for the next occupant. His wardrobe was minimal, with merely 2 sets of clothing for both winter and summer, barely sufficient for changing. His entire possessions consisted of a cardboard box for his computer and a snakeskin bag. Is this all you have? Su Yingxue asked, astonished. Was moving this uncomplicated for boys? She was certain that if it were her move, she would need at least a 6-meter truck to accommodate her belongings. Yet, Lin Yan managed with just a bag and a box. At that moment, a head suddenly poked through the door. It was Chen Fan. Yan, what is going on? Having heard that something big had happened in the community, Chen Fan had rushed back, neglecting his food delivery. Unfortunately, he was too late. The police had already taken the individuals away. Seeing Lin Yan's door ajar, he was about to inquire about the situation when he spotted a female police officer inside. With Lin Yan busy tidying up, could it be that he was in trouble and was preparing to pack for the detention center? Chen Fan felt a twinge of anxiety. Su Yingxue turned first, finding the person before her somewhat familiar. Chen Fan's expression froze as he recognized her. Wasn't she the beautiful girl who had bought milk tea with Lin Yan at Snow King? And she was a police officer. Lin Yan casually remarked, I'm moving. Moving? Where to? A foreboding sense surged within Chen Fan. Lin Yan pointed towards Su Yingshui and said, "Her home." "What?" Chen Fan stumbled. Pressing himself against the door, his eyes and expression filled with despair. He was to cohabit with the police flower. Chen Fan felt as though he could scarcely breathe. Half an hour later, the two returned to Tianyu Garden. Su Yingshui opened one of the bedrooms and declared, "You will reside here." The house boasted 3 bedrooms. Su Yingshui occupied the master suite, while one room was reserved for her parents, who seldom visited. Su Yingshui had broached the topic of Lin Yan moving in with her mother. Her mother had replied, "The house is yours, and so is your heart. This decision is yours to make." Su Yingshui had anticipated her mother's response, as her parents had always respected her wishes. However, what did she mean by "your heart is yours"? Lin Yan, pointing at the master suite, inquired with confusion, "Shouldn't I be staying there?" How naive. Su Yingshui rolled her eyes dramatically. Agreeing to his moving in was already her limit, and he even dared to think of sharing a bed with her. How audacious. "You may stay here, but I have several stipulations." A cohabitation agreement? Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, recognizing this trope from novels. "You may interpret it as such." Su Yingshui replied, pursing her lips. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, "Firstly, no smoking in the house. Secondly, when I am home, your attire must cover no less than 40% of your body." "Wait a moment," Lin Yan interrupted. "No less than 40%? Does that mean I can just cover my upper half?" As he spoke, he gestured at his chest. "Get lost." Su Yingshui nearly let a curse slip. "Thirdly, you are not permitted to enter my room without my consent. Fourthly, you must sit while using the toilet and flush afterward. Fifthly, when we dine at home, I will cook and you will wash the dishes, or vice versa. By the 18th clause, I go to bed early. You must not create any noise." Lin Yan interrupted again. "What about the first 17 clauses? Could you repeat them?" Su Yingshui was taken aback, and upon regaining her composure, she exploded, pointing at Lin Yan and shouting, "Get out." During dinner that evening, Su Yingshui informed Lin Yan that his transition to formal police officer had been approved, though the official documents would take some time due to procedural delays. Lin Yan expressed he was in no hurry. He had become an auxiliary officer solely to win over Su Yingshui. What did it matter to him whether he was an auxiliary officer, a traffic cop, or a criminal investigator? These were merely means to conquer Su Yingshui. At this moment, he was troubled by the system's task, holding hands for a minute. It was clear that persuading Su Yingshui willingly was impossible. She had refused even when he offered a live black wolf in exchange. Was coercion an option? Perhaps. But what if it only angered her, causing his progress to regress instead? The risk was too great. He needed to proceed with caution. Unable to devise a solution, Lin Yan activated an AI search. How can I maintain prolonged contact with a girl's hand for no less than a minute? AI offers suggestions. 1. To become a nail technician. 2. To work as a skincare product salesperson. 3. To practice palmistry. Lin Yan was particularly drawn to the idea of palmistry. He was not skilled in nail art, and Su Yingshui's hands were naturally beautiful, requiring no adornment. The intention behind promoting skincare products seemed too overt. In contrast, palmistry appeared to be a more plausible endeavor. Lin Yan researched some knowledge on palmistry online and then ventured out. At that moment, Su Yingshui was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television program, the soft glow of the lamp casting a gentle light upon her, rendering her as exquisite as Venus. Lin Yan settled beside her, stealing a glance at her smooth, fair palm, and shook his head with a TSK. "The lines of your love life do not bode well." Upon hearing this, Su Yingshui turned her head, puzzled by his gaze fixed on her hand. "What do you mean?" Lin Yan feigned the demeanor of a fortune teller, gravely proclaiming, "No. Your love line indicates that your future husband may be prone to infidelity." Chapter 30. Dazzling everyone bored. Su Yingshui uttered these words. Yet a twinge of anxiety stirred within her. The thought of her future husband. It was a notion she had never contemplated before, and the sudden mention inevitably led her to a realm of fanciful musings. "Indeed, I have derived my insights from the trajectory of your emotional connections," Lin Yan continued. "You can also read fortunes?" After all she had experienced, even if Lin Yan claimed he could create a nuclear bomb, Su Yingshui would find it unsurprising. Although she was a staunch materialist, a flicker of curiosity was ignited within her. "Of course." Lin Yan crossed one leg over the other, his expression earnest. "My master, the esteemed Master Chondong, is well versed in the principles of the I Ching and possesses some knowledge of tarot as well. I am his sole discipleship. How could I not be able to read fortunes? If you don't believe me, extend your hand and let me see if my predictions hold true. Observing his solemn demeanor, Su Yingxue hesitated for a moment before slowly extending her left hand. Lin Yan grasped it, feeling its coolness, akin to touching soft jade. This sensation brought him immense delight. If only he could hold this hand to sleep every night. No, if only this hand could hold his while he slept. That would be truly exquisite. Lin Yan shook his head internally, reminding himself to focus on the task at hand. He gently pinched Su Yingshue's fingertips, feigning deep contemplation as he examined her palm, mentally counting down. Her palm was delicate and slender, her fingers long like green onions. Resembling not a celestial being from the heavens, but rather surpassing a divine maiden descending into the mortal realm. Are you preparing for your graduate studies? Su Yingxue interrupted him, a hint of teasing in her gaze. Ahem. Lin Yan cleared his throat, then resumed his act, inquiring. You are a sensitive and emotional individual. Are you not? Su Yingxue frowned. Indeed, she was a quintessential example of someone who appeared distant yet was warm and sentimental within. Lin Yan had hit the nail on the head. Her curiosity piqued. She pressed on. What else do you see? Lin Yan continued his fortune-telling. Your career line is impressive, and your lifeline is quite long. However, the wisdom line. What about it? Su Yingshue's brows knitted slightly. Lin Yan shook his head. It seems you may not be particularly clever. Get lost. Su Yingxue withdrew her hand. Fortunately, that was long enough. Lin Yan smiled meaningfully, rising to return to his room, awaiting the system notification. Indeed, as soon as he entered the room, the system alert shined. Ding, congratulations, host. For completing the task, reward, 50,000 yuan. Progress, 10. Unlocked sea-level entry. That guy is truly handsome. Your attractiveness will improve from its current state, though it may not reach a level capable of astonishing the United Nations. What the hell? Lin Yan was astounded. He had unexpectedly unlocked the coveted entry. Almost immediately, he sensed a transformation within his body. His previously emaciated frame suddenly felt invigorated. Muscles began to swell, filling out the loose areas. Touching his face, he noticed the contours subtly shifting, akin to a cosmetic procedure, yet devoid of any discomfort. He hurriedly opened the camera on his phone, and on the screen, his cheekbones gradually took on a more defined shape, his nose grew higher and straighter, and his eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance, rendering him far more handsome than before. Moreover, the pores on his skin and face began to expel impurities, as if a thorough cleansing was taking place. In no time, blemishes vanished, leaving his skin pristine and smooth. Brother Tong is incredible. Lin Yan was utterly astonished. This was merely a C-grade entry. What magnificence would an S or even SS grade bestow? Beginner task. Receive a kiss from Su Yingxue. Lin Yan gazed at the task content, bewildered. What on earth? Are tasks now so outrageous? To expect Su Yingxue to kiss him voluntarily seemed utterly unrealistic. He mused that kissing Su Yingxue might be easier, with the worst consequence being a beating. However, the notion of her initiating a kiss was, at least for the present, inconceivable and required careful planning. At that moment, a bank notification pinged in. It was his favorite part of the day. The Industrial and Commercial Bank of China account ending in 8238 received a transfer of 50,000 yuan on September 11th at 2103, with a balance of 60,702.00 yuan. ICBC, Lin Yan inhaled deeply. The money he spent had been regained. More importantly, this figure would continue to grow. The mere thought was exhilarating. Lin Yan waited until she was asleep before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. So as not to startle Su Yingxue, he planned to change his attire tomorrow, get a new hairstyle, and undergo a complete transformation, making it easier to persuade her. The following day, Lin Yan awoke naturally around noon. As he opened his eyes, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting bright beams on the floor. Not long ago, he had been in a cramped rental room, barely scraping by. Who would have imagined that now he possessed a six-figure sum in his bank account and was resting in the soft, fragrant bed of a beautiful policewoman? After spending an hour on his phone in bed, hunger finally compelled him to rise. Exiting his room, Lin Yan noticed breakfast laid out on the table. Su Yingxue maintained a stable routine, sleeping at 10 in the evening and waking at 6 in the morning, washing up and having breakfast before heading to work. The youtiao, soy milk, and xiaomai had all gone cold. Clearly, these were the breakfast items she had bought for him before leaving. Ah, merely a tactic to please me. Lin Yan mused, taking a bite of his xiaomai. Although it had cooled, it filled him with warmth. He placed the breakfast in the microwave and began to freshen up. After enjoying his meal, he found himself in the commercial street, filled with mixed emotions. Previously, he had only come here to pick up takeout, never as a customer. Now that he had money, returning here felt as if the very air had transformed into something refreshing. He decided to treat himself to a cup of milk tea, indulging in a bit of spending. As he surveyed the signs of Mishiwai City and Nayuki, he resolutely chose Snow King. Wealthy individuals are not afraid to spend. Rather, they fear a lack of value for their money. Who would willingly become a fool? May I take your order? The young female staff member's voice was bright and clear. When she looked up, she was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise and excitement at Lin Yan's striking appearance. I'll have a large milk tea with ice. All right, that will be 9 yuan. Please skin here. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. In the past, when he came to collect his meal, the young lady's demeanor was far from amiable. She would usually lift her brow and coldly utter, "Find it yourself." Suddenly, Lin Yan was reminded of a phrase. Now that I stand before you, how much do I resemble my former self? Indeed, one's appearance is the universal currency of this world. Would you like it packaged? No, thank you. Very well. Shall I insert a straw for you? Does Snow King offer such service? Lin Yan chuckled. No need. He reached out to take the milk tea and strode away with an air of confidence. He vaguely overheard the young lady discussing with her colleague. Wow, so handsome. Truly handsome. Could he be a celebrity? I don't know, but he is indeed very handsome. Lin Yan scoffed softly. How superficial. Chapter 31. The case of the missing journalist sipping on his milk tea. Lin Yan stepped into the Hai Lanji Jia store. The interior was brightly lit and impeccably organized. Hey, handsome. Looking for clothes? The salesgirl's cheeks flushed as she gazed at Lin Yan, her words stumbling over themselves. Just browsing. Lin Yan ambled through the store, intrigued. Nowadays, selecting clothing seemed effortless. Merely grabbing an item to try on transformed him into a striking figure, akin to a living mannequin. Was this a universal experience for all attractive men? Do you share this sentiment? That looks stunning on you. The salesgirl's eyes remained fixated on him. Really? Lin Yan peered into the mirror, contemplating his reflection of undeniable charm. It's just all right, I suppose. The salesgirl was taken aback. Just all right. How could someone less fortunate in looks possibly endure such a reality? After purchasing his clothing, Lin Yan proceeded to the barber shop to style his hair. The scent of shampoo permeated the air, accompanied by the incessant roar of hairdryers. The moment he stood up from the chair, both customers and stylists in the shop were left in awe. What star could this possibly be? Hey, handsome. Can I add you on WeChat? A beautiful woman seated nearby interrupted the stylist, her face beaming with a hopeful smile as she looked at Lin Yan. In the past, Lin Yan would have hardly dared to dream of attracting such beauty. But now, thank you, but I have a girlfriend, he replied courteously, flashing a smile before striding out. The woman's smile faltered, her cheeks flushing crimson. It was her first failed attempt at flirting. Humph, so what if he is handsome? I'm not looking to date him. What a peacock. Lin Yan then made a brief stop at the supermarket to purchase some vegetables. He was not frugal. He had long wished to treat Su Yingxue to dinner, but had previously been short on cash. Now, with a 6-figure savings, he could finally take her out for a nice meal. Thus, he planned to cook for her that evening. Spending 25 yuan, he bought a pound of meat, a pound of water spinach, and a block of tofu. Eggs were already at home. 3 dishes and a soup. Quite an impressive standard. Arriving home at 5 o'clock, Lin Yan took a shower, having found hair clippings scattered all over him post-haircut. Feeling refreshed after his shower, he donned a white t-shirt and black shorts. Glancing in the mirror, he thought, looking good. He then began preparing the meal. In the kitchen, the clattering of pots and pans resonated as appetizing aromas wafted through the air. Around 6 o'clock, Su Yingxue returned home from work. Upon entering, she was greeted by the delightful scent emanating from the kitchen. Lin Yan is cooking? How peculiar. While she was not surprised that Lin Yan could cook, she was astonished that he had taken the initiative to do so. The fridge was devoid of any vegetables. He must have gone out to purchase them, indicating he had spent money. This revelation caught Su Yingxue off guard. The notoriously stingy man had indeed loosened his purse strings. She changed into her slippers and approached the kitchen. Peeking in, a familiar yet unfamiliar handsome face met her gaze. Their eyes locked, and the atmosphere fell into a sudden stillness. Su Yingxue instinctively reached for her waist, only to realize she was carrying her firearm. Upon closer inspection, she thought, why does he look so familiar? Lin Yan? Su Yingxue's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had encountered her long-departed great-grandfather suddenly standing before her. Lin Yan, wielding a shovel, turned back and bestowed upon her a smile, indulgently saying, Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Su Yingxue remained dazed for several seconds, continuously rubbing her eyes in disbelief. How could he look so dashing after merely changing his clothes and styling his hair? She could hardly trust her own vision. Approaching him, she grasped Lin Yan's chin and playfully tugged at it, confirming that this was indeed real. What? What has happened to you? Her voice trembled with emotion. Lin Yan had already crafted his explanation. Oh, I broke through a martial arts manual last night, enhancing my skills significantly, which resulted in some changes to my physique. Ah? Su Yingxue tilted her head, intrigued. Is it really possible? Lin Yan replied with utmost seriousness. Of course. Haven't you practiced traditional martial arts? It's quite common. Su Yingxue shook her head in confusion, pondering, is this truly traditional martial arts? Surely, he hasn't dabbled in some Southeast Asian sorcery? In the following days, while Su Yingxue was occupied with work, Lin Yan remained at home, either gaming or engrossed in his phone. Previously, while delivering food, he had always squeezed in time to play games, cherishing every moment. Now, with daily gaming, he found himself growing weary and yearning for new interests. However, apart from his computer and phone, there was little else to engage with. No, Su Yingxue herself was quite entertaining, but unfortunately, she forbade him from playing. As boredom enveloped him, Su Yingxue suddenly called. Where are you? At home. Come downstairs in 10 minutes. I'm picking you up. Why? We'll discuss it when we meet. Shortly thereafter, a spicy fish head dish slowly emerged from the underground parking lot. Su Yingxue wore a grave expression, her brows furrowed, which in turn made Lin Yan anxious. Has something happened? Yes, Su Yingxue confirmed. 2 journalists have gone missing. Missing? Lin Yan's brow furrowed, his gaze growing serious. Indeed. These 2 journalists were engaged in social investigations and had previously assisted the police in solving a human trafficking case. Recently, they received information about severe pollution in a canal in Qianzhou and went to investigate undercover. 3 days ago, they drove to Qianzhou, video called their families that night, and then completely vanished the next day. This morning, their families reported them missing. We issued a notification to Qianzhou, and the local security bureau has since retrieved surveillance footage and dispatched personnel to the village for inquiries, yet there remains no news. Therefore, the bureau has instructed us to investigate in Qianzhou. Lin Yan pointed at himself, pondering how he had suddenly become part of this we. I'm not a police officer. Wouldn't this be exploitation of my labor without compensation or benefits? To clarify, the bureau had requested that Huang Wenshuan and he go, but I am not keen on accompanying him. Taking you along will help you acclimate to police work ahead of time. So, you intend to exploit my assistance? Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. Officer Su, may I inquire, in the realm of exploitation, is your conduct not unlawful? Exploitation indeed. Su Yingxue rolled her eyes, remarking that you were merely an outsider. If you lacked investigative skills, others would certainly gossip. She was not particularly concerned about such chatter. Her real worry was Lin Yan's potential inability to cope, which could lead to a breakdown. After all, the opinions of the masses can be quite formidable. Without investigative capabilities? Lin Yan scoffed. I could easily intimidate you with my S-grade credentials. However, he genuinely felt uneasy about Su Yingxue venturing to Qianzhou alone. Where do you intend to start your investigation? Su Yingxue shook her head. At present, the only information I possess pertains to their destination. Journalists, sewage, investigation, disappearance. Lin Yan murmured to himself, gazing out the window, lost in contemplation. The information at hand most readily suggested that 2 journalists had arrived in the area to probe into waterway pollution, thereby infringing upon the interests of certain local individuals, resulting in their detention. After all, such matters had not yet escalated to the point of murder to silence them. Nevertheless, Lin Yan harbored a lingering suspicion that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. To uncover the truth, it was essential to reach the scene and conduct a meticulous analysis based on the clues and evidence present. Chapter 32, The Source of Comprehensive Contamination. The 2 arrived at the police station. Su Yingxue's spicy fish head was ill-suited for travel, prompting them to switch to Li Feng's private car, a sleek black Haval. To avoid drawing attention, Su Yingxue donned casual attire and, for safety's sake, brought along a firearm. Qianzhou, located over 50 kilometers from Binhai, is a modest prefecture-level city nestled against a backdrop of mountains. Though its scenery is pleasing and frequented by tourists, its industrial development remains rather stagnant. Chiha village lies in the southwestern mountainous region of Qianzhou, under the jurisdiction of Hanshan County, and is an hour's drive from the county seat. It is here that the 2 journalists mysteriously vanished. Thus far, the police possess only this fragment of information. As the sun began to cast its golden hues across the horizon, Lin Yan and Su Yingshue's vehicle gently rolled into Chiha village. The car came to a steady halt at the village entrance. Lin Yan opened the door, and the fresh air, imbued with the fragrance of earth, enveloped him. The picturesque landscape momentarily took him aback. What a paradise this place is. When we retire, let us bring the kids here to enjoy our golden years. Lin Yan mused dreamily. Dream on, who said we'd go together? Su Yingxue retorted, steadying herself against the car door while her gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings. Equally awestruck by the beauty before them, Chiha village, though modest in size, features a quintessential karst landscape. Quaint, green-tiled houses are nestled among lush trees, resembling a serene pastoral painting. The village is arranged in a circular layout around a uniquely shaped hill, reminiscent of a crown, housing approximately 100 families. Were it not for its remote location, this locale would undoubtedly be a popular tourist destination. However, as a gentle breeze swept through, both of their brows furrowed in unison. The pungent sour odor in the air intensified, confirming their suspicions of a deeper issue. Su Yingxue swiftly retrieved her backpack from the car, donned a sun hat, and, accompanied by Lin Yan, hastened along the field path in the direction of the offensive scent. Previously, the Qianzhou Public Security Bureau had sent personnel to investigate the village, but they had yielded no results. Their inquiries would bear little significance now. They needed to first unravel the mystery behind the pollution to potentially uncover critical clues. Not long after they began their trek along the path, a narrow river, approximately 2 meters wide, came into view. The water's surface exhibited an unsettling array of colors: black, yellow, white, green, each more repugnant than the last, with the foul odor becoming increasingly potent. Clearly, the green hue was the river's original color, while the others were the result of noxious wastewater discharge. In this day and age, it is utterly audacious for anyone to so recklessly pollute the environment. Su Yingshue's brows knitted tightly. Nowadays, environmental regulations are exceedingly stringent. The discharge of substandard wastewater is strictly prohibited, and violations typically result in business closures and hefty fines, with potential imprisonment for severe infractions. Lin Yan sighed. Surely, there are influential figures behind this. Let us proceed ahead, Su Yingxue replied, continuing along the riverbank. She understood Lin Yan's implications, yet this territory did not fall under Binhai's jurisdiction. Even with the desire to intervene, they were powerless. With every passing second, the two missing journalists faced increasing peril. Lin Yan hastened to catch up. From the very moment he detected the foul odor, a conjecture began to form in his mind. The disappearance of the two journalists was most likely linked to this river. The entanglement of interests often serves as the root cause of such incidents. Someone might not wish for the truth to be unveiled by the reporters, which could lead to their vanishing. However, this was merely a hypothesis. It was imperative to uncover concrete clues and evidence. Not far along, an elderly farmer was busy digging potatoes in the field. Su Yingxue approached him with a warm smile and greeted, "Good afternoon, sir. You seem quite busy." The old man straightened his back, his dark face etched with the marks of time. He first scrutinized Su Yingxue, then turned his gaze towards Lin Yan, and replied with a strong accent, "Busy, indeed. Just digging up some potatoes for dinner." Maintaining her smile, Su Yingxue seized the opportunity to inquire, "Sir, may I ask why this river smells so terrible?" Upon hearing this, the old man's demeanor shifted dramatically, his eyes ignited with flames of indignation. How could it not stink? Even washing clothes in this river leaves them foul-smelling. The vegetables grown in the fields carry an odd taste. When we take them to sell in town, buyers refuse to purchase them upon learning they are from Chiha village. As he spoke, he gestured towards the northwest, exclaiming, "It's all the work of those scoundrels." Lin Yan and Su Yingxue exchanged a glance, their brows furrowing deeper in concern. "Those scoundrels? Sir, who do you mean?" Su Yingxue cautiously probed. "Who else could it be? It's those factory owners." The old man's tone was rife with resignation. "Has the village ever reported this?" Lin Yan continued to inquire. "What good would that do?" The old man thrust his hoe heavily into the ground, as if venting his frustrations. "When the officials come, they pretend to take action for a day or two, but as soon as they leave, the pollution resumes. Didn't the villagers think about organizing a protest at the factory?" Lin Yan's words were delicately phrased. In other places, under similar circumstances, the villagers would have probably taken to the streets in protest. They dare not. The old man waved his hands repeatedly, a look of fear crossing his face. "Samuel went to protest last time and was beaten into a cripple. Now he struggles to walk. Who would dare to go again?" Lin Yan's brow furrowed in thought as he looked at Suing Xue. He understood that Sanhua, as mentioned by the old man, was likely the villager who had been injured during the protest. All right, sir, please continue with your work. Lin Yan and Suing Xue turned to leave. It seems the waters run deep here, Lin Yan remarked with a smile. Let us first explore the area around the factories. Suing Xue did not respond verbally. The two retraced their route, driving towards the northwest. Minutes later, the road widened, revealing a vast array of factory buildings sprawled across the plain within the valley. The acrid odor here intensified, permeating even through the tightly sealed car windows. Suing Xue hurriedly retrieved masks from her bag and handed one to Lin Yan. As they drove around the factory area, they discovered that it was not merely a single factory but a conglomeration of pesticide, fertilizer, paper, and chemical factories, pollution in every conceivable form. Chapter 33. Lin Yan and Suing Xue check into a hotel. The Havel vehicle came to a halt once more by the roadside. Suing Xue began to meticulously organize the clues. The situation had become relatively clear. The wastewater from this industrial park was being discharged untreated, resulting in severe pollution of the surrounding rivers, which incited vehement discontent among the villagers. They had reported the issue and even staged protests, yet the problem remained unresolved. The sewage had seeped into the groundwater, affecting the villagers' drinking water, and in desperation, they had turned to a reporter from the press, hoping that exposure would spur environmental remediation. However, during the investigation, the reporter was discovered by factory personnel and subsequently detained. Lin Yan nodded in agreement. Thus, the pressing priority is to search these factories and locate the journalist. Suing Xue sighed in resignation. It's not that simple. A search requires a warrant, and besides, this area does not fall under Binhai's jurisdiction. Why not let the Qianzhou Public Security Bureau conduct the investigation? Lin Yan suggested without hesitation. Suing Xue shook her head. It's not so straightforward. These factories have been operating unlawfully for an extended period, indicating that someone powerful is shielding them. Even if we were to coordinate with the Binhai Public Security Bureau to obtain a warrant, the information would likely be leaked by then, rendering our efforts futile. What then? Lin Yan pondered. Is there truly no solution? Suing Xue rolled down the car window. Gazing steadfastly at the factory area, we can only devise a way to infiltrate and investigate discreetly. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. What if we get caught? Suing Xue turned to him with a teasing tone. Oh, as a disciple of the Shidong faction, could I really be apprehended by a mere group of ordinary people? Lin Yan scoffed. I'm worried about you getting caught. You're overthinking it. Suing Xue exited the vehicle. She had come armed this time, and in a critical moment. She could always reveal her identity as a police officer. Do they dare to detain a police officer? The two arrived at the entrance of Chunghong Paper Mill. The entrance featured a facial recognition access control system, with security booths flanking either side. One was responsible for checking individuals entering the factory, while the other managed those exiting. What brings you here? The stout security guard scrutinized the pair, his eyes filled with suspicion. We're here to apply for jobs, Lin Yan replied calmly. The guard frowned, his gaze landing on Suing Xue. Despite her wearing a mask, her bright eyes, fair complexion, and remarkable figure made it hard to believe that such a beauty would seek employment in a place like this. Applying for jobs? With your looks? Why aren't you out earning big money instead of coming here for the hustle? The guard's tone was laced with mockery. Suing Xue retorted without hesitation. And with your appearance, why aren't you selling pancakes? The guard paused, glancing down at his own short stature. And suddenly his eyes lit up. Hey, that is not a bad idea. I'll hop online and buy a set of Wu Dalong's attire to sell pancakes live. Is that even possible? Lin Yan marveled silently at the guard's train of thought. He then inquired, So, could you let us in to see if there are any suitable job opportunities? Upon hearing this, the guard's demeanor shifted dramatically to seriousness. Absolutely not. The factory is not hiring right now. You two should leave at once. In a moment of despair, the two had no choice but to depart and seek alternative methods. Speaking too much would only arouse suspicion. Once back in the car, Lin Yan pondered for a moment before suggesting, what if we return tonight? Suing Xue, perplexed, inquired, why must we come at night? Lin Yan pointed to the factory's towering wall, which stood over 3 meters high and was topped with barbed wire. Under the cover of darkness, we can scale the wall undetected. Suing Xue turned to gaze at the formidable barrier, her eyes wide with astonishment. How can we possibly climb that? Even if we manage to get over, how will we get back? Isn't it simple? Lin Yan exclaimed, patting his thigh. As long as we have legs. However, He was met with Su Yingshue's exaggerated eye roll. Arriving in Hongshan County, Su Yingxue booked 2 rooms online. After parking, she prepared to collect the room keys at the front desk. "Hand me your ID," she said. Lin Yan, bewildered, replied, "What ID? You mean you left your ID at home?" Su Yingxue glared at him with disdain. "Who carries their ID everywhere they go?" Lin Yan retorted defensively. With an exasperated sigh, Su Yingxue canceled the 2 bookings and opted for a single standard room instead. The thought of sharing a room with Lin Yan made her uneasy, as the embarrassing memories of their last encounter lingered vividly. A little over 10 minutes later, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. In September, the temperature in Qianzhou remained above 35 C, making one feel sticky as soon as they stepped away from the air conditioning. Thus, as soon as Lin Yan entered the room, he eagerly rushed to take a shower. Noticing the scattered clothes, Su Yingxue frowned slightly, intending to hang them up. Yet, as she lifted a pair of pants, something clattered to the floor. Upon closer inspection, it was a resident ID card. Su Yingxue turned her gaze towards the bathroom, her expression filled with fury. That deceitful scoundrel. At 2 in the morning, a black Haval car returned to the factory, stopping several hundred meters away from the paper mill. Both Su Yingxue and Lin Yan were clad in black attire, including shoes and masks. They stealthily approached the wall. Su Yingxue glanced upwards, frowning as she murmured, "How do we get up there?" "That's easy," Lin Yan responded, and before she could react, he kicked off the wall, performing a graceful backflip, only to get his pant leg caught in the barbed wire. Immediately, Su Yingxue frowned, hearing a muffled grunt from within. One had to admit, his skills were impressive. If he hadn't stumbled, it would have looked quite dashing. "Are you all right?" Su Yingxue whispered, wanting to inquire but hesitating to raise her voice against the imposing wall. Just then, Lin Yan unexpectedly leaped back from inside, landing gracefully. Su Yingxue scrutinized him, her concern evident. Didn't he hurt yourself, did you?" Lin Yan quickly shook his head. "No, of course not. I landed perfectly." In truth, however, his backside was quite sore. "However, you can ascend, while I find it impossible. Such a towering wall, coupled with barbed wire, even a ladder would be futile." As soon as Su Yingxue's words fell, Lin Yan turned his back to her and crouched down. "Climb up." "What are you doing?" Su Yingxue exclaimed, taken aback. "Are you really suggesting that you can carry me over the wall?" Chapter 34. Finally uncovering the key clue, Lin Yan, alone and astonished, jumped in, not expecting that he would have to carry someone as well. "Isn't that a bit excessive? What other choice do you have?" Lin Yan replied impatiently. "Do you still wish to investigate?" "Stop dawdling." After a moment's hesitation, Su Yingxue leaned against his back. Given Lin Yan's lack of investigative experience, sending him in alone might not yield any leads. The moment their bodies made contact, Lin Yan felt a wave of tingling sensations coursing through him. If Su Yingxue were not a police officer, she would undoubtedly be the epitome of a delicate girl, fragile and ethereal. These qualities were vividly embodied at that moment of their physical connection. "Wrap your arms around my neck." "Okay, but loosen up. I asked you to hold on, not to choke me." Su Yingxue, upon hearing this, gradually pressed her body against his back, her heart racing with nervousness. It was her first time having such intimate contact with a man. Although they had embraced on the bed previously, she had been asleep then, unaware of her surroundings and sensations. Her fingers brushed against Lin Yan's sturdy back, the firm muscle eliciting a quickened heartbeat and shallow breaths, as warmth surged through her veins. Reddening her cheeks, Lin Yan swallowed hard. Even this brief physical contact had set his heart racing. Now, with the stakes raised, he felt as if he were soaring. Truly, beauty was a captivating allure, and it was no wonder that every man desired to possess it. Rising to his feet, he clasped Su Yingxue's legs and secured her tightly against him. At that moment, she resembled an ornament perfectly affixed to Lin Yan's body. "Hold on tight." Su Yingxue's voice instinctively dropped, tinged with an uncharacteristic shyness. Lin Yan took 2 steps back, gathered momentum, and leaped, using the wall for support. For safety's sake, he refrained from executing a backflip this time, but due to excessive force, they both tumbled into the greenery below, accompanied by muffled exclamations and the sound of branches snapping under their weight. After a brief moment, they clumsily rose to their feet. Su Yingxue brushed the dirt off her clothes, exclaiming, "Didn't you just come in? How come you didn't notice the greenery?" Lin Yan feigned innocence. "I just fell in. There is no greenery at the corner." Regaining her composure, Su Yingxue began to assess their surroundings. Ahead were 2 workshops, with a 3-story office building behind them. The entire factory was eerily silent, devoid of any activity. Their primary objective was to locate individuals. If that proved fruitless, they would search for vehicles. The two reporters had been driving an SUV with the license plate number 3356. While people could easily conceal themselves, a vehicle of that size would be relatively easier to find. The pair diligently circled the entire factory area, even inspecting the workshops. However, they discovered neither people nor vehicles. Without pause, they swiftly moved to a different location. Fortunately, these factories had minimal security measures aside from the occasional patrol by guards. This laxity was likely due to their sense of invulnerability. The villagers dared not cause trouble, knowing someone was shielding them, leading to a natural complacency. Time passed by steadily. By the time the two individuals finished searching the fourth factory, the rooster had crowed. If they couldn't find a vehicle soon, they would have to abandon their efforts for the day. Lin Yan stealthily led Su Yingxue into the largest pesticide factory within the industrial park. They scoured the office area, and, upon reaching the warehouse, Lin Yan finally spotted the car with the license plate ending in 3356 in a secluded corner. "Over here," he whispered excitedly. Seeing this, Su Yingxue hurried over, crouched in front of the vehicle, and confirmed it was indeed registered in Binhai City, with the correct ending digits. "This is it," she exclaimed, quickly taking photos to document the evidence, capturing both the factory and the surrounding environment. "Let us go," Su Yingxue said as she stowed her phone away. "Now that we've found the car, shouldn't we also look for the people?" Lin Yan asked, puzzled. "I'll explain outside," she replied. By the time they returned to the car, panting and exhausted, it was already 5:30 in the morning. Su Yingxue took a deep breath. "The car is here, but the people may not be. If we startle them, it will complicate our search. Why not just apprehend them and interrogate them?" Lin Yan continued to inquire. Su Yingxue shook her head. "It's not as simple as you think. Without evidence, we cannot detain anyone arbitrarily, nor can we resort to violence. I brought my firearm for emergencies, but even in dangerous situations, if I must fire, I still have to file a report afterwards." "But didn't Ti fire my weapon last time?" Lin Yan asked, confused. Su Yingxue sighed, adjusting her forehead. "Brother, that was an entirely different scenario. Your situation was critical. Counterterrorism and investigating a case are two different matters. Moreover, after you apprehended Xiu, you have no idea how much paperwork we had to complete. The public security system strictly prohibits torture and entrapment. Your methods simply won't work. We must gather evidence for a lawful trial." "Oh, I see," Lin Yan replied, a look of realization crossing his face. "So we are complicating a straightforward task." He then pressed on. "What do we do now?" Su Yingxue was also contemplating this dilemma. Should they contact the Qianzhou Public Security Bureau first, or relay the information back to Binhai for coordination? Approaching Qianzhou directly would be quicker and save time. However, the situation here was quite intricate. If they alerted the other party, they might move both the vehicle and the individuals before they could act. Reporting to Binhai first might allow them to bypass Qianzhou and block the vehicle outright. Having made up her mind, Su Yingxue declared, "Let us report our discovery of the vehicle to the Bureau and see how they wish to proceed." "All right, let us hurry. I'm feeling quite drowsy." Lin Yan yawned. In order to avoid being seen in the county, the two did not venture out after checking into the hotel. They ordered takeout for their meals. Lin Yan, accustomed to staying up late, found it difficult to sleep early. He stayed awake until midnight, managed to sleep for only an hour, and then rushed over here. Having been busy for several hours, he had essentially pulled an all-nighter. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Yan collapsed into bed and fell asleep immediately. Su Yingxue took out her notebook and organized the photos she had captured into a document before sending it to Li Feng. After a brief wash-up, she finally succumbed to sleep. In truth, she was quite fatigued. Chapter 35. The two once again slept together at 9 o'clock in the morning. At the entrance of Chia village, a group of villagers gathered together. "I heard that the police visited our village yesterday. What was their purpose?" one remarked. "I overheard old Wang's wife say they seemed to be searching for someone, a man and a woman. The specifics, however, remain unclear." "A man and a woman? Could they be the two journalists who came by a few days ago?" another speculated. "I cannot say for certain. The police inquired at several homes, but left without any leads." "The police are searching for someone? Does that mean those journalists have gone missing?" "Hey, Sanwa. Out and about so early?" A slender figure, leaning on a cane, slowly passed by. The man known as Sanwa nodded in acknowledgement. "Come sit with us for a while before you head back." Upon hearing this, Sanwa's gaze began to flicker, as if he feared being associated with the matter of the wastewater. His cane instinctively quickened its rhythm, striking the ground with a series of sharp tap-tap-tap sounds. Upon returning to his desolate home, he was engulfed by a profound sense of regret. Ever since he had been incapacitated, he could no longer work to earn a living. His wife, feeling hopeless by his side, had left him. His mother, too, succumbed to illness caused by bottled-up despair and departed soon after. Now, his home consisted only of himself, 2 pigs, and a few chickens and ducks for company. If given the choice, he would gladly return to 2 years prior. He would endure the filth and odor of the wastewater without a second thought and would never have led the charge to confront the factory. At the Public Security Bureau of Binhai City, Li Feng arrived early at Wang Wenxin's office. Zhang Donghai had not yet returned, and for the time being, the affairs of the bureau remained under his purview. Such cross-regional cases required his decisive input. Wang Bureau, Xiao Xue believes that the situation in Qianzhou is quite complex. She suggests we bypass that area and proceed to apprehend the suspects along with the stolen goods first, Li Feng proposed. He concurred with her assessment, should any information leak. Tracking them down again would be far more challenging. After reviewing the materials, Wang Wenxin furrowed his brow in contemplation. Moments later, he slowly shook his head. While the idea is commendable, it does not adhere to protocol. If we were to bypass the local authorities and something were to occur, who would bear the responsibility? Li Feng understood his concern. Wang Wenxin felt that he was merely acting as a caretaker of the Bureau's operations, should any complications arise. His opportunity to shed the acting title would vanish. The cunning veteran was determined not to allow himself to suffer any losses. He could afford to be passive, but he could never be at fault. What then shall we do? Li Feng inquired. Wang Wenxin pondered for a moment before replying. Let us first contact Qianzhou to request their assistance in sending some personnel. We will also dispatch some from our side. This way, we can adhere to the proper procedures. Very well, Li Feng responded, turning toward the door. I will go arrange for some personnel now. In the hotel, Su Yingxue gradually awoke. Her slumber had been troubled, filled with dreams, and among them, she had dreamt of Lin Yan. He was quite bothersome, persistently pawing at her. Moments later, she playfully pinched her face, then embraced her arms, and ultimately found herself drawn directly into his embrace. She wished to resist, yet found herself utterly devoid of strength, surrendering entirely to his whims. Yet, more shameful was the warmth radiating from Lin Yan's chest, coupled with an indescribable feeling of safety that enveloped her, igniting a longing within her. It was utterly mortifying. If this were not merely a dream, Su Yingxue could hardly believe that such thoughts could cross her mind. Her eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. After a brief moment of blurriness, her vision began to sharpen, revealing a handsome face lost in slumber. Su Yingxue gazed vacantly, and the atmosphere grew still. Warning: there is a risk of being kicked within 30 centimeters ahead. Host, please take precautions. Warning: there is a risk of being kicked within 30 centimeters ahead. Host, please take precautions. Lin Yan, still half asleep, suddenly registered the system's alert in his mind. What on earth? As he groggily opened his eyes, he beheld Su Yingxue's beautiful face, a canvas of astonishment, embarrassment, anger, and despair. In the next moment, Su Yingxue's voice echoed as her right leg surged into action. Lin Yan felt a forceful blow to his abdomen, and in an instant, he, along with the quilt, was sent tumbling to the floor beneath the bed. This is absurd, domestic violence at such an early hour. If you've harmed my brother, you are the one at a loss. What brother? When did you crawl into my bed? Su Yingxue quickly straightened herself, relieved that her clothes were still in place. Lin Yan lay on the ground, momentarily dazed, before he turned to glance at the now empty bed. Not only had he invaded Su Yingxue's space, but he had also dragged the quilt along with him. He struggled to recall the events of the previous night. There seemed to be a fleeting memory of touching something, and he remembered the sensation being quite pleasant, involuntarily weighing it in his mind. Oh no, could it be? After this brief interlude, the two hastily freshened up. Li Feng had already sent a message indicating he was en route. They quickly descended to buy some food before rushing to meet Li Feng. By 10 o'clock in the morning, a black Havel private car and several police vehicles came to a halt outside the Hongxiang pharmaceutical factory. Bang, 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 the car doors swung open, and several uniformed officers alighted. Captain Li, Su Yingxue approached, and Li Feng nodded slightly, surveying her with curiosity as he inquired, "How did you manage to capture those photographs?" Upon entering the industrial area, he had noticed that the factory walls here were significantly higher than elsewhere, fortified with barbed wire and steel needles, presenting a formidable level of security. Climbing over was not entirely impossible, but doing so without injury was quite unlikely. However, He had just observed that Su Yingxue bore no visible signs of injury. Turning to Lin Yan beside her, she declared, "He brought me in." Li Feng's gaze shifted to Lin Yan, astonishment evident in his eyes. "He took you in?" Climbing over that wall is a challenge even for one person. One must bring another person. Is he even human? Su Yingxue nodded and then inquired, "Shall we proceed directly inside or?" Li Feng paused for a moment and replied, "Let's wait here. I just observed that this factory has only one entrance. We should guard this spot until their people arrive, thus preventing any potential conflict." He was acutely aware that this factory was not to be underestimated. The opposing party would certainly not allow them entry without resistance. Furthermore, they lacked the jurisdiction to enforce the law over Qianzhou enterprises. Consequently, the other side would undoubtedly refuse to acknowledge them, which could lead to an inevitable clash. For now, we have effectively blocked the entrance. A vehicle of such considerable size could not possibly take to the skies. The group waited for approximately 20 minutes before 2 police cars arrived, albeit rather belatedly. Chapter 36. There is a traitor in the police force. 5 individuals approached, led by a policeman who greeted Li Feng with a smile. "Old Li, why trouble yourself to come all this way for such a trivial matter? A simple greeting would suffice." Li Feng chuckled softly, acknowledging the urgency of the situation that necessitated his presence. The leader was Chun Haiyuan, the captain of the criminal investigation team at the Qianzhou Public Security Bureau, an old classmate from their police academy days. "Well then, priorities first," Chun Haiyuan exclaimed, his gaze shifting to Su Yingxue, a look of delight spreading across his face. "This must be, undoubtedly, with such beauty. It can only be the renowned police flower of Binhai, Su Yingxue, am I right?" "I am merely an ordinary officer," Su Yingxue replied with a polite smile. She had long grown accustomed to such flattery, once finding it irksome, but now too apathetic to feel even annoyance. "Ah, if you are ordinary, what does that make us?" Chun Haiyuan attempted to continue, only to be interrupted by Li Feng. "Let us focus on the matter at hand. Indeed, let us get to business, please. Let us proceed inside," Chun Haiyuan said as he moved towards the entrance. Upon seeing this, the security guard quickly emerged from his post, questioning Chun Haiyuan. "What do you intend to do?" Producing a search warrant, Chun Haiyuan replied solemnly. "We suspect your factory is connected to a missing persons case, and we are here to conduct a search for evidence." "Open the door." The guard hesitated, instead opting to make a phone call. "Hello, Captain. There are numerous police officers at the entrance claiming they need to conduct a search. Let them in," came the directive. "Understood." After receiving the clearance, the guard pressed the button to open the electric gate, and the entrance slowly swung open. Lin Yan and Su Yingxue swiftly led the way into the factory premises. Once inside, both instinctively donned their masks. Li Feng furrowed his brow and quickly covered his mouth and nose. The deeper they ventured, the more pungent the odor became, assaulting their senses. It was no wonder the local residents had reported pollution. A factory like this, devoid of waste discharge, was inconceivable. As they walked, Lin Yan leaned closer to Su Yingxue, whispering, "Something feels off, doesn't he it?" Su Yingxue frowned, inquiring, "What seems amiss?" Lin Yan shook his head, unable to articulate his thoughts. "I have a hunch. The vehicle may no longer be here." Upon hearing this, Su Yingxue felt a wave of unease wash over her. She had harbored the same concern, which was why she had reported the information back to the Bureau, only for them to ultimately contact Qianzhou. Several security guards trailed behind the group, while the factory employees were notably thick masks, some even donning gas masks. After a few moments, they finally traversed the long pathway and arrived near the warehouse. However, the very situation that Lin Yan and Su Yingxue had dreaded came to pass. The spot where vehicles were originally parked had now been occupied by another car. "I knew it," Lin Yan chuckled wryly. The moment he laid eyes on Chun Haiyuan, he sensed something was amiss. "Where's the vehicle?" Su Yingxue scanned the surroundings. Several cars occupied the parking spaces, yet none bore any resemblance to the one they sought. Li Feng frowned. "Are you suggesting the car has vanished?" Chun Haiyuan immediately gestured to the police officers he had brought along, urging them to search for the vehicle with the license plate 3356 within the factory premises. As his words fell, the officers dispersed swiftly. Li Feng also hastened to give orders, and soon, over 10 individuals commenced a thorough search of the pharmaceutical factory. Meanwhile, Lin Yan remained still, fully aware that the vehicle had likely been relocated, finding it seemed improbable. His acting skills were not sufficiently convincing to warrant participation in their charade. Indeed, after a mere 10 minutes, the officers who had split up returned, while shaking their heads in dismay, indicating that no trace of the vehicle could be found. Shortly thereafter, the factory supervisor arrived upon hearing the news, maintaining a constant smile. Regardless of the inquiries posed, he categorically denied any knowledge when it came to the vehicle and the individuals involved. Officers, these two individuals did visit our factory for an interview a few days ago, but they have since departed. As for this photograph, while it indeed resembles our facility, who can guarantee when it was taken? With today's advanced internet technology, we cannot ascertain its authenticity. Su Yingxue spoke in a solemn tone. Retrieve the surveillance footage. Li Feng and Chun Haiyuan entered the monitoring room together. By coincidence, the parking spot where Su Yingxue had captured the image the previous day was devoid of surveillance cameras, effectively a blind spot. They were left with no choice but to examine footage from other angles, with the main focus on the entrance. The pharmaceutical factory was encircled by towering walls, with the sole exit being the main gate. If the vehicle did not exit from there, could it possibly sprout wings? However, to the dismay of everyone involved, after reviewing all surveillance footage from midnight to morning, the vehicle bearing the tail number 3356 was nowhere to be found. A shadow of gloom instantly enveloped Su Yingxue and Li Feng. At this juncture, it was undeniable that information had been leaked prematurely, while the culprit remained unidentified. The suspicion fell heavily on the local public security bureau in Qianzhou. With no concrete evidence at hand, there was no recourse for accountability. In fact, it would be fortunate if the other party did not scrutinize their own investigative diligence, thus wasting police resources. Yet the pressing question remained, how could such a large vehicle simply vanish into thin air? Where had it gone? Was it still in the factory? Old Li. In such situations, we must exercise greater caution, Qin Haiyuan remarked with a troubled expression. If we fail to uncover anything significant, the enterprise will undoubtedly voice their grievances. Very well, I shall return to report to the bureau. When I next come to Qianzhou, I will arrange for you to join me. It has been a while since our old classmates shared a drink. With that, Qin Haiyuan left, taking his team with him. Captain, I suspect it was someone from Qianzhou who leaked the information, Su Yingxue stated gravely. The evidence she had painstakingly acquired had been undermined by a swarm of parasites. It would be disingenuous to say she was not furious. Li Feng sighed and shook his head. Our power is limited. There is little we can do. The lead has gone cold. What do you plan to do next? After a moment of contemplation, Su Yingxue turned her gaze toward Lin Yan, with the lead vanished. I shall continue my search. Li Feng nodded in agreement. All right. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call me. There have been numerous developments on the coastal front, and I must return. Chapter 37. Infiltrating the pharmaceutical factory again. Upon returning to the hotel, the two individuals found themselves compelled to rethink their strategy. Currently, the two journalists remained missing, and their whereabouts in Qianzhou were uncertain. However, Su Yingxue firmly believed that their disappearance was intrinsically linked to the pharmaceutical factory. Thus, even if an investigation were to commence, it must begin at the factory itself. Yet, prior avenues of inquiry had vanished. Even the vehicle they once had access to was no longer available. Where to begin the search? After much contemplation, Su Yingxue devised a plan. We can only infiltrate during the day and see if we can glean any useful information from the workers, she proposed. Lin Yan looked at her in astonishment. With the level of security at the factory, and without a search warrant, how can we possibly gain entry dressed in plain clothes? Su Yingxue elucidated, of course. We will scale the wall. Most of the employees inside wear masks and caps, making it difficult to recognize anyone at a glance. We can easily blend in. Lin Yan nodded, conceding that her reasoning held merit. However, he raised a concern. But the employees are all in work uniforms. Where will we procure those? That is quite simple, Su Yingxue replied with confidence, pressing the accelerator towards the county town. The typical uniform for ordinary factory employees consisted of plain blue t-shirts with printed logos and caps, while some wore white lab coats. Essentially, just these two variations. When they returned to the factory area, both had changed into white lab coats, complete with large masks and caps that obscured their faces, leaving only their eyes visible. They scaled the wall using the same method as before, undetected, and strolled along the factory pathways. Even when encountering others, they attracted little attention. For one was a police officer and the other possessed exceptional skills. In moments of calm, one could navigate circumstances with ease, and Lin Yan felt no anxiety whatsoever. In his view, a direct confrontation with the so-called supervisor would surely yield results. As they approached the front workshop, they turned inside. The interior was well equipped, filled with an array of stainless steel tanks and pipes, while several workers were inspecting instruments and gauges. Lin Yan approached a robust, middle-aged man from behind and inquired in a low voice. When the police were here earlier, no one spoke out of turn, did they? The burly man glanced back with a nonchalant expression and replied, "Who would dare to speak out? We didn't utter a word." Exchanging a glance with Suing Xue, Lin Yan recognized that this statement further confirmed their suspicions regarding the factory. Indeed, it has not been very peaceful around here lately. We should be vigilant. Lin Yan intended to continue the conversation, but the man turned away, clearly uninterested in further dialogue. Exiting the workshop, the two directed their steps towards the storage area adjacent to where vehicles were parked. At that moment, a forklift emerged from the storage room. Realizing this, both simultaneously frowned. As a thought struck them, "Let us go take a look," Suing Xue suggested. They approached, opting not to engage immediately, but instead circled around the interior before finally approaching the forklift operator. Lin Yan inquired, "Master, if any suspicious individuals come to ask you questions recently, you must keep your lips sealed and refrain from speaking out of turn, understood?" The forklift master glanced him over, sensing some unfamiliarity. Yet the content of his speech felt oddly familiar. Thus, he nodded in agreement without further thought. "Rest assured, I will speak only what is necessary and will remain silent on matters that should not be divulged." "Very well, master. Please continue with your work." With that, the two hastened their steps and exited the warehouse. "What are you thinking?" "You go first." "No, you go first." "Block him," they exclaimed in unison. Once again, the two stealthily slipped away from the factory, with Lin Yan carrying Suing Xue on his back. After entering the vehicle, they removed their white lab coats and masks, exhaling heavily in relief. That forklift master must know the whereabouts of the vehicle, Suing Xue asserted confidently. Lin Yan nodded in agreement while sipping water. "It is highly probable that the car has already been relocated. It was taken away by the vehicle," Suing Xue added. They waited until 6 in the evening when the factory gates swung open, releasing a throng of workers. Many drove cars, but most rode electric bicycles. Soon, Lin Yan spotted the forklift master amidst the crowd. Suing Xue started the vehicle, maintaining a discreet distance behind him. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at a place called Shilu Village, several kilometers away from Chihi Village. Since the sewage river did not flow through this area, both the air and water quality here were significantly better. Moreover, most of the workers in the park were locals from this village. The forklift master turned into a small courtyard of a single-story house, and Suing Xue parked the vehicle in a nearby open area before she and Lin Yan disembarked to follow him. "What if he doesn't speak?" Lin Yan asked. Suing Xue furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before replying solemnly, "Then we shall find a way to make him talk." Time ticked away, and if they did not quickly uncover clues, the safety of the two journalists would be in jeopardy. "Can we take action?" Lin Yan queried. Suing Xue glanced at him, a hint of hesitation in her eyes. "In principle, the police should not resort to such measures. But I am not a police officer right now," Lin Yan retorted. "I believe you have a point." Suing Xue was not one to adhere rigidly to rules. In extraordinary times, perhaps extraordinary measures were warranted. Saving lives is paramount. "Hand me your handcuffs," Lin Yan instructed. Without hesitation, Suing Xue unfastened them from her waist and handed them over. The courtyard gate stood ajar, and the two walked straight inside. Chapter 38. The great fish surfaces. The courtyard was modest in size, with a row of chicken coops on the right and a small flower bed on the left. Scattered about were various hoes, shovels, and sundry tools. At that moment, the kitchen was bustling with activity, while the foreman of the digger, reclining with his legs crossed in the living room, leisurely sipped tea as he awaited his meal. Suddenly, he turned his head and noticed two individuals entering the courtyard, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance as he rose to inquire, "Who are you looking for?" The pair before him were strikingly handsome, rivaling even the stars of the television screen. Yet, their physique seemed oddly familiar, as if he had encountered them before, especially the woman. Men often have few but vivid memories of beautiful women, and her form was unmistakably captivating, prompting a sense of recognition in him. As for Lin Yan, he drew a complete blank. "We wish to gather some information from you." Suing Xue boldly displayed her police badge. Their purpose was straightforward, to extract information from the digger foreman. The potential for exposure afterwards was of little concern. If they could secure valuable intelligence, they would first detain the foreman. Wang Chuanfu narrowed his eyes, and upon recognizing the badge, his expression tightened. He hastily protested, "Officer, I'm just a simple farmer. I have nothing of value to share with you." Su Yingxue took out her phone and presented a photo of a vehicle bearing the license plate number 3356. Have you seen this car? Wang Chuanfu scrutinized the image, his countenance shifting to one of discomfort as he nervously fidgeted with the hem of his clothing. No. His response was emphatic, yet his eyes betrayed uncertainty. Look more closely. Lin Yan's voice was cold. I truly have not seen it. Wang Chuanfu adamantly denied. Though beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, his expression increasingly frantic. As a top student from the police academy, Su Yingxue was keenly attuned to these subtle expressions. She tucked away her phone and, with a serious demeanor, stated, "This vehicle is connected to a homicide. Failing to report knowledge of it could implicate you as an accomplice. Think carefully before you respond." In truth, the disappearance of two journalists was highly likely linked to the pharmaceutical factory. Su Yingxue had no time to adhere to conventional investigative procedures. She resorted to this direct approach to compel Wang Chuanfu to divulge information swiftly, aiming to rescue the journalists. No sooner had she spoken than Lin Yan produced a pair of handcuffs from behind him. "If you prefer not to discuss this here, then you shall accompany us to the police station." Wang Chuanfu was taken aback by this turn of events, his legs trembling. He was merely a laborer and dared not become entangled in a murder case. I. He wiped the sweat from his brow, stammering, "Today." Indeed, before he could finish, a sudden commotion outside the courtyard interrupted them, the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Su Yingxue and Lin Yan turned to see a group of over 10 ruffians brandishing clubs before them. "Wang Chuanfu, what is the meaning of this?" The leader of the group, Lu Chun, sported a buzz cut, his prominent tattoos glaringly visible, and a toothpick casually dangling from his mouth, his expression defiant. They are police officers, here to ask me questions." Wang Chuanfu's fear intensified upon seeing Lu Chun, revealing that he feared the youth more than the officers. "Police?" The young man arrogantly circled around Lin Yan and the others, scrutinizing them from head to toe. "Are you police officers?" "I, Lu Chun, have dealt with the police of Hongshan County before, but you two look rather unfamiliar." Su Yingxue frowned and replied in a low voice. "I really don't need to explain anything to you. Step aside immediately, or I will report you for obstructing official duties." "Oh, quite bold, aren't we?" Lu Chun scoffed. "Wang Chuanfu is my villager. Why shouldn't I intervene? Just ask him if I have any authority over him." He pointed at the excavator driver, a smug expression on his face. "Yes, he is our village official," Wang Chuanfu replied. Su Yingxue furrowed her brows. Indeed, the situation here was far more complicated than she had anticipated. Those polluting enterprises had not only connections above, but also infiltrated the grassroots. It was evident that their movements had been exposed, and as they followed Wang Chuanfu home, those individuals intervened to prevent further investigation. It was likely that the two journalists had been taken away for the same reason. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Su Yingxue displayed her police badge. "Since you are a village official, it is your duty to assist the police in their duties." However, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Chun snatched the badge from her hand, examined it, and disdainfully remarked, "You claim to be a police officer? Is that truly the case? I can procure as many of these badges as you desire." "What do you mean by that?" Su Yingxue asked, her voice steady. Lu Chun smirked. "Is my intention not clear? I now suspect you are fake officers, and I intend to expel you from Shiliu village to protect the property and personal safety of our villagers." Lin Yan stepped forward, towering over Lu Chun, his tone equally mocking. "What if we refuse to leave? If you think so little of Qiuji, why should we fear a few petty thugs?" Truth be told, after so long without a proper fight, he was eager to test his skills on these ruffians. Lu Chun, standing at barely 1.7 meters and of a slender build, appeared a mere Corolla in comparison to Lin Yan, who resembled a robust luxury vehicle. With a defiant expression, Lu Chun declared, "If you don't leave, I'll have to cripple you and toss you out." "Go ahead and try." Lin Yan's eyes turned icy, a palpable aura of menace beginning to emanate from him. Not only Lu Chun, but even the thugs behind him, wielding clubs, felt a shiver of apprehension. Tension surged, as if a battle were about to erupt. However, at that moment, Su Yingxue stepped directly between the two, turning to Lin Yan and shaking her head. She then retrieved her badge from Lu Chun's grasp and led Lin Yan away. Lu Chun watched their retreating figures, a dismissive scoff escaping his lips. His gaze then shifted to Wang Chuanfu, darkening ominously as he warned, "If you dare speak out of turn, I'll wipe out your entire family." Wang Chuanfu, drenched in sweat and trembling, rest assured, "I shall keep a vigilant watch over this matter and ensure that they do not cause any disturbances." Returning to the vehicle, Lin Yan inquired, Why not allow me to confront him? Su Yingxue took a deep breath and replied, what difference would it make if I struck him? Have you not perceived the complexities of this situation? The waters here run exceedingly deep. Even if we were to apprehend these individuals, it would scarcely advance the case. Lin Yan furrowed his brow, acknowledging Su Yingxue's perspective. Yet, he had indeed felt a fleeting impulse to unleash his frustration. What shall we do now? Shall we not pursue further inquiries? Su Yingxue shook her head and said, I have a far superior plan. What plan? Lin Yan asked. Chapter 39. The terrifying revelation. As the sun sank below the horizon, darkness enveloped the sky. A man clad in work attire and donning a cap entered Shiliu village. Navigating with ease to a particular courtyard, he rapped his knuckles against the blacksmith's door. Moments later, a middle-aged woman opened the door, gazing quizzically at the man before her. Whom are you seeking? She inquired. I am looking for Wang Quanfeng. The man's voice resonated with a low timbre. What business do you have with him? The woman asked in confusion, as she did not recognize the stranger and could not recall her husband having such acquaintances. Who are you? Having experienced the events of the afternoon, Wang Quanfeng emerged from the house, resembling a startled bird. Upon recognizing the man, he exclaimed, It's you. It is I. The man replied, removing his cap to reveal a faint smile. The visitor was none other than Lin Yan. Leave quickly. I have nothing to say to you. Wang Quanfeng urged, attempting to close the door. However, Lin Yan wedged his right foot against the door, rendering it immovable despite Wang's efforts. What do you want? Wang Quanfeng retorted angrily. Did I not inform you? I have some questions to ask. Lin Yan replied calmly. I know nothing, Wang Quanfeng asserted. His resolve firmer than earlier that afternoon, as if bolstered by an unyielding determination. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the nearby path, and soon a group of young men encircled Lin Yan. Get lost. How dare you return? Lu Chun tightened his grip on the wooden club. Hit him. In an instant, a dozen individuals brandishing clubs charged at Lin Yan. A slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth as he lifted a leg, delivering a kick to Lu Chun's abdomen. Lu Chun was sent flying, emitting a cry of anguish. Lin Yan activated his protective stance, engaging in combat against the throng of ruffians. After toppling 5 or 6 of them, he ultimately succumbed and lost consciousness. Damn it, still fighting back. Take him away. Lin Yan was forcibly led forward, and in the darkness, he released all his weight onto his captors, burying his head and wearing a smile on his face. Watch it. Don't pass out. You're too heavy. Stop talking and just use your strength. Minutes later, Lin Yan found himself shoved into a vehicle. His 2 captors, exhausted, nearly collapsed on the ground. The car started, circling the village before entering a large courtyard. Once it came to a halt, Lu Chun exited the passenger seat and addressed those inside. We captured a journalist posing as a police officer investigating the village. We drove him away this afternoon, but he returned under the cover of night. Therefore, I had no intention of letting him leave. I took action immediately. I never expected him to be so formidable, taking on several of us single-handedly. The person is now in your hands. With that, the car door swung open, and 2 men dragged Lin Yan out, binding his hands and feet, before tossing him into a storeroom deep within the courtyard. Upon hearing the sound of the door locking, Lin Yan finally opened his eyes, clearly having feigned unconsciousness. In the afternoon, he conferred with Su Yingxue. He intended to infiltrate alone and deliberately allow himself to be captured. The reasoning was quite simple. If the 2 journalists were similarly apprehended, it was highly probable they would be detained in the same location. By penetrating deep into enemy territory, he might glean more information. Although his hands and feet were bound, such constraints posed no challenge to Lin Yan, a master of traditional martial arts. With the skill of a contortionist, he shortly freed his hands from the ropes. He then unfastened the bindings around his feet. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Yan regained his freedom. Surrounded by darkness, he leaned against the window to survey his surroundings. It appeared to be a courtyard, flanked by buildings on 3 sides. If luck permitted, the 2 journalists might also be confined here. He opened the window and vaulted outside. Like an assassin from a film, Lin Yan traversed the rooftops, silently inspecting each room. Indeed, as he reached the row of rooms across, he discerned the presence of 2 individuals within, seemingly engaged in conversation. They wouldn't kill us, would they? A woman's anxious voice inquired. No, replied a man. They simply wish to prevent us from exposing the sewage discharge. If we become embroiled in a murder case, the situation would escalate. Then why haven't they released us? The woman pressed. They likely aim to intimidate us. to issue a warning. Lin Yan grasped the door lock, exerting force, and in the next moment, the padlock was wrenched free. He pushed open the door, and the silvery moonlight sliced into the room, illuminating the man wearing black-rimmed glasses. Upon seeing the imposing silhouette in the moonlight, both the man and the woman exhibited expressions of terror. "What do you want?" the man stammered, ignoring him. Lin Yan closed the door with a swift motion and crouched before the pair, raising a finger in a gesture for silence. "I am here to rescue you." "What?" They exchanged incredulous glances. Lin Yan continued, "I am sent by the Benhai Municipal Bureau." Upon hearing this, their faces brightened, and the man hastily urged, "Quickly, untie me." They had been bound for 3 days, and their hands had lost all sensation. Oh, Lin Yan recalled this detail. After freeing them from their bindings, he led the two out of the room and, following the courtyard wall, helped them over the edge. They were mere frail scholars, lacking the prowess to climb walls. The trio stealthily made their way toward the village entrance. After introductions, Lin Yan learned that the man was named Qin Xiaodong and the woman was Zhu Ling, both reporters who had been captured while investigating in Shiliu village. "Why go through such trouble to conduct an investigation here?" Lin Yan inquired, puzzled. As journalists, they could merely document the chemical factory's waste discharge and river pollution for exposure. Why venture to Shiliu village for interviews? If anything, they should have gone to Chiha village, the true epicenter of pollution. Qin Xiaodong glanced around and lowered his voice. "We uncovered significant leads." Lin Yan halted, curiosity piqued. "What leads?" Zhu Ling excitedly added. "We have discovered that their pollution might be a cover for something else." "Something else?" Lin Yan turned to look at the chubby girl with a round face before him. "Could there be anything more sordid than pollution?" Qin Xiaodong nodded. "We suspect they are manufacturing drugs in the industrial park." Chapter 40. Li Yan's secret return for investigation. What? Lin Yan felt a sudden constriction in his breath, his heart racing to his throat. Drug manufacturing, such a sensitive and obscure term. Until now, he had only encountered such matters through television news, never expecting that someone would mention it directly before him. "Do you have evidence?" During his time with Su Yingxue, he had subtly learned an important lesson. Everything requires substantiation. Mere speculation cannot serve as a basis for judgment. Zhu Ling nodded emphatically, her tone resolute. "We extracted samples from the river and sent them for analysis. The results revealed the presence of cyanide, iodine, phosphorus, and various other compounds. Moreover, the discharged wastewater contained a distinct milky white substance, which are typical characteristics of drug manufacturing residue. While others may be oblivious to this, as professional undercover journalists, they had previously assisted the police in resolving numerous cases, and such knowledge was second nature to them, prompting heightened vigilance during investigations." "So, those individuals are still unaware that you have discovered this matter?" Lin Yan pressed further. Both shook their heads simultaneously. "They believe we are here solely to investigate the sewage issue." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan fell into contemplation. His immediate thought was to inform Su Yingxue of the situation and let her make a decision. However, prior to setting out, concerned that his phone might be confiscated, he had not brought it along. As for Qin Xiaodong and Zhu Ling, their phones had long been seized. Left with no choice, the three hastened their steps towards the village exit. In a private room of a certain club in Qianzhou, Director Feng, "You must keep a close watch on the situation in Benhai. If they continue to send people to cause trouble, it will be difficult for me to explain." A stout man with a shaved head, dressed in a black t-shirt, spoke in a deep voice. The Director Feng he referred to, Feng Ji, was indeed the head of the Qianzhou Public Security Bureau. Rest assured, Feng Ji set down his chopsticks, maintaining a calm demeanor. "As soon as there is any movement on their end, we will receive immediate notification, ensuring no interference with your operations. By the way, what are your plans for those two journalists?" The man in black took a bite of food and replied coldly. "I originally intended to detain them for a few days before releasing them, but today I received news from the village that 2 more journalists have arrived. It seems we must make an example of them to deter future interference." Feng Ji frowned slightly, cautioning, "If things spiral out of control, it could become problematic." The man in black's gaze turned icy. "Then let them meet with an accidental demise." Feng Ji pondered briefly before nodding. "Very well." Lin Yan and his companions walked for over 20 minutes before finally exiting the village and stepping onto the main road, where they spotted a black Havel parked by the roadside. The two had not eaten for 3 days, their physical strength severely depleted, and their steps faltered. Once in the car, Qin Xiaodong recounted their findings in detail to Su Yingxue. She, upon hearing the news, was even more shocked than Lin Yan. "What should we do now?" Lin Yan inquired. Suing Xue furrowed her brows, lost in thought, and did not respond immediately. After the previous incident, she was now hesitant to report anything to the bureau. Should the words of Chen Xiaodong and his companions prove to be true once the news leaks, the other party will undoubtedly act swiftly to obliterate any evidence. In the absence of irrefutable proof, she is hesitant to rashly escalate the matter to her mother. Otherwise, if she were to mobilize a substantial investigation without solid grounds, her position within the police force would become precarious. First and foremost, they must be escorted to a secure location. Suing Xue's immediate priority is to locate individuals now that her task is complete. She must deliberate on the next steps without haste. Thus, the group returned to Binhai overnight. Meanwhile, Lu Chun was engaged in a game of poker with a few associates when his phone suddenly rang. Damn it, who was calling at this hour? He muttered, picking up the phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, he immediately discarded his cigarette and exclaimed respectfully, "Hello, Brother Long. How may I assist you?" A deep voice emanated from the other end. "Release those reporters. Someone will arrive shortly with the vehicle." What? Lu Chun thought he must have misheard. "Brother Long, you mean to let them go? Do you not understand my words?" The voice on the line grew noticeably colder. Yes, Brother Long, I will do it right away." Lu Chun ended the call, hastily stuffed the money on the table into his pocket, and rushed towards the backyard. He arrived at the door of the room where Chen Xiaodong and his companion were held, humming a tune as he reached for the keys in his pocket, only to find that the lock was missing, along with the door latch. Panic-stricken, he looked around before pushing the door open. In an instant, his mind went blank. There were only a few ropes on the ground, no sign of the captives. This is bad. Lu Chun dashed toward another room, where the lock remained intact. But upon opening the door, he was met with another shock. The room was empty. Lu Chun felt dizzy, pondering how he would explain this situation. He dared not conceal the truth and immediately called Brother Long again. "Hello, Brother Long. The people are gone." "What? We just locked that kid up. And now he's vanished in such a short time. Damn it. Find him immediately. Whether alive or dead, I want to see him." "Yes." Lu Chun hung up and swiftly gathered his men for a comprehensive search. An hour later, in Binhai City, Suing Xue entrusted Chen Xiaodong and Zhu Ling to Zhang Donghai. However, she refrained from disclosing any information regarding drug production and cautioned both individuals not to share this with anyone else, as there was a mole within the bureau, and it remained uncertain who it was. Although she felt Zhang Donghai was unlikely to be the traitor, she recognized that nothing is absolute. Caution is the key to longevity. "Xiao Xue, you've worked hard," Zhang Donghai remarked, turning to Lin Yan. "Thanks to your assistance, rest assured, I will do my utmost to support you. Just a small matter. Don't forget to allocate a little bonus for me." Lin Yan replied with a smile. Zhang Donghai nodded. "I will do my best." Suing Xue said, "Director, I am feeling a bit fatigued and would like to rest for a couple of days." Zhang Donghai responded, "That is only right. I will handle the remaining matters. You should return and recuperate." The two departed from the police station. "What should we do now?" Lin Yan inquired. Suing Xue spoke in a low voice. "Return to Qianzhou." This time, they needed to return covertly, ensuring that no one would suspect their movements. Furthermore, Suing Xue deliberately refrained from handing in her firearm. The production of drugs is a grave offense. If apprehended, one's life would be at stake. The individuals they were dealing with were likely armed and would keep their weapons at the ready. Suing Xue drove back home and then rented a vehicle, and the two of them hastened their journey to Qianzhou through the night. They arrived at the pharmaceutical factory once more at 2 o'clock in the morning. According to Chen Xiaodong's description, the toxic waste from drug production was discharged from this very factory. During their journey, they had analyzed that if there truly was a drug manufacturing den within the factory, it would undoubtedly be concealed in a highly secretive location, inaccessible to ordinary employees, with a substantial likelihood of being in the basement. The pharmaceutical factory consisted of 3 workshops and 2 office buildings. If the drug production site were at ground level, it would most likely be within these areas. If it were underground, the entrance would also only be found in these locations. By eliminating implausible scenarios, the possibilities were significantly narrowed down. First, the office building experienced frequent personnel traffic, making it unsuitable for transporting raw materials without raising suspicion, thus could be discounted. The workshops, apart from the stainless steel tanks, offered no other concealed spaces and were also ruled out. Remaining were the cafeteria and the laboratory. Lin Yan first dismissed the cafeteria for the same reasons as the office building. The storage room was temporarily excluded as well, leaving the laboratory as the most suspicious venue. Firstly, transporting raw materials for drug production would not easily attract suspicion there. Secondly, the personnel involved in drug production could masquerade as laboratory staff, allowing them to come and go freely. Thirdly, laboratories routinely conduct various experiments, making any emissions or odors appear normal. Based on this reasoning, Suing Xue decided not to accompany Lin Yan inside, but instead handed him her firearm, allowing him to enter alone to assess the situation. Lin Yan was agile and difficult to detect. With a firearm in hand, he could also respond to any unforeseen circumstances. If they acted together, Lin Yan would inevitably be distracted, increasing the risk level significantly. After formulating their strategy, Lin Yan approached the base of the wall and leaped over. Upon landing, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings to ensure no one was present before making his way directly toward the laboratory. He had already noted the location of the laboratory during the daytime search. The door to the laboratory was tightly locked, however. There was a ventilation duct over 4 meters high. Lin Yan sprang up, utilizing the wall's recoil, skillfully tucking his legs and arms to squeeze through the narrow vent. Chapter 41. A swift strike against the drug manufacturing den. At this moment, the laboratory lay shrouded in darkness. Lin Yan activated the flashlight on his phone. Revealing a spacious interior, the true laboratory was nestled in a corner, surrounded by an array of experimental materials. He approached several rooms, noting that some doors were locked. He entered the unlocked door and conducted a thorough search, finding nothing amiss. Just then, a noise emanated from outside. He promptly extinguished his flashlight and concealed himself behind the door. After a brief moment, he heard the sound of a door opening, followed by the unmistakable sound of it closing and the approach of footsteps. Soon, the figure arrived at the door of the opposite laboratory, extracting a key to unlock it. As the laboratory was encased in glass, Lin Yan clearly observed the individual pressing a hidden switch within a cabinet. The cabinet at the corner moved aside, and the floor retracted to reveal a circular opening approximately 1 meter in diameter. After the person descended, the floor sealed shut, and the cabinet returned to its original position, restoring silence as if the individual had never existed. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yan was convinced that this was indeed the drug manufacturing den, prompting him to send a message to Suing Xue. Subsequently, he dismantled the laboratory's ventilation duct and crawled through the ventilation system, ultimately discovering and activating a concealed switch. Moments later, an opening leading to the basement appeared. Lin Yan drew his pistol, chambered a round, and without hesitation, descended into the depths. Inside, he found a passageway wide enough for two to walk side by side, illuminated by electric lights. At the end of the corridor stood a door. Lin Yan approached and turned the handle, only to find it locked from the inside. Knocking firmly, he held his gun in his right hand. After a brief pause, the door opened to reveal a man clad in a white lab coat and wearing a mask. The individual appeared bewildered upon seeing Lin Yan, seemingly caught off guard by the presence of a stranger. He neither cried out nor made a sound until Lin Yan aimed the dark muzzle of his gun at his forehead, prompting the man to raise his hands and surrender. Lin Yan pulled him out and inquired, "How many people are inside? Are there any firearms?" Although he had confidence in his own abilities, caution was prudent in such circumstances. "There are 10 technicians in total and no firearms," the man replied, his voice trembling. Lin Yan remained skeptical, yet it seemed reasonable. If the police had traced the operation to this location, then possessing a weapon would be futile. "Step inside," Lin Yan commanded, and the man complied, leading the way as Lin Yan followed closely behind. The basement was spacious and well lit, equipped with adequate ventilation, where the occupants were engrossed in their tasks. Oblivious to the unfolding situation, Lin Yan scrutinized his surroundings, finding no weapons. Furthermore, an alarm system was in place to provide early warnings in case of danger. Ahem. Lin Yan cleared his throat twice. The workers turned in unison at the sound. Upon seeing their companion with hands raised, one jested, "Are you demonstrating surrender here?" However, in the next moment, Lin Yan's head emerged from behind the lab-coated man. The group was momentarily stunned, having never encountered a stranger before, leaving them at a loss for words. Then, as they caught sight of Lin Yan's firearm, they hastily dropped their tools and raised their hands high in surrender. Waiting anxiously outside, Suing Xue felt a tumult of emotions within her, her heart heavy with unease. Her concern was not for the lack of clues, but rather for Lin Yan's safety. Although she was well aware of Lin Yan's formidable skills, having effortlessly subdued both the Black Wolf and Qiu Ji, the possibility of danger still gnawed at her. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. It was a call from Lin Yan. Hello, how are you faring? Suing Xue inquired with urgency. Captured red-handed. Lin Yan's voice was nonchalant. What? Suing Xue could hardly believe her ears. She had merely sent him to gather clues. How could it escalate to such a situation? Indeed, Lin Yan elaborated. In the basement, both the culprits and the raw materials are here. I've managed to secure the individuals. You must summon reinforcements immediately. Understood. After hanging up, Suing Xue promptly dialed Zhang Donghai. Due to the late hour, the phone rang 4 or 5 times before Zhang Donghai finally answered. Hello, Xiaoxue. Why are you calling so late? Is something amiss? Director, we have uncovered a drug manufacturing den in Qianzhou. What? Zhang Donghai's shocked voice resonated through the receiver. Xiaoxue, this is no trivial matter. Are you certain? Captured red-handed. Lin Yan has already apprehended the suspects. Suing Xue's tone was resolute. All right, I will personally lead a team there immediately. At 4 in the morning. Over a dozen police vehicles, sirens blaring, raced down the thoroughfares of the industrial park like a luminous ribbon. Under Suing Xue's command, the police cars came to a halt outside the pharmaceutical factory, effectively sealing off all exits. Dozens of officers, armed and ready, surged into the compound. The security guards stood frozen, too intimidated to react. The unfolding scene had far exceeded their capacity to manage. Following Lin Yan's directions, Suing Xue arrived at the laboratory and activated the basement's entrance. Zhang Donghai, Li Feng, Suing Xue, and several officers descended into the basement. Upon entering, they were rendered speechless by the sight before them. Lin Yan was casually seated, legs crossed, a firearm in hand. Before him, 10 individuals clad in lab coats squatted on the floor, their heads cradled in their arms. The space was filled with an array of raw materials and finished products, an estimated several hundred kilograms in total. You have truly astonished me, Zhang Donghai exclaimed, unable to contain his elation as he regarded Lin Yan. This young man had accomplished feats that they could scarcely have dreamed of in their lifetimes. Li Feng clasped his fists in admiration. Impressive. Lin Yan chuckled lightly. Just a small task. Remember to send me my bonus later. One by one, the lab-coated individuals were escorted out, and Lin Yan and Suing Xue emerged from the basement. Is there actually a signal down there? Suing Xue asked in surprise. Lin Yan spread his hands. I too was taken aback. The place is fully equipped with water, electricity, and gas, and there's even a signal. Now that the drug den has been located, these factories will surely cease operations, won't they? Lin Yan inquired. Suing Xue nodded. The director has already reported this matter to the higher authorities. These factories will undoubtedly be shut down, and all personnel involved will face severe punishment, including the dismantling of their protective networks. However, this will require some time. Lin Yan nodded. That's good. Chiha village is so beautiful. It's a pity to have it ruined by these people. I hope the villagers can soon have access to clean water, so that when we go there to retire, we can feel more at ease. Get lost. Suing Xue shot him a glare. Chapter 42. The Case of the Dance Teacher's Murder. A few days later, at the Qianzhou Public Security Bureau, a young man, leaning on a cane and limping, entered the hall. Excuse me, how may I assist you? Inquired the officer at the front desk as he rose. The young man, known as Sanwazi, placed a stack of medical records and photographs on the table from the bag he was carrying. With an impassioned expression, he exclaimed, I wish to report a crime. I want to file charges against Lu Chun from Shiliu village and his accomplices. They broke my leg with a steel pipe and fractured 3 of my ribs. They have driven me to the brink of losing my family and my home. I will sue them. I will sue them. The news of the drug manufacturing den discovered in the industrial park had already spread throughout the village. Initially, Sanwazi could hardly believe it, even going to those factories himself, leaning on his cane to investigate. It wasn't until he saw the tightly shut gates, sealed with official tape, and the constant flow of police vehicles that he grasped the reality of the situation. The sky over Chiha village had finally brightened. Lin Yan heard from Suing Xue that all the factories in the Chiha village industrial park had been raided. Over 500 individuals, including various levels of leadership and implicated employees, were apprehended, the majority linked to environmental pollution. All village officials from Shiliu village were arrested on charges of illegal detention, drug trafficking, and murder. Lu Haiyuan and Feng Ji from the Qianzhou Public Security Bureau were dismissed and facing investigation. The criminal elements that had long plagued Qianzhou, such as Wu Long and his associates, were now wanted. Every organization connected to environmental protection in Qianzhou was being scrutinized. Even the city and county leaders responsible for oversight were under investigation. The provincial government had also approved a plan for the sewage treatment in Chiha village, intending to thoroughly cleanse the polluted rivers and restore a healthy, living environment for the citizens. Witnessing all this, Lin Yan felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. It seemed he had not accomplished anything extraordinary, yet he had genuinely aided them in changing their fates. Lin Yan was also granted approval to begin working at the Public Security Bureau as an auxiliary police officer, ostensibly to help him familiarize himself with the environment. That evening, after taking a shower, Su Yingxue emerged and sat on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Lin Yan, seated beside her, wore a furrowed brow. His system task had been stalled for quite some time. A sudden kiss from Su Yingxue had left him pondering solutions, yet he could not remain stuck indefinitely. He felt as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Then, an idea sparked in his mind. He approached Su Yingxue and said, "Close your eyes." Su Yingxue looked up in confusion. "Why?" "Just do it. There's a surprise." Lin Yan insisted earnestly. "A surprise?" Su Yingxue frowned slightly, wondering if he intended to gift her something. With a curious heart, she slowly shut her eyes. In a swift motion, Lin Yan leaned in and pressed his face against hers. Realizing her lips had made contact with something, she abruptly opened her eyes to find a large face mere inches away. Instead of a surprise, she was met with sheer shock. "Ah!" she yelped, delivering a kick in reaction. Little did she expect that this fellow would seize the opportunity to take advantage of her. As she rose from the sofa, eager to pursue, the individual had already retreated to the room and shut the door. Lin Yan's heart raced with a rapid thump. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task and earning 10 strategy points. Current strategy progress, 50. Reward, 100,000 yuan. Unlocked entry, a top detective. You possess exceptional investigative skills. However, you remain human, not divine, and not every case can be solved. Novice task, engage in a passionate kiss with Su Yingxue." A passionate kiss? Are you certain? Lin Yan felt the system was becoming increasingly bizarre. Nonetheless, the monetary reward and the acquired entry provided a slight consolation. The following day, within the criminal police team's office, Captain Li Feng entered with a grave expression, striding forward to slam a document onto the desk with a resounding thud. The previously busy team members froze in their motions, their attention collectively directed towards him. The air in the office seemed to solidify instantaneously, laden with tension. The case of the nocturnal running assault remained utterly baffling. The victim's family had lodged complaints, adamantly asserting that our Public Security Bureau was negligent in its duties. Li Feng's brow furrowed deeply, his tone laced with anxiety and indignation. The case had stirred considerable uproar online, significantly eroding public trust in our police force. The provincial leadership was incensed, mandating that we resolve the case within a month. If we fail, everyone should pack their belongings and leave. 3 months prior, in the Guanlon community of Binhai City, a young and attractive dance instructor vanished while jogging at night. 3 days later, her body was discovered in an abandoned factory, entirely unclothed, with evident signs of trauma. In the wake of the incident, the Binhai Public Security Bureau swiftly established a task force dedicated to solving this case. However, after thorough on-site investigations, autopsy results, and extensive interviews, the task force could only confirm that this was likely not a crime committed by an acquaintance. In other words, it was most probably an attack by a random stranger. The police had failed to collect the assailant's DNA at the scene and found no fingerprints. Surveillance from the community and the jogging route revealed that the victim had left her home at 8 in the evening and jogged along the coastal path for approximately 10 minutes before vanishing between the 5th and 6th cameras. Due to the absence of surveillance around the abandoned factory, the police could not ascertain when, where, or how the perpetrator had transported the victim there. Nor could they determine if the factory was the initial crime scene. The investigation had reached an impasse. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur softly. "We are not deities. How can we solve this case within a month as if it were a simple task?" It is baffling to comprehend the mindset of those in leadership. Indeed, we have exhausted all conceivable methods and thoroughly examined every possible location. Yet the perpetrator has left no trace. What more can we do? Alas, while suggesting to pack our bags may be an expression of frustration, our police force risks becoming the laughingstock of Ling and province moving forward. With a resounding clap, Li Feng struck the table. Silence enveloped the office immediately. From this day forth, our criminal investigation team shall set aside all other matters and dedicate ourselves fully to solving this case. Otherwise, in a month's time, we shall all be dismissed. At that moment, another individual entered the office, clad in a checkered shirt and khaki casual trousers, with deep-set eyes and a handsome face. One might easily mistake him for a celebrity. The newcomer was Lin Yan, who had just returned from the restroom. Li Feng immediately greeted him with a smile, urging him to take a seat. "Yes, Captain," Lin Yan replied, promptly settling into his chair. Although he currently held the position of an auxiliary police officer, Su Yingxue had brought him into the criminal police team, hoping to expedite his acclimatization to the police work. After all, with his capabilities, directing traffic or maintaining public order was indeed a misallocation of talent. "All right, take your seat," Li Feng continued. "Next, we shall form pairs and commence our investigations." The special task force comprised a total of 8 individuals responsible for criminal investigations. Rather than crowding here in anxiety, it would be more beneficial to disperse and seek out valuable leads. "Captain," Su Yingxue rose from her seat. "I would like to take Lin Yan along to participate in the investigation." Her declaration elicited astonished glances among the others. The involvement of an auxiliary officer in a special task force was unprecedented in the Binhai City Public Security Bureau. "I object." Huang Wenxuan also stood up, asserting, "He is merely an auxiliary officer at present and lacks the qualifications to partake in such a significant case." Chapter 43. Lin Yan, I am determined to solve this case. Su Yingxue furrowed her brow, suspecting that Huang Wenxuan might intervene. She immediately retorted, "He lacks the qualifications. Do you possess them? If it weren't for him during the previous bank hostage incident, we would have all been nailed to the pillar of shame." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Had it not been for Lin Yan's intervention in neutralizing Qiuji and rescuing over 20 hostages, the entire Public Security Bureau of Binhai City would have suffered a devastating blow, with the director, Zhang Donghai, at the forefront of the repercussions. Huang Wenxuan scoffed. "This is a murder case. What use is marksmanship? He has neither attended a police academy nor possesses any criminal investigation experience. Does he think he can crack the case simply by wielding a gun? It's utterly ridiculous." Those present found some merit in his argument. They believed that Lin Yan was more than capable as a special operations team member, let alone as a police officer. However, criminal investigation was a different matter altogether. It required meticulous unraveling of threads, identifying subtle clues amidst a complex environment to pinpoint the perpetrator. The former is akin to a valiant warrior on the battlefield, while the latter resembles a strategic mastermind. Each has its strengths, and they cannot substitute for one another. Li Feng pondered for a moment before addressing Su Yingxue. "I have no objection to Lin Yan familiarizing himself with the environment and duties of the criminal investigation team. However, given the gravity of this case, you should partner with experienced veterans to maximize effectiveness. There will be ample opportunities for him in the future." "Captain." Su Yingxue attempted to protest further, but was interrupted by Li Feng. "Enough, it's settled." A wave of grievance surged within Su Yingxue, akin to a mother whose child is being unjustly targeted, leaving a bitter taste in her throat. "Captain, I believe I can give it a try. Perhaps I truly can solve the case." Lin Yan's declaration struck like thunder, leaving the crowd in stunned disbelief. A case that had stumped so many in the Public Security Bureau, and here was a newcomer daring to boast such audacity. Solve the case? All eyes turned to him with skepticism. "You? How brazen. Do you even comprehend the nature of this case?" Huang Wenxuan wore a mocking smile, his expression as if he were observing a Na'vi jester. Lin Yan shrugged. "I don't know." Huang Wenxuan erupted in laughter, nearly doubling over. "You don't even understand the case and yet dare to boast here. It's utterly ludicrous. What's wrong with that?" Lin Yan replied earnestly. "Not understanding the case has no inherent connection to my ability to solve it." He was not merely posturing. During a previous mission, he had unlocked an A-level entry, top detective, possessing unparalleled investigative skills, yet he was still human, unable to fully recreate the moment of the crime in his mind. Wasn't this ability as a top detective superior to that of the ordinary officers present? Thus, he genuinely believed he was not boasting. However, as soon as these words left his lips, the members of the Special Investigation Team erupted in uproar. Indeed, it may not hold direct relevance. Yet such words spoken by seasoned detectives with decades of experience carry weight. As for you, unable to even solve a mere theft case, let alone this intricate murder case. True, it is well acknowledged that your marksmanship is commendable, but there is no need to seek the spotlight in every situation. Such behavior not only endangers yourself but also implicates others. Young brother, I, old Xiong, have dedicated over 30 years to criminal investigation and would never boast so brazenly. You, as a youth, ought to exercise a degree of humility. Captain, let us divide into teams swiftly. We cannot squander more time here. Ahem. Li Feng cleared his throat lightly. attempting to ease the tension. Well, Lin Yan, as a newcomer to the police force, you may not yet be well-versed in case investigations. There is no need for haste. Take your time to settle in, for opportunities will abound in the future. However, Lin Yan remained undeterred, his tone resolute. Captain, I am truly confident in my ability to solve this case. His eagerness to participate stemmed from a simple desire to showcase his capabilities before suing Xue. Just as in the previous bank robbery incident, if he does not exhibit his skills, how would she recognize his worth? If she remains unaware, how could she ever admire him? How else could he progress in his strategy? The system provides the entries precisely for this purpose, does it not? Huang Wenxuan's lips curled into a sly smile as he seized the opportunity to challenge. Since you are so confident, dare you to wager with me? Lin Yan turned to him, intrigued. A wager? On what terms? If you fail to solve the case, you must leave the Binhai City Public Security Bureau. Huang Wenxuan's expression darkened, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Lin Yan's presence had thoroughly disrupted the marriage plans between the Huang and Su families, as well as hindered his pursuit of suing Xue, fueling his resentment towards Lin Yan. Now, having finally found an opportunity to expel Lin Yan from the police force, he was determined not to let it slip away. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, countering, "And if I solve the case, you will leave the police force?" He found Huang Wenxuan utterly detestable during the last bank robbery incident, and now he felt compelled to turn the tables. If Huang wished to dismiss him, then he would gladly retaliate first. This declaration stunned the entire room. Everyone was acutely aware of Huang Wenxuan's background and understood his motivations for targeting Lin Yan. In the Binhai City Public Security Bureau, no one dared to get too close to suing Xue, lest they fall prey to Huang Wenxuan's machinations. Lin Yan's audacity to approach suing Xue marked only the beginning of trouble. Suing Xue hurriedly interjected, "Lin Yan, do not engage in this wager, if it comes to that. You need not participate in this case at all." Li Feng quickly stepped in to mediate. "All right, enough of this. Let us cease this discussion here. One has powerful backing. The other possesses remarkable abilities. He cannot afford to offend the influential forces above, nor does he wish to forfeit a promising talent for the police force. The captain's role is quite challenging." To everyone's surprise, Huang Wenxuan smirked coldly. "Very well. Before everyone here, it is settled. If you truly solve the case, I shall leave the Binhai City Public Security Bureau. But if you fail, you will promptly exit the Binhai City Public Security Bureau." 10 minutes later, within the chief's office. "Chief, how do you propose we handle this matter?" Li Feng reported the betting matter between the two individuals to Zhang Donghai. After all, given the unique identities of these individuals, it was beyond the authority of a mere captain of the criminal investigation team to make decisions. Did he truly believe he could solve the case? Zhang Donghai furrowed his brows and pressed for answers. Should this case remain unresolved, it was highly likely that the provincial department would send personnel to oversee it directly. He had narrowly escaped dismissal during the previous bank hostage incident. And if this case of rape and murder also proved unsolvable, his position as chief would likely be in jeopardy. For a police officer, particularly one like him who had devoted his entire life to the police system, retirement and dismissal were two entirely different matters. If he were indeed dismissed, it would be impossible for him to hold his head high again. He expressed this concern, but Li Feng's face revealed his difficulty. Investigating a case was not merely a matter of words, it required genuine skill. Upon hearing this, Zhang Donghai pondered for a moment before stating solemnly, "The special investigation team will provide full support to Lin Yan in his case. Any of his needs must be met to the best of our ability. If you encounter something you cannot resolve, report directly to me, and I shall handle it." For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable trust in Lin Yan. Much like during the recent hostage rescue and the discovery of a drug manufacturing den, which seemed almost fantastical. A voice within him consistently urged, "Trust him, he will surely succeed." Li Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of astonishment. "Chief, are you certain?" Chapter 44. Investigating the scene and uncovering issues on the spicy fish head dish. Suing Xue wore an expression of displeasure as she glanced at Lin Yan in the passenger seat. "I have gone to great lengths to secure you a chance for permanent employment. Why engage in a contest of wills with him?" Her lack of trust in Lin Yan was not the issue. Rather, the nature of this case was egregious and exceedingly complex, even with the provincial department dispatching experts. The prospect of solving the case in the near future was bleak. Why must he display such bravado? "Please, enlighten me on the current progress of the case," she requested. Lin Yan leaned back in his seat, his tone unremarkable. Suing Xue shot him a fierce glare, inhaled deeply, and slowly articulated, The victim is named Wang Xiaowen, aged 25. A dance instructor at the Eileen Dance Studio in Binhai City. She possesses a sweet appearance, and her figure and demeanor are exceptionally striking. Suing Xue recounted the timeline of the incident and the clues currently at the police's disposal. Lin Yan scrutinized the documents in his hands, his brow furrowed. Her lifestyle was regular, devoid of any vices. She was single and had no romantic entanglements. He gradually closed his eyes, resting his head against the chair's back. At that moment, his mind operated like a high-speed supercomputer, scouring an extensive database of cases for similarities, meticulously comparing the resemblances. His thoughts spiraled uncontrollably, dissecting and contemplating every detail, murmuring to himself, left home at 8, vanished from surveillance around 8:15, sustained lacerations to the lower body. No DNA, abandoned factory. Noticing his demeanor, Suing Xue could not help but frown slightly. Could it be he truly possessed skills in case solving? Doubts began to creep into her previous judgments. After all, it seemed nothing could surprise her about this man. Moments later, Lin Yan abruptly opened his eyes and turned to Suing Xue, declaring, "To the abandoned factory." Meanwhile, Huang Wenxuan stood by the window of the third-floor deputy director's office. Observing the slowly departing spicy fish head vehicle, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. What audacity he has to wager on solving the case, Deputy Director Wang Wenxin remarked, lighting a cigarette with a puzzled expression. He was an old subordinate of Huang Weiyong and the most substantial support for Huang Wenxuan within the Binhai City Public Security Bureau. Huang Wenxuan scoffed disdainfully, merely relying on some martial skills. He believes he can handle everything. Humph. This presents an opportunity to expel him from the police force, sparing us from his incessant buzzing like a bothersome fly. Wang Wenxin inhaled deeply, smoke billowing from his nostrils like an elusive mist. By the way, there's something I must inquire about. Since Zhang Donghai has been dismissed, why has he suddenly been reinstated? If Zhang Donghai were to fall from grace, it was undeniable that he would take command of the Binhai City Public Security Bureau. The subsequent step would merely be a matter of time before the deputy from the deputy director's title was removed. Yet today, the provincial department unexpectedly announced that Zhang Donghai would only receive a severe warning and be reinstated. This news caught everyone off guard. The reason is straightforward. The Public Security Bureau of Binhai City is well aware that Zhang Donghai is not Huang Weiyong's confidant. Wang Wenxin is. Such a favorable opportunity to topple Zhang Donghai and elevate one's own faction should have been straightforward. So why the sudden change of heart? Wang Wenxin himself could not fathom it, yet he dared not inquire directly of the provincial director, Huang Weiyong, and could only seek a hint from Huang Wenxuan. Zhang Xiaomei is protecting him. Huang Wenxuan's expression remained calm, yet his tone betrayed a hint of helplessness. What? Wang Wenxin sat up abruptly, disbelief etched across his face. Why? Why would she protect Zhang Donghai? Although Zhang Xiaomei is merely a deputy director, if she wishes to shield someone, who in Lingnan province would dare to utter a word against it? The reason is simple. Her husband is the current head of the Lingnan military district, a position of great influence, and rumors abound that he is likely to ascend even further. The implications of this are self-evident. Huang Wenxuan shook his head and chuckled bitterly, saying Lin Yan was also recommended by her. Otherwise, why would I go to such lengths to oust him from the police force? Indeed, since Lin Yan was endorsed by Zhang Xiaomei, attempting to use connections to remove him would not only be uncertain of success but would also inevitably offend the Su family. Consequently, any hopes of a relationship with Suing Xue would be dashed. What if he truly solves the case? Wang Wenxin furrowed his brow, anxiety evident in his inquiry. Given the audacity of his claims, he must possess some degree of confidence. Huang Wenxuan's lips curled into a cryptic smile, declaring with certainty, "That is utterly impossible." At the Binhai Bailong cement factory, a vehicle bearing a spicy fish head insignia slowly entered the premises. Lin Yan and Suing Xue disembarked. This cement factory, established in the 1980s, ceased operations in 2008 and has since fallen into disrepair. As Suing Xue provided an explanation, she remained attentive to Lin Yan's reactions. Lin Yan surveyed his surroundings. The passage of over a decade had stripped this place of its vitality. Only the faded slogans on the walls and the antiquated equipment seemed to recount tales of its former glory. However, the encroaching rust and rampant weeds starkly proclaimed the desolation that now enveloped it. Where was the body discovered? Lin Yan inquired. Suing Xue gestured towards a derelict two-story office building in the northwest. Over there. Let us go take a look, Lin Yan replied, striding towards it. The police had scrutinized Wang Xiaowen's social circle and mobile message records, uncovering no suspicious individuals or leads. Nearly all males connected to the deceased had alibis. Thus, the police concluded that this was a case of a random act of violence against a stranger, either premeditated or impulsive. Upon pushing open the door, a pungent stench of decay assaulted them. Lin Yan's gaze swept the room, and the outline of the body, marked in lime on the floor, stood out starkly. Aside from that, the room was utterly devoid of anything else. After all, any potential evidence left at the scene had already been taken back to the police station. There are no valuable clues left at the scene, Suing Xue lamented. As a member of the task force, she had traversed this scene countless times. Had there been any clues, they would have been uncovered long ago. Lin Yan remained silent, striding directly inside. Upon reaching the window, he gazed outwards, where expansive derelict factory buildings sprawled. Then, he lowered his gaze to the ground, meticulously scrutinizing the arrangement of the corpse outlined in white chalk. The victim's clothing was also discovered at the scene. Suing Xue nodded, stating that she had donned a pair of yoga pants and a sleeveless sports top that evening, with her headband also found at the site. Lin Yan, pondering thoughtfully, inquired, "Do you believe this is the primary crime scene?" Faced with this unexpected question, Suing Xue furrowed her brow. Based on the clues currently in the possession of the police, this should indeed be the scene of the incident. After speaking, her gaze instinctively flickered to Lin Yan's eyes, as if hoping he might offer a different perspective. Chapter 45. Are you really capable of everything as an auxiliary police officer? Lin Yan crouched on the ground, gazing intently at the cement floor surrounding the corpse, slowly shaking his head. There are at least 15 kilometers from the cement factory to where the victim went missing. It is no trivial matter for the murderer to silently transport a living person from a bustling urban area to such a remote location. The most plausible scenario is that the perpetrator first incapacitated the victim, dragged them into a vehicle, and then brought them here. I just observed that the nearest parking spot to this building is at least 80 meters away. This is not an easy feat, Suing Xue retorted. A normal man should have no problem carrying 100 pounds of rice over such a short distance, right? Lin Yan nodded and continued. When I used to deliver food, I encountered a girl who fainted from heatstroke. She weighed around 100 pounds and was completely unconscious, her body as limp as a pile of mud. It was impossible to carry her, neither over my shoulder nor in my arms. At that moment, I realized that carrying her was far more challenging than lifting 100 pounds of rice. What does that imply? Suing Xue acknowledged his point in her heart, but eagerly anticipated his forthcoming analysis. Lin Yan did not respond immediately. Instead, he posed another question. Given the considerable effort the murderer expended, is it possible that they did not act alone? What? Suing Xue's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you suggesting that there may be more than one assailant? Someone in the task force had previously proposed this hypothesis, but no one had been able to provide concrete analysis or evidence to support it. Although Lin Yan did not possess irrefutable proof at that moment, he had just articulated the preceding logic with remarkable clarity, establishing that such a possibility indeed existed. Of course, Suing Xue was not only shocked by the conclusion itself, but also by the capabilities Lin Yan had displayed. If she had previously criticized him for being reckless in his bet with Huang Wenxuan, she was now beginning to believe that Lin Yan was not merely impulsive, but rather possessed extraordinary perceptive and analytical skills. Yet, it struck her as odd. During their previous investigation into the missing journalist case, she had not witnessed him think so quickly. Suing Xue found Lin Yan increasingly enigmatic. Had he consumed some elixir that transformed him overnight into a more handsome and intelligent version of himself? Lin Yan's voice resonated again. If the above speculation holds true, I can draw another conclusion. What conclusion? Suing Xue's chest rose and fell slightly, her breath quickening as she fixed her gaze on Lin Yan, eagerly anticipating his next words. Among them, there exists an absolute superior. Lin Yan stood up, striding confidently towards the door, each step radiating assurance and conviction. Why do you say that? Suing Xue hurriedly followed, her eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. As he walked, Lin Yan explained, if multiple individuals were involved, it is hard to imagine that someone as beautiful as Wang Xiaowen could be assaulted by just one person while the others merely stood by and watched. In the chaotic scenario of a group attack, it would be nearly impossible for everyone to maintain such restraint as to leave not a trace of DNA within the victim's body. If they truly posed thus, I perceive two possibilities. Firstly, the assailants possess formidable counter-surveillance skills and meticulously prepared before committing the crime. Secondly, among the perpetrators, only one holds the authority to violate the victim. Suing Xue suddenly enlightened, exclaiming, So, you deduce this is a case of collusion? Lin Yan turned to her. regarding her with approval. Precisely. Your response is quite swift. In the future, should you seek a spouse, you will undoubtedly be a top contender. Oh, please. Su Yingxue shot him a glare, feeling both exasperated and amused. Even at such a critical juncture, he could not refrain from jesting. She truly wondered what occupied his mind. If Lin Yan's conjecture were accurate, the pool of suspects would be significantly narrowed. Although the case could not be immediately solved, there had finally been a substantial advancement in the investigation. With this thought, a trace of joy graced Su Yingxue's features. So where shall we go next? Well, obviously to search for clues. As they spoke, the pair had already arrived outside the office building's courtyard. There stood an old circular archway, preventing vehicle entry. They could only park outside. Lin Yan crouched down, scrutinizing the cement pavement intently. What could possibly be fascinating about that? Su Yingxue queried, filled with confusion. Alas, as a criminal investigator, you don't understand even this? Lin Yan cast her a disdainful glance, yet he could comprehend. During their previous tenure, they had accomplished nothing of worth, while the evidence had been thoroughly obliterated. What do you mean? Su Yingxue was utterly baffled. Every time they visited the scene, they were meticulous, fearing the omission of any crucial detail. How could it be that he deemed them responsible for damaging evidence? Lin Yan pointed to the intersecting tire tracks on the cement floor, stating, the one on the left belongs to an older model Jetta. The middle one is from an Iveco, and the one on the right is a Passat, notably with the right front tire recently replaced. This knowledge had surged into his mind upon activation, enabling him to discern vehicle models through tire impressions. Of course, it was not merely this. He had also been endowed with formidable analytical and deductive abilities concerning cases. Upon hearing this, Su Yingxue felt as if struck by lightning, her scalp prickling. Goosebumps instantly covering her body. Who exactly is he? With such exceptional skills, marksmanship, and an astonishing aptitude for criminal investigation. If he could indeed identify vehicles from tire tracks, then his claim that the police had compromised leads might very well be accurate. For the assailants must have transported the victim here by vehicle, and with a vehicle, they would inevitably leave traces on the dust-laden cement surface. Under conditions where no one had tampered with the scene, even rain could not entirely wash them away. In such a scenario, following the traces to deduce the vehicle type, and subsequently retrieving nearby surveillance footage might yield the identity of the perpetrator. This ability is simply extraordinary. Stop dawdling. Lin Yan turned and walked outside. Su Yingxue hurriedly followed, at that moment resembling an eager apprentice in search of knowledge, encountering a master hidden in plain sight. Fearful of missing any opportunity to learn. So, you mean to say, our lack of findings at the scene is a deliberate act by the assailants? Lin Yan remained non-committal. I have previously stated that ordinary rapists lack such strong counter-surveillance capabilities. I believe this is likely not the original crime scene, but rather the site of the body disposal. What difference does that make? Su Yingxue pressed for clarification. It makes a significant difference. Lin Yan assessed her with a scrutinizing glance. Did you truly attend the police academy? Your tone conveys skepticism, as if questioning how someone with such training could be unaware of this. What were your instructors doing? Su Yingxue felt stifled, a mix of frustration and urgency surging within her. Of course, I attended. During her time at the academy, she had excelled in both academic and physical disciplines. To be looked down upon by a mere auxiliary officer was a profound source of indignation for her. Chapter 46. Discovering Key Information. Alas. Lin Yan sighed and patiently elucidated that, from a psychological standpoint, the act of disposing of a body suggests that the perpetrator may not have initially intended to commit murder, but rather sought to achieve some form of blind compulsion. Subsequently, due to certain circumstances, the victim met their demise, leading to the inevitable decision to abandon the corpse. The primary crime scene, marked by the perpetrator's hasty retreat, is likely to bear traces of evidence. In contrast, the act of body disposal is often premeditated, making it easier to avoid leaving incriminating evidence for investigators to uncover. Su Yingxue felt as though she had received a revelation in just a brief span of minutes. She perceived that she had acquired the knowledge equivalent to a year at the police academy. A sense of illusion washed over her, as if this case were not as intricate as she had initially imagined. Regaining her focus, Su Yingxue inquired, now that we have lost the lead on the vehicle, even if we suspect the perpetrator might be part of a gang, how should we proceed? 3 months had passed since the incident, and many pieces of evidence had gradually vanished with the passage of time, including surveillance footage. She had no doubt that had Lin Yan arrived 3 months earlier, this case might have been resolved. Yet now, Despite knowing Lin Yan's extraordinary capabilities, she felt little hope. As searching for clues seemed akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Let us adopt a different perspective, Lin Yan suggested, snapping his fingers with a mysterious smile. We do not necessarily have to begin with tangible evidence. Then where should we start? Su Yingxue frowned, perplexed. Lin Yan's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Kiss me, and I shall reveal it to you. What? Su Yingxue thought she had misheard. What sort of place was this? Here they stood at the scene of a heinous crime. And he dared to make such an absurd request. It was utterly ludicrous. Get lost. She shouted in anger. All right, no more jesting, Lin Yan said, regaining his composure. Conceptual deities are still deities, and conceptual stocks are still stocks. Thus, conceptual clues can also serve as leads. If my earlier hypothesis holds true, we can deduce another conclusion. The perpetrator had fixated on Wang Xiaowen long before the crime was committed. Therefore, we can trace Wang Xiaowen's life trajectory and investigate those individuals with the capacity to commit the crime whom she interacted with prior to her death. Perhaps we shall uncover a breakthrough clue. Individuals with the capacity to commit the crime? Su Yingxue's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting that we deduce the perpetrator's identity by reversing the process to unveil their motive and feasibility? Lin Yan nodded with satisfaction, a teachable spirit. I understand now. Su Yingxue hurried towards the spicy fish head restaurant. She finally grasped why Lin Yan referred to such clues as conceptual clues. It was merely a hypothesis. First, one constructs a plausible inference, then searches for potential offenders based on that inferred outcome. In other words, if individuals within the protagonist's social circle possess neither motive nor opportunity to commit the crime, one might extend the search outward, potentially leading to the answer. Although this still sounded like searching for a needle in a haystack, at least there was now a sense of direction. Coincidentally, the police station had records investigating the deceased's social circle. Su Yingxue led Lin Yan directly to the police department. After more than 2 hours of scrutiny, the records indicated that the deceased, Wang Xiaowen, indeed had no vices. From Tuesday to Friday, she instructs dance classes every afternoon, while dedicating her weekends entirely to teaching. She enjoys harmonious relationships with her colleagues at the academy, having never encountered any conflicts. Almost all the male friends in her social circle can provide alibis. The police investigation of chat records revealed no anomalies, as the victim's phone was not found at the crime scene. The police focused on extracting data records from the victim's male friends. Regarding Wang Xiaowen's female friends, only a few close acquaintances were specifically interviewed and recorded. Are you suggesting that we should start investigating her female friends? Su Yingxue inquired with a furrowed brow. Lin Yan nodded, explaining that the reasoning was straightforward. Due to Wang Xiaowen's exceptionally clean private life, the police, after finding nothing, classified the case as a random act by a stranger. However, a crucial issue was overlooked. What issue? Su Yingxue asked. Lin Yan set his mouse down and looked at her, linking this question to their prior deductions. Linking it together, Su Yingxue murmured. And after a moment of contemplation, her eyes lit up. You mean the murderer deliberately disposed of the body there to lead us towards the assumption of a random sexual assault? Lin Yan regarded her with admiration, smiling. You figured it out, Su Yingxue continued. But why would the murderer do this? If we reverse engineer this, it suggests that the murderer likely had a connection to the victim. Only by leading the police to categorize it as a random act could they avoid being traced back. You're approaching the correct answer, Lin Yan declared. Pulling out a sheet of paper, he wrote Wang Xiaowen on the left side and murderer on the right. Handing the pen to Su Yingxue, he asked, in your opinion, how many ways can we link the victim to the murderer? Su Yingxue picked up the pen and gestured at the top of the paper, a straight line. Lin Yan nodded. What else? Starting from Wang Xiaowen's name, Su Yingxue drew a line but abruptly halted midway, writing friend above it. Then she extended a line from the victim's name, labeling it colleague, followed by student and relative, realizing that, aside from direct connections, the ties between the victim and the murderer could be established through various mediums, including friends and colleagues. Su Yingxue recognized that such reasoning was not commonplace for her. Having graduated from the police academy just over 2 years ago, from their journey to the abandoned factory until this moment, she felt closer to the truth of the case than ever before. She glanced at Lin Yan seated in the chair. What kind of person was he? How could he possess such extensive knowledge and formidable capability? In her heart, Lin Yan had become nearly a paragon, excelling in every aspect, aside from his lascivious tendencies. Initially, she had questioned his investigative abilities, but now her doubts had dissipated. Even if they ultimately failed to solve the case, Su Yingxue would no longer question Lin Yan's prowess in criminal investigation. In fact, She felt that the skills he had exhibited surpassed those of the so-called seasoned detectives and experts. It was simply astonishing. Suyu continued to inquire. Are you suggesting that the murderer likely became acquainted with Wang Xiaowen through her circle of friends, perhaps even having pursued her? Due to Wang Xiaowen's refusal, or for other reasons, they lacked any means of contact, allowing the murderer to remain seemingly absent from the victim's life, thus eluding the attention of the police. Lin Yan did not respond, but took the pen and circled the various social connections. What we must do now is identify this pivotal individual, and the remaining matters will naturally clarify themselves. Very well, I shall promptly retrieve the information regarding Wang Xiaowen's female social circle, replied Su Yingxue. Subsequently, they needed to visit each member of Wang Xiaowen's secondary circle of friends. Whether they could extract valuable information depended on their skills. For not every lie could be easily unraveled. Chapter 47. She is lying. After the two departed, the individuals in the office began to murmur. Uncle Xiong. They just extracted the records of the deceased's close friend and colleagues from my files. Are they preparing to investigate the deceased's female acquaintances? Technician Wang Fong inquired. Glancing at the middle-aged officer, Old Xiong. Old Xiong unscrewed his thermos and took a sip, slowly responding. Young people often believe themselves to be exceptionally clever, thinking they can outsmart others. However, what is the reality? In this world, who is truly wiser than whom? Who is significantly more foolish? Humility and a willingness to learn should be the virtues of the youth. Being overly competitive and pompous will only lead to exhaustion and render oneself a laughingstock in the eyes of others. Su Xingxiang chuckled. Old Xiong has served in our police force for over 30 years. What cases hasn't he encountered? If he remains clueless about a case, how can a mere novice dare to boast about cracking it? They are utterly oblivious to their own limitations, their arrogance soaring to the heavens. Wang Fong nodded in agreement. Uncle Xiong is right. It is better for the young to remain humble. Otherwise, they will find themselves as the subject of ridicule. I have never heard of a random sexual assault case, and yet they venture to investigate the deceased's close friends? It makes no sense. Old Xiong scoffed. Xiao Shiwei too. What folly to follow him in this nonsense. If they could solve the case, I would serve them fish cooked in my palm. Su Xingqiang laughed. If this case were so easily solvable, would Huang Wenxuan wager with him? How naive. They have fallen into someone else's trap without realizing it. Wang Fong gossiped. Do you think Su Yingxue might have feelings for Lin Yan? Su Xingqiang coldly shook his head. What of liking? What of disliking? With Huang Wenxuan around. The closer he gets to Su Yingxue, the more perilous it becomes. His only option is to recognize this and distance himself. In the director's office, Li Feng entered and addressed Zhang Donghai, who sat at his desk. Director, Lin Yan and Xiao Shiwei just returned after reviewing some documents. Oh? Zhang Donghai set aside the file he was holding and asked, what did they find? Li Feng replied. They examined the records we previously compiled in the list of the deceased's female friends. Upon hearing this, Zhang Donghai raised an eyebrow. What does this imply? Li Feng, slightly anxious, responded, what else could it mean? They now suspect that the perpetrator is one of the deceased's female friends. Surely, this is absurd. The police took months to classify it as a random sexual assault case, and they returned from a single outing intent on overturning our findings. Is this a trivial matter? Director, I believe you should intervene and prevent Lin Yan from continuing this investigation. It would be prudent to assign him to the local security office for his internship. To avoid any further discord with Huang Wenxuan, Zhang Donghai, after a moment of silence, rose to refill his cup with water. He walked to the window, gazing at the distant skyscrapers. His affairs with Huang Wenxuan were not for me to meddle in. He lifted the teacup and took a sip. As the director of the municipal bureau, Zhang Donghai was acutely aware of why Huang Wenxuan was willing to serve as an ordinary criminal police officer in Binhai City. Given his background, he could choose any position he desired. Although Lin Yan was a minor character, he possessed both capability and courage. He had not only achieved significant merit, but had also garnered the appreciation of Zhang Xiaomei. In Zhang Donghai's eyes, despite Lin Yan lacking connections, he was more deserving of Su Yingxue. Subjectively, he had no intention of transferring Lin Yan. Objectively, whether he was transferred or not, the outcome might be the same. This matter was fundamentally beyond his jurisdiction. As for the investigation, Zhang Donghai paused momentarily, then remarked, let them exert themselves. Perhaps they will uncover some clues. However, Director, Li Feng attempted to say more, but was interrupted by Zhang Donghai's wave of his hand, sealing the decision. At 11 a.m., the two first arrived at the residence of Zheng Dan, a close friend of Wang Xiaowen. Upon knocking, a woman in her 20s stared at them in surprise. Su Yingxue promptly revealed her credentials, stating, "We are municipal criminal police officers, here to inquire about some matters." Upon hearing this, Zhang Dan's expression clearly shifted to one of panic. After several seconds of hesitation, she stepped aside to allow them entry. The interior was a disarray, cluttered with children's belongings, strollers, bottles, diapers. "Officer, I apologize for the mess. Please have a seat over here." Zhang Dan hurriedly cleared the sofa, creating space for them. Once seated, Su Yingxue took out her notebook and asked, "Do you frequently communicate with Wang Xiaowen?" At the mention of Wang Xiaowen's name, Zhang Dan's face instantly reflected sorrow and regret. "Yes, we have been classmates since elementary school all the way through high school. When I had my baby, she even said she wanted to be the godmother." As she spoke, tears began to flow from Zhang Dan's eyes. Su Yingxue offered her a tissue and exchanged a glance with Lin Yan. They both shook their heads in unison. Clearly, she was not the person they were seeking. Time passed swiftly, and by 2 p.m., Lin Yan and Su Yingxue had interviewed 3 female friends of the deceased, yielding no results. Their next visit was to Wei Yuanshan, a colleague from Wang Xiaowen's dance class. Wei Yuanshan, age 28, was also a dance instructor. They knocked on her door. Initially, believing no one was home, they turned to leave when the door suddenly swung open, followed by a stream of curses. "Just leave the damn delivery at the door. Why knock so loudly? It's giving me a headache." They exchanged glances and stepped back inside. The woman appeared disheveled, as if just awakened, her body reeking of smoke and alcohol. "Wei Yuanshan?" Lin Yan inquired. Upon seeing them, Wei Yuanshan's expression sharpened, and she scrutinized them before asking, "Who are you?" "We are police officers," Su Yingxue replied, presenting her credentials. "We need your cooperation in our investigation." Lin Yan furrowed his brow slightly. He had caught a fleeting glimpse of fear in Wei Yuanshan's eyes upon seeing Su Yingxue's badge. Wei Yuanshan retreated into the room, grumbling as she walked, "Officer, this incident has lingered for such an extended period. Have you not yet solved the case? I am hardly acquainted with her, so questioning me is futile." The room was in disarray, takeout boxes and refuse strewn haphazardly about, leaving scant space to tread. Su Yingxue had been frowning since her entrance. "How long have you known Wang Xiaowen?" Lin Yan inquired without waiting for Su Yingxue to produce her notebook. "K. Known for how long?" Upon hearing this question, Wei Yuanshan pondered momentarily before responding, "We have been acquainted for roughly over a year." Lin Yan continued with his inquiries. "Do you maintain contact after work?" At this, it was evident that Wei Yuanshan's demeanor shifted awkwardly. Her gaze began to evade, fidgeting with her hair as if engaged in a dual task, crafting a response while attempting to conceal any signs of deceit. We rarely communicate outside of work. She is not fond of drinking or singing, nor does she enjoy socializing. So aside from work, we hardly interact." "Is that so?" Lin Yan's voice took on a somber tone. "Of course it is true." Wei Yuanshan raised her voice in defense against the skepticism. Lin Yan let out a scoff. "You're lying." Chapter 48. Is he the killer of the dance teacher? Wei Yuanshan instantly became incensed. "Officer, do not slander me. Every word I say is the truth." As she spoke, she hurried into the room and produced her phone, offering it with urgency. "Look. Our WeChat chat history and call records are right here." Lin Yan declined to take it, shaking his head with a smile. "We have recovered Wang Xiaowen's chat records through technical means and found that in the time leading up to her death, you frequently invited her out. Is that correct?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Yuanshan's breathing became rapid, her chest heaving violently, betraying her anxiety. "We are colleagues. Inviting her out is quite normal, isn't it?" "Officer, you can't possibly suspect that I harmed her, can you?" "What a joke. Look closely. I am a woman." Wei Yuanshan appeared to regain her confidence, her voice rising. "If you have the capability, investigate the case properly. If not, just go home and rest. Don't waste our time here. You've ruined my good mood for the day. How disappointing." Lin Yan turned to Su Yingxue. "Let us go." Su Yingxue wanted to say more, but Lin Yan had already strode out, leaving her no choice but to hurry after him. In the elevator, Su Yingxue, filled with confusion, asked, "Wei Yuanshan is clearly suspicious. Why are we leaving so hastily?" Lin Yan replied in a low voice, "Precisely because she is suspicious, we must retreat quickly." "Why?" Su Yingxue pressed. Lin Yan turned to her. "What is the point of continuing to entangle ourselves with her? I was just probing her. Now we must return to gather evidence and make an arrest." Truth be told, from the moment Lin Yan first laid eyes on Wei Yuanshan, he sensed something amiss. Her expressions and reactions subsequently confirmed his intuition. Thus, he refrained from letting Su Yingxue follow the usual questioning procedures. opting instead to confront Wei Yuanshan directly with her most pressing fears. Evidently, Wei Yuanshan failed to realize that she was walking into Lin Yan's trap, as he had not actually retrieved their chat records. He was merely deceiving her. The outcome was as Lin Yan anticipated. Wei Yuanshan deliberately concealed her private communications and invitations with Wang Xiaowen. While it is normal for colleagues to dine together privately, the stark differences in their personalities and lifestyles made it clear they were unlikely to engage socially. So why did Wei Yuanshan still invite her? And why did she panic upon encountering the police, hiding the truth? Her suspicion was substantial. Even Su Yingxue could see that. However, domestic law adheres to the principle of presumption of innocence. Mere intuition and suspicion were insufficient for conviction or arrest. What they needed to do now was to retrieve the WeChat chat records between Wang Xiaowen and Wei Yuanshan. Perhaps the answers lay within. For some inexplicable reason, Su Yingxue felt that Lin Yan seemed to have transformed, becoming more handsome and charming. Since their meeting today, she found herself often unconsciously drawn to him, occasionally stealing glances. In the past, such feelings would have been inconceivable. Although she held a favorable impression of Lin Yan, aside from his slight lecherousness, there was nothing that would have stirred such emotions within her, especially just now, when Lin Yan was analyzing and reasoning. Su Yingxue felt as if he radiated a certain brilliance that rendered her momentarily entranced. Upon returning to the police station, the two immediately sought out the technical department, requesting the recovery of chat records between Wei Yuanshan and the deceased. Before long, Li Feng entered the room. Xiaoxiwei, do you believe this individual, named Wei Yuanshan, could be connected to the case? He inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Yan. From the outset, the task force had not entertained such a hypothesis. The absence of the deceased's mobile phone rendered the recovery of chat records exceedingly complicated. Initially, the task force focused their attention on surveillance near the site of the disappearance in the male social circle, hardly suspecting the deceased's female friends. The rationale was simple. From any analytical perspective, the likelihood of female involvement in the crime was virtually negligible, hence Li Feng's skepticism. After spending a considerable time out and returning with a complete overhaul of the task force's prior efforts, one could not help but question whether they were recklessly theorizing or had genuinely uncovered tangible leads. Su Yingxue elucidated, today, during our inquiries, we discovered that this girl named Wei Yuanshan exhibited signs of anxiety and provided evasive answers. Lin Yan managed to provoke her into revealing further suspicion of her deliberate concealment of the truth, which compelled us to promptly return and retrieve her chat records. She refrained from divulging Lin Yan's earlier hypothesis, deeming it too audacious and currently unsupported by evidence. Sharing it might not yield further assistance, but rather invite complications and ridicule. Li Feng nodded. Should there be any results, do inform me. With that, he turned and exited. Zhang Donghai had instructed that they be afforded every possible assistance. Thus, even though he did not endorse their investigative approach or direction, he refrained from voicing any objections, prioritizing the need to report to Zhang Donghai. Upon entering the chief's office, he found Huang Wenxuan present. Li Feng spoke. Chief, they have returned. Zhang Donghai, arms crossed and leaning against the desk, inquired, is there any progress? Li Feng replied, Xiaoxue mentioned that during their visit to a colleague of the deceased, they encountered some unusual circumstances. At this remark, Zhang Donghai and Huang Wenxuan exchanged a glance, astonishment evident in their eyes. The municipal bureau had labored for several months without advancement, and yet these two had uncovered a lead in just half a day. It seemed almost preposterous. What kind of unusual circumstances? Zhang Donghai pressed eagerly. Li Feng responded. She stated that the deceased had a colleague named Wei Yuanshan, who displayed signs of tension upon meeting them and deliberately concealed the truth. They are currently retrieving chat records between Wei Yuanshan and the deceased for further confirmation. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Wenxuan abruptly leapt to his feet, his expression charged with agitation. Chief, this is sheer nonsense. They have discredited all the work we previously conducted after just one afternoon of investigation. Are we, the police, truly that incompetent, inferior even to a mere auxiliary officer? Zhang Donghai raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Huang Wenxuan before rising and striding towards the door. I shall go and ascertain the situation. Li Feng followed closely behind. Once they exited, Huang Wenxuan collapsed back into his chair. At this moment, his complexion was pallid, his lips trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with terror and fear. Chapter 49. The rapid progress of Su Yingxue's strategy within the Technical Investigation Department. The personnel exerted their utmost efforts to recover all chat records and call logs between Wei Yuanshan and the deceased, Wang Xiaowen. This information served as a potential key, perhaps capable of unlocking the door to the truth of the case. June 11th, 1944, the day before the incident. Wei Yuanshan, Xiaowen. Come out to play for a while. A few friends are gathering to have some drinks. Wang Xiaowen. Really, I can't. It's too late. I need to sleep by 10. June 6th, 1735 Wei Yuanshan, Xiaowen. Where are you? Let us have dinner together and then go to the live house. Wang Xiaowen. Oh, I'm on my way home. Sorry, I promised my mother to have dinner with her tonight. June 1st, Monday, dance studio closed. Wei Yuanshan, Xiaowen. What are you doing? Want to go out this afternoon? Wang Xiaowen. I'm doing yoga at home. Go out? What for? Wei Yuanshan. Just a few friends. Let us go out for a meal, have some drinks, and chat. Wang Xiaowen. Sorry, I don't drink, so I want to go. As they scrutinized this series of messages, a somber expression emerged on the faces of all present, including Zhang Haidong. The timeline of their conversations spanned no more than a year, yet Wei Yuanshan had repeatedly invited Wang Xiaowen out in the month leading up to the incident. This behavior was evidently inconsistent with normal social logic and contradicted typical interactions among colleagues, suggesting that there was undoubtedly something hidden beneath the surface. From the chat records, it seemed highly probable that Wei Yuanshan was attempting to arrange meetings for someone else. Li Feng was the first to break the silence, articulating his deduction. Su Yingxue nodded in agreement. Under normal circumstances, a female colleague would have no reason to be so proactive, especially when met with repeated refusals. Immediately send someone to bring Wei Yuanshan in. Zhang Donghai commanded solemnly. As an experienced investigator, he could not directly ascertain a link between Wei Yuanshan and the rape case. Yet his intuition told him that the police could unearth valuable clues from her. Indeed, Li Feng replied, turning to Lin Yan and Su Yingxue, you two come with me. A few minutes later, a police car sped out of the station, heading towards their destination. Li Feng, filled with curiosity, could not help but ask, what made you think to investigate the deceased's close friend? After all, this was a case of a nighttime assault, which seemed unrelated to a close female friend. Upon hearing his question, Su Yingxue, seated in the back, glanced at Lin Yan in the passenger seat. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Yan interrupted, captainly. It's like this. When we visited the scene today, Little Snow suddenly noticed a detail, and as we discussed it, we felt it necessary to look into the deceased's female friends. That's the essence of it. Lin Yan was not concerned about personal accolades for him. Being a police officer was more about facilitating his pursuit of Su Yingxue. Thus, he unhesitatingly ceded the credit to Su Yingxue, for she was indeed more in need of this achievement. Was he that so? Li Feng glanced at Su Yingxue, a hint of skepticism lacing his tone. This case had been under investigation for several months, and she had not uncovered any details until her brief outing with Lin Yan, which led to newfound revelations. Could it be that Lin Yan possessed a fortune-bringing aura for his partner? Captain, it's not like that. The insights were derived from Lin Yan's investigation. Su Yingxue knew in her heart that all the deductions stemmed from Lin Yan's reasoning. Initially, she had even harbored doubts about him. She did not wish to claim undue credit, feeling rather undeserving. Upon hearing this, Li Feng turned his gaze toward Lin Yan. It was indeed astonishing that a rookie auxiliary officer had uncovered crucial clues in a case that seasoned detectives had struggled with for months. While it was absurd, it was a rationale he could accept. I apologize for my previous biases and doubts, Li Feng stated sincerely. You are indeed more capable than any of us. Lin Yan turned to Su Yingxue, silently signaling her to remain quiet, and then refuted, Captain, you are well aware of Su Yingxue's character. She is merely trying to ensure I receive recognition to facilitate my probationary transition, thus attributing all the credit to me. Is that true? Li Feng turned back to Su Yingxue. Just as she was about to respond, Lin Yan's fierce glare silenced her. The vehicle halted at the entrance of Anna Garden. Upon recognizing the police car, the security guard promptly granted them entry. Following Lin Yan's lead, they arrived at the base of Building 5. The trio quickly disembarked and ascended to the 5th floor. Knock, 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 knock. They pounded on the door, yet there was no reply. They exchanged glances. A foreboding sensation creeping over them. The person has fled. Lin Yan furrowed his brow. Damn it. Li Feng struck the wall with his fist, indicating that there was certainly something amiss. Su Yingxue anxiously inquired, what should we do now? Lin Yan replied in a grave tone, establish patrols along the coastline, meticulously scrutinizing all vehicles leaving the city. At the bus stations and airports, we must thoroughly investigate all individuals attempting to exit the country. We cannot allow her to escape from Binhai. Li Feng gazed at Lin Yan in astonishment. In that moment, he felt as though Lin Yan was the one truly commanding authority, beyond question. All right, I will contact the bureau immediately. Upon receiving the call, Zhang Dong promptly issued a citywide manhunt order throughout the Binhai police system. It was imperative to locate Wei Yuanshan, as she was likely to have direct ties to the heinous murder case. Subsequently, the task force members arrived at Anha Garden to conduct a forcible search of Wei Yuanshan's residence, collecting viable evidence. Other team members swiftly began interrogating Wei Yuanshan as acquaintances. However, by 8 in the evening, no news had emerged regarding her whereabouts. What are your plans for later? Suing Shui asked Lin Yan. The search efforts had consumed considerable physical energy, relying heavily on manpower and resources, and their current contributions were limited. Rather than lingering in futility, it would be more prudent to return, rest adequately, and replenish their strength to devise better strategy. Prepare to go. You. Oh no. Head to your home, Lin Yan blurted out. Suing Shui was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though a wheel had just rolled over her head. Yet there was no evidence to support such a sensation. LSP. Lin Yan patted her shoulder, feigning a grave demeanor as he said, Comrade, I implore you to perceive my intentions in a more innocent light. Visiting your home is merely due to its proximity, which facilitates the investigation. Henceforth, refrain from browsing Zaihangshu. Your mind is cluttered with frivolous notions. You. Suing Shui felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, as it was he who was the LSP. Yet she found herself being unjustly accused. The spicy fish had slowly entered the underground parking lot of Tianyu Garden, and suddenly, a voice echoed in Lin Yan's mind. Congratulations. Host, your strategy value has reached 50. You have been awarded a bonus of 80,000 yuan. Unveiling B-level entry 1,000-mile pursuit. Your sense of smell surpasses that of a police dog, enabling you to lock onto targets and track them over vast distances. Chapter 50. Lin Yan's intention to conquer Suing Shui. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, his entire focus fixated on the 50 progress of his strategy. According to the progress chart, achieving over 70 signified that the other party had fallen in love, and a confession would likely succeed. The goal was drawing ever closer. As for the disclosed B-level clue, Lin Yan could easily deduce its purpose was related to case investigation. However, he remained unhurried. Solving the case was secondary, while winning over the goddess was paramount. Suing Shui parked the car, unfastened her seatbelt, and turned her head towards the passenger seat. Her brows knitted tightly. This was the third time she had witnessed Lin Yan reaching a climax in thin air. How could that be pleasurable? Confusion and curiosity danced across her face. Ahem. We've arrived. You might want to rein in your extraordinary abilities. Oh. Lin Yan unbuckled his seatbelt, casually remarking, I just thought of something amusing. Heh. Suing Shui scoffed. Which goddess occupies your thoughts now? It wouldn't happen to be a certain teacher from the islands, would it? Oh, you know about that teacher from the islands? Lin Yan replied, surprised, tilting his head to glance at the big-eyed beauty beside him. Suing Shui retorted, not only have I seen her, but I've also caught her students. Care to give it a try? Try it. Lin Yan elongated his response. I'm not particularly averse to the idea, but my physical prowess is rather exceptional. I wonder if you can keep up. Get lost. Suing Shui rolled her eyes and stepped out of the car. Lin Yan gazed at her tall, slender figure, feeling ripples of emotion stir within him. Who could resist such a delicate beauty? Even if one did not feel a rush of affection, there would undoubtedly be a sense of excitement. Should I confess my feelings? Lin Yan pondered, stroking his chin as he walked. According to the system's progress chart, while a 50 strategy completion did not guarantee a successful confession, it did not imply absolute failure either. For Lin Yan, confessing now bore certain advantages. Firstly, it would establish a claim of affection, physically unfulfilled yet emotionally gratified. Secondly, it could likely expedite the progress of his strategy. Yet, this path appeared fraught with peril. As a boyfriend, positive performance would naturally enhance the strategy's progress. However, a lackluster display could lead to a regression. Thus, Lin Yan surmised that solidifying their relationship at this juncture might not be the wisest course. Primarily, if intimacy were off the table, what purpose would be served by hastily defining their relationship? Would that not increase the risk of entangling himself in a complex emotional situation? Upon returning home, Suing Shui methodically changed her attire, showered, and completed her evening routine. During the day, her perfect figure had been constrained by her uniform, her allure unable to fully manifest. Now, clad in a silk nightgown, her fair skin shimmered under the soft lighting, reminiscent of exquisite mutton fat jade or freshly made silken tofu. evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. Look any longer, and I might just pluck your eyes out. Su Yingxue remarked coldly as she passed by the living room sofa, towel in hand. Certainly, she was aware that most men were lecherous, yet others at least exhibited some restraint. However, she had never encountered anyone as unabashed and unreserved as Lin Yan. Even now, after she had threatened him aloud, his gaze remained fixed on her bosom. What are you doing with those eyes? It's the mind that wishes to see. The eyes are innocent. Lin Yan retorted with unwavering confidence. Humph. Su Yingxue found herself utterly exasperated with him. Perhaps she should just remove your brain. Take it away. I know you envy my intelligence. You. Su Yingxue was momentarily speechless with anger. Perhaps I should just snip you away with scissors. Lin Yan suddenly looked up. Terror etched across his face. You mustn't jest about such things. My future depends upon it. An hour later, the two sat on the sofa, the television displaying a film wherein the leading couple shared a fervent kiss. Lin Yan's gaze was intent upon the screen, fearful of missing a single moment. Meanwhile, Su Yingxue was restless, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Although she typically spoke her mind, she had never been in a romantic relationship. Witnessing such intimacy made her shyness as a young woman surge forth. She averted her eyes, unable to gaze at the television. Her legs pressed together and tilting slightly away from Lin Yan, as if wishing to distance herself from him. At that moment, the soft lighting of the living room combined with the sounds emanating from the television rendered the atmosphere increasingly suggestive. Lin Yan turned his head and beheld Su Yingxue's exquisite profile. Her hair, still slightly damp, cascaded over her fair shoulders. Her delicate collarbone resembled a finely crafted work of art, complemented by her porcelain skin and elegantly elongated neck. To Lin Yan, all of this was akin to a lethal poison, gradually eroding his thoughts and reason. It felt as though a dark angel whispered in his mind, "Embrace her, embrace her. Such a beautiful goddess stands before you. If not now, when? Yes, embrace her." Lin Yan could not suppress the urge to swallow hard. Immediately thereafter, a white angel emerged to intervene. "No, if you embrace her now, she will surely refuse. Thus, you must resort to force." "Yes, force her." Lin Yan's eyes blazed with intensity, desire seemingly consuming all remnants of his rationality. Just as he was about to reach out, the phone on the sofa rang abruptly. Su Yingxue, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly picked up the phone and rose to answer it. "Hello, Captain Li. What? You say Black Wolf is dead?" Su Yingxue exclaimed in shock. The once exuberant Lin Yan was suddenly left bewildered, internally lamenting. "What the hell? Just as I was getting into it. You throw this at me?" Su Yingxue hung up the phone and looked at Lin Yan. Captain Li just called to say that Black Wolf died in custody. "How did he die?" Lin Yan asked with a furrowed brow. "Suicide." Lin Yan's expression instantly grew grave. In the days since Black Wolf's arrest, the police had interrogated him multiple times, yet they had failed to extract any information from him. Moreover, thus far, they could not definitively identify him as Black Wolf based on the evidence. However, just moments ago, the prison guard discovered him lifeless in his solitary cell, the instrument of his demise being a razor blade. How could he have suddenly taken his own life? Su Yingxue furrowed her brow in contemplation, unable to fathom the underlying reasons. What if it was not suicide? Lin Yan's words startled her. "What do you mean?" Su Yingxue gazed at him incredulously. "Are you suggesting that someone orchestrated the assassination of Black Wolf within the prison?" Black Wolf, a notorious criminal, had been held in solitary confinement since his arrest. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to even catch a glimpse of him, let alone commit murder. Lin Yan chuckled softly and continued, "Or else. The fact that Xiao Ji could accurately predict an assassination attempt on me indicates his profound understanding of the methods and tactics employed by the individual behind it all. With Black Wolf's capture, he has lost all value. Allowing him to remain alive would be tantamount to handing over leverage to the authorities. Eliminating Black Wolf would mean the removal of any potential threats." Su Yingxue's expression shifted to one of realization. But then her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she pressed on. "And what about Xiao Ji? Why not eliminate him as well?" From her perspective, both Xiao Ji and Black Wolf were subordinates of that individual. Why, now that both had been apprehended, was only Black Wolf slain? Lin Yan moved to the window, gazing towards the city police headquarters of Benhai. "How do you know that only Black Wolf has been killed?" No sooner had he spoken than Su Yingxue's phone chimed once more. Chapter 51. Lin Yan was bitten by Su Yingxue. The phone rang suddenly, displaying the caller as Li Feng. Su Yingxue's heart skipped a beat. Disbelief etched across her face as she glanced at Lin Yan before answering the call. "Xiao Ji is dead." Li Feng's message was succinct, yet his voice conveyed an unspeakable sense of helplessness. This revelation severed the already scarce threads of potential leads that might have unveiled the shadowy puppeteer behind the scenes. Was it a suicide? Su Yingxue regained her composure and inquired hastily. Indeed, but this time the method was particularly brutal. He had his trachea shattered with a toothbrush. Li Feng sighed heavily, noting that they could only await the coroner's determination of the cause of death. Well, let us discuss this in detail when we meet tomorrow. Su Yingxue hung up, her gaze fixed on Lin Yan's silhouette. Just as you surmised, Qiu Ji is dead, another suicide. Lin Yan sighed in resignation, casting his eyes toward the distant horizon with a sardonic laugh. How can there be so many suicides? Clearly, someone wishes to impede your investigation. Upon hearing this, Su Yingxue furrowed her brow tightly. Deep down, she understood that Lin Yan's assertion was likely grounded in truth. However, to silently eliminate two crucial suspects within a detention center implied an extraordinary level of skill and power. In Su Yingxue's perception, the only individual capable of such prowess stood right before her. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, she dismissed the notion. If Lin Yan truly intended to eliminate these two men, he could have done so directly during their apprehension, rather than going through the elaborate process of detaining them first. That would be far more logical. What shall we do now? Unbeknownst to her, Su Yingxue had seemingly cultivated the habit of seeking Lin Yan's thoughts when confronted with a difficult dilemma. Lin Yan stroked his chin, gradually turning to face her, lost in contemplation. The prison had tentatively ruled Qiu Ji's death a suicide, which implied that the surveillance had captured no signs of foul play, nor were there any eyewitnesses. In essence, the assassin had undoubtedly orchestrated the act with meticulous planning, leaving no trace for the police to follow. To achieve such a feat required not only extraordinary personal strength, but likely the backing of a formidable force, a hand capable of manipulating the entire prison network. Considering this, if Qiu Ji and the earlier Black Wolf had indeed fallen to the hands of a prison guard, everything began to align. Following this line of reasoning, it became apparent that the shadowy hand lurking in the dark was likely concealed within the police system itself. Let us remain still for now and observe the developments. Tomorrow, we shall locate Wei Yuanshan and resolve the case of the rape and murder first, Lin Yan proposed. Upon hearing this, Su Yingxue's delicate brows knitted tightly, her large almond-shaped eyes filled with skepticism. Are you so confident you can find her? You must know that last night, hundreds of police officers were deployed throughout Benhai City, conducting a comprehensive search, yet not a single clue regarding Wei Yuanshan was uncovered. What gives you such certainty that you can uncover her tomorrow? Lin Yan did not respond directly. His nostrils quivered gently as he tilted his head back, closing his eyes, seemingly savoring the fragrances wafting through the air. After a brief moment, he suddenly spoke. Today, you used 2 types of shower gel, and your shampoo was also of 2 varieties. Moreover, you have applied a layer of. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yan abruptly opened his eyes, gazing at Su Yingxue with incredulity, exclaiming, "No way, you. Even their smells fragrant?" Su Yingxue was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished by Lin Yan's nonsensical remark. Upon reflection, she realized she had indeed used 2 different shower gels during her bath today. One of the bottles had been recommended by netizens on Zaya Hongsha just a couple of days ago. It had arrived only recently, and she had decided to try it out today. However, she found the fragrance unappealing and quickly reverted to her usual brand. While she had not used 2 types of shampoo, she had applied conditioner after washing her hair. As for the body lotion, she applied daily post-bath. It was a long-standing habit to keep her skin hydrated. Wait a minute. What did he mean by that area also smelling good? Realizing the implication, Su Yingxue's gaze turned sharp as a blade, her eyes seeming to blaze with fury directed at Lin Yan. What are you trying to imply? Lin Yan sensed the shift in atmosphere and instinctively took a step back. I meant, Su Yingxue, now incensed, did not think twice and lunged forward, seizing Lin Yan's arm and biting down fiercely. Ah! Lin Yan's cries gradually diminished. At that moment, he slightly bowed his head, and a breathtaking view unfolded before his eyes. The beauty before him was undeniably more captivating than the pain radiating from his arm. Lin Yan mused that if she enjoyed biting, then let her do so. If she were to become his wife in the future, being bitten would surely become a commonplace occurrence. One would eventually grow accustomed to it. The following morning, Su Yingxue and Lin Yan hurried to Wei Yuanshan's residence. By then, Li Feng had already arrived. The interior was in disarray, having evidently been thoroughly searched by the police. The floor was littered with debris, scattered personal belongings of Wei Yuanshan that she had not managed to take with her. However, after a meticulous search, No valuable clues were uncovered. You've arrived. Li Feng acknowledged the two with a slight nod, sighing as he continued. We sent someone to Wei Yuanshan's hometown, and her parents said she has not returned. We have also reviewed several surveillance cameras in the village, confirming her parents' statements. As he spoke, Li Feng's gaze unexpectedly fell upon the clear bite mark on Lin Yan's arm. And he remarked in surprise, "Did a dog bite you, Lin Yan?" Suing Xue, "Ah yes." Lin Yan quickly responded, smiling as he explained. "Last night, a stray dog appeared in the neighborhood and bit anyone it encountered." Li Feng, with a concerned expression, earnestly advised, "Do not approach stray dogs carelessly. You should promptly get a rabies vaccine. If infected, it could lead to serious complications, and there would be no remedy." "Yes, Captain Li," Lin Yan replied solemnly. Giving a salute, Suing Xue, seething with anger, stealthily jabbed Lin Yan in the waist with her elbow and shot him a significant eye roll. "By the way," Li Feng continued, "Xia Xue called me last night and mentioned that you have a way to locate Wei Yuanshan." As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Lin Yan, his eyes brimming with curiosity, pondering what method could possibly be employed. Chapter 52. The Murder of Wei Yuanshan. Please wait a moment. Lin Yan did not respond immediately. Instead, he proceeded directly to Wei Yuanshan's bedroom. Possessing the extraordinary ability of long-distance tracking, Lin Yan's sense of smell was more acute than that of a hound. The advantage of this skill lay in his capacity to finely tune the sensitivity of his nose, allowing him to easily adjust it at will. The bedroom was modest in size, furnished with a bed and a wardrobe. The bedding lay in disarray, while most of the clothes in the wardrobe remained hanging, untouched. In order to employ his long-distance tracking, Lin Yan first needed to identify Wei Yuanshan's scent, which is why he had come here to seek out the items with the most potent fragrance. The moment he activated his tracking ability, Lin Yan instinctively clamped his hand over his nose. Damn it, what a stench! The myriad of mixed odors in the room surged forth, magnified 1,000-fold, assaulting his nostrils and nearly overwhelming him. After a considerable time, he finally managed to acclimate. Approaching the bedside, he leaned closer to the pillow, inhaling deeply. Suing Xue and Li Feng stood at the doorway, observing Lin Yan's peculiar actions. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound sense of bewilderment. How is it that he can even track scents? Li Feng mused, feeling that his worldview had been repeatedly challenged since Lin Yan's arrival. It was one thing for him to be skilled with firearms, and another for him to excel in investigations. Now, he was revealing prowess in tracking as well. Could it be that he had trained alongside police dogs for 2.5 years? Suing Xue shook her head in exasperation, equally perplexed. She too wondered how this man appeared to possess no weaknesses. There seemed to be nothing he could not do. "Let us go." Lin Yan straightened up, uttering a single word before squeezing past Suing Xue and Li Feng, striding purposefully towards the exit. Upon leaving the community, Lin Yan did not take a car. Instead, he walked along the street, his nostrils occasionally twitching, akin to a hound on the hunt. Thanks to his long-distance tracking ability, he was able to extract Wei Yuanshan's unique scent from the myriad of surrounding aromas. These scents acted like invisible threads, relaying information to his brain and constructing a vividly clear navigational map in his mind, guiding him left, right, and onward step by step. An hour later, the trio had followed the scent out of the city, arriving at the banks of the Sun River. This tributary spanned approximately 30 meters in width, with a gentle current. Lin Yan stood by the riverbank, gazing intently at the water's surface. "What's wrong?" Suing Xue inquired as she caught up with him. In a low voice, Lin Yan replied, "She disappeared here. Are you suggesting she jumped in from here?" Li Feng exclaimed, astonished. Why on earth would she do that? Suicide out of guilt? The likelihood seemed exceedingly slim. Even if Wei Yuanshan were an accomplice, she certainly could not be the mastermind. Rather than taking her own life, it would be wiser to confess. As long as she admitted her guilt, she might still retain a chance at survival. Suing Xue scanned the surroundings. Nearby stood a large bridge. To cross the river, one could simply walk. There was no need to swim across from this point. Lin Yan maintained a stoic expression, his gaze fixed upon the water's surface. Moments later, he uttered a chilling statement that sent shivers down the spines of both individuals. "What I mean is, she is still beneath the river." Huang Wenxuan, driving the police car, abruptly halted at the roadside with a screech. His face was etched with panic as he turned to his companion, Wang Wenxin, seated in the passenger seat, his countenance betraying deep unease and anxiety. "Uncle Wang, we absolutely cannot allow them to continue their investigation." Huang Wenxuan's voice trembled slightly with tension. "That Lin Yan, he is truly terrifying." An hour earlier, Wang Wenxin had called Li Feng to inquire about the progress of the case, only to receive a piece of shocking news. Li Feng revealed that Lin Yan was using a method of tracking by scent to locate Wei Yuanshan. Though this sounded absurd, it seemed to possess a certain logic when it came to Lin Yan. Consequently, Huang Wenxuan felt an overwhelming sense of dread and terror. He knew that if Lin Yan were to find Wei Yuanshan, his own transgressions would inevitably be exposed. At that moment, not only would he face ruin, but his father, the director, would also be implicated. Alas, Wang Wenxin sighed heavily, his gaze filled with disappointment as he looked at Huang Wenxuan. How can I commend you? In that moment of impulse, how could you have acted so foolishly? Huang Wenxuan's face turned pale with fear, his voice quivering as he replied, I truly did not intend to kill her. However, she was desperately resisting, struggling fiercely. In a moment of recklessness, I grasped her throat, and by the time I regained my senses, she had already ceased to breathe. Wang Wenxin inhaled deeply, the smoke from his cigarette swirling within the confines of the car. He spoke in a low tone, the only option we have now is to find Wei Yuanshan before they do, and then. Huang Wenxuan's expression darkened at these words, his voice trembling as he asked, Uncle Wang, are you suggesting we must kill her? Wang Wenxin let out a cold laugh, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Do you have any other choice? As long as she remains alive. She hangs over you like a sword, poised to fall at any moment, leaving you in perpetual unrest. Just then, Wang Wenxin's phone rang unexpectedly. He pulled out his phone to see that it was Li Feng calling. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he answered the call. Hello. Hello, Director Wang. We have found Wei Yuanshan. Li Feng's voice came through the line. What? Wang Wenxin exclaimed, jolting upright in his seat, his voice rising involuntarily. You mean she has been found? Huang Wenxuan, sitting beside him, turned as pale as a sheet, his eyes filled with despair. This individual named Lin Yan is truly terrifying, seemingly possessing some extraordinary power to accomplish the unfathomable. We found her, but she is dead. Li Feng's response left Wang Wenxin in a state of shock once more. Upon hearing the word dead, Wang Wenxin's eyes were filled with astonishment as he slowly turned his head towards Huang Wenxuan. Wei Yuanshan is dead. This news not only brought him a flicker of unexpected delight but also a profound sense of shock. He simply could not comprehend who, apart from Huang Wenxuan, would desire to see Wei Yuanshan meet such a fate. How did she die? Wang Wenxin hurriedly inquired. Li Feng replied, murder. The body was stuffed into a suitcase and discarded in a river on the outskirts of the West District in Beihai City. All right, I understand. I will head over immediately. After hanging up the phone, Wang Wenxin turned to Huang Wenxuan, his tone laced with incredulity as he said, Wei Yuanshan has been murdered. A look of surprise instantaneously appeared on Huang Wenxuan's face. Really? Wang Wenxin nodded, though his expression lacked the excitement that Huang Wenxuan displayed. The murder of Wei Yuanshan at this moment implied the existence of another hand manipulating events from behind the scenes. Wait. No. Huang Wenxuan also came to a realization, the joy on his face vanishing instantly as he asked, who killed her? Chapter 53. Uncovering the murderer of Wei Yuanshan by the riverbank. Several police cars were parked in an orderly fashion, their flashing lights illuminating the scene with striking clarity. The authorities had swiftly erected a cordon, effectively distancing the onlookers. The forensic expert crouched on the ground, conducting an initial examination of the body. Lin Yan, Su Yingxue, and Li Feng stood a short distance away, their brows furrowed in concern. Su Yingxue was the first to speak, analyzing the situation. At present, there are two possibilities. Firstly, after we departed yesterday, Wei Yuanshan immediately contacted the perpetrator of Wang Xiaowen's murder, and as a result, she was deemed a threat and silenced. Secondly, if Wei Yuanshan did not initiate the contact, then the only possibility left is that there is a mole within the police department. Consider this. Yesterday, Lin Yan and I returned to the station to retrieve chat logs, and the entire process took no more than 2 hours. In such a brief span. If Wei Yuanshan did not reach out, how could the murderer possibly know we had sought her out? Li Feng, who had not previously engaged in the conversation between Su Yingxue and Lin Yan, was taken aback by this audacious hypothesis. Is there really a mole in our department? Surely not. In his understanding, while the existence of protectors within the police force was not uncommon, it typically involved some gray industries. Few would dare to act as a protector in a murder case due to the immense risks involved. Most officers would shy away from such perilous paths. Speculating further holds little value, Lin Yan remarked as he approached the forensic expert, gently parting him from the examination of the corpse. He then knelt slowly before Wei Yuanshan's body. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and activated his ability of 1,000-mile tracking. In an instant, a myriad of complex scents flooded into his nostrils: the foul odor of river water, the antiseptic scent carried by the forensic expert, and the various aromas emanating from the numerous officers on the scene. What Lin Yan needed to do was to eliminate all these easily identifiable, traceable odors. From this chaotic amalgamation, he aimed to accurately extract and isolate the unique scent of the killer, possessing the ability of 1,000-mile tracking. Even if the murderer had meticulously cleaned up after the act, leaving no conventional clues such as fingerprints, Lin Yan was confident that as long as the killer had come into contact with Wei Yuanshan, he would be able to identify them. This scene left the forensic expert in a state of astonishment. Did he believe himself to be a reincarnation of Sherlock Holmes, solving a case solely based on scent? Minutes later, Lin Yan's eyes snapped open, and a sharp golden light seemed to flicker within them. He rose to his feet and strode purposefully towards Suing Xue. His expression grave as he declared, "Let us go." He then added, "Come with me to apprehend the suspect." Suing Xue and Li Feng exchanged glances, asking no further questions, and nodded in silent agreement. Through their time spent with Lin Yan, they had come to fully trust his words, harboring no doubts. Despite the killer's residual scent being exceedingly faint, Lin Yan heightened his olfactory sensitivity to its utmost limit, enabling him to capture it with remarkable clarity. Not long after the departure of the three, Wang Wenxuan and Wang Wenxin arrived at the crime scene. The moment they stepped into the area, Wang Wenxuan's gaze was immediately drawn to the lifeless body of Wei Yuanshan. The tension that had gripped him suddenly dissipated, and he couldn't help but exhale in relief. Regardless of who had committed the heinous act against Wei Yuanshan, it was, without a doubt, a stroke of immense fortune for him. With the absence of witnesses to the crime, his secret regarding the murder of Wang Xiaowen would remain buried forever. Wang Wenxin's keen eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings, but he noticed no sign of Suing Xue and the others. He promptly summoned a nearby officer who was busy at the scene and inquired, "Where are Suing Xue and the others?" The officer responded respectfully, "They left not long ago." After a brief pause, he added, "That individual named Lin Yan was squatting beside the body for quite a while, as if he had suddenly uncovered a significant clue, and then hurriedly departed." "Which direction did he go?" Wang Wenxin asked, his expression tightening with urgency. The officer raised his hand and pointed towards the city entrance, stating, "That way." "Very well. You may return to your duties." After the officer turned to leave, Wang Wenxuan could no longer suppress his unease and asked, "Uncle Wang, do you think Lin Yan might have uncovered the killer's trail?" Wang Wenxin's face darkened, and he fell silent. Although Wei Yuanshan was deceased, an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within him like a tide. He felt as if a sword of Damocles hung precariously above him, ready to plunge at any moment. An hour later, Lin Yan, Suing Xue, and Li Feng pursued their lead and arrived at the entrance of the electric power community. Gazing at the rusted sign of the community, Suing Xue furrowed her brow and asked, "Are you suggesting that he entered here?" Lin Yan nodded affirmatively, his tone unwavering. "Indeed. It is here." Li Feng's expression turned tense as he insisted, "We must not delay. Let us proceed directly inside." Having learned from the tragic fate of Wei Yuanshan, they dared not squander another moment and made their way into the community. In such an old residential area, the comings and goings of people often went unnoticed. The elderly gatekeeper merely glanced at the three of them before returning to his task of manipulating beads. This time, Li Feng proactively handed his sidearm to Lin Yan, earnestly stating, "With this weapon in your hands, it will serve a greater purpose." Lin Yan accepted the firearm without hesitation, expertly chambering around before stowing it in his pocket, and headed straight towards the stairwell of the central building within the community. Upon reaching the third floor, Lin Yan abruptly halted and turned to face the security door of room 301. The door was an antiquated two-layer design with a protective cover, and a reversed Fu character was affixed to it. At first glance, it appeared no different from any ordinary household. Lin Yan exchanged glances with Li Feng, who nodded in understanding and raised his hand to knock on the door. Lin Yan swiftly stepped aside, the handgun in his pocket now gripped firmly in his hand. "Knock, knock, 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 who is it?" A man's voice called from within moments later. Li Feng responded calmly, "I am a grid worker from the neighborhood committee, here to register the resident information." With a click, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in his 50s standing before Li Feng. The man was exceedingly gaunt, his complexion pale, with patches of vitiligo adorning the left side of his face. In the dimly lit surroundings, he appeared somewhat menacing. Li Feng, a seasoned detective with a wealth of experience, immediately discerned the unmistakable ferocity in the man's eyes. Upon encountering Li Feng, the man's expression abruptly turned aloof. His hand poised on the handle of the second door without any intention of opening it. I do not recognize you. You are not from the neighborhood committee, are you? He initiated the confrontation, his tone as frigid as the air emitted by an air conditioner, sending shivers down one's spine. Chapter 54. The Astonishing Truth, the Newcomer. Li Feng maintained an impassive demeanor, responding in a calm tone. Oh, please wait a moment. The room is a bit disordered. I shall tidy up. As soon as he finished speaking, the man closed the door behind him. In an instant, Lin Yan forcefully pushed past Li Feng, aiming his gun at the door lock, and decisively fired. Within mere seconds, the two iron doors were forcibly breached. The trio swiftly surged inside, however. The man they were pursuing had already vanished from the living room. Lin Yan slightly twitched his nose and immediately dashed toward one of the bedrooms. He kicked the door open and seized a plastic stool from the floor, hurling it inside. The sound of gunfire echoed almost simultaneously. Concurrently, Lin Yan unleashed a volley of shots through the wooden door. The interior was instantly filled with the man's anguished cries and the clatter of a fallen firearm. Without hesitation, Lin Yan charged in. At that moment, the man's right thumb had been shattered. He clutched his injured hand tightly, his expression one of excruciating pain. Upon seeing Lin Yan enter, he turned to leap through the window in a desperate bid to escape. Quick as lightning, Lin Yan kicked him into a corner. Li Feng followed closely, retrieving the handgun from the floor. The man, enduring excruciating agony, rolled over, gasping heavily while casting a venomous glare at them. Realizing he had no avenue of escape, the man reluctantly spoke. You cannot possibly find me so swiftly. You acknowledge that you killed Wei Yuanshan, do you not? Li Feng pressed. The man let out a derisive laugh. Officer, do not try to extract a confession from me. I have said nothing. I merely wield a firearm. I am not a murderer. Lin Yan stepped closer, pressing the gun against the man's forehead, his voice icy. Who instructed you to kill Wei Yuanshan? The man looked up at Lin Yan, his eyes devoid of fear, instead filled with admiration. Just moments before, this young man had shot his thumb off from the other side of the door with remarkable precision, an accuracy he had never witnessed nor even heard of before. Your marksmanship is unparalleled. It seems Black Wolf and Xiao Ji met their match in you. The man spoke with an air of calm, showing no signs of trepidation at the prospect of becoming a prisoner. The trio exchanged glances upon hearing the statement. His words effectively acknowledged that he was indeed under the command of the same master as Xiao Ji and Black Wolf. Even if you deny it, even if the police cannot procure evidence of your murder, the charge of armed assault on an officer is sufficient to confine you for the remainder of your life. Lin Yan declared solemnly. This man was the pivotal breakthrough in the entire case. If they could not extract the truth from him, the investigation would descend into a stalemate. Ha. The man laughed heartily. It matters not. I, Zhao Gang, have lived enough in this life. If I must serve time, so be it. Li Feng continued. Things are not as simple as you might think. Xiao Ji and Black Wolf both perished in the detention center last night, so even if you remain tight-lipped, a favorable outcome is unattainable. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang's expression shifted dramatically. What did you say? Both Black Wolf and Xiao Ji are dead. His shock stemmed not from the cause of their demise, but from the reasons behind their deaths. If both of them have met their demise, he has now become a prisoner, and perhaps he may never witness the outcome of his trial, ultimately becoming the next casualty. The reason is quite simple. When a suspect dies in custody, the police cannot possibly disclose such information to the public immediately. Should he desire to learn this news, he must resort to clandestine channels. However, since he received the assignment, he has yet to receive any word regarding the deaths of Hailang and Xiaoji. This indicates that those in power are evidently intent on keeping him in the dark. Their intention is unmistakable. Should he also falter and be apprehended, he would meet the same fate as Hailang and Xiaoji. Had this been before, Zhao Gang might have maintained his composure, yet upon learning this news, anxiety began to seep into his heart. After all, there is no one in this world who is unafraid of death, not even a ruthless assassin like Zhao Gang. I have no reason to deceive you, Li Feng declared, producing the WeChat conversation from last night with Zhang Zhilei, which contained photographs taken from the scenes of the two deaths. Upon viewing the images, Zhao Gang felt as if his very bones had been extracted. Collapsing against the corner with a sense of utter despair written across his face, seemingly oblivious to the excruciating pain radiating from his thumb. Your only avenue now is to cooperate with the police and dismantle the forces behind it. Suing Xue's gaze was piercing, her words sharp. Zhao Gang managed a bitter smile. Shaking his head, his voice laden with helplessness, it's useless. With just the three of you, you cannot touch him, even if I fully cooperate. It would be like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Whether you can reach him is not for you to worry about. You simply need to divulge everything you know. Lin Yan stepped forward, fixing his intense gaze upon Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang looked at Lin Yan and sighed deeply. Young man, I recognize your exceptional skills, but some matters cannot be confronted with mere force. The three exchanged glances, and a singular thought flashed through their minds. Power. This notion confirmed their previous speculation. There was indeed a mole within the police department, holding a significant position of authority. Who could it be? Su Yingshue's gaze sharpened. Whether we can bring him down remains to be seen. Anyone who recklessly takes lives and slaughters innocents will inevitably face the wrath of the law. Zhao Gang lowered his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. After a prolonged silence, he slowly raised his gaze. Pointing towards the ceiling, do you believe you can shake him? Was it Zhang Zhilei who instructed you to commit murder? Li Feng exclaimed. Who else could it be? If not him, Zhao Gang scoffed. He is far from being worthy. A heavy realization struck Su Yingxue as a startling thought surged within her. Are you suggesting? Lin Yan and Li Feng instantly grasped her implication, their eyes locking onto her. Are you referring to Huang Weiyong, the head of the Lingnan Public Security Bureau? Su Yingxue appeared taken aback by her own conclusion. Lin Yan, upon hearing this, maintained his calm demeanor. After all, his understanding of the police system was limited to those in Beihai City, leaving him unfamiliar with officials from other regions. Thus, this name was rather foreign to him. What did you just say? Li Feng's complexion turned pale in an instant, his voice trembling slightly. Huang Weiyong is undoubtedly the preeminent figure within the law enforcement system of Lingnan Province. If he indeed operates as the puppet master behind the scenes, the depths of this case become profoundly murky. In an instant, all clues intertwine seamlessly. Under the vigilant surveillance of the police, the ability to eliminate two significant suspects without a trace can only be attributed to someone of such high stature as this influential director. The trio's gaze once more converges upon Zhao Gang, fully aware that all their conjectures and suspicions are poised to be validated through his revelations. Chapter 55. The Rise of the Puppet Master. Zhao Gang cast another glance at Lin Yan, his gaze laden with complexity, and with a tone of resignation, he remarked, I concede my defeat at your hands. Alas, it is what it is. Since death is inevitable, I might as well take a gamble. His eyes then shifted to Su Yingxue, revealing a grave truth. You were not mistaken. The true mastermind behind our schemes, including those of Qiu Ji and Black Wolf, is none other than Huang Weiyong from the provincial department of Lingnan. Upon hearing this revelation, Li Feng and Su Yingxue exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Could it truly be him? After all, he was the foremost figure overseeing the law enforcement system in Lingnan Province. How could he be orchestrating this? Yet, this information emanated from the lips of a murder suspect, leaving no room for doubt. Zhao Gang paused momentarily before continuing. In truth, you need not be astonished. Huang Weiyong has been entrenched in Lingnan for over 2 decades, with his minions scattered far and wide. Countless individuals, like myself, have served him loyally. It is not that no one is aware, nor that no one dares to intervene. However, anyone bold enough to report him invariably meets a grim fate. How does he manage to straddle both sides of the law? Lin Yan inquired, curiosity piqued, as he had little familiarity with the inner workings of law enforcement. Zhao Gang chuckled softly. For him, it is a mere triviality. From a young age, he learned the art of engaging with local tyrants and understood the ways to ascend the hierarchy. He is merciless towards his enemies yet generous to his subordinates. And he spares no effort to please his superiors. Climbing from local governance to the provincial level, he exploits his authority to suppress rivals and expand his influence. While achieving accolades for combating crime, he simultaneously devours the illicit territories of his foes, fortifying his power. He nurtures officials with illicit funds and shields them with his authority. If he does not grow, who will? Moreover, he operates with cunning and caution, never revealing himself directly. Apart from his loyal assassins and the local leaders, many petty criminals remain oblivious to the identity of their protector. Are you suggesting that it was Huang Weiyong who committed the heinous act against Wang Xiaowen? Lin Yan asked gravely, his voice low. Zhao Gang shook his head. He is far too prudent to engage in such folly. The perpetrator is his wayward son, Huang Wenxuan. You mean to say it was Huang Wenxuan who did it? Li Feng exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Indeed, Zhao Gang confirmed with a nod. Huang Wenxuan was deliberately placed in the Binhai Public Security Bureau to forge a connection with Su Zhenan's family. serving alongside Su Jianan's daughter in the same police unit. However, this young man is inherently reckless. Even before donning the uniform, he was nothing more than a notorious playboy, indulging in debauchery and courting trouble. Although he has reined in some of his excesses since joining the force, his fundamental nature remains unchanged. A few months ago, he chanced upon Wang Xiaowen and harbored malicious intentions. In an attempt to lure her out, he sought assistance from her colleague, Wei Yuanshan. However, Wang Xiaowen repeatedly rebuffed his advances, inciting his wrath. Thus, Huang Wenxuan resolved to forcibly abduct her during one of her night runs. He had engaged in such acts before, and typically, victims, intimidated by his threats and concerned for their reputation, would refrain from reporting him. Yet, Wang Xiaowen possessed a fierce spirit, even biting him in defiance. In a fit of rage, Huang Wenxuan choked her while unleashing violence, only to realize later that she had succumbed. Terrified, Huang Wenxuan felt compelled to confide in his father, Huang Weiyong. Upon hearing the news, Huang Weiyong instructed me to manage the situation. I disposed of the body and fabricated an illusion of a random crime. To eliminate any potential repercussions, I also dealt with the two small-time thugs who had assisted Huang Wenxuan in the abduction that very night. Su Yingxue furrowed her brows in confusion and inquired, "Since you have eliminated everyone else, why did you spare Wei Yuanshan?" Zhao Gang explained, "I had initially contemplated silencing her, but at the time of the abduction, Wei Yuanshan was unaware of the events. Furthermore, she is a colleague of Wang Xiaowen. If one were to be violated and the other to vanish, it would undoubtedly raise the suspicions of the police, complicating matters further. Hence, I decided to leave her alive." Upon hearing this, the three individuals present wore solemn expressions. Li Feng and Su Yingxue, accustomed to handling ordinary criminal cases, now felt bewildered and somewhat helpless. The reason for their distress was straightforward. Without concrete evidence and relying solely on Zhao Gang's account, even an ordinary citizen would struggle to secure a conviction, let alone Huang Weiyong. Acting rashly would only alert the perpetrator. After a brief period of numbness, the searing pain from his fractured thumb assaulted Zhao Gang once more. His complexion turned pale, and his lips quivered slightly. "We must hasten to take him to the hospital," Su Yingxue declared. Ordinarily, they should have called for an ambulance to transport Zhao Gang for treatment, but the unusual circumstances had delayed their response. Lin Yan shook his head in denial, asserting no. "If we take him to the hospital now, Huang Weiyong will surely send someone to silence him. If he dies, we lose our sole witness. Then what should we do?" Li Feng asked anxiously. Lin Yan furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before looking at Su Yingxue and suggesting, "Take him to your home." "To my home?" Su Yingxue responded, taken aback. Lin Yan nodded and clarified, "There are people from Huang Weiyong within the police force. Whether we take him to the hospital or the police station, his whereabouts will be compromised. Your home is far more discreet, and with my presence, I can ensure his safety. Captain Li, you will remain here to clean up the scene. Just say the gunfire was initiated by the assailants, and we failed to apprehend them." Li Feng nodded in agreement. "Understood. Leave it to me." Lin Yan then picked up a torn bed sheet to perform a rudimentary bandaging on Zhao Gang's injury, covering his wounded hand with a piece of clothing. Fortunately, Zhao Gang's injury was limited to his hand, allowing him to walk without difficulty. As the three descended the stairs, they found the area below the residential complex devoid of onlookers, all having fled in fear of the gunfire. Once outside the complex, they hailed a taxi to Su Yingxue's residence. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huang Wenxuan could no longer contain himself and called his father, Huang Weiyong, exclaiming, "Dad, Wei Yuanshan is dead, and they are currently pursuing the murderer." Huang Weiyong's tone was grave as he replied, "Focus on your own affairs and do not concern yourself with anything else." For the sake of protecting his son, Huang Weiyong had kept his son away from the darker aspects of his dealings throughout the years. Yet his son's reckless behavior, indulging in a life of debauchery, had now escalated to a matter of life and death. In truth, he had received news of Wei Yuanshan's body being recovered shortly after it washed ashore. Little did he anticipate that this entire ordeal had been orchestrated by a young man named Lin Yan. Having already suffered the loss of two formidable allies, Lin Yan has now turned his ire towards his own son. To safeguard his offspring, he must eliminate Lin Yan. "Understood, Dad." After ending the call, Huang Weiyong seized another mobile device and dialed Zhao Gang's number, intent on urging him to leave behind at once. In the vehicle, Zhao Gang's phone began to ring. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Huang Weiyong calling, promptly handing the phone to Lin Yan. Lin Yan exchanged a knowing glance with Su Yingxue. signaling for Zhao Gang to answer the call. "Hello, Sixth Brother." Zhao Gang spoke in a hushed tone. Sixth Brother is the codename used by Huang Weiyong, and all his direct subordinates refer to him as such. Lin Yan reached out, tapping the screen of Zhao Gang's phone to activate the recording feature. "They are looking for you. Leave Binhai immediately and do not return for the time being." Huang Weiyong's voice resonated through the receiver. Chapter 56. The ugly daughter-in-law will eventually meet her in-laws. They have already arrived, but I have managed to slip away, Zhao Gang whispered. "I am currently in the car and cannot speak at length. I will call you back when I have the chance." Upon hanging up, Zhao Gang glanced at the driver and subtly shook his head at Lin Yan, indicating that he could not divulge further information. The taxi drove directly into the underground parking lot of the residential community, and the three swiftly took the elevator back to Su Yingshue's home. Once inside, Su Yingxue hurriedly fetched a first aid kit to tend to Zhao Gang's wounds. At that moment, Zhao Gang noticed a photograph on the cabinet and exclaimed in surprise. "You are the daughter of Su Jinan." As the head of the Lingnan military region and a celebrated war hero, Su Jinan's name was known far and wide, both in the realms of law and crime. "Indeed," Su Yingxue replied, her hands busy wrapping Zhao Gang's wounds. Zhao Gang chuckled ruefully. "So, Huang Wenxuan was after you. Fortunately, you did not end up with him, or your life would have been ruined." Su Yingxue scoffed. "Does he even deserve it?" Zhao Gang's gaze shifted to Lin Yan, teasingly stating, "I actually think you two make a splendid pair. The man is handsome, and the woman is beautiful." With Su Yingshue's illustrious background and Lin Yan's remarkable skills, they indeed appeared as a match made in heaven. Upon hearing this, Su Yingshue's cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively tightened the bandage in her hands, causing Zhao Gang to wince in pain. "If you cannot speak sensibly, you might as well keep silent." Lin Yan, standing idly by, pulled out his phone. After a busy day, he had not had a moment to check it, and his WeChat notifications were overflowing. "Mother, today a massage chair was delivered. What is going on? Did you buy it?" "Father, have you robbed a bank or won the lottery? You have never bought us anything in years, and suddenly you get something so extravagant. I am a bit alarmed. I remind you to earn your keep honestly and avoid straying onto the wrong path. Your mother and I do not need you to support us. Just take care of yourself." Lin Yan pressed the voice message button to reply. "I neither robbed a bank nor won the lottery. I am being sponsored by a beautiful woman. She is the one footing the bill." Whoosh. After sending the message, he sent another to his mother. "I bought it. Do you like it?" Father replied instantly. "What? You're being supported by a rich woman? How old is she?" Lin Yan approached Su Yingxue, opened his camera, and turned it around. "What are you doing?" Su Yingxue asked, puzzled. Click. Lin Yan captured a photo and sent it to his father. "This is her. Dad, you know me well. I have always been diligent and ambitious. How could I be easily swayed by sweet nothings? Initially, I was opposed to it, but she insisted on supporting me and pays me several tens of thousands a month." After several seconds, his father's message came back. "You must be joking. This girl looks like that, and she needs to support you? Bah, the ancestral graves of our Lin family are neither smoking nor on fire. Do not harbor such foolish dreams." At that moment, Su Yingxue had already finished bandaging Zhao Gang's wounds. Seeing this, Lin Yan initiated a video call with his father. Moments later, the call connected, revealing a middle-aged man's face that nearly filled the entire screen. "Father, could you please hold the phone a bit further away during the video? It's almost touching your face." Lin Yuan adjusted the camera and inquired, "Now, confess, where did you get that money? If the funds are tainted, I shall not accept this fishing rod." His expression was grave, and his demeanor resolute. Lin Yan stepped back a few paces, positioning himself beside Su Yingxue, and turned the phone's camera around. "See, I'm not deceiving you." Suddenly appearing in the frame, Su Yingxue looked bewildered as she heard Lin Yan whisper beside her, "This is my father." Her eyes widened in surprise, and she silently mouthed, "Are you out of your mind?" For reasons unbeknownst to her. Hearing Lin Yan refer to him as his father stirred a wave of anxiety within her, akin to a bride meeting her in-laws. Despite her deep-seated grievances towards Lin Yan, she dared not reveal them at that moment. Instead, she offered a sweet smile to the camera and respectfully greeted, "Hello, uncle." Lin Yuan, upon seeing Su Yingxue, was momentarily taken aback, as if caught in a still frame. After what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to stammer, "Why you? Hello." Without delay, he dashed into the kitchen, shouting, "Honey, come quickly and see." His son, in his 20s and yet to have a girlfriend, suddenly had such a beautiful one. He needed to relay this news to his wife immediately. However, at that precise moment, Lin Yan abruptly ended the video call and retracted the photo he had just sent. Su Yingxue shot him a fierce glare. What were you thinking, dragging me into a video call with your father? Lin Yan grinned cheekily. A homely bride must meet her in-laws eventually. You're the homely one. Su Yingxue retorted, her cheeks flushing once more. Who was your bride, you shameless fool? Meanwhile, Zhao Gang could only shake his head in exasperation, pondering, could you not show some respect for a professional killer? Is it really appropriate to flaunt your affection so brazenly? I'll let you know. In Binhai City, undercurrents were stirring, heralding a change. At that moment, a message from his father arrived. You little rascal. Why did you hang up? And what about that photo? Your mother claims I'm boasting. Send it over immediately. Do you hear me? Hey, speak up. You're driving me crazy. Decline video request. Decline voice request. Decline video request. What do we do now? Su Yingxue turned to Lin Yan and asked. Lin Yan tucked his phone back into his pocket, glanced at Zhao Gang, and then said, if what he said is indeed true. Zhao Gang raised his hand to interject. Every word I speak is the truth. Lin Yan pressed his hand down, signaling him to wait until it was his turn to speak, then continued, given Huang Weiyong's ruthless nature, he will undoubtedly take action against me. In fact, he has already made a move once. This time, it may be even more severe. Our immediate task is to exploit the information gap and find a way for Zhao Gang to extract useful evidence from him. As for the rest, it will rely solely on you. Me? Su Yingxue pointed to herself, fully aware that she was utterly at a loss. Handling ordinary cases is manageable. But when it comes to a significant figure like Huang Weiyong, how can a mere junior officer tackle such a challenge? Lin Yan nodded and gestured towards the cabinet behind him. At this juncture, there are no alternatives left. One can only rely on familial connections. Chapter 57. Lin Yan's first dialogue with his mother-in-law, Su Yingxue, and Zhao Gang turned their gaze in the direction of his finger, where a family portrait adorned the cabinet. Su Yingxue immediately furrowed her brow. Lin Yan's intention was unmistakably clear. He was urging her to seek assistance from her parents. Zhao Gang, understanding the implication, smiled and remarked, your thought process is sound. To confront Huang Weiyong, relying solely on the few of you will be grossly insufficient. If Su Jinan were to intervene, the situation would become considerably more manageable. Su Yingxue hesitated momentarily before turning to Lin Yan and inquired, what exactly should I do? She refrained from hastily calling her parents, recognizing the gravity of the matter that required careful consideration. After pondering, Lin Yan suggested, I believe you should first call your mother to gauge her opinion. He was confident that her mother, Zhang Zhilei, the deputy director of the provincial department, could not possibly be oblivious to Huang Weiyong's affairs. If she was already aware, informing her of the situation would allow her extensive experience and strategic insight to yield a more prudent course of action. After all, both he and Su Yingxue were rather unfamiliar with the circles surrounding Huang Weiyong. All right, Su Yingxue acknowledged, retrieving her mobile phone to dial the number, subsequently activating the speakerphone. Moments later, a gentle female voice resonated from the other end. Hello, Xiaoxue. Mom. Su Yingxue paused for a moment, inhaled deeply, and said, I have something important to tell you. What is it? Zhang Xiaomei's tone carried a hint of curiosity. It concerns Huang Weiyong. As soon as Su Yingxue's words fell, silence enveloped the line. After a brief pause, Zhang Xiaomei's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Are you safe right now? Instinctively glancing at Lin Yan, Su Yingxue responded firmly. I am at home, and I am safe. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable sense of security whenever Lin Yan was by her side. Upon hearing her reassurance, Lin Yan was convinced that Zhang Xiaomei was indeed aware of the situation regarding Huang Weiyong. Zhang Xiaomei continued, Good, then you may elaborate on the details. Okay. Su Yingxue recounted the events of the past few days without reservation, from Qiuji, Hailang, to the rape and murder case, and finally to Zhao Gang, who was present. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xiaomei asked, if the situation is as you describe, he may have already taken action. Xiaoxue, I have only one request of you. Prioritize your safety and leave the rest to us. Su Yingxue hurriedly inquired, Mom, you know all of this? Yes, Zhang Xiaomei affirmed. We have been investigating Huang Weiyong for quite some time, but we have lacked crucial evidence. The evidence you currently possess is our most significant breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan and Su Yingxue simultaneously turned their attention to Zhao Gang. Auntie, what should we do now? Should we remain at home or go out? Lin Yan interjected. And you are? Zhang Xiaomei asked. My name is Lin Yan. Oh, Zhang Xiaomei replied, her tone laden with meaning. With you here, I feel reassured. You must not leave Tianyu Garden. Going out would be far more perilous for you at this moment. Stay hidden, and there will be individuals sent to protect you. Understood. Auntie, Lin Yan replied. Hanging up the phone, Lin Yan approached Zhao Gang, handing him the device as he spoke. You may contact Huang Weiyong now. I trust you know what to say? During their journey, Lin Yan had confiscated Zhao Gang's phone to avert any attempts at seeking help. Zhao Gang replied with a nonchalant smile, of course. Beep beep hello. Huang Weiyong's voice emanated from the receiver. Zhao Gang swiftly pressed the recording button, deliberately lowering his tone. Hello. Sixth brother. I have just left Binhai. Where are you now? Huang Weiyong inquired. Zhao Gang responded. I took a minibus and am en route to Qianzhou. By the way, who is Lin Yan? How did he manage to find the suitcase I discarded in the river so swiftly? Moreover, he even captured Black Wolf and Qiuji. Huang Weiyong replied impatiently, that's not your concern. You need to head to Qin County. Zhao Gang frowned slightly. To Qin County? Huang Weiyong commanded, Xinyuan Community, Building 3. Apartment 401. Subdue that couple. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's expression darkened instantly. Qin County, Xinyuan Community. That was his home. Huang Weiyong actually intended to target his parents. Zhao Gang continued to inquire, understood, sixth brother. Should we silence them completely? Huang Weiyong responded, no need, just control them. I have use for them. Zhao Gang affirmed, yes. Sixth brother. As the call ended, Su Yingxue and Zhao Gang simultaneously turned their gazes toward Lin Yan. With a frigid tone and gritted teeth, Lin Yan seethed, damn it. How dare he plot against my parents? I want to let him go unpunished. To ensure his parents' safety, Lin Yan immediately called his mother. Hello, Mom. Hello. Your father mentioned you were seeing a girlfriend. What is going on? Lin Yan quickly devised a response. Oh, I was just about to tell you. I'm bringing her home to meet you. We'll arrive shortly. To show the importance of this, please come to the high-speed railway station to greet us. Hey, you rascal. Such an important matter, and you didn't notify me in advance. His mother chided. Lin Xingyuan, stop fiddling with that broken fishing rod and change your clothes. We're going to the station. Lin Yan is bringing his girlfriend home. In the provincial department's office, Huang Weiyong, clad in uniform, wore a furrowed brow. The atmosphere heavy with tension. At that moment, the desk phone vibrated. He picked it up and answered. Have you found anything? Yes. The individuals were taken by Su Yingxue and Lin Yan. After exiting the community, they took a taxi back to Tianyu Garden. I just located the taxi and confirmed with the driver. What did you say? Huang Weiyong involuntarily raised his voice, his eyes wide with shock. I'm certain. The footage from several cameras confirms that Su Yingxue and Lin Yan took them. With a resounding bang, Huang Weiyong slammed his palm on the desk. He had never anticipated that Zhao Gang had already been taken by them. Furthermore, he had just spoken with him. This meant that Lin Yan was now aware of his intentions toward his parents. More critically, Zhao Gang had betrayed him. What must be done now is to eliminate him at any cost. Upon this thought, Huang Weiyong's expression drastically changed. He immediately ended the call and dialed another number belonging to someone called Lao Yu. Hello, sixth brother. Lao Yu. Take your men to Tianyu Garden and eliminate Zhao Gang and that Lin Yan. Tianyu Garden. Sixth brother, is that place even accessible? No more nonsense. Whether it is accessible or not, it must be done now. Huang Weiyong's voice resonated with furious intensity. Understood, sixth brother. Chapter 58. The reasons behind Qiuji's criminal choices in the Tianyu Garden. After Su Yingxue sent the recordings of Zhao Gang and Huang Weiyong to her mother, she swiftly secured the doors and windows, drawing the heavy curtains as if to shield herself from the perils of the outside world. At that moment, they held two guns. Su Yingxue's weapon was fully loaded, whereas Lin Yan's had already expended half its ammunition. Without hesitation, Su Yingxue offered her gun to Lin Yan, asserting that the bullets would serve a greater purpose in his hands. Lin Yan accepted the firearm without objection, directing it towards the door, suggesting a change of location to the opposite apartment. Su Yingxue furrowed her brow in confusion, questioning the necessity of relocating. Lin Yan lowered his voice to explain that even if Huang Weiyong sent someone to eliminate Zhao Gang, he would not dare linger in the vicinity. As long as they remained within the building and out of sight of surveillance, their enemies would assume they were still inside the apartment. Opting for the opposite unit allowed them to evade enemy searches while monitoring their adversaries' movements, achieving two objectives simultaneously. Lin Yan was acutely aware of his own agility and marksmanship, but he recognized that Su Yingxue and Zhao Gang were ordinary individuals. He had to ensure their safety, particularly Su Yingxue's. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Zhao Gang raised his uninjured thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Truly a hero among youth. With such agility, precision in shooting, and sharp intellect, it is no wonder we find ourselves in your capable hands." Lin Yan responded with a cold smile, remarking, "This is your just desserts." Zhao Gang's cooperation was merely a means of self-preservation and an attempt to claim a sliver of redemption, yet his crimes were unforgivable. Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at the opposite door. Su Yingxue raised her hand and knocked. After a brief moment, the door swung open. The hostess, Lu Shuichen, recognized Su Yingxue through the peephole and promptly opened the door. "Oh, Xiao Shui, what brings you here?" In this community, few were unfamiliar with Su Yingxue. Her striking beauty and formidable background made her a well-known figure. Su Yingxue produced her police badge, stating, "Aunt Lu, we need to take refuge in your home for a while." Lu Shuichen hesitated, her gaze drifting past Su Yingxue to Lin Yan and Zhao Gang, her expression instantly shifting to one of concern. "We are all law-abiding citizens here. We have committed no crimes." Su Yingxue quickly reassured her, "Aunt Lu, it's not that you have broken the law. We are facing an urgent situation during our investigation and require temporary shelter." "Oh, I see," Lu Shuichen responded, stepping aside to let them in. The room contained only Lu Shuichen, and after Su Yingxue briefly explained that they were on a mission, Lu Shuichen relaxed, refraining from further inquiries. After all, Su Yingxue was the daughter of Su Jinan. How could she possibly be a villain? Lu Shuichen warmly served tea and refreshments, as if entertaining guests. Meanwhile, Lin Yan and Zhao Gang positioned themselves by the window, vigilantly observing the entrance of the community. Su Yingxue stood guard at the door, attentive to any sounds from outside, aware that the enemy might approach from the underground parking lot. Lin Yan turned to Zhao Gang and inquired, "Why are you willing to serve Huang Weiyong?" To him, individuals like Qiu Ji, with a background in special forces, had numerous legitimate paths available and should not resort to a life of crime. Zhao Gang let out a deep sigh, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he replied, "A child without a mother, it's a long story. I once had a blissful home, a loving wife and children gathered around a warm hearth. Working as a laborer in a fertilizer factory, though my earnings were modest, there was a glimmer of hope for the future. However, fate dealt a cruel hand. One day, while at work, I suddenly felt unwell and returned home early, only to discover another man lying in my bed." At this moment, a flicker of anguish and rage flashed across Zhao Gang's eyes. "In a fit of fury, I ended the lives of those two treacherous souls. Subsequently, I fled into the mountains, surviving on wild fruits and drinking from springs, occasionally masquerading as a vagrant to beg for food in the villages. Thus, I evaded capture for over a month until I was found, not by the police, but by Huang Weiyong." Lin Yan furrowed his brow. "Huang Weiyong?" Zhao Gang nodded, affirming that he provided me with a new identity and turned my case into a cold case, allowing me to live anew. Although I had to tread carefully, avoiding remarriage and refraining from seeing my children, at least I could live like a human being. "His condition was for you to assist him in murder?" Lin Yan inquired. Zhao Gang neither confirmed nor denied, merely nodding. "Indeed, for individuals like us, unburdened by ties and living in anonymity, fear of death is absent, and we are willing to act, which suits him perfectly. With our assistance, his power has grown immensely, even daring to eliminate the former director to ascend." Lin Yan was secretly astonished. Had it not been for the activation of the system, he might never have encountered such dark undercurrents. "Is it the same with Qiu Ji?" Zhao Gang nodded and shook his head, explaining that Qiu Ji hailed from a destitute family, acquired skills during his military service, yet found it arduous to earn a living post-retirement. What truly led him astray was his mother's terminal illness. The exorbitant surgical fees forced him to exhaust his family's resources, leaving him empty-handed and utterly disillusioned. From that moment on, he became obsessed with amassing wealth, yearning for vast sums, yet lacking education and business acumen. The paths to substantial earnings were all inscribed within the legal code. Lin Yan nodded slightly, understanding but not sympathizing. Everyone has their own life script, their own journey, and the choices made are theirs alone. Once a path is chosen, one must bear the consequences of their actions. There's nothing more to say. "Do you regret it?" Lin Yan asked. Zhao Gang smiled bitterly, remaining silent for a long moment before finally speaking, his voice trembling. "Regret. For over a decade, I have lived in constant trepidation, never experiencing a single day of peace. I can only watch from afar as my son progresses from elementary school to high school, enrolls in university, marries, and has children. Yet I dare not reveal myself. I regret not being able to provide him with a complete family and instead becoming a blemish on his life. Lin Yan spoke slowly. Perhaps this is simply his life script, something he must face and endure. If the opportunity arises, I will inform him to come see you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang turned his gaze towards him, his eyes brimming with moisture, reflecting hope and yearning. I believe you. Lin Yan smiled softly. This is all I can do. With that, he approached Su Yingxue, who had already changed into casual attire, peering through the peephole to observe the situation outside. In a minimalist ensemble of casual athletic pants paired with a simple t-shirt, her enviable physique allows even the most unadorned attire to evoke boundless imagination, particularly as she bends slightly at the waist. Lin Yan approached and inquired, "When will our father send someone over?" Su Yingxue glanced back, rolling her eyes. "Who are you calling our father?" "That is my father." All right. It is indeed your father," Lin Yan chuckled, altering his phrasing. "So when will my esteemed father-in-law send someone to safeguard us?" "It should be soon," Su Yingxue replied, her cheeks suddenly flushed with a delicate hue, admonishing him for his playful banter at such a time. Just then, the elevator chimed. Ding! As it arrived on the 15th floor. The doors gliding open to reveal a flurry of hurried footsteps that swiftly shattered the corridor's silence. Chapter 59. The Professional Assassin. Suddenly, several shadowy figures emerged in Lin Yan's line of sight. Clad in black attire, their heads concealed beneath hats and masks, and obscured by sunglasses, they were thoroughly disguised. The leader, a gaunt man, moved with remarkable swiftness. Despite his slender build, he exuded an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. This group, evidently well-trained, arrived at the door without exchanging a single word, communicating solely through precise hand signals. With a subtle glance, the lean man signaled to a slightly heavier companion, who promptly stepped forward. He opened the toolbox in his possession and skillfully lifted the cover of the fingerprint lock, commencing the unlocking process. Meanwhile, the others adeptly reached into their clothing linings. In less than 10 seconds, a sharp click resonated as the door swung open. The gaunt man slightly tilted his head in a signal, prompting two of his companions to swiftly draw their firearms, cautiously entering the premises. This group was clearly trained professionals, their approach starkly contrasting with the chaotic brawls often depicted in films. Their weapons were equipped with silencers, and throughout their operation, some provided cover while others kept watch, relying entirely on hand signals for communication. Once the two men inside confirmed safety, the others streamed in without even closing the door, evidently to facilitate a rapid retreat if necessary. The gaunt man stood firmly in the center of the living room, weapon in hand. After a brief moment, several subordinates emerged from the bedroom and bathroom, shaking their heads in dismay. "Fishmaster, there's no one inside." Old Fish's brow furrowed in concern. Prior to entering the community, they had verified information with the surveillance personnel, confirming that Zhao Gang and Lin Yan had not left Tianyu Garden. Now, with no sign of the two within the residence, it was highly probable they had sensed danger and hidden away. Of course, it was also possible they had departed the community disguised as other residents. As a seasoned assassin, Old Fish typically opted for a swift withdrawal in such circumstances. Since the targets were already on high alert and they had failed to locate them immediately, they could easily fall into a trap set by the adversaries. However, this mission was different. Huang Weiyong had issued a death command. Zhao Gang and Lin Yan had to be eliminated. Having followed Huang Weiyong for many years, Old Fish had never witnessed him in such a state of panic, indicating that the situation had escalated to a critical level. Should the mission fail, his own life would likely be at stake. "Search," Old Fish commanded in a low, firm voice. "Those who can knock should knock. Those who cannot should break in. Leave no floor unchecked in this building." "Yes." The group acknowledged the order and prepared to move, when Old Fish suddenly called out, "Wait." Everyone halted, looking at him in confusion. Without further ado, Old Fish strode directly toward the door, declaring, "Let's search the opposite side first." Lin Yan concealed himself behind the door, breathing steadily yet with a piercing gaze as he observed the group advancing toward him. He swiftly gestured to Su Yingxue, signaling her and Zhao Gang to enter the room without delay. Lu Shuichen's expression was tense. Lin Yan quietly reassured her, "Annie, please go inside. Don't worry." Su Yingxue furrowed her brow in concern. "What if they recognize you?" A calm smile graced Lin Yan's lips, his eyes glinting with a resolute intensity. "Then they can only blame their misfortune. Rest assured, I will be fine." He cast a resolute glance at Su Yingxue, who bit her lower lip before turning away and hastily making her way to the bedroom. She was acutely aware that they had but 2 firearms and a scant supply of ammunition. Remaining here would only render her a burden to Lin Yan. Zhao Gang stepped forward, patting Lin Yan on the shoulder with a cautionary tone. "Be careful." Lin Yan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the air. Lin Yan tucked the loaded pistol into his pocket and slowly approached the door. As the door swung open, a gaunt face appeared before him. The visitor's cheeks were hollow, and he stood tall, his hawk-like gaze piercing enough to seem as though it could delve into one's soul, instilling a sense of dread that would likely prevent ordinary people from meeting his eyes. "Whom do you seek?" Lin Yan inquired calmly, his voice imbued with just the right amount of curiosity. Old Fish's eyes glinted like knives as he scrutinized Lin Yan from head to toe, then asked in a low voice, "Has anyone been here?" Lin Yan shook his head. "No, it's just me at home. Have you seen anyone from across the hall?" Old Fish pressed on. "Xiao Xue?" A natural smile broke across Lin Yan's face. It had been several days since he last saw her. Through this exchange, he gleaned that the visitor was likely unaware of his appearance. "Step aside." Old Fish suddenly thrust his hand forward, pushing Lin Yan aside as he strode forcefully into the room. In an instant, 7 or 8 armed men in black surged through the corridor. "Warning! Danger 1 meter ahead. Danger! Warning! Danger 1 meter ahead. Danger!" The system alarm blared abruptly. Lin Yan's brows furrowed. Just then, a black-clad man approached. Gun trained on Lin Yan. "Don't move if you wish to live." Lin Yan's gaze instantly hardened, exuding an air of danger, yet he remained silent. Old Fish stood in the center of the living room, his eyes sharp as he commanded the others to begin their search. 4 rooms lay before them. 3 doors stood ajar, while the innermost master bedroom door was firmly locked. "Sir, this door is bolted," a black-clad man exclaimed, twisting the doorknob vigorously but to no avail, before quickly calling out to Old Fish in the living room. Old Fish's brow furrowed deeply at the news, and he barked a harsh command, "Open it." The armed man promptly shoved Lin Yan, hastily advancing to the bedroom door. "Open the door." Lin Yan nodded, slowly reaching into his pants pocket. At that moment, a panicked shout erupted from another bedroom. "Sir, it's bad. There are numerous military vehicles coming downstairs." "What?" Old Fish's expression shifted dramatically, as if struck by lightning. Fearing the worst, he realized that the longer they delayed, the greater the uncertainties would grow, yet he had not anticipated the military's swift arrival. He rushed to the guest bedroom, peering down through the window, his countenance darkening further. 5 military Humvees were parked neatly below, and over 20 fully armed Special Forces soldiers disembarked, swiftly encircling the entire building. With the meager weaponry at their disposal, they could barely penetrate the enemy's helmets, let alone break through. Charging out would undoubtedly be a path to certain death. Quickly, retreat upstairs and capture more hostages. In this present moment, escape has become an impossibility. The sole chance for survival lies in leveraging the hostage to compel the adversary into submission. Indeed, a few figures clad in black, akin to startled birds, hastily surged forth. Yet, Lao Yu did not take his leave, for within the confines of the room lay a readily available hostage. However, as he stepped out of the bedroom, the sharp crack of a gunshot echoed, and Lao Yu felt an intense agony shoot through his finger. Subsequently, his finger, along with the firearm, fell to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The assailant was none other than Lin Yan. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lao Yu, despite the excruciating pain, instinctively bent down to retrieve the gun. With 2 more gunshots, his leg and another hand were struck as well. Unable to endure any further, Lao Yu collapsed to the ground, gritting his teeth in agony, turning his gaze to the handsome young man before him. You are Lin Yan?" He had indeed entertained the possibility that Zhao Gang and the others might be concealed in this location. Although hiding here was far less discreet than elsewhere, Lao Yu never anticipated that this audacious young man would confront him alone at the door. Such extraordinary courage and composure were not traits possessed by the average individual. How careless. No, it would be more accurate to say he had underestimated this young man named Lin Yan. Previously, hearing that He Lang and Qiu Ji had fallen at his hands, Lao Yu had felt a tinge of disdain. Yet, it now appeared that they were by no means unjustly defeated. "You guessed correctly." Lin Yan sneered coldly, his gaze as frosty as ice. "If you wish to live, do not move. My bullets are unerring." At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the entrance. In the next instant, gunfire erupted once more. This time, without even turning his head, Lin Yan had already felled the foremost figure in black, who collapsed into a pool of blood. Lao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. What marksmanship is this? Chapter 60. The Final Showdown. 500 Special Forces at the gates. It is I. Lin Yan refrained from delivering a lethal blow to Old Yu. As long as Old Yu remained alive, there remained hope for him to serve as a crucial witness. In the endeavor to bring down Huang Weiyong, every piece of evidence bolstered their chances of success. Every lead must be meticulously pursued. Not a single witness could be overlooked. At that moment, the assassins, who had initially charged upstairs, retreated upon hearing the gunfire. However, what awaited them were the merciless bullets fired by Lin Yan. In an instant, 3 lay in pools of blood, and the remaining assassins were stripped of any will to resist. Within the confines of the room, Lin Yan resembled the Grim Reaper. They were granted no opportunity to aim and fire before the opposing bullets whistled toward them. To continue resisting would be tantamount to courting death. We surrender. Do not fire. The assassins cried out in terror. Lin Yan coldly commanded, throw your weapons to the doorway and lie down. Anyone who dares to move will be executed on the spot. Immediately thereafter, the sound of metal clattering against the ground echoed. 4 handguns were pushed to the entrance. At the Lingnan military region, within the commander's office, Su Jinan sat upright, diligently penning notes. His dragon-like brows and tiger-like eyes radiated vigor and integrity. Commander, a young officer, flustered, burst into the office without knocking, exclaiming, gunfire has erupted at Tianyu Garden. What did you say? Su Jinan slammed his pen onto the desk, rising abruptly, his urgency palpable. Where is Xiaoxue? The officer shook his head, his tone frantic. Captain Shen reports that gunfire has been heard from the 15th floor. The identity of the shooter is unknown, and Xiaoxue's condition is unclear. They are rushing upstairs. Damn it! Su Jinan's eyes widened in fury, his thunderous roar resonating throughout the office. Huang Weiyong, you dare to act brazenly at my doorstep. He then barked a stern order. Tiger Tooth Special Operations Battalion, Red Fox Special Operations Battalion. Assemble fully armed at once and head straight to the Provincial Public Security Bureau. Yes, Commander. The officer saluted and hurriedly departed. Within the Tiger Tooth Special Operations Battalion, Commander Su Maosheng received the call and was instantly consumed by rage. What? That scoundrel Huang Weiyong dares to lay a hand on Xiaoxue? Su Maosheng, a loyal subordinate of Su Jinan, had watched Su Yingxue grow up. In his heart, she was akin to his own daughter. Not only would he not tolerate anyone threatening her, he would not stand for even the slightest disrespect. At this moment, he was filled with a fierce desire to rush to the provincial bureau and teach Huang Weiyong a lesson. After hanging up, Su Maosheng bellowed at the communications officer. Sound the emergency assembly call immediately. Within mere minutes, over 200 Special Forces soldiers swiftly assembled, fully armed, and boarded military vehicles, racing toward the provincial bureau. In the Red Fox Special Operations Battalion, Commander Ming, who strode out of the equipment room after receiving the orders, cursing under his breath, damn it. That scoundrel Huang Weiyong dares to touch Xiaoxue. If I don't demolish the provincial bureau today, I shall not bear the surname Ming. Commander, what has happened? A company commander rushed over, inquiring urgently. The entire battalion is to assemble in emergency arms. Meng Hu shouted. Yes. The company commander inquired. Are you bringing ammunition? Meng Hu glared at him and retorted, what nonsense. What kind of armed assembly would it be without ammunition? Blank cartridges? The commander cautiously probed further. We are on a mission, not just a brawl. Bring live ammunition. Meng Hu's thunderous voice reverberated, causing discomfort to those nearby. The only mission that warranted their carrying live ammunition was one of counterterrorism, and this time the target was the Public Security Bureau of Lingnan Province. In the office of the Deputy Director of the Coastal City Public Security Bureau, the door was flung open with a resounding bang, crashing against the wall. Zhang Donghai stood at the threshold, hands clasped behind his back, an expression of grave intensity radiating from him. Wang Wenxin and Huang Wenxuan, startled by the sudden commotion, turned toward the door in unison. Director, what is this? Wang Wenxin rose, perplexed. Huang Wenxuan appeared visibly anxious, utterly bewildered. Zhang Donghai stepped forward. His voice grave. Deputy Director Wang, we suspect you of colluding with organized crime for personal gain. We are now initiating an investigation, and we request your cooperation. With that, he gestured behind him, and several officers swiftly advanced, encircling Wang Wenxin. Deputy Director Wang, please accompany us. What law have I broken? On what grounds are you arresting me? Wang Wenxin exclaimed, panic-stricken. You have no authority to enforce the law on me. Let me go. Zhang Donghai, unhurried. retrieved his credentials from his pocket, and presented them to Wang Wenxin. As Wang Wenxin widened his eyes, he read the words on the identification, member of the Lin Yan Province Anti-Organized Crime Supervisory Team. Zhang Donghai? He looked up at Zhang Donghai in disbelief. When did you join the supervisory team? How was I not informed? Zhang Donghai let out a cold laugh. If you were informed, how would we conduct our investigation? Flustered, Wang Wenxin shouted, I want to call Director Huang. Let me go. Wenshuan, why are you just standing there? Call him. Oh. Wang Wenshuan, equally startled by the unfolding scene, quickly took out his phone. However, Zhang Donghai did not intervene. Hello, Dad. They're taking Uncle Wang away. Huang Wenshuan's voice trembled as he spoke into the phone. Zhang Donghai interjected, not just him, but also you. You are implicated in multiple cases of rape and homicide. Now, on behalf of the Coastal City Public Security Bureau, I officially inform you that you are under arrest. What? Huang Wenshuan felt a wave of panic wash over him, his legs buckling as if beneath him. Dad, did you hear that? They are taking me too. Please, don't let them take me. Save me, Dad. Hurry. Meanwhile, Huang Weiyong, upon hearing the news of his son's impending arrest, erupted in fury. Zhang Donghai, how dare you? A brief silence followed on the other end of the line, before Zhang Donghai's steady and resolute voice resonated. Director, as the head of the Coastal City Public Security Bureau, while I cannot claim to benefit the community, safeguarding the public is my duty. Anyone who violates the law and endangers the populace will face consequences, even if they are the son of a director. Therefore, there is no question of daring or not. It is my responsibility. You. Huang Weiyong trembled with rage, fully aware that further words would be futile. After terminating the call, he swiftly dialed another number. Gather everyone immediately. Even if it requires force, we must rescue him. Huang Weiyong had but one son. He could not permit his child to languish in captivity. No matter the cost, he would strive to extricate his son and ensure his safe passage abroad. At that moment, Director Fu Yuan burst in, visibly distressed. Director, this is dire. He exclaimed. What is it? Huang Weiyong inquired with a furrowed brow. Fu Yuan pointed anxiously out the window, his face pale with fear. The troops have arrived, fully armed, at least 500 strong. Chapter 61. Lin Yan is the sword of heavenly punishment. The entire Provincial Public Security Bureau was encircled by hundreds of fully armed special forces, creating a blockade so tight that not even a drop of water could escape. Every 5 steps stood a guard, and every 10 steps a lookout, transforming the Provincial Bureau into an isolated island. The area within a radius of several hundred meters was under complete lockdown, and the air was thick with tension. Passers-by hurriedly took detours, and even the birds seemed to sense the ominous atmosphere, refraining from circling above. At the entrance of the bureau, the electric sliding door was firmly shut. Several security guards stood frozen, their faces pale and bodies trembling like leaves in the wind. Su Maoxing, with a gun slung across his chest, strode confidently towards the door, his voice deep and authoritative. Open the door. The security guards exchanged fearful glances, their eyes filled with terror and hesitation. They had just received orders that they could not open the door under any circumstances. Long, Director, our superiors instructed us not to open the door. One guard stammered, his voice quaking. Old Su, stop wasting time with them. Meng Hu shouted as he charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to the sliding door. The loud crash startled the guards, their fear becoming even more palpable. At that moment, a group of uniformed officers rushed out from the building, numbering at least several dozen. Fu Yuan, at the forefront, shouted hoarsely, What are you doing? This is the Provincial Public Security Bureau, not your training ground. What do you intend to accomplish? Su Maoxing's gaze was piercing as he appraised Fu Yuan, responding coldly. I am here on orders. What this place is has no bearing on me. Open the door. As the saying goes, the public fears the police, and the police fear the military. The dozen or so officers inside, confronted by the formidable display, fell silent, none daring to speak up against the encroaching forces. If you dare to force your way in, we will report to our superiors. Don't think for a moment that the military district is without oversight. There is still the military commission above. Fu Yuan's face flushed red as he roared in fury. Do as you wish. Su Maoxing replied with a faint, cold smile. I will ask you one last time. Will you open the door? The rigidity of the situation deflated Fu Yuan's resolve. He bit his lip, his eyes darting uncertainly. Huang Weiyong had instructed him to hold the line, but how could he stand against such ferocious special forces? Bring the vehicle over. Tear down the door. Meng Hu bellowed. Yes. The The soldiers prepared to follow the command, but unexpectedly, the hundreds of special forces suddenly parted like a tide, making way for a figure approaching with assured steps. A woman in police uniform walked forward, her stature commanding and her demeanor exuding an air of confidence. Upon seeing her, Fu Yuan's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling. Zhang. Deputy Director Zhang? The newcomer was indeed Zhang Xiaomei. You must make them leave quickly. Do they intend to dismantle the provincial bureau? Fu Yuan yelled. Zhang Xiaomei walked straight to the door, her voice gentle. Director Fu, please do not be anxious. They are only carrying out their orders. Do not make things difficult for them. They are executing orders? Fu Yuan thought he must have misheard. Could the military truly intervene in police matters? The two entities belonged to different systems. It was not a matter of whose fist was stronger that dictated authority. Zhang Xiaomei smiled lightly, then presented her credentials. Fu Yuan adjusted his glasses, leaning in to scrutinize the text before him. The supervisory group, leader, Zhang Xiaomei. He lifted his gaze to meet Zhang Xiaomei's, who wore a knowing smile. You are the leader of the supervisory group? Zhang Xiaomei nodded slightly. Can we proceed now? Upon hearing this, Fu Yuan felt his legs weaken, nearly stumbling to the ground, seemingly unable to accept the reality before him. Zhang Xiaomei turned her gaze towards the security captain, calmly instructing, open the door. Why yes. The security captain, perplexed by their exchange, felt compelled to comply. Especially since Deputy Director Zhang had spoken. He hurriedly pressed the remote, and the retractable door slowly opened. Zhang Xiaomei stepped forward, producing a stack of documents as she intoned. Director Fu, we suspect you are involved in multiple cases of bribery, rape, and conspiracy. Please accompany us for an investigation. No sooner had she finished speaking than several soldiers advanced, supporting the limp Fu Yuan. Zhang Xiaomei then turned. Her step steady as she made her way towards the office building, with Ming Hu and Su Maosheng following closely behind, accompanied by a squad of special forces. They ascended to the 6th floor, arriving at the director's office, where the door was ajar. Zhang Xiaomei raised her hand and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A deep voice from within responded, belonging to Huang Weiyong. As the door swung open, their eyes met, and Huang Weiyong displayed no surprise, instead revealing a wry smile. I always believed the supervisory group was under my surveillance, yet I never anticipated the real supervisory group had been right beside me all along. Having risen from humble beginnings to his current position, he had weathered countless storms, the details of which had faded from his memory. The moment he saw Zhang Xiaomei enter, he understood that he had utterly failed. There was no need to struggle, nor any point in doing so. For standing before him was not merely a leader or a formidable rival, but rather the great vessel he had long sought to board, a mountain that no amount of power could surmount. Huang Weiyong rose, igniting a cigarette, and sauntered to the window, exhaling smoke that drifted outward. At that moment, he felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted, his spirit considerably lighter. He spoke slowly. Over the years, many supervisory groups have come to Lin Yan, either to be co-opted or manipulated by me. Truly, man's calculations cannot rival those of heaven. I never imagined that this apparent supervisory group was merely a fade, with the true supervisory group concealed among my ranks. How clever indeed. I was also taken aback that instead of drawing personnel from above to lower my guard, you sought military assistance. Everything has caught me off guard. However, he continued, if it weren't for that young man named Lin Yan, you wouldn't have succeeded so smoothly and swiftly. To be honest, I feel somewhat wronged. Zhang Xiaomei's voice remained calm, yet resolute. What one does is observed by heaven. It is not that retribution does not come, but rather that the time has not yet arrived. You may have lost count of the lives stained by your hands. The brothels, casinos, and drug dens you established have ruined countless families. Perhaps even you have lost track of that truth within yourself. As a sword meant to protect the realm and safeguard the people, you have directed your blade towards your own citizens. Heaven will not spare you, nor will the law. Perhaps Lin Yan is the sword of divine retribution sent by the heavens. Your doom has arrived. Huang Wei took a deep drag from his cigarette, lowered his head, and let out a bitter laugh. Alas, at times, once a person embarks on an irrevocable path, there is no turning back. My only regret is that I failed to educate my son, allowing him to tread the same unforgiving road. I, Huang Wei, am ashamed to face my ancestors. With those words, Huang Wei tossed aside the cigarette butt and leapt down, devoid of any lingering attachment or hesitation. Chapter 62. Bringing Su Yingxue home to meet my parents at Tianyu Garden. The arriving soldiers swiftly managed the scene. The surviving assassins were escorted away, while the injured, including old Yu, were transported to the hospital. A tall, robust man entered the house, searching intently until he spotted Su Yingxue, at which point he exhaled deeply in relief. Uncle Shen, Su Yingxue called out, as the military personnel were of the same generation as her father, thus she referred to them as uncle. Although Shenlong appeared to be in his early 30s, he reassured her, "It's all right. It's all right." He nodded, clasped his hands together in gratitude, and then pulled out his phone to make a call. "Hello, please inform the commander that Xiao Xue is unharmed." After hanging up, Shenlong noticed Lin Yan nearby, furrowing his brow slightly before inquiring, "Did you take care of all these people?" Lin Yan nodded. "Excellent marksmanship." Shenlong clapped a massive hand on his shoulder. "If you were in my team, I would ensure you advance to the next level." Lin Yan smiled but remained silent. "What is this? Can you help me upgrade to an SS level attribute?" He quipped. "You're overestimating me. I merely had a stroke of luck." Lin Yan humbly replied. "Ha." Shenlong laughed heartily. "Let us drink together sometime." At that moment, Zhao Gang slowly emerged from the room, casting a complex glance at Lin Yan, hesitating to speak. Lin Yan understood and nodded slightly. "Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise." Zhao Gang nodded vigorously, expressing his thanks before swiftly leaving under the escort of soldiers. Lin Yan turned to Su Yingxue, teasingly remarked, "Having accomplished such a significant feat, I believe I deserve a reward." Su Yingxue rubbed her forehead, stammering, "A reward? You haven't been officially promoted yet, but it should be soon. I know you're anxious, but don't rush it too much." "Then how about a personal reward?" A sly glimmer flashed across Lin Yan's face. "Personal?" Su Yingxue inquired curiously, "What do you want as a reward?" "To be my girlfriend for a day and accompany me home," Lin Yan stated. "Be my girlfriend for a day? Why?" Su Yingxue questioned, puzzled. Lin Yan elaborated. "I have never brought a girlfriend home, and my parents often worry about me. With the case resolved, I finally have time to visit them. I thought it would bring them joy if you pretended to be my girlfriend. After all, the elderly appreciate a bit of happiness." Su Yingxue hesitated. She initially intended to decline, but Lin Yan's heartfelt reasoning made it difficult for her to refuse. "But I have work tomorrow," she expressed, raising her hands in resignation. Lin Yan urged, "You can take a leave. I am a key member of the team. The director would definitely not agree to my leave." Just then, Su Yingshue's phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was Zhang Donghai calling. "Speak of the devil," she muttered before answering. "Hello, director. Xiao Xue. Wang Wenxin and Huang Wenxuan have also been taken away. This case is temporarily concluded. You've been quite exhausted lately, so I'm planning to give you a few days off." Indeed, the matter of Lin Yan's formal appointment is nearly settled. By the time you return from your vacation, it should be finalized. Oh, Su Yingxue harbors grave suspicions that Lin Yan is in collusion with him, although she did not activate the speakerphone. The perceptive Lin Yan still caught wind of their conversation. "Now, you have some time. Tomorrow, come home with me to meet my parents." "Hold on. What does pretending to be a girlfriend entail?" "I will not engage in anything excessive. Rest assured, it will be entirely wholesome and positive, devoid of any inappropriate content. And even if there is, it shall remain until we return home. Get lost." The following morning, Su Yingxue yanked Lin Yan from his slumber. "What are you doing up so early before dawn?" Lin Yan, bleary-eyed, was unaccustomed to rising early after having grown used to waking naturally during this period. "Did you not say you would visit your parents today?" Su Yingxue stood by the window, her expression filled with reproach. It was evident that he was the one returning home to see his family, yet she seemed more invested in the endeavor. "Oh, right." Lin Yan suddenly became alert and glanced at his phone beside the pillow. It was only a little past 8. There is still ample time. Xin County is merely over 30 kilometers from Binhai City, a drive of less than an hour. Su Yingxue, her cheeks puffed in irritation, retorted, "You want me to pretend to be your girlfriend? I must prepare gifts for Uncle and Auntie." Though it was merely an act, Su Yingxue felt a gnawing anxiety, having spent the previous night sleepless, as if she were genuinely about to meet her in-laws. Only then did Lin Yan finally rise from his bed. An hour later, at Wanxiang City, Su Yingxue walked ahead, while Lin Yan carried an array of bags filled with provisions. Today, Su Yingxue had meticulously applied a light touch of makeup, adorning herself in a floral dress, her long hair cascading naturally, and her feet clad in high heels, captivating attention as though the entire shopping mall dimmed in her presence. Upon exiting the mall, she approached the car parked in front of the spicy fish head noodle shop, opening the door to reveal a case of liquor inside. This was the wine Su Yingxue had pilfered from her father, which Lin Yan had advised against. yet she had stubbornly stuffed it into the car. She claimed it was free of charge. He wondered why, despite their charade, Suing Xue was so invested, insisting on paying for the items herself. In that moment, Lin Yan felt that raising a daughter might not merely be akin to having a warm shawl, but could also resemble a bulletproof vest. Once inside the car, Suing Xue took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling dramatically. Lin Yan, noticing her distress, teased, "Why are you so flustered over a mere act?" "I am not flustered." "Then why is your breathing so hurried?" "I am contemplating my lines, considering how to perform before your parents." In Qin County, at Taiyan's Huayuan community, Lin Yuan and Wang Xiufang hurriedly carried bags filled with groceries, their steps brisk as they made their way home. "Xiufang, are you planning to host a gathering with so many groceries?" At the entrance of the community, several elderly women had already gathered early to exchange information. It was well known that whenever the village's information station held a meeting, someone would inevitably suffer disgrace. Upon noticing the hurried demeanor of Wang Xiufang and her husband, their keen instincts alerted them that something noteworthy was afoot. "Indeed, Aunt Lu, we have esteemed guests today," Wang Xiufang replied, her face beaming with joy. "Esteemed guests? Who might that be?" "Lin Yan's girlfriend." Wang Xiufang could not help but burst into laughter, her expression suggesting she had finally awaited someone's inquiry. "Oh, Xiao Lin has a girlfriend now? Which young lady? How old is she? What does she do for a living?" A flurry of questions ensued, causing Wang Xiufang's smile to falter. When her son called, she surprisingly forgot to ask these details. However, according to her husband's description, her daughter-in-law was as beautiful as a celestial being. Wang Xiufang lowered her voice conspiratorially. "She is from the city and is exceptionally lovely. All right, enough of this chit-chat. I must hurry home to prepare dinner. Lin Yuan, let us go. I still need to stew some ribs, and if I delay, it will be too late." Just as the two disappeared around the staircase, several elderly ladies began to gossip. "From the city? A stunning beauty? I find that hard to believe. Oh, everyone knows that lad from their family. He delivers parcels in the city and hardly earns a decent sum each month. What kind of beauty would marry a delivery boy? Dream on." As she spoke, others listened, yet skepticism lingered. "By the way, it's been a while since Lin Yan returned. I heard he owes a substantial amount of money, apparently scammed by a streamer, having borrowed hundreds of thousands online, which is why he dares not come back. It's quite possible, nowadays, which young person doesn't wish to return home to show off their earnings? Only those without money shy away." While the crowd buzzed with speculation, a pink vehicle resembling a spicy fish head slowly entered the community. The old neighborhood lacked an underground parking lot, so cars could only be parked on the surface. This unfamiliar vehicle immediately captured the attention of the elderly ladies, whose sensitivity to gossip surpassed that of ordinary folk. The ladies fixated their gazes on the car, watching as it stopped at the staircase where Wang Xiufang and her husband had entered. Everyone held their breath, eagerly awaiting to see who would emerge from the vehicle. Chapter 63. Lin Yan's grand entrance. With a soft click, the car door swung open, revealing a long, fair leg that elegantly extended out, the minimalist high heels glistening with a gentle sheen. Several middle-aged women exchanged glances, and with just this exquisite limb, they could ascertain this was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. As the door fully opened, a graceful woman descended from the vehicle. When the crowd beheld her true visage, it was as if they had been struck by a spell, instinctively leaning back in awe. Her skin was as flawless as snow. Beneath elegantly arched willow leaf brows, her eyes sparkled like stars, complemented by a high-bridged nose and softly contoured lips, exuding an enchanting charm with every movement. To call her merely a beauty was an understatement. She was nothing short of a luminary. The presence of such a star in their humble neighborhood was indeed a rarity. At that moment, the passenger door opened, and the onlookers were magnetically drawn to the figure emerging from the vehicle. They were curious to discern what manner of man could be worthy of such captivating beauty. A tall, statuesque man stepped out, clad in a form-fitting t-shirt that accentuated his robust physique. His chiseled features, with sharp brows and bright eyes, coupled with a subtle, charming smile, radiated an air of sophistication. The middle-aged women furrowed their brows, exchanging knowing glances. Clearly, these two possessed an extraordinary aura, far removed from the ordinary residents of the community. Were they here merely to visit? Aunt Lu stared at the handsome man, her familiarity growing by the second. Lowering her gaze, she unconsciously fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, and after a moment's contemplation, her eyes widened in realization. Lin Yan? The crowd froze, their expressions momentarily stagnant, their pupils dilating in surprise. In the next instant, They collectively regained their composure. Indeed, it was Lin Yan. His stature had transformed, and his demeanor was refreshingly new, which had caused them to miss the initial recognition. Lin Yan opened the rear door of the car, retrieving an assortment of bags and handing them to Su Yingxue, while he himself hoisted a box of Mao Dai. As he turned, he noticed the group of women from the information station gazing at him intently. Lin Yan flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth. Aunt Lu, are you out early gathering intel? Aunt Lu chuckled awkwardly. Oh, Lin Yan, you're back. Su Yingxue felt her heart race, akin to a rabbit in a snare, as she had never visited the man's home before. Seeing Lin Yan greet others made her anxious about not appearing sufficiently polite. Consequently, she adorned her face with a sweet smile, her voice ringing clear. Hello, aunties. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu nearly lost her balance, instinctively placing a hand over her heart. Previously, she had taken pride in boasting about her daughter-in-law's beauty and capabilities before Wang Xiufeng. But now, in comparison to the striking young woman before her daughter-in-law seemed to pale significantly. Oh no, we must refrain from discussing this with Xiufeng in the future. She will undoubtedly gloat before us. With such a stunning daughter-in-law, I too would take pride. As they ascended the staircase, the corridor was bathed in a soft, warm glow. Su Yingxue's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, her grip on the bags dampened by sweat. All the while, she pondered in her heart how to greet Lin Yan's parents, even rehearsing the first words she would utter upon meeting them. Yet, as they approached the door, her nervousness intensified, causing her to forget even the carefully prepared lines. Knock, knock, knock. Mom, open the door. Lin Yan had not returned home in some time, and after misplacing the house keys while delivering takeout, he could only resort to knocking. Su Yingxue hid behind Lin Yan, cautiously peeking out, too anxious to even breathe. Moments later, the door creaked open slowly. It was Lin Yuan, clad in a somewhat faded shirt, his right hand resting on the doorknob. Upon seeing Lin Yan, he froze for a moment. The young man before him bore a familiar resemblance, akin to his son, yet he hesitated to acknowledge it, for his son had never been this handsome. During their recent video call, his vision had not been particularly clear, and the small screen had not done justice to Lin Yan's appearance. Who are you looking for? Lin Yuan managed to stammer after a prolonged silence. Looking for Wang Xiufeng, Lin Yan replied. What do you want with her? Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. I'm her son. What do you think I want? Lin Yan? Lin Yuan scrutinized Lin Yan's face, his gaze darting back and forth. Otherwise, Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, retorting. Lin Yuan still found it hard to believe, studying Lin Yan closely for a while before asking, filled with suspicion, you didn't, by any chance, undergo plastic surgery, did you? Ah, yes. Lin Yan felt relieved that his father had concocted a plausible excuse for him. At that moment, Su Yingxue stepped out from behind Lin Yan, politely bowing with a sweet and melodious voice. Hello, uncle. Instantly, Lin Yuan's eyes brightened, and a smile blossomed on his previously serious face. Hello. Welcome. Come in, he exclaimed, turning to hurry toward the kitchen as he called out. Quickly come out. Our guest has arrived. Let us go. Lin Yan strode confidently into the house. Hearing the commotion, Wang Xiufeng rushed out from the kitchen, flour dusting her hands. When she laid eyes on Su Yingxue, she stood frozen in place, her eyes sparkling as if illuminated by 1,000 rays of sunshine. Hello, Auntie. Su Yingxue greeted again, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Mom, this is Su Yingxue, my girlfriend, Lin Yan introduced while changing his shoes. This is my dad and mom. Wonderful. Wang Xiufeng quickly set aside her tasks and hurried over to take the items from Su Yingxue's hands, placing them aside. She then dashed back to wash her hands, emerging to grasp Su Yingxue's hand, inspecting her from head to toe, increasingly enamored. How is it possible that this girl is so beautiful, as if she stepped out of a painting? In the past, Wang Xiufeng had envisioned countless times the appearance of her future daughter-in-law, pondering height, weight, and looks. As her son grew older and his career stagnated, her standards had lowered time and again, until eventually, she merely hoped her son would find a partner, regardless of their background, even if they were previously married. She never expected her son to bring home such a stunning girlfriend today. Wang Xiufeng felt that such a substantial opportunity falling from the sky, even if it meant disturbing the ancestral grave of the Lin family, was worth it. Although Su Yingxue was somewhat unaccustomed to such exuberant warmth, a surge of affection welled up within her. From a young age, her parents had been preoccupied, rarely finding time to be with her. Her father had a stern disposition, while her mother embodied the archetype of a wise woman, gentle yet restrained. Thus, she had never experienced the unreserved enthusiasm akin to that of Lin Yan's mother. "My dear, what is your profession?" Wang Xiufang inquired with a smile, a question that seemed to serve as an opening line for every parent meeting. "I am a police officer." Su Yingxue replied with poise. "Oh, a police officer indeed. How wonderful." Wang Xiufang beamed, unable to contain her delight. In her view, a police officer epitomized a virtuous young woman, devoid of vices and flaws, simply perfect. After a considerable pause, Wang Xiufang suddenly remembered her son and turned to glance at Lin Yan, momentarily taken aback. She circled around him, scrutinizing every angle, her gaze filled with skepticism. "Is this truly the child of my own womb?" Chapter 64. My mother-in-law invited me to dinner? "Mom, what are you looking at?" Lin Yan inquired. Wang Xiufang approached, reminiscent of how Su Yingxue once did, and playfully tugged at Lin Yan's cheek. "Really? Have you had cosmetic surgery?" Lin Yan nodded, responding, "Yeah. Don't I look more handsome now?" Although Wang Xiufang initially intended to scold him for such vanity, her gaze fell upon Su Yingxue, and she immediately refrained. After all, gaining such a wonderful daughter-in-law made the effort worthwhile. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wang Xiufang returned to the kitchen to continue preparing the meal. Su Yingxue offered to assist but was politely declined. The couple was quite firm on this matter. It seemed unreasonable to have their daughter-in-law working on her first visit. Seated on the sofa, Lin Yan and Su Yingxue observed Lin Qingyuan, who sat on a small stool peeling garlic. While a war drama played on the television, though no one was watching, the noise served to ease the awkwardness. As a first-time father-in-law, Lin Qingyuan lacked experience and sat in silence, unsure how to initiate conversation. Thus, he spoke in a fatherly tone. "Lin Yan, let me tell you. Mutual respect is the cornerstone of a harmonious relationship. As a man, you must be magnanimous." Lin Yan replied, "Our relationship is excellent." With that, he seized Su Yingxue's hand and held it close to him. "Right, darling?" Su Yingxue turned, her eyes wide with surprise, attempting to withdraw her hand. But Lin Yan's father was right in front of them. She shot Lin Yan a fierce glare, but ultimately submitted to his embrace. Lin Qingyuan furrowed his brow, sensing he had been outmaneuvered by his own son. "Ahem. What I meant to convey is that your relationship should be harmonious. Holding hands and such are mere reflections of a good relationship. What if conflicts arise?" "Uncle is right." Su Yingxue quickly reclaimed her hand, smiling. "We will certainly be respectful towards each other in the future." During dinner, Wang Xiufang fussed over Su Yingxue as if she were a child, serving her food in a manner that made Su Yingxue feel quite embarrassed. "By the way, when do you two plan to get married?" The question left Su Yingxue momentarily stunned. Lin Yan reacted swiftly. "Mom, you have to give us some time. We've only just started dating." "Oh, right, no rush. We'll talk about it next year." Wang Xiufang chuckled. Su Yingxue forced a smile, thinking, "Auntie, you're overthinking. I'm just pretending." The dinner was warm and harmonious, and Lin Yan couldn't recall the last time his parents were this joyful, though Su Yingxue was merely playing the role of his girlfriend. As long as it brought happiness to his parents, he felt it was sufficient. In his view, most parents do not yearn for their children to be immensely wealthy or overly dutiful. They simply wish for their children to lead happy lives. Thus, as a son, he felt it was his duty to fulfill this modest wish of his parents. Even if he knew that his mother would surely boast about the evening in the community after they left, what of it? The older generation seeks face and emotional fulfillment. As children, it is only natural to strive to provide that. This was precisely Lin Yan's intention when he brought Su Yingxue home, and it seems that the objective has been flawlessly achieved. After dinner, Lin Yan engaged in conversation with his father, absorbing his lessons on the art of living, while Su Yingxue was drawn into casual chatter with Wang Xiufang. Wang Xiufang even took Su Yingxue's hand and strolled around the neighborhood, successfully capturing the attention of several neighbors and garnering social prestige. Following the evening meal, Lin Yan and Su Yingxue bid farewell to their parents and returned to Binhai. As night fell, around 9 o'clock, Su Yingxue, having finished her shower, lay in bed reading. A series of knocks interrupted her tranquility. "What is it?" she asked with a slight frown. It was undoubtedly Lin Yan at the door. "Come in if you have something to say," she called out. A sense of satisfaction washed over her. She had previously instructed him not to enter her bedroom without permission. He had remembered to knock. Lin Yan entered, wearing a mischievous smile. "What is the matter?" Su Yingxue arched an eyebrow at him. "What do you think?" He replied with a grin. Our agreement was to be boyfriend and girlfriend for a day. It has only been half a day, and it is far from over. Su Yingshua's eyes widened in surprise as she instinctively pulled the covers up. What do you want to do? Lin Yan rubbed his hands together, declaring, of course, it's about doing what a couple does. In truth, his underlying aim was to seize this opportunity to fulfill his system task. Otherwise, who knew when he would get another chance? Su Yingxue instantly sat up straight, brandishing a pillow as a weapon. Don't come any closer, or I won't hold back. However, Lin Yan had already steeled himself for the impending confrontation and lunged at her. Yet, Su Yingxue was no slouch. With a swift backflip, she leaped off the bed. What ensued was a spirited chase within the confines of the room, reminiscent of a clash between Beauty and the Beast. Ultimately, Lin Yan found himself unceremoniously ejected from the room. The following day, Su Yingxue returned to her parents' home, having not visited in a long while. The holiday provided the perfect opportunity to reconnect with them. With her departure, Lin Yan found himself at a loss for activities. The system's tasks were at a standstill, leaving him with nothing to do but indulge in games, savor delicious food, and sleep in until he woke naturally. Days passed in this manner, and it dawned on him just how dull life could be without Su Yingxue. However, a week later, while scrolling through short videos, Lin Yan stumbled upon a piece of news. The former head of the Public Security Bureau of Lingnan Province, Huang Weiyong, had committed suicide out of guilt. He had been implicated in numerous crimes, including murder, drug production, organizing and leading a criminal syndicate, illegal detention, and coercing women, totaling over 30 charges. Some of the offenses were previously undisclosed. Huang Wenxuan was charged with intentional homicide and rape, while Wang Wenxin faced charges of harboring criminals and accepting bribes, among others. In addition to those already apprehended, others connected to Huang Weiyong voluntarily turned themselves in. The supervisory team for eradicating organized crime in Lingnan Province initiated a comprehensive investigation across the region. Although Lin Yan had never met Huang Weiyong, he harbored an odd sensation, as if their paths had somehow crossed before. It was a curious feeling indeed. It was precisely upon reading this news that Lin Yan gained a deeper understanding of his transgressions. To be candid, the judgment rendered was hardly excessive. In the afternoon, Su Yingxue unexpectedly called, requesting him to come to the provincial capital for a commendation ceremony. Whether or not he received an award was of little consequence to Lin Yan. His primary concern lay in the potential for a monetary reward. Naturally, he agreed to go. Thus, after a separation of 10 days, Lin Yan finally reunited with Su Yingxue at the high-speed railway station. She remained as beautiful and striking as ever. Darling, did you miss me? Lin Yan inquired with a beaming smile. Without a doubt, he was met with Su Yingshue's signature eye roll, accompanied by a playful disdain. However, Lin Yan noted that she did not seem as averse as before. Could this signify a progression in their relationship? Yet, the system had not issued any notifications, indicating that perhaps the advancement was not as substantial as he had hoped. Have you tidied up the house? Is it in a chaotic state? He asked. Of course not. I am quite the tidy person, you know. Lin Yan was truthful. Even in his former small quarters, everything had been impeccably organized. When I returned to inspect, should you dare to lie, Su Yingxue declared, turning to stride away. Once in the car, Lin Yan queried, will there be any monetary rewards at the commendation ceremony? Su Yingxue glanced back at him with a look of disdain. Is money all you think about? What about honor? Lin Yan replied earnestly, money can buy delicious food, while honor cannot. Su Yingxue was left speechless. There would indeed be a monetary reward. Yet given his current status as an ordinary citizen, he lacked the qualifications for commendations. He could only receive encouragement based on his experience. However, the exact amount remained a mystery to her. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's face lit up with joy. He would not begrudge any amount, as long as he could witness the digits in his bank account soaring. Then let us hurry, he exclaimed. What are you thinking? The commendation ceremony is scheduled for tomorrow morning. Wouldn't it be better if I came tomorrow? Lin Yan inquired with a furrowed brow. Su Yingxue sighed, turned to him, and said earnestly, my mother has invited you to dinner at our home. What? Lin Yan was taken aback. Chapter 65. The mother-in-law's surprising invitation. To his astonishment, his mother-in-law had invited him to dinner. He only knew that she was a formidable figure in the provincial department and had never even seen her face. What could possibly prompt such an unexpected invitation? Don't you wish to go? Su Yingshue's piercing gaze was fixed upon him. Of course, I must go. Last time, Su Yingxue pretended to be his girlfriend to accompany him home. This time, it was merely a matter of returning the favor. By the way, what role should I assume? Boyfriend or husband? Su Yingxue shot him a fierce glare. You wish. Just a regular colleague. That's unacceptable. Lin Yan protested. How can your mother lack any sense of boundaries? Casually bringing a regular colleague home? This kind of treatment is typically reserved for sons-in-law, isn't it? Honestly, how many male colleagues or classmates has your mother invited to dinner? Su Yingxue rolled her eyes at him and started the car. You are the only one. From elementary school until now, no other boy has dined at my home. This is the first time. Should I bring something? Lin Yan inquired tentatively. No need, Su Yingxue replied flatly. My mother does not accept gifts. Lin Yan gave her a thumbs up. Our mom's principles are commendable. There's no need to worry about any undue scrutiny. A little over 10 minutes later, Su Yingxue drove her spicy fish head dish into the military compound, navigating with ease. The soldiers on guard cast curious glances, eyeing Lin Yan in the passenger seat. Su Yingxue was like a goddess adored by the military district. It was indeed a rarity for her to bring a boy home. After parking, Lin Yan followed Su Yingxue into the house. It was a slightly old-fashioned abode with front and backyards, impeccably clean and steeped in the ambience of the 1980s. The walls were adorned with numerous old photographs and medals. The dining table was already set with several dishes. Su Yingxue headed straight into the kitchen, where Zhang Zhilei, wearing an apron, was carefully ladling the stewed ribs from the clay pot into bowls. She was tall and graceful, though time had etched some lines on her face. Her youthful beauty was still evident, exuding a blend of competence and elegance in her every movement. Mom, he's here. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Zhang Xiaomei's expression brightened instantly. She turned her gaze toward the kitchen entrance and offered Lin Yan a gentle smile. Welcome. Please sit. The food will be ready shortly. Her voice was soft, and her demeanor warm. If he had not been informed in advance, Lin Yan would have found it hard to reconcile this gentlewoman with the vice director of the provincial department who had brought down Wang Weiyong. She epitomized the phrase a hidden sharpness within softness, though in her case, it was far from a negative connotation. Hello, Auntie. Lin Yan beamed, inexplicably feeling the need to temper his usual bravado and adopt a more demure demeanor in her presence. Zhang Xiaomei nodded slightly before turning to Su Yingxue. Don't linger here causing a fuss. Go out and chat with him for a while. Mom, I have nothing to discuss with him. Su Yingxue murmured under her breath, but still exited the kitchen. After spending every day together, they hardly had much to say. Moreover, this fellow is rather lecherous, always taking advantage of her. It seems that if he doesn't tease her several times a day, he feels as though he has suffered a loss. Did you grow up here? Lin Yan inquired with curiosity. Su Yingxue nodded. However, when I was in elementary school, my parents were transferred to Binhai, and I went with them. Later, my father was reassigned back to the military district, so my mother and I remained in Binhai. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan silently nodded. Given the nature of their work, frequent relocations were indeed commonplace. What about your father? Why haven't I seen him? Lin Yan continued to ask. Su Yingxue replied. He went to a meeting and won't be back for some time. Oh, Lin Yan, seated on the sofa, felt an inexplicable discomfort. How to put it? There seemed to be an invisible aura of righteousness in this house that compelled one to stand and sit with proper poise. A few minutes later, Zhang Xiaomei removed her apron and warmly invited Lin Yan to the dining table. Xiaolin, do you drink? Lin Yan quickly waved his hand. Auntie, I don't drink. His poor tolerance and limited circle of friends had prevented him from developing the habit. Zhang Xiaomei then asked, what about smoking? Your uncle isn't home. And I'm not very familiar, but he has some here. What brand do you smoke? I can get it for you. Lin Yan once again declined. Auntie, thank you, but I don't smoke. Having had little pocket money as a child, such indulgences were out of reach for him. Now that he had the means, these habits seemed unnecessary to cultivate. Zhang Xiaomei displayed a satisfied smile, sitting down and placing a piece of rib into Lin Yan's bowl. Don't be polite. Just consider it your own home and make yourself at ease. Own home? Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, pondering if she was treating him as a son-in-law. Thank you. Auntie. He happily savored the rib that his mother-in-law had served. I heard from Xiaoxue that you've studied martial arts? Zhang Xiaomei inquired. Lin Yan nodded yes. I happened to meet a master who taught me. His 2-decade-long experience could easily be verified. If he fabricated too many details, he would surely be exposed. A conceptual master, though, was a non-existent entity, yet he claimed such knowledge. Zhang Xiaomei nodded slightly, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Very good, very good. Subsequently, the three of them chatted casually while dining. It was only after they had all set down their chopsticks that Zhang Xiaomei suddenly posed a profound question. Xiaolin, do you truly wish to become a police officer? The question came unexpectedly, causing Lin Yan to pause, his gaze instinctively shifting to the side at Su Yingxue. Truth be told, becoming a police officer was not his initial aspiration. Originally, he had considered it merely as a means to more easily pursue Su Yingxue. However, after experiencing certain events, his thoughts began to waver. Concepts such as punishing evil and upholding justice gradually gained significance in his heart, and he realized he had developed a strong aversion to wrongdoing. Why are you looking at me? I'm asking you. Su Yingxue reminded him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yan earnestly replied, Auntie, to be honest, I didn't initially think I would genuinely become a police officer. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaomei did not exhibit any surprise. Her smile remained intact as she nodded, acknowledging, you are an honest child. But what about now? At that moment, Lin Yan found himself ensnared in a web of conflict. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaomei rose, approached a nearby cabinet, opened its door, and retrieved a file folder, returning to the dining table. Contained within is your official promotion document. With that, she retracted her smile, her expression turning serious. Before you respond, there is something I must convey. The final choice rests entirely in your hands. Lin Yan lifted his gaze to meet Zhang Xiaomei's resolute stare. With a somber demeanor, she began, your capabilities are evident to us all. To confine you to the role of a mere detective would be a disservice to your talents. If you truly aspire to be a police officer, your stage should not consist of trivial cases, but rather significant matters of consequence. What do you mean? Auntie, I do not quite understand. Lin Yan furrowed his brow. Inquiring further, Zhang Xiaomei nodded, offering clarification. In our nation, while it may appear that all is well, beneath the surface, currents of unrest flow. Many situations involve not just individual interests, but the interests of a collective. She continued, thus, your sword should be wielded where it is most needed. Lin Yan still shook his head, struggling to comprehend. Zhang Xiaomei then decided to be forthright. If you are willing to become a police officer, to serve as a guardian, we shall entrust you with a vital mission. What mission? Lin Yan pressed. Chapter 66, Does Alcohol Truly Lead to Recklessness? Zhang Xiaomei shook her head, saying, I cannot divulge that information just yet. From the perspective of capability and status, you are currently the most suitable candidate. Just know that once this case is solved, it will save countless families. Apologies, Auntie. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan instinctively wanted to refuse. He had always considered himself an ordinary citizen and never envisioned becoming a superhero. The sudden weight of this responsibility felt overwhelming, and he dared not accept it. After all, he had only just begun to enjoy good fortune and did not wish to invite trouble. Previously, he had tackled cases only when he felt assured of success. Judging by her tone, this matter seemed exceedingly complex. Lin Yan's hesitation stemmed not from uncertainty, but from a desire to avoid murky waters. You need not respond immediately. Take your time to contemplate. In 3 days, inform Xiaoxue of your decision, Zhang Xiaomei remarked, once again displaying her characteristic smile. Allow me to ease your mind. Regardless of your choice, I believe you are an exceptional young man and will not interfere in your affairs with Xiaoxue. Even if you decline, you will always be welcome in our home. On the return journey to Binhai, Su Yingxue focused intently on driving, while Lin Yan sat in the passenger seat, his mind echoing Zhang Xiaomei's words. What could this important task be that it is shrouded in such mystery? Just tell me, what is the task? Lin Yan could not resist asking. Su Yingxue sighed in exasperation. Do you think I know? The matters my mother researches are hardly for a mere police officer like me. She was not lying. Some matters were classified, and even family members could not divulge them. Having grown up in such an environment, Su Yingxue had long since become accustomed to it. She could recite the confidentiality guidelines fluently by the age of 8. However, do not place too much pressure on yourself. My mother has said that everything is your decision. Even if you ultimately wish to remain an ordinary officer, that is perfectly acceptable. After all, the opportunity for promotion is something you earn through your own merit. She will not use it as leverage against you. I understand, Lin Yan nodded. In truth, he held Zhang Xiaomei in high regard. She was knowledgeable, gracious, reasonable, and exceptionally wise. Being in her company felt like a breath of fresh spring air. Her high position was indeed a testament to her formidable abilities. Upon returning to Binhai, the two did not let this matter create any distance between them. They continued to playfully bicker as usual. Su Yingxue went about her daily work, while Lin Yan refrained from visiting the police station. still torn about whether to pursue a career in law enforcement. 2 days later, Su Yingxue called unexpectedly, asking Lin Yan to come to the city bureau, claiming there was good news. Lin Yan initially thought he would be summoned to perform unpaid labor once again, but to his surprise, he was to receive a reward. In the office of the director, Zhang Zhilei sat at his desk, beaming as he gestured for Lin Yan to take a seat. Please, sit down and let us discuss this. Lin Yan regarded him warily. Director, Su Yingxue sent me to collect a prize. Where is it? Zhang Donghai chuckled as he opened a drawer, retrieving an envelope and a certificate, which he pushed toward Lin Yan. You have assisted the police in solving major cases multiple times, providing us with tremendous support. Although your current status does not allow for accolades, we must not remain indifferent. I have submitted a report to my superiors, advocating for your reward. The sum of 100,000 yuan is trivial compared to your contributions. Yet it symbolizes the people's recognition of your efforts, which is profoundly significant. 100,000 yuan? Lin Yan's eyes widened as he gazed at the document bag, excitement flickering in his gaze. At that moment, he felt that all his previous endeavors had been worthwhile. No medal could rival the digits in his bank account. A fair exchange, indeed. But wait, Director. Lin Yan suddenly recalled something and inquired. I see on television that those who act in defense of others receive their rewards amid ceremonies. Why is it so simple in my case? Devoid of any sense of occasion? Zhang Donghai chuckled and explained, those are mere formalities. You are different and do not require them. Why would I not require them? Lin Yan internally scoffed. Could it be? He recalled what Zhang Xiaomei had said and sensed that they were deliberately concealing his identity, wishing to keep him out of the public eye. Why must it be this way? Were they intentionally withholding my identity to make me an undercover agent? I have a reward. What does Xiaoxue receive? Lin Yan asked. Zhang Donghai replied, first-class merit, promoted to the captain of the criminal investigation team. Wow. Lin Yan was somewhat taken aback. Although he was unsure of the specific criteria for first-class merit, he understood that it was quite an accomplishment. Observing his expression, Zhang Donghai smiled and said, the case you solved is of great importance. First-class merit is well-deserved. Does she receive a reward as well? Yes. How much? 10,000 yuan. Upon hearing this figure, Lin Yan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In comparison, the 100,000 yuan was indeed a better deal. Aside from the bonus, Zhang Donghai did not discuss anything else with him. After leaving the police station, Lin Yan hurried directly to the bank to deposit his money. Who still carries cash these days? It could be gnawed by rats or stolen by thieves, which would be utterly distressing. To celebrate, Lin Yan indulged himself once more, spending 100 yuan on an array of vegetables, preparing to celebrate with Su Yingxue. Su Yingxue had mentioned her poor tolerance for alcohol, and Lin Yan was no better. Thus, he specifically bought 2 bottles of strong liquor, eager to test the waters and see if there was a possibility of some drunken intimacy between them. He vowed that it was merely a pure test of the situation, entirely devoid of any lascivious intentions. That evening, upon finishing her shift, Su Yingxue entered to find a lavish spread laid out before her, her eyes sparkling. It seemed that today's reward was substantial. She teased, it can't be much. Just over 100,000 yuan. Lin Yan replied nonchalantly, wash your hands. Let's eat. Okay. Su Yingxue replied sweetly, hurrying to the bathroom to wash her hands. Indeed, it was a day worthy of celebration. She increasingly felt that aside from being a bit stingy and a bit lecherous, Lin Yan was quite excellent. The two raised their glasses in a toast. Lin Yan declared, here's to you becoming my wife soon. Shameless. Su Yingxue shot him a glance. For some reason, she found herself growing accustomed to Lin Yan's unfiltered remarks. At times, there is a hint of sweetness that lingers in the air. This sensation is truly peculiar. She has never experienced it before. By the way, today marks the 3rd day. Have you given it any thought? Chapter 67. The first kiss with Su Yingxue. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. Have you made up your mind? To speak candidly, he had not. The life he envisioned did not involve being a hero, but rather one of leisure, affluence, and the company of beautiful women. I do not wish to. Lin Yan replied decisively. Oh. Upon hearing his response, Su Yingxue's expression seemed to reveal a touch of disappointment, yet she quickly smiled. It's all right. We respect your decision. While eating, Lin Yan remarked, I am not as noble as you think. I do not want to make a choice that goes against my heart. Su Yingxue nodded, I understand. In truth, she harbored no objections to Lin Yan's decision. The reason may lie in their differing values. Such matters are inherently devoid of right or wrong. Everyone has their own way of making choices. By the way, I will be going to the province for studies in a couple of days. For approximately 2 months, Su Yingxue mentioned. 2 months? Lin Yan inquired, astonished. What kind of study demands 2 months? This revelation further solidified his resolve to reject Zhang Xiaomei's advances. Joining the system would mean being shackled in freedom. He was a man destined to conquer the world. How could he be lured by the constraints of the system? Well, Su Yingshue's tone carried an unusual emotion. I just received an award, and the organization has arranged for me to give a speech and pursue further studies. There's no way around it. She lifted her glass. Forcing a smile. Come, let us celebrate our progress. Lin Yan clinked his glass with hers and downed the drink in one go. 2 months. Not long ago. He and Su Yingxue had been apart for 10 days, which felt like an eternity. Now, the thought of being separated for 2 months was disheartening. Lin Yan expressed his displeasure. Will you miss me? Huh? Su Yingxue looked up in surprise, her beautiful eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Seemingly caught off guard by Lin Yan's sudden inquiry. Will I miss him? Su Yingxue pondered internally. This lecherous yet frugal fellow, who would think of him? Yet, in the deepest recesses of her heart, an unwillingness and nostalgia for their impending separation began to quietly spread. Will you miss me? Su Yingxue inexplicably echoed the same question. Upon uttering the words, even she was taken aback, not understanding why she had asked it. Of course I will. You are my wife, Lin Yan replied, wearing his signature cheeky grin, which lightened the previously somber atmosphere. Su Yingxue gazed at him, her eyes gradually becoming hazy, infused with admiration, appreciation, and an intoxicating sentiment stirred by the effects of alcohol. During the days I am away, you must take good care of yourself. Suddenly, Lin Yan reached out and grasped Su Yingshue's hand. The moment their skin made contact, a jolt of electricity coursed through her body. And coupled with the intoxicating influence of the alcohol, her mind went blank and her breathing quickened. She instinctively attempted to retract her hand, yet Lin Yan held it firmly. After several futile attempts, she ultimately surrendered to the struggle. Su Yingxue lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, unable to discern whether it was embarrassment or the effects of alcohol. She could distinctly hear her heart pounding like thunder, and her breathing became increasingly irregular. At that moment, she dared not raise her gaze, fearing that locking eyes with Lin Yan would cause her to drown in the depths of his soulful gaze. Lin Yan, too, felt his mind growing hazy, his throat parched. As he beheld Su Yingxue, who appeared as if she had descended from the heavens, he sensed a primal desire within himself gradually spiraling out of control. In a moment of impulsiveness, he grasped her hand with newfound courage. Countless images flashed through his mind, envisioning her in his embrace, longing to kiss her, yearning to witness her blushing countenance nestled against him. Breathing heavily, Lin Yan felt his body on the brink of losing control. An inner voice fervently urged him, pull her close, embrace her tightly, kiss her without hesitation. Yet another rational voice cautioned him. No, she is not yet your girlfriend. Such actions may hurt her. As his breaths quickened, a rush of blood surged to his head. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly and strode towards Su Yingxue. In her astonished, fearful, and bewildered gaze, Lin Yan cupped her face in his hands and kissed her without a moment's hesitation. Su Yingxue was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide, her body frozen as she forgot to resist or scold him. Her mind became a blank slate, devoid of thought. At that moment, Lin Yan resembled a beast driven by passion, fervently claiming this sweetness. Just as he sought to deepen their connection, Su Yingxue abruptly snapped back to reality, forcefully pushing him away. Her expression was dazed, breaths coming in rapid gasps, and like a startled rabbit, she dashed into the restroom. Turning on the faucet, Su Yingxue splashed cold water onto her face, desperately trying to regain her composure. In that instant, she profoundly felt the terrifying nature of alcohol, which, with the slightest misstep, could lead to a loss of reason. Growing up in a traditional environment, she held deeply ingrained beliefs about relationships. Premarital intimacy was an insurmountable chasm for her. Moreover, they had yet to even establish a romantic relationship. After Su Yingxue fled, Lin Yan remained rooted in place, his chest heaving as his mind gradually cleared. He began to reminisce about the exquisite moment they had just shared. The sensation of kissing was truly delightful. Having been a solitary soul for over 20 years, Lin Yan rated this first taste of intimacy exceptionally high, declaring that such experiences could only be embraced further. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Progress of the strategy, 10, reward, 150. 000 yuan. Current strategy progress, 60. Unlocked entry, a top-tier driving god. Your driving skills have reached an unparalleled level, rendering even the greatest drivers pale in comparison. The Wuling Hongguang beneath you transforms from a mere van into a divine vehicle. Task: confess to Su Yingxue and secure her agreement to become your girlfriend. Lin Yan gazed at the task, his brow furrowing instantly. According to the information provided on a minimum of 70 progress was necessary to have any chance of a successful confession. Currently, he stood at a mere 60. Could this task be anything other than a glitch? Hey, system, there's an error in your task. System: task is correct. Task has entered the second stage. Please find a way to increase the on your own. Only then did Lin Yan realize that the term newbie had vanished from the task description. This meant that even upon completion of the task, the system would no longer enhance his. From 60 to 100, he would have to rely solely on his own efforts. Lin Yan felt an acute sense of paternal abandonment wash over him. However, he found solace in the fact that he had received an A-grade attribute. Although he possessed a driving license, he had scarcely ever driven. Now, with this attribute, he could indulge in an experience that few could savor. Fortunately, a notification from his bank card arrived promptly, ushering him into a realm of joy. Bank of Industry and Commerce, card number ending in 8238, received a transfer of 10,000 yuan on September 9th at 16:05, current balance, 410,732.00 yuan. Bank of Industry and Commerce, with the rewards from the Public Security Bureau. Along with the funds from these two tasks, Lin Yan's savings had soared to over 400,000. Indeed, the further one advanced in progress, the more generous the rewards became. At just 60, he pondered, what would the total be at 100? Surely, several million would be at stake. Lin Yan became lost in his daydreams, when suddenly, Su Yingxue emerged from the bathroom, her hair damp and her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. Avoiding eye contact with Lin Yan throughout. Lin Yan was about to speak, but Su Yingxue interrupted. I'm fine. It was merely the effects of the alcohol. Don't overthink it. Chapter 68. Lin Yan's mission. As the words fell, an immediate silence enveloped the air. The awkward atmosphere between the two spreading like a tangible presence, as if they could distinctly hear each other's heartbeats. Despite Lin Yan's usual eloquence, he was as inexperienced in matters of the heart as Su Yingxue, and this moment marked his first kiss as well. I might consider your mother's proposal. Lin Yan suddenly broke the silence. What? Su Yingxue looked up, her face a portrait of disbelief. You agreed? Lin Yan shook his head, speaking earnestly. I merely stated I could contemplate it. It does not equate to full consent. I have my conditions. In an instant, Su Yingxue regained her composure, her gaze sharpening. Speak. With a serious expression, Lin Yan articulated each word deliberately. I am willing to try, but I do not wish to participate in an official capacity as a police officer. Moreover, I have one stipulation. If I perceive that this endeavor poses excessive risk or exceeds my capabilities, I reserve the right to withdraw at any moment. When the system presented the task, Lin Yan had already realized that to expedite the progress of Su Yingxue's, he must embrace risk. This had been predestined when the system selected her as the target, for her character assured that the path to conquest would not be smooth sailing. I can convey your thoughts to my mother. Su Yingxue picked up her phone and, in Lin Yan's presence, relayed his words verbatim. Moments later, she hung up and looked at Lin Yan. She said yes. Lin Yan nodded. All right, the meal is finished, and we've had enough to drink. Let's call it a night and wash up together. All right, Su Yingxue instinctively replied, but as soon as the words left her mouth, she felt a sense of discomfort. What does wash up and sleep together mean? This LSP is being inappropriate again. That night, neither of them slept soundly. Lin Yan tossed and turned, repeatedly contemplating whether to get out of bed to check if the neighboring door was locked. If it were not, could he steal another kiss? Su Yingxue, on the other hand, could not find rest, her mind inundated with the embarrassing memory of being forcefully kissed by Lin Yan. The following day, Lin Yan and Su Yingxue returned once more to the military compound. Zhang Zhilei remained her warm and hospitable self. She possessed the admirable quality of never discussing serious matters at the dining table to preserve the pleasant dining atmosphere. Only after everyone had set down their chopsticks did she finally instruct her daughter. Xiaxue, could you please go to the gate and buy a pomelo for me? It's been ages since I've had one, and I'm quite craving it. Su Yingxue understood her mother's intention and asked no further questions as she rose to leave. Once her figure had disappeared from sight, Zhang Zhilei slowly spoke. This is the protocol, Lin. Please do not take offense. Lin Yan nodded, respectfully replying, Auntie, I understand. Zhang Zhilei gave a slight nod and continued. We can agree to your proposal. What we value is your capability, not your title. Our goal is to safeguard this hard-won stability and prosperity and to protect the lives and property of the citizens. As long as we can achieve this objective, we do not care whether the person executing the task is clad in a police uniform. Lin Yan nodded once more. As long as you can agree, that is sufficient. Dear Aunt, please instruct me on what you require. Zhang Zhilei rose and approached the drawer, retrieving a document which she presented to Lin Yan. We suspect that the Zhiqiang Group is involved in transnational smuggling, telecommunications fraud, and online gambling, among other illicit activities. Are you suggesting that I go undercover? Lin Yan inquired. Having watched his fair share of police dramas where such scenarios are commonplace, Zhang Zhilei gently shook her head. It is far more complex than merely going undercover. The owner of the Zhiqiang Group, Bai Jian, possesses a fortune in the hundreds of millions. Ostensibly, he engages in legitimate enterprises such as import-export trade, hotels, and real estate. However, our investigations reveal that the Zhiqiang Group clandestinely conducts numerous illegal operations. Given that these activities transpire abroad, gathering evidence proves exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, Bai Jian is inherently suspicious, rendering ordinary undercover agents virtually incapable of approaching him. Therefore, we require an individual of exceptional capability to undertake this task. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan furrowed his brow. What do you expect me to do? Zhang Zhilei withdrew a photograph from the file and handed it to Lin Yan. As he accepted the picture, he beheld a strikingly beautiful young woman. Her features radiated purity and elegance, clearly the epitome of a campus beauty. Her name is Bai Mengyao, the only daughter of Bai Jian, currently studying at Nanda University. Recently, due to conflicts with rival competitors, Bai Jian suspects that they may target his family. Consequently, he seeks a highly skilled personal bodyguard for his daughter. Through our arrangements, your background is impeccable, your skills are commendable, and your financial needs align perfectly with Bai Jian's requirements, minimizing any suspicions. You wish for me to serve as her bodyguard, gaining Bai Jian's trust to subsequently procure evidence? Lin Yan queried. Zhang Zhilei's expression turned grave. Bai Jian has navigated the business world for many years. He is cunning and paranoid. Merely serving as a bodyguard will not suffice. Moreover, their illegal operations occur overseas. Even if we apprehend Bai Jian, these enterprises may continue under the auspices of other partners. It is crucial to understand that the majority of their victims are our fellow citizens, and the losses incurred are detrimental to our nation's wealth. Lin Yan pondered, realizing that this matter was far more intricate than he had initially perceived. Zhang Zhilei stated directly, our plan is for you to approach Bai Jian through Bai Mengyao. 3 days later, in the provincial capital of Lingnan, Nandu, the Zhiqiang Group convened at their suburban horse ranch, where a dozen burly men gathered, each eager and prepared for the interview. Lin Yan was among them. The assembly included retired elite soldiers, champions of martial arts, and top-tier professional bodyguards. A week prior, the Zhiqiang Group had posted a private bodyguard recruitment advertisement online, offering an annual salary of 1 million, with the potential for a double salary bonus upon contract completion and task fulfillment. Such generous compensation naturally entailed exceedingly high expectations for applicants. Candidates were required not only to possess agility and skill, but also to embody the crisis awareness and protective spirit of a professional bodyguard, essentially, one who could defend effectively, discern danger promptly, and be willing to risk their life for the safety of their employer. Although Lin Yan had not undergone formal bodyguard training, he possessed the requisite attributes. Crisis alert, a master of traditional martial arts, a gunsmith of impeccable caliber. Undoubtedly, should he desire, he could ascend to the pinnacle of bodyguards in the world. Moments later, a secretary clad in a tailored uniform approached, clutching a folder, and with a smile, announced, "Thank you all for your patience. We shall now proceed to the assessment phase, which consists of 2 parts. Each segment will be scored individually with a maximum of 10 points. Only the candidate with the highest cumulative score will have the opportunity for employment." Chapter 69. Is there a fault in being handsome? Why is it that despite being first, there is still only a chance of being hired? Shouldn't it be an immediate appointment? Someone questioned, perplexed. The secretary, donning a professional smile, patiently elucidated. This is merely a preliminary assessment. Whether one is ultimately hired depends on our young lady's discretion. What? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, with some expressing their discontent. The young lady's opinion? Does it really come down to looks? This is absurd. A bodyguard's worth should be based on competence, not appearance. Upon hearing this, all eyes were drawn to Lin Yan, who stood at the periphery. He was undeniably the most handsome of the lot, with striking features and an extraordinary presence, which made him stand out amidst a group of muscular men. Feeling the scrutinizing gazes around him, Lin Yan inwardly scoffed. Is it truly a crime to be handsome? The secretary then announced, the first round will consist of a combat assessment, with participants drawing lots in pairs. The victor will receive 10 points, the runner-up 8, the third 6, the fourth 5, the fifth 4, while the rest will be eliminated. Lin Yan found the rules of the assessment to be quite reasonable. After all, a personal bodyguard must possess not only formidable skills, but also a range of other capabilities, for one never knows when danger may strike. After outlining the rules, the secretary produced a lottery barrel. Those who drew the same number would form a team, and the outcomes of their duels would determine who advanced to the next round. Lin Yan drew number 4 and was paired with a man who claimed to have spent 5 years as a mercenary abroad. The man had a rugged appearance, his face lined with muscle, and upon seeing Lin Yan's draw, he shot a provocative glance, a smirk playing on his lips as if victory was assured. Shortly thereafter, the secretary led everyone to a pre-erected arena, where a professional referee stood ready. After explaining the rules, the first match commenced between the two contestants who had drawn number 1. One was a champion fighter, the other a Sonda champion. They immediately engaged in a fierce contest. Lin Yan observed that their skills surpassed those of ordinary boxers. They were indeed true professionals. The pace of the match was rapid, and they launched full-force attacks without hesitation. Before long, it was Lin Yan's turn to step into the ring. To be honest, no one had high expectations for him. After all, his appearance did not conform to the typical image of a professional fighter. In the eyes of the crowd, one could not possibly be both strikingly handsome and a skilled martial artist. The mercenary stood opposite him, tauntingly beckoning with a finger and brazenly licking his lips, exuding an air of superiority. Lin Yan merely chuckled, unfazed. You had your chance, but now don't blame me for being unmerciful. With a thunderous shout, the mercenary launched himself forward, sprinting with great speed before leaping high, aiming a sweeping kick at Lin Yan. At that critical moment, Lin Yan moved with uncanny agility, effortlessly dodging the incoming kick, and then, with a powerful shoulder charge, he collided with the mercenary's midsection. The immense force sent the mercenary flying, unable to even cling to the ropes of the ring, as he crashed heavily out of the arena. By Iron Mountain, someone gasped from the sidelines. The spectators stared at Lin Yan in disbelief, astonished that this seemingly delicate, handsome man was, in fact, a hidden expert. Lin Yan effortlessly secured a perfect score of 10 points in the first round. The second round of assessment focused on specialized skills and crisis awareness. Within the confined space, various ambush and assassination scenarios had been meticulously arranged in advance, aimed at evaluating the contestants' on-the-spot reactions and crisis alertness. The 4 individuals preceding Lin Yan scored 5, 6, 6, and 2 points respectively. Disheartened, the crowd expressed their grievances regarding the unfairness of the rules. Who could possibly react instantaneously to such premeditated attacks? Even films would shy away from depicting such scenarios. Indeed, if anyone were to achieve a perfect score under these conditions, I would livestream myself eating excrement. It appears that a score of 6 is considered commendable. Coupled with my previous round score of 8, there remains a glimmer of hope. Please follow me, the secretary said with a smile as she approached Lin Yan. He nodded and followed suit. What do you think his score will be? He practices martial arts. How could he possibly grasp risk assessment and crisis awareness? 2 points seems generous. That sounds about right. He is clearly at that level. As Lin Yan trailed the secretary into a sealed environment, the dim yellow light barely penetrated the darkness, illuminating a winding corridor that resembled a complex labyrinth. The secretary walked ahead in silence. Lin Yan's brow furrowed, sensing something amiss. Sure enough, a sharp alarm blared in his mind. Alert! Alert! Danger detected 3 meters to the right. Alert! Alert! Danger detected 3 meters to the right. In an instant, Lin Yan reacted with remarkable speed, leaning forward and pouncing like a leopard, shielding the secretary beneath him. Almost simultaneously, a shadow darted from an adjacent room, brandishing a toy knife with intent to strike the position where the secretary had stood. Sir, you may rise now, the secretary said calmly, seemingly unfazed by the ordeal. It was only then that Lin Yan regained his composure and, as he stood, he couldn't help but appraise the secretary once more. In that tense moment, He had indeed noticed her remarkable figure. One must admit, the standards for this assessment were exceedingly stringent. There were no prior warnings, nor was there any time allotted for psychological preparation. Even with utmost concentration, evading a surprise attack in such unforeseen circumstances proved to be an arduous task. A few minutes later, Lin Yan and the secretary emerged from the enclosed setting side by side. Outside, the awaiting contestants fixed their gazes upon them. Their eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity, eager for the secretary to announce Lin Yan's score. After all, having achieved a perfect score of 10 in the first round, it was evident that if he secured more than 5 points this time, the others would be utterly eliminated from contention. 5 points, the secretary declared. Instantly, everyone was taken aback, their faces etched with disbelief as they turned their attention to Lin Yan. Whispers circulated among the crowd. Could it be that this fellow has some sort of advantage? How could he possibly attain a perfect score under such stringent conditions? Given that Lin Yan had achieved full marks in both rounds, the remaining participants no longer needed to undergo further testing. The secretary turned to face Lin Yan, her professional smile illuminating her features. Sir, congratulations on passing the assessment. However, to secure your position, you must undergo a personal interview with our young lady. Certainly, Lin Yan replied calmly, nodding in acknowledgement. Please follow me. With that, the secretary pivoted gracefully in her high heels, striding toward the edifice ahead. As Lin Yan trailed behind her into the building, he soon realized it was an exclusive private club. The interior was adorned in opulent splendor, with exquisite crystal chandeliers descending from the ceiling, casting a radiant glow upon the marble floors. Priceless artworks adorned the walls, every detail reflecting the owner's exceptional taste. Sir, this way please. The secretary guided Lin Yan to a door on the second floor, halting as she spoke. Our young lady awaits inside. By the way, I must remind you, when you meet her, do not disclose that you are a bodyguard. Lin Yan furrowed his brow, perplexed, and inquired, then what am I? A companion? The secretary succinctly replied before raising her hand to knock on the door. Knock, 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 come in. A melodious voice rang out from within, as sweet and clear as a silver bell. Chapter 70. The accompaniment of a luxurious car? A young attendant? A scene from a film by Stephen Chow flickered through Lin Yan's mind. The heavy wooden door creaked open slowly, and the secretary gestured invitingly. Lin Yan stepped inside with measured confidence. The reception room was spacious and bright, with the setting sun filtering through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm golden glow on the polished floor. On the sofa sat a young woman, engrossed in a thick, half-closed book. The moment Lin Yan's gaze met hers, his brows furrowed slightly. The image in the photograph overlapped with the person before him. She was far more breathtaking in reality, clad in a form-fitting long dress. Her silhouette was perfectly accentuated. The evening light caressed her flowing hair, highlighting her porcelain skin. Her features were delicate and refined, with a pronounced nose that rendered her profile uniquely striking. Unlike the ostentation often seen in mixed-race beauty, she exuded a hint of Eastern grace. Her bright, clear eyes resembled a pristine mountain spring, radiating an innocence untouched by the world's impurities. Undoubtedly, she belonged to the same echelon of beauty as Su Yingxue, yet her aura was distinctly different. While Su Yingxue embodied a blend of classical beauty and spirited charm, this young woman radiated an air of a princess, nurtured in privilege from a young age. Detected a high-quality target. By Meng Yao, 20 years old, 165 centimeters, 45 kilograms. C. Campus belle of Nanjing University, family background. Father is a billionaire. Mother was a top-tier celebrity. Task. Enhanced by Meng Yao's favorability. Every increase of 10 points in favorability triggers a reward. Difficulty level. C-level task. The host may select one C-level entry from the entry library to activate. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. The system triggering at this moment was unexpected. 3 stars. A C-level task. Bai Mingyao's appearance was on par with Su Yingxue, and her background was illustrious. The only possible explanation for the difficulty rating was her personality. As the system presented the target again, Lin Yan felt none of the initial excitement. Perhaps his time spent with Su Yingxue had cultivated a different sentiment. Or perhaps he was still lingering in the delight of their previous kiss. Regardless, his interest in other women had significantly waned. However, whether he liked it or not, completing tasks yielded rewards, and Ku Bai Meng Yao closed her book, stood up, and placed her hands slightly clenched at her sides, her expression somewhat reserved. To an outsider, one might mistakenly assume that Lin Yan was the employer and she the candidate. Lin Yan furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled. Before arriving, he had mentally prepared himself to contend with a willful princess. To his surprise, she was remarkably courteous, even exhibiting a hint of social anxiety. "There is no need to feel nervous," Lin Yan said generously as he moved to sit beside her, gesturing to the space next to him. Bai Mingyao did not respond verbally, but obediently took a seat. Once seated, she sat up straight, her gaze wandering, unable to meet Lin Yan's eyes. The secretary had informed him that he would be conducting the interview personally. "So, have I passed?" Lin Yan asked candidly. Confidence is a man's greatest allure. The more humble one appears before a woman, the more likely they are to be undervalued. In the presence of an attractive woman, one must exude confidence and poise. However, this confidence must not be blind, for it could yield the opposite effect. Bai Mingyao's delicate white hands clutched the fabric of her skirt at her thighs. Emitting a barely audible hum, Lin Yan smiled knowingly. He did not believe that Bai Mingyao was captivated by his looks. A girl like her would likely have no shortage of handsome suitors. Her need to conduct the interview in person likely stemmed from her pronounced social anxiety. If the companion were to be unappealing, how could they coexist day after day? Thus, Lin Yan surmised that Bai Mingyao felt no discomfort in his presence, and that alone sufficed. Very well. Lin Yan rose and opened the door. The secretary, still waiting outside, adjusted her black-framed glasses and greeted him with a professional smile. "Mr. Lin, did you succeed?" Lin Yan smirked. "Of course." The secretary nodded with a smile. "All right, please wait a moment." She swiftly returned with a document, stating, "Mr. Lin, we need to sign an agreement regarding your terms of employment, regulations, and confidentiality." "No problem." Lin Yan replied affirmatively. The secretary retrieved the contract from her folder, outlining that Lin Yan's primary responsibility was to ensure the personal safety of Bai Mingyao around the clock, including transporting her to and from school and managing her daily activities. In addition to a regular salary, expenses incurred during work hours for meals and transportation would be reimbursed, with certain personal expenditures exempted. The contract was set for a duration of 1 year. Without hesitation, Lin Yan signed his name. The secretary collected the contract and produced another document. "This is the young lady's daily schedule and routine. It is generally as follows, though it may change occasionally. If there are any last-minute changes to her schedule, you will need to contact me, and I will report to the employer." Lin Yan did not respond immediately, but instead examined the details on the schedule. On Mondays, she would rise at 7 in the morning, leave by 8, and arrive at school by 8:30. On Saturdays, piano and violin instructors would come to teach, followed by painting in the afternoon. On weekends, she practiced dance in the morning and took vocal lessons in the afternoon. From Monday to Friday, her schedule was primarily filled with classes at school, while weekends were packed with various extracurricular activities, all conducted by top-tier private tutors. From this schedule, it is evident that Bai Mingyao was raised in an ivory tower, leading a life of ease where every need was effortlessly met. Everything followed a predictable routine, seemingly devoid of any personal existence. "Does my work commence from this moment?" Lin Yan inquired, raising an eyebrow. The secretary presented him with a key. "Indeed, Mr. Lin, the moment you affixed your signature, your responsibilities commenced. Subsequently, you are to escort the young lady home, where the housekeeper has arranged accommodations for you." Upon receiving the key, Lin Yan was taken aback to discover it was the key to a double R vehicle. Chapter 71. Encountering assassination. Here is my business card, which contains all my contact information. Lin Yan took it and glanced at it. "Life assistant, Li Xiaoyan, according to the terms of the contract. If there are no discrepancies in the work after 1 month, we will first pay 2 months' salary. Later, please add me as a friend, and I will send you my home address. The car is parked outside." "All right." Lin Yan turned and returned to the room, tilting his chin towards Bai Mingyao, signaling her to come along. "Oh." Bai Mingyao quickly got up and jogged a few steps to catch up with Lin Yan, resembling a well-behaved little rabbit. Upon exiting the club, a row of luxury cars came into view: Porsches, Mercedes. The most dazzling of them all was, of course, the black Cullinan. Lin Yan's lips twitched. This vehicle starts at a price of at least 8 million. In Chun County, that equates to nearly 20 apartments. In the past, when he saw this car, he could only admire it from the sidelines, filled with envy and vowing to own one someday. Little did he expect that within a month, the keys to a Cullinan would be in his hands. Although the vehicle's registration did not bear his name, what of it? Just because someone else's name is on a marriage certificate, does that mean one cannot share a bed with their spouse? Previously, Lin Yan might have hesitated to drive this car, not only due to a lack of courage, but also because he likely wouldn't even know where the ignition key was located. Now, however, he was different. He possessed the title of top-tier driver. The performance, weight capacity, torque, horsepower of various vehicles, all would instantly appear in his mind at the mere thought, seamlessly merging into muscle memory. He opened the door and entered the car. The resounding thud of the door closing exuded an air of opulence. Fastening his seatbelt, he turned the ignition, and the twin-turbo V12 engine roared like a beast. "Where is she?" Lin Yan prepared himself, only to find the passenger seat empty. He looked up and turned, discovering Bai Mengyao standing dazedly by the rear door. Lin Yan rolled down the window, perplexed, and asked, "Why are you just standing there?" Bai Mengyao remained silent, staring blankly at him, her eyes reflecting a sense of surprise at his question. The sound of high heels clattering down the stairs approached rapidly. It was the secretary, who hurriedly ran to Bai Mengyao, opened the car door, and assumed a respectful demeanor akin to what Lin Yan had seen on television. Did I overlook something?" Lin Yan belatedly realized. For so many years, no one had ever opened a car door for him. He had never opened a door for anyone else, nor had he encountered anyone who required such courtesy. Naturally, he had not considered this aspect. After Bai Mengyao got in, Li Shaoan took her place in the passenger seat, her face still adorned with that professional smile. "Mr. Lin, please remember to open the door for the young lady next time," she remarked, devoid of any reproach. After all, Lin Yan was a specially appointed bodyguard. A lapse in etiquette was entirely understandable. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, he immediately turned to meet those clear eyes, his expression one of astonishment. "Goodness, is this truly the young lady? She does not even know how to open the door?" Li Shaoyan activated the navigation system, setting their destination to the Luhui Villa district on the outskirts of the city, undoubtedly a wealthy area in Nandu. Any random property plucked from the periphery would fetch no less than 20 to 30 million. The Cullinan gradually exited the racetrack, heading towards their destination. However, just after passing two intersections, Lin Yan sensed something amiss. Not far behind him, two black business vehicles had been trailing them. Judging by their speed and proximity, it was apparent that they were being followed. Noticing his vigilant gaze in the rearview mirror, Li Shaoyan turned around and smiled. "Mr. Lin, those two cars are our people." The employer had assigned a security team of more than 20 bodyguards for the young lady. In addition to the two vehicles behind, there were also two in front. The purpose of assigning bodyguards was due to their sheer number. However, they were unarmed. Should they encounter skilled adversaries or professional assassins, these bodyguards would likely prove ineffective. The employer was currently abroad, but had monitored the entire interview process today. He was quite pleased with this young man named Lin Yan and instructed that, regardless of what conditions were proposed, he must be retained. Surprisingly, Lin Yan did not engage in any bargaining. As the vehicles continued onward, approximately 10 minutes later, they entered a dual carriageway leading to the suburbs. Lin Yan passed through an intersection with merely 2 seconds remaining on the green light. While the two business vehicles halted at the red signal, a large truck turned right closely behind them. Lin Yan maintained a steady pace. While proceeding, a fully loaded dump truck approached head-on at a swift speed. Initially, Lin Yan paid it no mind. However, suddenly, an alarm blared in his mind, accompanied by an alert screen appearing before him. "Warning! A large truck is approaching you from 50 meters ahead. Please evade promptly." "Warning! A large truck is approaching you from 50 meters ahead. Please evade promptly." Lin Yan was taken aback. The front tires of the approaching truck had already crossed the solid line, with the following truck accelerating behind it. The distance between the three vehicles had diminished to less than 30 meters. At this speed, that distance vanished in less than a second. If a collision occurred at such velocity, not even the Cullinan would stand a chance. Even a high-speed train would be rendered ineffective. In a split second, Lin Yan swiftly turned the steering wheel without applying the brakes, instead flooring the accelerator. The Cullinan's nose immediately veered left between the two vehicles, the tires screeching as the suspension tilted. The Cullinan had crossed into the oncoming lane, facing another vehicle barreling towards them. Lin Yan turned the steering wheel to the right at the quickest pace. The car instantaneously swerved from left to right, tracing a tight arc between the three vehicles. Had it not been for the Cullinan's robust suspension and horsepower, escaping that perilous squeeze would have been nearly impossible. The sheer inertia sent Li Shaoan in the front passenger seat and Bai Mengyao in the back seat feeling as though they were on a roller coaster. Had they not been secured by their seat belts, they might have been flung into oblivion. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed behind them, the sound of two vehicles colliding. Li Shaoyan emitted a series of piercing screams, her spirit seemingly detached from her body. In the back seat, Bai Mengyao remained silent, yet her expression spoke volumes. Her face was as pale as a sheet, and her once clear eyes were now completely consumed by terror, trembling uncontrollably. She was profoundly frightened, and the intensity of her fear was palpable. Lin Yan did not halt the vehicle. Instead, he glanced in the rearview mirror and observed the front ends of the two large trucks crushed into a thin, crumpled mass, reminiscent of discarded newspaper brutally squeezed. Such a collision left little hope for the driver's survival. However, if a Cullinan were sandwiched between the two trucks, that would tell a different tale. Clearly, this was a premeditated act of murder. Yet, they had not anticipated that someone would exhibit such an extreme reaction under such sudden circumstances. With one hand gripping the steering wheel, Lin Yan turned to the dazed Bai Mengyao and offered words of comfort. "Do not fear. I am here." Upon hearing his reassuring words, Bai Mengyao seemed to regain her awareness of the world around her. Meeting his deep, resolute gaze, she felt her fear begin to dissipate, as though she could draw upon a sense of stability from Lin Yan. At that moment, Li Xiaoyun's phone rang, her chest still heaving violently. She answered the call and discovered it was the captain of the security team in the following vehicle. "Hello? Hello, Xiaoyun. Did you see that two trucks just collided? It was horrific. The drivers likely have no chance." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyun took a deep breath and, in an unprecedented display of anger, exclaimed, "Those are assassins. What a bunch of fools." Chapter 72. The flirtation of Su Yingxue. The recent events were vividly etched in her memory as she sat in the passenger seat. How could there be so many coincidences, so many surprises? This was undeniably a premeditated murder. Had it not been for Lin Yan's exceptional driving skills, they might have been reduced to mere pulp. Li Xiaoyun hung up the phone and turned to Lin Yan, earnestly expressing her gratitude. He had not only successfully rescued the young lady, but had also saved her life. Without delay, Li Xiaoyun made another call. "Hello, boss. We have just encountered." She recounted every detail of the incident without omission. "Yes, understood, boss." After ending the call, she looked at Lin Yan again, announcing, "The boss said he will reward you with 1 million. Please give me your card number later." 1 million. Upon hearing this figure, Lin Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Even greater than when he received an alarm from the system. The system was indeed stingy. Lin Yan silently criticized it. Yet, what did it matter? While the system tasks could yield valuable items, the wealthy boss could not match that. The items, however, were priceless. For the remainder of the journey, Lin Yan drove swiftly, avoiding proximity to any other vehicle. If he could overtake, he did. If he could evade, he did. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyun continuously provided psychological reassurance to Bai Mengyao. 10 minutes later, the Cullinan turned into the Luhai Villa district. The security guards immediately stood upright and saluted respectfully. Lin Yan honked in acknowledgement. Upon arriving at a grand villa by the lake, the automatic doors opened, revealing the butler and servants who had been waiting. As the car came to a halt, the butler approached to open the door. Seeing Bai Mengyao's dazed expression, he paused and inquired, "Miss, what has happened?" Li Xiaoyun quickly exited the vehicle, stating, "The young lady has been startled. We need to escort her back to her room." They hurriedly ushered Bai Mengyao into the villa. Lin Yan parked the car in its designated spot. A servant approached him and bowed. "Good day, please follow me." The servant led him to a guest room on the 3rd floor, just a wall away from Bai Mengyao's quarters. This arrangement was quite sensible, in case of any emergencies. He could provide timely protection. They certainly couldn't have him share a room. If he were to stay for a year, Bai Jian would likely end up with a great-grandson. The room's decor and furnishings reflected the owner's esteemed status. It was not ostentatious, but exuded an air of exquisite luxury. This made Lin Yan, who was accustomed to the poverty of slums, feel somewhat out of place. Before long, the psychologist arrived to conduct psychological intervention for Bai Mengyao. Meanwhile, Lin Yan lay on the bed, engrossed in his phone. Although he was a personal bodyguard, he enjoyed more freedom than most security personnel, as evidenced by Li Xiaoyun's demeanor. Moreover, he had just saved Bai Mengyao's life, which was worth far more than a mere million. Su Yingxue had gone to study the day before yesterday, for reasons unknown. The two had seldom chatted before then. Even during her 10-day stay at home, the situation remained the same. Su Yingxue would occasionally send messages reminding him to clean and update him on the progress of the Qianzhou case involving Huang Weiyou. Though their conversations were infrequent, the two maintained a connection. Now, with the sudden cessation of communication, Lin Yan felt an emptiness within, particularly after their last kiss. He found himself ensnared in a yearning akin to an addiction, often reflecting on that moment with a sense of regret. Why hadn't he acted differently? He vowed to perform better next time. Shuezhu, what are you up to? Laughing. JPG, unlike other undercover agents, Lin Yan did not need to constantly conceal his identity, as the terms of his contract did not prohibit the use of personal communication devices. Without his consent, no one possessed the ability to access his phone, allowing him the audacity to message Su Yingxue. Ideally, he would refrain from doing so, but he could not resist. It was akin to the longing felt by couples separated for a brief time. A few minutes later, Su Yingxue replied, "You're the pig." She did not inquire about Lin Yan's whereabouts or activities, which were likely related to his mission. Even though she was curious, she refrained from asking. It was against the rules. "What are you doing?" Lin Yan inquired. "Just finished a speech, preparing to eat." "Have you eaten?" Su Yingxue responded. "A bit hungry. I want to eat, but I can't." Sigh. "JPG, can't eat? What do you want?" she asked. "I want to eat you." Hehehe. JPG. Upon reading this message, Su Yingxue's face flushed a deep crimson. She had yet to fully process the last forceful kiss. And now this audacious fellow had become bolder. "Get lost," she retorted. However, her methods for dealing with Lin Yan's cheekiness were limited. "Get lost," she quipped, as they had devolved into playful banter. "All right, I'll roll myself into a ball and roll over to you," Lin Yan replied. "Stop being silly. Seriously, no matter where you are or what you're doing, be sure to stay safe, understood?" Lin Yan couldn't help but smile at her message. The charm of words lies in their ability to convey entirely different emotions when expressed by different individuals. Su Yingxue was genuinely concerned for him, independent of any mission, purely caring. "Woman, you're becoming quite adept at winning my favor," he muttered, sending a godded emoji in response. At that moment, Li Feng approached Su Yingxue and said, "Shuai, let us go eat." As the captain of the criminal police in Binhai City, he had benefited from Lin Yan's influence, receiving a second-class merit for his involvement. The case against Huang Weiyong was monumental, and after his downfall, nearly all officers involved received commendations, including Zhang Donghai, who was a member of the supervisory team and director of the Binhai Public Security Bureau, earned a first-class merit. "Oh," Su Yingxue exclaimed, hurriedly stowing away her phone. As Lin Yan's words were rather explicit, what would happen if others saw them? Experienced Li Feng, noticing her flustered demeanor, immediately sensed something amiss and teased. "Are you chatting with your Lin Yan?" Couples in the throes of passionate love often behave in such a manner. Back in the day, I would have wished to tether my beloved to my side. Quite normal, indeed. No, Captain, please do not speak frivolously." Su Yingxue appeared to be caught off guard, hastily denying the insinuation. Li Feng chuckled knowingly, choosing silence in response. Su Yingxue quickly added, "Captain, it is not as you perceive." Li Feng, with a playful smile, replied, I understand. Now let us go for a meal." Though he claimed to comprehend, Su Yingxue could discern from his expression that he had misconstrued her meaning. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, after exchanging messages with Su Yingxue, felt a delightful surge of happiness. Despite encountering danger earlier that day, he had secured a reward of 1 million. Coupled with the several hundred thousand already in his account, he now considered himself quite affluent. Over 1 million. With a bit more saving, he could afford to provide his parents with a new home. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Lin Yan rose to answer the door. There stood Li Xiaoyun, extending her phone towards him. "The boss is looking for you." Chapter 73. Did Lin Yan really speak to his boss like that? Lin Yan instinctively furrowed his brow and hesitated for a moment before reaching for the phone and slowly placing it against his ear. From the other end, a deep, authoritative voice resonated, carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. "I am Bai Jian. I am Lin Yan," he replied. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Xiaoyun, standing nearby, stiffened, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. Had it been her or anyone else receiving this call, upon hearing the name Bai Jian, they would have immediately adopted a tone of deference. "Hello, boss. How may I assist you?" Yet he dared to respond with the same tone. Truly, a calf born in spring knows no fear of tigers. There was a moment of silence on the line before Bai Jian's voice returned. "Hello, Lin Yan. I am Bai Mingyao's father. I am profoundly grateful for your actions in saving her today. Rest assured, the reward you deserve will be fully granted." "All right," Lin Yan responded succinctly. Bai Jian continued, "The purpose of my call is to extend a promise to you. As long as you can ensure Mingyao remains unharmed, I will offer you an unexpected reward in the future." When Lin Yan excelled in 2 assessments, Bai Jian had already dispatched someone to investigate his background. Born in a small county, With ordinary parents, he had delivered takeout after graduating from a vocational college. Recently, Lin Yan had decisively triumphed over a retired competitor in an online live-streaming contest. His background was clean, his skills remarkable, and he was in urgent need of money. Was he not precisely the individual Bai Jian had been seeking? Bai Jian harbored a hint of curiosity, according to his subordinates. Lin Yan had previously been an ordinary grassroots youth. Why had he suddenly become so extraordinary? To satisfy his intrigue, he even reviewed the dashcam footage repeatedly, observing Lin Yan's extreme rescue efforts. In an unpredictable scenario, a normal person could hardly foresee it as a premeditated murder, let alone anticipate that the dump truck would suddenly swerve. Yet Lin Yan not only sensed the danger beforehand, but also responded within an incredibly brief span of time, showcasing an astonishing level of crisis awareness. However, Bai Jian had encountered numerous talented individuals and believed that Lin Yan had perhaps stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity or encountered a remarkable mentor. He had no intention of probing further, for such individuals were often difficult to provoke. Since Lin Yan was willing to serve as a personal bodyguard for a handsome salary, it indicated his fondness for wealth. Once a person has a passion, they become much easier to deal with. Lin Yan candidly inquired, "To be clear, what exactly do you mean by an unexpected reward?" Li Xiaoyun, overhearing this, widened her eyes in astonishment once more. Having served as a life assistant to Bai Mengyao for 3 years, it was her first experience witnessing someone daring enough to speak to the boss in such a manner. Bai Jian laughed heartily. "Young man, you are quite straightforward. I appreciate your character. As long as you can keep her safe, I will grant you 100 million. To him, Lin Yan's candidness indicated a lack of ulterior motives and sophistication. A love for money? Then he would satisfy that with wealth. After all, Bai Jian had no shortage of money, but he had only one daughter. Certainly, with such a lofty offer, Bai Jian has ulterior motives. He wishes to completely bring Lin Yan under his wing. A talent like this is exceedingly rare and must not be overlooked." Lin Yan was unequivocal. "Words alone are insufficient. You must provide written confirmation." "Not a problem," Bai Jian replied with remarkable decisiveness. Lin Yan returned the phone to Li Xiaoyun and turned back to his room. Strength of character is essential for maintaining composure in front of Bai Jian. Furthermore, Bai Jian is astute and has encountered countless individuals. Even a simple conversation could reveal too much if one is not careful. Only by remaining neither servile nor arrogant, and by adopting the demeanor of a seasoned professional, exuding an air of financial ambition, can he disarm Bai Jian's vigilance. During dinner, Lin Yan was seated at the main table. There were only 2 places set, one for him and the other conspicuously empty, undoubtedly reserved for Bai Mengyao. "Mr. Lin, the young lady is not inclined to dine at the moment, so you shall have to eat alone for now." Li Xiaoyun approached with a tone of deference. After their phone call, her attitude towards Lin Yan had noticeably shifted. What was once mere politeness now bore a hint of reverence. Lin Yan's presence at the main table alongside Bai Mengyao was a clear indication of Bai Jian's esteem for him. "Very well," Lin Yan declared, taking up his chopsticks. Before him lay a selection of 5 dishes and a soup. While the portions were modest, they were exquisitely presented, indicating careful selection and balanced nutrition. Just as he was about to dig in, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Li Xiaoyun. "There are so many dishes, I cannot possibly finish them all alone. It would be a shame to waste them. Why don't you join me for a bite?" Li Xiaoyun quickly waved her hand, declining. "No, Mr. Lin. I will be having the staff meal with them shortly." Them, she referred to the butler and other servants. "Well, if that is the case." Lin Yan began to enjoy his meal heartily. "By the way, you needn't call me Mr. Lin anymore. It sounds rather awkward. Just call me Lin Ge." Li Xiaoyun hesitated for a moment before softly replying, "All right, Lin Ge." In her experience, those who could converse with the boss were typically haughty and aloof. However, Lin Yan was not only capable and favored by the boss, but also handsome, yet he bore no airs, which inevitably won her admiration. "Lin Ge, let me serve you some soup." "Lin Ge, if you need anything, just let me know." Lin Ge. After finishing dinner, Lin Yan requested Li Xiaoyun to accompany him for a stroll in the villa's garden to aid digestion. "The young lady is doing much better with the guidance of the psychologist. She has fallen asleep now," Li Xiaoyun informed him. Lin Yan nodded. For a little girl to undergo such an ordeal, it is only natural that she would be frightened. Not just by Mengyao. Even anyone else would be deeply shaken in such circumstances. Li Xiaoyun displayed remarkable psychological resilience. "By the way, what does Bai Mengyao enjoy doing in her free time? What are her interests?" Lin Yan inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xiaoyan responded. The young lady loves reading and excels academically. Had it not been for an unforeseen incident during the college entrance examination, she would certainly have gained admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. In addition, she harbors a deep affection for music, instruments, and dance, with a particular fondness for jazz dance. However, her instructor seldom permits her to partake, as the focus is primarily on practicing Latin and ballroom dancing. Miss also possesses a melodious singing voice. At this point, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Li Xiaoyan's eyes, as if to convey that you too would be astonished upon hearing it. All right, I understand. Lin Yan strolled leisurely with his hands clasped behind his back, nodding in acknowledgement upon encountering the cleaning lady, earnestly expressing, "Thank you for your hard work." This left the cleaning lady momentarily stunned, momentarily believing that a high-ranking official had come to inspect the premises. Upon returning to his room, Lin Yan began to sift through the entries. Chapter 74 Alas! Bai Mingyao actually wishes to share a kiss with Lin Yan. The repository of C-level entries is exceedingly rich. However, due to their lower tier, these entries appear less impressive, remaining at the mere level of human. After a careful selection process, Lin Yan has narrowed down the following entries for consideration. C-level celestial songstress. The palatine tonsils and vocal cords, among other organs, have been enhanced, enabling the production of a voice so enchanting that it could induce conception. Possessing the potential to win championships in I Am a Singer, yet lacking a dominating presence. C-level literary critic. Upon hearing the title of a book or the source of an article, this individual can effortlessly provide profound critiques laden with meaning. C-level instrument virtuoso. Mastery over all musical instruments, each at a level of expertise akin to that of a grandmaster, yet lacking the overwhelming prowess to dominate. C-level small-town scholar. A veritable fighter among the herd, effortlessly surpassing all competitors to secure a place at prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida, consistently ranking among the top 3 in the school. From the insights revealed by Li Xiaoyan, these entries seem to align relatively well with Bai Mingyao's interests. Nevertheless, Lin Yan finds himself in a quandary. Should he choose the celestial songstress to perform a duet with Bai Mingyao, or opt for the small-town scholar to outshine her? The small-town scholar is swiftly dismissed for a simple reason. He is merely a companion reader, not a genuine scholar, and even with a system in place, he remains unremarkable, lacking any thrill. The literary critic is also excluded. Aside from impressing Bai Mingyao during her reading sessions, this entry proves nearly useless in all other contexts. After an internal struggle, Lin Yan ultimately selects the instrument virtuoso, primarily because he believes that playing an instrument is more impressive than singing. Setting aside the system, Lin Yan takes out his phone and sends a message to Su Yingxue. "Darling, what are you up to?" Su Yingxue replies instantaneously, "What do you mean by that? Don't call me that." Anger. JPG, Lin Yan, you haven't answered my question yet, my dear. Su, just finished showering. And don't call me my dear either. Lin Yan, how about I take a look at your legs? Su, get lost. After sending her message, Su Yingxue gazes at the screen and smiles. She is unsure why, but she finds herself oddly unbothered by Lin Yan's playful banter, even finding it particularly amusing. Since Lin Yan's arrival, Su Yingxue has noticed a significant shift in her mindset. To be honest, she had harbored a slight aversion to men in the past. Perhaps it stemmed from her childhood, where she was seen as adorable, eliciting desires for hugs and affection. As she matured into the beauty others spoke of, she became the object of countless pursuits in both high school and police academy, with suitors of various backgrounds and methods. Gradually, she developed an immunity to boys, rarely engaging in conversation or interaction with them, let alone contemplating romance. Thus, when she first encountered Lin Yan, she felt a similar reluctance. Yet, as time passed, she began to realize that beneath his seemingly roguish exterior lay a kind heart, coupled with extraordinary capabilities. Su Yingxue was unaware of when she began to grow accustomed to his playful teasing. The image of their last kiss would occasionally resurface in her mind. During their days apart, she found her heart feeling desolate. Once her tasks were completed, she would promptly retrieve her phone to check if Lin Yan had sent any messages. They both tacitly avoided discussing anything related to their mission. After conversing for a while, Su Yingxue logged off and retired for the night. The following morning, Lin Yan was roused by Li Xiaoyan's voice. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was only 7:30. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he arose to wash up, and upon entering the dining room, he found Bai Mingyao already seated at the table. Upon seeing Lin Yan approach, Bai Mingyao immediately stood, her hands nervously clasped together, and bowed slightly, saying, "Thank you for saving me." She was acutely aware that those individuals had targeted her. Without Lin Yan's intervention, she might have lost her life. The scene from that moment lingered vividly in her mind, leaving her paralyzed with fear until Lin Yan's reassuring gaze offered her solace. Regardless of whether he was hired by her father, Bai Mingyao felt immense gratitude towards him. "No need for thanks. Your father has already compensated me," Lin Yan replied nonchalantly, pulling out a chair and gesturing for her to sit. "Take a seat. Don't just stand there." Bai Mingyao responded, then gracefully arranged her skirt as she sat down. The nearby servants exchanged puzzled glances. Who, after all, was the true master here? After breakfast, Lin Yan drove her to school. According to the plan, he was to accompany Bai Mingyao into the institution. As they slowly exited the villa's gates, Li Xiaoyun and a group of attendants respectfully watched them depart. "With your family's wealth, why do you still attend school?" Lin Yan casually inquired. This question had intrigued him for some time. The relentless pursuit of success often stemmed from the desire to rise above others, to possess limitless funds and endless romantic escapades. For those born into opulence, who already had an abundance of wealth, what compelled them to strive so vigorously? Bai Mingyao remained silent for a considerable time before softly replying, I don't know. Whether in academics or various hobbies, these were pursuits dictated by others, who insisted that girls should engage in such activities. And she followed suit. She had pondered the purpose of these endeavors, but remained without answers. Perhaps acquiring a new skill would earn her another label of praise, making it easier for others to compliment her. Bai Mingyao believed this. After all, everyone she encountered showered her with accolades, fearful of omitting any detail. "Is there something you particularly enjoy doing?" Lin Yan asked again. "Something I particularly enjoy," Bai Mingyao murmured, lowering her head in contemplation. Singing? Dancing? Among her myriad interests, these two indeed resonated with her. Yet, she sensed that Lin Yan's inquiry was not merely about hobbies. After a moment's reflection, she shook her head, replying, I don't know." Lin Yan glanced at the rearview mirror, catching sight of Bai Mingyao's bewildered expression, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I've recently discovered something particularly intriguing." "What is it?" Bai Mingyao's eyes sparkled, her curiosity instantly piqued. "Kissing," Lin Yan stated with remarkable nonchalance, as if engaged in casual banter with a close friend. Having never experienced it before, he tried it one day, and to his surprise, he found himself utterly captivated. Lately, he couldn't stop thinking about it, feeling quite restless. Bai Mingyao's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape, her face a picture of disbelief. This was the first time she had encountered such an intimate topic expressed so candidly. Throughout her life, she had never even heard the word kissing uttered by anyone else. In that moment, she felt as if her entire worldview had been turned upside down. "Is that true?" Driven by curiosity, Bai Mingyao posed the question. Lin Yan nodded earnestly. "Absolutely true. Ever since that last kiss, I feel as though I've wasted over 20 years of my life. Men and women should indeed kiss." Bai Mingyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her lips pressed together as if summoning immense courage. She asked a question that momentarily left Lin Yan speechless. "Well, could I?" "Perhaps. Try it." Chapter 75. Tempting the Child. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Had it not been for the excellent soundproofing of the classroom and Lin Yan's keen hearing, he might not have caught her words at all. "What?" Lin Yan turned in surprise, meeting Bai Mingyao's clear, captivating gaze. "Do you want a kiss?" Bai Mingyao nodded earnestly. "You said it was quite interesting, so I wish to try." After their previous encounter, she came to regard Lin Yan as the most trustworthy person aside from her father. With him by her side, she felt an inexplicable sense of security and thus believed every word he spoke. Lin Yan blinked. Bai Mingyao's eyes were so pure, devoid of any ulterior motives. It seemed she simply wished to discover whether kissing was indeed as intriguing as Lin Yan had claimed. "Who do you want to kiss?" Lin Yan inquired, frowning. Bai Mingyao raised her slender finger and pointed at him. "Can it be you?" At school, she attended her classes and left without engaging with her classmates. Lin Yan was her only male friend. "Me?" Lin Yan, while driving, pointed incredulously at himself. What kind of reasoning did this girl possess? Could such a thing be treated so casually? He had kissed Su Yingxue because they had developed feelings for one another, and he had only known Bai Mingyao for a few days. No way. He decisively refused. The only person he desired to kiss was Su Yingxue. "All right," Bai Mingyao said, slightly dejected, lowering her head. Upon arriving at school, Lin Yan and Bai Mingyao entered the classroom one after the other, taking seats in the same row. Instantly, All eyes were drawn to Lin Yan. The sudden appearance of a handsome boy, especially alongside the aloof school beauty Bai Mingyao, sparked a commotion. Who was that guy? Could he possibly be Bai Mingyao's boyfriend? Boyfriend? He is just a bit handsome. Bai Mingyao is a top-tier rich heiress. He doesn't match her, they speculated. However, the students were unaware of Bai Mingyao's true identity. They only knew that she was chauffeured in luxury vehicles to and from school and was often as cold and unapproachable as an ice-capped lotus, leading them to assume she was from a wealthy family. Nevertheless, Lin Yan's mere gaze silenced their murmurs. Those who caught his eye immediately buried themselves in their books, too intimidated to speak further. Falling asleep during class was an ingrained tradition for Lin Yan. Consequently, he slumbered until noon. We should go. He felt someone shaking his arm and groggily rose from his desk. Class is over? Bai Mingyao nodded. We should go eat. Instead of returning home for lunch. They often dined at a family restaurant not far from the school. Previously, someone would wait at the school gate to escort her there and back after dining. As they exited the classroom, they walked in tandem, approximately 4 to 5 meters apart. Suddenly, a girl dashed over, her excitement palpable. Senior, can I add you on WeChat? Lin Yan halted, assessing her. She was reasonably attractive, yet she paled in comparison to Su Yingxue and Bai Mingyao. Lin Yan's grave gaze lingered upon the girl's attire for a fleeting moment before he coldly remarked, I apologize, but my circle of friends does not include A. With that, he turned on his heel and departed, leaving the girl disoriented in the breeze. Once inside the car, fastening his seatbelt, Lin Yan accessed the restaurant address sent by Li Shaoan. Western cuisine. He furrowed his brow. The previous evening's meal had left him feeling somewhat unwell. Though the ingredients were exquisite and the cooking techniques sophisticated, the dish was excessively bland for his palate, accustomed as it was to the robust flavors of street food. A sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to glance at Bai Mingyao. How about we dine somewhere else? I can take you to a delightful place you've never experienced before. Upon hearing this, Bai Mingyao's eyes sparkled, and without a moment's hesitation, she replied, sure. She did not ponder any further. After all, Lin Yan had been specifically hired by her father for her protection. As for whether they could go out, no one had ever informed her otherwise. More importantly, she sensed that Lin Yan's life seemed genuinely intriguing, and she was eager to explore it. Lin Yan promptly opened AI for assistance. Recommend me the best spicy hot pot in Nandu. He was not well acquainted with the area, making AI his only recourse. In no time, AI provided a suggestion, local favorites for spicy hot pot, Chun Popo spicy hot pot. He activated the navigation, and the vehicle set off. Approximately 20 minutes later, the car came to a halt in front of the hot pot establishment. Through the window, he could see that the dining area was nearly full. Lin Yan exited the vehicle and opened the door for Bai Mingyao. As the little princess stepped out, the intoxicating aroma of sizzling food enveloped her, leaving her momentarily speechless. In the past, she would never have imagined herself dining in such a place. This was a novel endeavor, an unknown experience that filled her with anticipation. Let us go. Upon entering the restaurant, they instantly attracted a multitude of gazes, primarily due to their striking good looks. Lin Yan picked up a bowl and guided Bai Mingyao to the ingredients area. What would you like to eat? Bai Mingyao gazed at the dazzling array of dishes, her eyes wide with wonder. However, she recognized only a few items, such as cabbage and tofu. Many ingredients were beyond her naming. She pointed at the marinated beef and inquired, Can I have this? Of course, Lin Yan replied, picking up several slices. Take whatever you want. Here, no one will mind. A rare, sweet smile graced Bai Mingyao's face. After selecting the ingredients and weighing them, the total came to 78 yuan, including rice. Can you handle spicy food? Lin Yan asked. Bai Mingyao shook her head. Lin Yan then turned to the owner and requested, medium spicy. He then looked back at Bai Mingyao and declared, If you haven't tried it before, you must. Bai Mingyao nodded obediently. Lin Yan took out his phone to make the payment. The reason was simple. Bai Mingyao did not possess a phone. Indeed, she had no phone, as her every movement was managed by others. Thus, she certainly had no money either. After a little over 10 minutes, a large bowl of vibrant, red, spicy hot pot was brought to their table. Lin Yan rubbed his hands together in anticipation. While delivering meals, this particular dish was considered a feast for him. Lin Yan diligently served her rice, then placed a generous portion of beef into her bowl. Eat. Bai Mingyao nodded, promptly picking up her chopsticks and lifting the beef to her lips, taking a delicate bite. The flavors unfurled in her mouth, leaving her momentarily stunned. Her eyes widened as she gazed at Lin Yan. How is it? Bai Mingyao found herself at a loss for words. It was numbing and spicy, as if something were dancing on her tongue. The sensory explosion felt as though it connected to the very crown of her head. She felt as if she had discovered a new world, akin to opening Pandora's box. Eagerly, she took another bite. Lin Yan beamed with a knowing smile, amused by her delight. Meanwhile, Zhilei and her colleagues had come to Nandu for a promotional event related to cosmetic surgery. As noon approached, the organizers neglected to provide lunch, leaving them to fend for themselves. Consequently, upon hearing from other colleagues that Granny Chen's spicy hot pot was quite delectable and conveniently nearby, Zhilei decided to give it a try. From a distance, she spotted a Cullinan parked outside the hot pot establishment. Ordinary young women might not be interested in cars, but Zhilei was an exception. To assess a man's strength and taste, one could look beyond attire to his choice of luxury vehicles and timepieces. The Cullinan, worth over 8 million, was a car she had only ever dreamt of. Wow! Zhilei quickened her pace, only to slow deliberately as she approached the vehicle. Her gaze wandered to the interior, her eyes brimming with desire. Lily, stop staring. You'll starve, her colleague urged. You go ahead and grab the ingredients. I'll be right there, Zhilei insisted, wishing to linger a moment longer in case she encountered the owner. Such opportunities were not to be missed. Just then, Lin Yan and Bai Mingyao emerged from the restaurant, having finished their meal. Chapter 76. The flick of a finger. Lin Yan noticed a woman standing at the passenger door, his brow slightly furrowed. Hiss, that silhouette, that figure, that hairstyle. Why does she seem so familiar? Coughing lightly, he retrieved his car keys and unlocked the door. Zhilei was startled, glancing up to find no one there, before turning her head away. Their eyes met. The air fell suddenly silent. Zhilei blinked rapidly, feeling that the handsome man before her was strikingly familiar. The name hovered on the tip of her tongue, yet she could not articulate it. Lin Yan instantly furrowed his brow in confusion. He recognized Su Yingshue's exquisite best friend at a glance. What perplexed him, however, was the sheer coincidence of encountering her in such a vast place as Lin Yan. Normally, this would be inconsequential, but if she dared to speak ill, it would escalate quickly. Now, with Bai Jian's daughter by his side, what if Zhilei uttered the wrong words? It's you, Zhilei exclaimed, raising her hand in surprise to point at him. Lin Yan. His hairstyle had changed, his attire was different, and most strikingly, he had become remarkably handsome, a transformation so profound that she initially thought she had mistaken him for someone else. However, her attention was swiftly diverted by the beauty behind Lin Yan. Upon glimpsing Bai Mingyao, Zhilei's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Bai Mingyao was stunningly radiant, standing there like a flower in full bloom, exuding an aura of sophistication that was unattainable for someone of her superficial status. No, how could such a girl be with someone like Lin Yan, who was perceived as impoverished? Zhilei suddenly discerned the crux of the matter. She had recently heard from her friend that he had become an auxiliary police officer. At that time, she felt relieved that her judgment had been sound. Was there truly a distinction between delivering food and being an auxiliary police officer? The latter merely sounded more appealing. Yet it was not the same as being a formal officer. How had he suddenly transformed into a handsome figure, now associated with a woman of such caliber? Zhilei experienced a wave of frustration akin to encountering an ex who appeared to be thriving post-breakup. A thought struck her. Could he be using his looks to deceive this beauty? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. There were many con artists nowadays, particularly online, who crafted perfect personas to ensnare wealthy women. It had to be this way. Thus, she spoke up. Lin Yan, you didn't go to become an auxiliary. Lin Yan anticipated trouble and had prepared in advance, crumpling a piece of tissue into a ball, just as her words began to form. Before she could utter the final syllable, he flicked his finger. The paper ball flew accurately into Zhilei's mouth. Her expression froze momentarily. Cough, cough. Cough, woo, move aside, move aside. Lin Yan quickly stepped past her, opened the car door, and beckoned to Bai Mingyao. Get in. Bai Mingyao replied like a little cat, obediently climbing into the car. Lin Yan returned to the driver's seat, started the engine, and pressed the accelerator, speeding away. This car is his. Zhilei felt a sudden buzz in her mind. The overwhelming shock nearly caused her to choke on the paper ball lodged in her throat. Has he truly transformed into such a handsome figure, driving a Cullinan? Is this really Lin Yan? After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhilei regained her composure, extricated the paper from her throat, and hurriedly grabbed her phone to send a message to her best friend. At the Luhu Villa, Li Xiaoman appeared anxious as she quickly messaged Lin Yan. Lin, why haven't you returned yet? The restaurant just called to say that the young lady didn't come for dinner today. This news alarmed her greatly. After sending the message, she immediately reported to Bai Jian. Such matters could not be concealed in the least. If something were to go awry, she would be unable to bear the consequences. Upon learning this, Bai Jian promptly ordered an investigation into the vehicle's surveillance footage. Fortunately, there had been no mishap. Lin Yan had merely taken her out for a meal. Bai Jian had no intention of reprimanding Lin Yan, as he believed that Lin Yan's audacity stemmed from a firm confidence in ensuring his daughter's safety. In contrast, other security personnel would likely prefer to remain sheltered within their homes. This exemplifies the disparity in capability. Lin Yan's unorthodox approach only served to heighten Bai Jian's belief that this young man was worthy of cultivation and trust. The reasoning was simple. Such individuals possessed remarkable skills, yet lacked cunning and guile. As long as their desires were fulfilled, they would willingly work for him. Bai Jian, having risen from humble beginnings to achieve his current status and fortune, had long mastered the art of winning hearts. Thus, in addition to entrusting him with the protection of his daughter, Bai Jian also intended to assign him a significant task. On the return to school, the two remained silent. However, Lin Yan sensed an underlying discomfort. Bai Mengyao, seated in the back, had flushed cheeks, tightly pressed lips, and her body was rigid, as if she were suppressing something. "Are you unwell?" Lin Yan inquired with curiosity. Bai Mengyao slightly shook her head, her expression tinged with embarrassment. I have a stomachache." Lin Yan quickly deduced that this was likely due to the spicy street food she had consumed. The young lady, unaccustomed to such fare, must have found her digestive system overwhelmed. "It's all right, you'll adjust after a few more times," he reassured her. "Yes," Bai Mengyao nodded initially, but then added with a hint of grievance, "But I really need to use the restroom now." "Is that so?" Lin Yan glanced at the navigation. Suppressing his impatience, "We'll be at school shortly." Bai Mengyao, looking pitiful, replied, "But I only use the restroom at home." Her life was meticulously structured, and even her bathroom habits adhered to this routine. The hygiene conditions of public restrooms were unsatisfactory to her. Hence, she always returned home for such matters. "Can't you manage for a while?" Lin Yan asked with a frown. Having spent his childhood in his grandmother's rural home, he had encountered far worse conditions. He mused. "What is the big deal about using an outdoor toilet?" "Absolutely not." Bai Mengyao's eyes turned red, her expression one of distress. "Please, brother. I can't hold it much longer." Upon hearing the call of brother, Lin Yan executed a graceful drift and swiftly turned the car around, pressing the accelerator to the floor. "Speeding tickets? Let your father handle the fines." A journey that typically takes half an hour was completed in a mere 10 minutes. Such is the prowess of a master driver. Lin Yan mused that when the day comes he no longer wishes to undertake missions. He might just pursue a career as a racer, casually accumulating a few world championships for fun. Such skill is utterly wasted on merely being a chauffeur. While he awaited Bai Mengyao, his phone suddenly rang. An unfamiliar number, and it appeared to be an overseas call. Lin Yan furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to answer. "Hello." The voice on the other end belonged to Bai Jian. Chapter 77. Trouble, my wife is jealous who? Lin Yan's tone was crisp and decisive. "I am Bai Jian. What is the matter?" Bai Jian replied, his tone softening. "There is a lucrative opportunity. Would you be interested?" Lin Yan furrowed his brow, his mind racing. "How much are we talking about?" With a hint of temptation in his voice, Bai Jian responded. "Enough for you and your parents to never worry about money again." "What do you need me to do?" Lin Yan continued to inquire. Upon hearing his response, Bai Jian revealed a shrewd smile on the other end of the line. As he had anticipated, although Lin Yan possessed formidable strength, he was easily manageable. The key was to speak to him about money. "Help me with something." Bai Jian's voice suddenly turned grave. The person who targeted Xiao Yao is named Tian Tai. He is the owner of Hongshan Group and my business rival. Recently, he lost a competitive deal overseas and, in a fit of rage, seeks revenge on me, which is why he has targeted Xiao Yao. Lin Yan frowned. "You want me to kill him?" "Ha." Bai Jian laughed heartily at the suggestion. "I merely wish for you to eliminate the threat to Xiao Yao. If you agree, upon completion, not only will I compensate you handsomely, but I shall also offer you shares in my company. From now on, you will no longer be a bodyguard, but a partner in Jichang Group, fully integrated into the upper echelons. You and your family will never have to worry about finances again." Tian Tai had long been a thorn in Bai Jian's side. If Lin Yan could remove him, Bai Jian could gradually encroach upon Tian Tai's territory overseas. This also served as an opportunity to test Lin Yan. making it a win-win situation that would also secure a valuable ally. My master has warned me that I must never engage in illegal activities. Lin Yan firmly declined. He was aware that Bai Jian was likely testing him. Eliminating Tian Tai would serve as his declaration of loyalty and present the best opportunity to gain Bai Jian's trust. Thus, he felt it imperative to refuse decisively. Dealing with such a cunning fox required maintaining his own persona. Acting too hastily might arouse suspicion. That's all right. Take your time to consider. You can reach out to me whenever you're ready. Bai Jian cheerfully remarked. By the way, did you take Xiaoyao today? Yes, Lin Yan replied candidly. I'm not accustomed to the food here, so I took her out to eat. We spent about 78. You'll need to reimburse me later. Haha, no problem. Bai Jian chuckled. Xiaoyao has grown up without a mother, and I have been preoccupied with my career. So the ones who have spent the most time with her are the housekeeper and servants, which has made her rather reclusive. The fact that she is willing to dine out with you signifies her trust in you, which is a positive development. I only have one request. No matter what you do, ensure her safety. I understand, Lin Yan assured him. Then I can rest easy. Call me whenever you've made up your mind. On the other side, Su Yingxue finished her tasks and, as usual, took out her phone to open WeChat. Lin Yan had not made a move. Instead, she was bombarded with messages from Chen Lili. Shuai, are you aware of what Lin Yan is currently engaged in? He has ceased delivering takeout and no longer serves as an auxiliary police officer. Instead, he is now courting a wealthy woman. I witnessed it with my own eyes. He is driving a luxurious Cullinan, accompanied by a stunning beauty. Upon receiving this news, Su Yingxue felt a sudden pang of disappointment and bitterness surge within her. She had entertained the notion that Lin Yan might be working undercover or assigned to investigate a challenging case, but she never imagined he would be with a beautiful woman. Could this also be part of his mission? Su Yingxue felt somewhat bewildered, aside from what she had seen on television. She had never heard of anyone needing to court a wealthy woman for a task in reality. Su Yingxue replied, I have no idea. What he does is irrelevant to me. The underlying sentiment of her words was unmistakable to anyone listening, revealing her desolation. At that moment, her phone vibrated. It was a message from Lin Yan. Shuai, what are you up to? What was once an eagerly anticipated message now seemed somewhat absurd. To be dating a beauty while simultaneously flirting with her. What kind of situation was this? Su Yingxue tucked her phone away, took a deep breath, and resumed her work, striving to divert her thoughts from this matter. Su Yingxue did not respond to the message, yet the system did. Bai Mingyao's favorability increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 10. Reward, 50,000 yuan. Unlocked entry C Disguise. Possesses an extraordinary ability to disguise oneself. Capable of perfectly replicating any individual's appearance. Indistinguishable by the naked eye. Each disguise lasts for 3 hours and can only be used once a day. It is strictly prohibited to use this ability in women's bathhouses. Crossing boundaries is absolutely forbidden. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. During the mission to win over Su Yingxue, he had at least been psychologically prepared. Bai Mingyao's favorability seemed to increase without any warning, delivering a complete surprise. 50,000 yuan. Was that somewhat insufficient? Lin Yan made a face. Compared to Bai Jian's generosity, the system certainly felt rather stingy. But did it truly matter? The money from Bai Jian was spent with unease, and it would undoubtedly be confiscated by the police eventually, necessitating a return of the ill-gotten gains. What on earth was disguise? Lin Yan examined the entry's description, his brow slightly furrowing. He could hardly fathom how this would be of any use to him at present. Disguising to become more handsome? He was already quite dashing. There seemed to be no need for that. However, as a tool for criminal activity, it was undeniably an incredibly advantageous skill. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Lin Yan's mind. This skill, seemingly useless, was brimming with potential. Just imagine if he disguised himself as an enemy to commit nefarious deeds, or transformed into a celebrity to engage in some scandalous activities. Perhaps like Kuan Kuan. Wouldn't that be rather amusing? It appeared that this was its only practical application. The system could amalgamate entries, so he would hold on to the useless ones for future use. In the following days, tranquility reigned. Aside from Su Yingxue's silence, nothing else transpired. Lin Yan speculated that Chen Lili was likely the source of the interference. However, there were no other options available now. He could only proceed to gently coax her. As the weekend arrived, at 10 in the morning, Lin Yan strolled leisurely in the courtyard when a business vehicle slowly approached the villa. The door swung open, revealing a tall man clad in a suit, exuding an aura reminiscent of a celebrity. Li Xiaoyan hurried over, her face adorned with a professional smile. "Hello, Teacher Wu." The young lady is already waiting upstairs. The man's expression remained stern, not even casting a glance in her direction, embodying an air of superiority as he strode purposefully towards the villa. Li Xiaoyan pouted, evidently displeased with the man's demeanor. Lin Yan approached and inquired, "Who is this person?" Li Xiaoyan sighed. Who else could it be? The young lady's piano instructor, the renowned pianist of Lin Yan, Wu Qian. Wu Qian? A piano teacher? Lin Yan mused. Observing Wu Qian's retreating figure, his brow furrowing slightly, Li Xiaoyan, not mentioning the piano, made him forget that he had a musical prodigy entry in his mind. "How much does he charge per lesson?" Lin Yan asked. Li Xiaoyan extended her 5 fingers. 5,000? Lin Yan guessed, but Li Xiaoyan shook her head. 500,000 a year. What? Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this not extortion? With that, he hastily followed after him. Chapter 78. Apologies. I am a piano prodigy within the villa. There exists not only a dedicated dance studio, but also a private piano room. Bai Mingyao, clad in a flowing white gown, has long been awaiting in the music chamber. The gentle morning light filters through the glass, illuminating her, rendering her as enchanting as a fairy stepping forth from a painting, pure and unblemished. Upon the arrival of Wu Qian, Bai Mingyao promptly rises from her seat, her hands gracefully clasped at her abdomen, and bows slightly, uttering, "Teacher Wu." The gesture is perfectly measured, devoid of any excess. Wu Qian nods slightly, his previous aloofness replaced by a warm smile. "Good morning, Xiaoyao. How has your practice on the piece I assigned you last week been? Play it for me." Bai Mingyao responds affirmatively, returning to her seat, her slender, alabaster fingers delicately poised upon the piano keys. An ethereal melody instantly fills the room. Lin Yan leans against the doorframe, observing the scene before him. It must be said that aside from her innocent demeanor, Bai Mingyao possesses an extraordinary talent in other realms. In the past, Lin Yan could merely discern whether music was pleasing to the ear, but could not assess technical skill or musicality. Now, however, armed with the insight of being a musical prodigy, he can effortlessly distinguish quality. Bai Mingyao is currently performing Stravinsky's Petrushka, a piece of considerable difficulty. Lin Yan mentally rates her performance around a 7, considering she had only commenced learning it the previous week. Naturally, achieving a score of 7 is not particularly challenging. Yet to attain a 9, or even a perfect 10, would require exceptional talent. Lin Yan believes that while Bai Mingyao may not necessarily achieve a perfect score in the future, the likelihood of her reaching a 9 is quite high. This is also a gift bestowed upon him by the aforementioned insight, the ability to discern an individual's talent through their playing and technique. "Ling Gu, what are you doing here? Can you actually understand this?" Li Xiaoyan approaches, whispering in Lin Yan's ear. "Of course. I have practiced for 2.5 years. Lin Yan replies with confidence. "Really?" Li Xiaoyan's face is filled with skepticism. Given Lin Yan's prowess in physical skills and driving, she naturally categorizes him as a rough-and-tumble type, bluntly put, a brute. While he may excel in martial arts, the arts of music and literature are another matter entirely. "Do I strike you as a liar?" Lin Yan retorts, his gaze landing on Li Xiaoyan's form-fitting skirt and shapely legs, frowning as he adds, "Next time, opt for a pair of black stockings." "What?" Li Xiaoyan looks puzzled. Lin Yan raises an eyebrow, grinning. Ling Gu loves black stockings. Li Xiaoyan is momentarily taken aback by his candor. As the performance concludes, Wu Qian applauds in commendation, stating, "Xiaoyao, your progress is becoming increasingly remarkable." In that fleeting moment, as Bai Mingyao turns her head, her gaze transcends Wu Qian, landing upon Lin Yan at the door. Her expression betrays a hint of surprise, mingled with anticipation, as if she wishes to hear him say something. Wu Qian follows her line of sight, and his smile vanishes in an instant. Despite visiting the villa numerous times, this is the first occasion he has encountered such a person, who appears to roam the villa freely. This incites an inexplicable sense of unease within Wu Qian, which swiftly morphs into disdain and aversion. He turned his gaze towards Bai Mingyao and, with a smile, inquired, "Xiaoyao, do they wish to learn the piano as well?" This query, though seemingly innocuous, served as a subtle dismissal, a clear signal for the interlopers to depart. Bai Mingyao shook her head, replying, "No." "Oh," Wu Qian nodded in response, then swiftly turned to Li Xiaoyan, his voice icy as he proclaimed, "Xiaoyao requires complete focus while practicing. I kindly ask the unrelated parties to vacate the piano room." "All right." Li Xiaoyan, merely a junior secretary, dared not protest. She tugged at Lin Yan's sleeve and whispered, Brother Lin, let us go. They're asking us to leave. Why should we go? Lin Yan remained unmoved. To put it grandly, he was Bai Mengyao's personal bodyguard, and when outsiders were present, it was his duty to remain in attendance to avert any unforeseen incidents. On a smaller scale, Wu Qian's pompous demeanor was rather irksome. Moreover, he was keen to ascertain the level of skill that commanded a fee of 500,000. Knowledge knows no bounds, and the worthy deserve to teach. If he was inferior, then earning that sum would be far more prudent. Furthermore, he could potentially teach better than Wu Qian. Upon hearing this, Wu Qian scoffed. If you choose to stay, you might as well pay the tuition. My lessons are quite costly. His expression exuded arrogance and pride. Oh, and let me remind you, piano is not a pursuit for the faint-hearted. Best think it over before you proceed, lest you fail and blame my teaching. Lin Yan merely chuckled, remaining silent as he pulled out his phone and opened a search app. What is Wu Qian known for? The search results revealed, Wu Qian, a renowned pianist from Lin Yan province, once won third place in a national piano competition. Is this all? Lin Yan turned the phone screen towards Wu Qian. Noting that he barely qualified as nationally recognized, yet he dared to label himself a pianist, Wu Qian, rather than becoming incensed, chuckled in response, so, you possess some understanding of the piano? Somewhat, Lin Yan shrugged. Then, why don't you perform for us? Wu Qian pointed provocatively at the piano, challenging. Let us witness the prowess of a master. In the confines of Lin Yan, few could instill fear in him, and he was acquainted with those few. The man before him, unknown and audacious, had the audacity to boast. This was an opportunity to expose him for the pretender he was. Wu Qian feigned interest in Lin Yan's skill, but his true intent was to embarrass him in front of Bai Mengyao. Very well, Lin Yan replied. But what if I play better than you? Wu Qian smiled faintly. Confidence is commendable, but overconfidence is perilous. I'll make this clear. If you outperform me, you shall take over teaching Xiao Yao, and the tuition will be yours. I will never set foot in this villa again. Agreed. You have my word. Lin Yan strode confidently towards the piano, while Bai Mengyao, sensing the unfolding drama, gracefully stood aside. She said nothing. In her heart, she believed that if Lin Yan claimed he could play, he surely could. Li Shaoan watched in astonishment. No way. Is he really going to go through with this? If he plays poorly, it would be quite the spectacle. At the moment Lin Yan's hands rested upon the piano keys, a myriad of musical notes flashed through his mind, arranging and intertwining as renowned compositions materialized. Observing his prolonged stillness, Wu Qian's lips curved into a subtle smirk. If you find the previous piece too challenging, feel free to select something simpler. Not necessary, Lin Yan retorted, immediately pivoting to position his hands on the keys in a manner reminiscent of a blind pianist. Bai Mengyao's eyes widened in astonishment. While she too could play without sight, her repertoire was limited to relatively simple pieces. The earlier composition, Petrushka, was one she had never witnessed performed blindfolded. Though Li Shaoyan lacked knowledge of piano, she recognized the impressive nature of the maneuver. To play in reverse and with one's back turned, wasn't that more difficult than being blindfolded? Wu Qian couldn't help but furrow his brow, a sense of unease creeping into his thoughts. Could it be that he truly possessed such skill? It seemed implausible. He had just boasted and wagered with Lin Yan, having never heard of such a talent before. If he truly had such prowess, he wouldn't be entirely unknown, would he? At that moment, Lin Yan slowly closed his eyes. In the next instant, his fingers began to dance gracefully across the piano keys. Chapter 79. Master, may I audit? Lin Yan's fingers rhythmically tapped the complex notes of Petrushka, flowing into the ears of the audience like a babbling brook. Wu Qian's brows furrowed instantly. A true connoisseur can discern a musician's prowess with a mere glance at the moment their fingers touch the keys. The difference between mere playing and genuine artistry is immediately apparent. It became evident that Lin Yan was not exaggerating. Not only could he play, but he also performed from memory, tackling the exceedingly difficult Petrushka. The formidable talent of his opponent was becoming increasingly apparent. However, Wu Qian was not intimidated. This was only the beginning, and the true challenges of the piece lay ahead. The moment Bai Mengyao heard the piano, her delicate brows knitted together, and a flicker of astonishment danced in her exquisite eyes. She had never anticipated that Lin Yan not only played the piano but did so at such an elevated level, far exceeding her expectations. The most astonished of all was Li Shaoyun, who stared in disbelief at Lin Yan, who was seated on the stool, effortlessly pressing the keys. Is this really Lin? Can you truly play? She thought. A man of many talents, leaving others in the dust? As the piece gradually reached its crescendo, It seemed as if each of Lin Yan's fingers had been imbued with life, each one resembling a nimble Latin dancer, frolicking and leaping across the keys, dazzling the onlookers. Bai Mengyao's lips parted slightly in awe. Her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. She had spent an entire week learning this piece and was acutely aware of its complexities. Yet Lin Yan's performance, executed from memory, surpassed the version she had heard from Wu Qian by at least 1 or 2 levels. How could she not be astounded? At that moment, Wu Qian was utterly frozen, his expression one of disbelief, akin to witnessing the national football team winning the World Cup. Could an ordinary person achieve such mastery? No, it was impossible. The piano skills Lin Yan had just displayed were of at least international master caliber. Currently, no more than 3 individuals in the country could contend with him. How could such a person remain obscure? How could he suddenly appear here? Moreover, he had clearly seen the secretary's astonished expression. Evidently, she, too, was unaware of Lin Yan's piano abilities. A grassroots talent? Self-taught? Never participated in any competitions? Truly, the saying masters are found among the common folk rang true. Wu Qian could hardly believe it. How could anyone be so unassuming? In this moment, Li Xiaoyan's presence became irrelevant. After all, she could not comprehend what was happening. Her mind was consumed by 4 words, impressed yet confused. Standing at the doorway, she simply served as a conduit for astonishment. Lin Yan's speed at the keys was far more astonishing than her past experiences with QQ dance. As the final notes echoed, Lin Yan's right hand elegantly swept across the keys, producing a crisp cascade of sound. He clapped his thighs, a display of skill that was nothing short of phenomenal. He turned, a confident smile gracing his lips, and raised an eyebrow at Wu Qian. Your turn. In his mind, he thought, you, who cannot even rank nationally, dare to call yourself a master in my presence? I have accepted this position with an annual salary of 500,000. Returning to reality, Wu Qian wore an expression of utter disbelief as he gazed at Lin Yan, his lips trembling as he asked, Who is your teacher? A person capable of nurturing a student like Lin Yan could hardly be unfamiliar to him. Self-learning? Merely playing the piano? Is a teacher truly necessary? A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Yan's eyes as he regarded Wu Qian with a puzzled expression. Beside them, Bai Mengyao's cheeks flushed crimson, feeling a sense of embarrassment as if she had been subtly mocked. Self-taught, without instruction? Wu Qian began to question his very existence. Having practiced the piano since childhood, he was hailed as a prodigy. His parents, in their quest to pave his path, spared no expense in hiring renowned mentors. It was only through such efforts that he attained his current level of proficiency. The notion of self-taught mastery reaching the caliber of an international maestro was unfathomable. Difficult to conceive. What are you dawdling for? Lin Yan gestured towards the piano, signaling, It's your turn. Wu Qian glanced at the piano before his gaze returned to Lin Yan. Was there truly any competition? Clearly, there was none. For he could not play a complete rendition of Petrushka by heart. The outcome was already determined. No, I concede. Wu Qian's face flushed, and he uttered those words with a sense of defeat. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan turned to Bai Mengyao, who stood there in a daze, and said, Did you hear that? He has conceded. From now on, I shall take on the task of teaching you piano. Don't forget to have your father settle the payment later. His desire to take on this role was not solely motivated by financial gain or merely to win Bai Mengyao's favor. It was also to reinforce his persona as someone who cherishes wealth, ensuring Bai Jian remains unwary, thus fostering trust. He proceeded with caution, as it was the last piece of advice from Zhang Zhilei. Master, Wu Qian suddenly interjected, wearing a somewhat ingratiating expression. May I remain here to observe? Rest assured, I promise not to disrupt your class. For Wu Qian, the opportunity to closely observe a master teaching was invaluable, and he was unwilling to let it slip by. Lin Yan furrowed his brow, casting an unusual glance at him before replying coolly, Ordinary individuals are not worthy of attending my lessons. Wu Qian exhaled in relief. Well, I may not be a master, but I possess a modicum of renown. I should not be considered an ordinary person. You have misunderstood. I was indeed referring to you. Lin Yan shrugged, then turned to Li Xiaoyan, instructing, Xiaoyan, close the door and show our guest out. Certainly. Li Xiaoyan had always harbored disdain for someone as self-important as Wu Qian, and upon hearing those words, she became positively enthusiastic. In a swift motion, she advanced towards Wu Qian, raising her hand towards the door while her tone lost all previous respect. Teacher Wu, Lin Gu has a class to attend. Please excuse yourself. Wu Qian's expression shifted dramatically, akin to the pallor of freshly butchered pork liver. His face turned a ghastly shade as he looked towards Bai Mengyao, urgently exclaiming, "Xiao Yao, I am your teacher. Our wager was merely a jest. After all this time, you could not possibly choose him, could you?" Wu Qian's true aim in becoming a private tutor was to draw closer to Bai Mengyao. Securing the affections of such a beautiful heiress with an impressive background would undoubtedly afford him a greater platform for advancement. His earlier boldness in betting against Lin Yan stemmed from his belief that he would emerge victorious. Although he has lost now, he would not be foolish enough to relinquish the opportunity to approach Bai Mengyao for the sake of a mere verbal agreement lacking any tangible evidence. He initially intended to take advantage of Lin Yan before breaking the contract. Since Lin Yan did not acquiesce, he decided to take a more direct approach. He holds the confidence that Bai Mengyao would not choose Lin Yan as her mentor. As his words fell, all eyes turned to Bai Mengyao, awaiting her response. Chapter 80. Bai Jian's plan. Bai Mengyao paused momentarily, her gaze shifting to Lin Yan as she softly inquired, "Brother, would you be willing to be my piano teacher?" Upon hearing this, Wu Qian was utterly bewildered. Brother? What was this madness? Bai Mengyao was clearly Bai Jian's only daughter. Where did this brother come from? Lin Yan raised an eyebrow and remarked, "If you are obedient, I might reluctantly agree to teach you." Wu Qian was taken aback by this remark. If you are obedient, I might reluctantly teach? Did he realize who he was addressing? That was the princess of Jiqiang Group, the owner of this villa. Wu Qian had only mustered the courage to call her Xiao Ao after half a year of lessons. However, even more absurdity lay ahead. Bai Mengyao, upon hearing this, displayed a sweet smile and nodded obediently, responding, "I will listen to my brother." This time, even Li Xiaoyan was astonished. "Wait, Lin Gu, do you possess some sort of dark magic? How could you make the young lady so compliant?" Having been a personal assistant for so long, she had never witnessed Bai Mengyao behave this way with anyone, not even her own father. Recognizing the precarious situation, Wu Qian hastily interjected, "Xiao Yao, switching teachers at the last minute requires your father's consent. It cannot be done casually." To his surprise, Bai Mengyao instantly wiped the smile from her face, turning to him with a gentle yet firm tone, saying, "As long as I agree, there is no need to consult my father." Indeed, while most decisions were made with her father's guidance, Bai Jian would not obstruct matters she had firmly resolved in her mind. Wu Qian was utterly dumbfounded. He had never anticipated such a complete defeat. A surge of anger rushed to his head, and he turned to glare vehemently at Lin Yan. "What are you staring at me for? Do you want to fight?" Lin Yan retrieved his hand from his pocket after activating the system. He had also studied the laws of self-defense. Li Xiaoyan, smiling, kindly reminded him, "Teacher Wu, not only does Lin Gu play the piano, but he is also responsible for the young lady's safety. You understand my meaning, right? Please do not act impulsively. The medical facilities in our villa may offer limited assistance." Humph. Wu Qian, seething with resentment, swiftly exited the piano room. Li Xiaoyan followed suit. Once Wu Qian had driven away, she took out her phone and called Bai Jian. She had to report every move of the young lady promptly. It was the protocol. "Hello, boss." Once the call connected, Li Xiaoyan recounted everything she had just witnessed. "He can play the piano?" Bai Jian was genuinely surprised. At the same time, he found Lin Yan even more enigmatic. With skills that were both sophisticated and exceptional, and now revealed to be a piano maestro, these talents seemed incongruous. How had he cultivated such abilities? Nonetheless, Bai Jian's current concern was not this matter. A confrontation with Tian Tai was inevitable. Both sides were evenly matched, neither daring to act hastily. Yet, the conclusion was already predestined. It is a matter of either your demise or mine. It hinges on whose resources and strategies are more substantial. However, the emergence of Lin Yan has undoubtedly shattered this precarious equilibrium. Tian Tai subordinates within the country possess only a scant few firearms, and they lack the audacity to use them openly. With Lin Yan's prowess, seizing the opportunity to strike down a general amidst the chaos of battle would be a trivial feat once Tian Tai is eliminated. The leaderless multitude would leave Bai Jian in a position of unassailable security. Alas, Lin Yan has declined the exorbitant offer presented to him, a staggering 5 million in lesson fees. Upon hearing Bai Jian's words, Li Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback. Her employer had effectively increased the remuneration tenfold. Nonetheless, such matters were beyond the purview of a mere secretary. She promptly responded and hurried back to the piano room. Bai Jian sat on the sofa in the living room, slowly setting down his phone, his brow furrowed deeply. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a close-cropped hairstyle and a sharp gaze approached him, stating, "Brother, since his sect forbids him from taking lives, There is no need for us to eliminate Tian Tai through assassination. This man, named Hu Wei, was the head of Bai Jian's overseas operations and served as his de facto strategist. What do you propose? Bai Jian inquired, his brow still knitted in concern. Hu Wei settled onto the sofa, igniting a cigarette. According to reliable sources, Tian Tai is set to leave the country this month. Bai Jian nodded. That is precisely why I am so anxious. Once he departs, the situation will become exceedingly difficult to manage. Like Bai Jian, Tian Tai's main forces are situated abroad, where there are no restrictions on firearms. Their personnel cannot be considered mere security, they are private militias. Any attempt to provoke them would be impractical, unless outright war is declared. Presently, both sides harbor reservations, which is why Hu Wei had dispatched individuals to assassinate Bai Jian's daughter. Hu Wei continued, since he is unwilling to kill, we shall ensure he does not have to. Bai Jian frowned. How do we accomplish that? Hu Wei, wearing a thin smile that barely concealed the malice beneath, replied, let him investigate the criminal evidence against Tian Tai within the country. If we can obtain direct evidence of his crimes, we shall simply alert the authorities and ensure Tian Tai's return is thwarted. Bai Jian, upon hearing this, lowered his head in contemplation. Both he and Tian Tai possessed their share of unsavory dealings. Should the police uncover their transgressions, a sentence of 10 lifetimes would scarcely suffice. No, he may be skilled in combat, but solving cases requires more than mere brawn. Bai Jian shook his head. Hu Wei appeared to anticipate his thoughts. Slowly retrieving an item from his pocket and presenting it to Bai Jian. His prowess is inconsequential. There are matters we can assist him with. Meanwhile, Li Shaoan hurriedly rushed back to the piano room, breathless as she exclaimed, Lin Gu, the boss said your lesson fee is this amount. She extended 5 fingers. Lin Yan turned, his brow slightly furrowed. 50,000? Li Shaoan shook her head. No, it's 5 million. What? Lin Yan nearly falsettoed in disbelief. For teaching a mere piano piece, 5 million in tuition? Surely, Bai Jian has lost his mind. Yet, he quickly realized that the sum was not merely for teaching. It was intended as a means of enticement. After Li Shaoyan departed, Lin Yan began to impart the art of piano playing. In truth, there was little to teach. He simply allowed Bai Mengyao to play on her own, occasionally providing corrections when necessary and sharing some insightful techniques. It must be said that Bai Mengyao possessed an extraordinary aptitude. Whatever he conveyed, she could effortlessly remember in a single attempt, swiftly rectifying her mistakes. Brother. Bai Mengyao suddenly turned to Lin Yan. May I request another performance from you? During his previous playing, she had been so taken aback that she had not fully savored the experience. She yearned to hear it once more, to truly absorb the essence of the music. Very well, considering the substantial amount your father has provided, I shall demonstrate once more. Lin Yan promptly seated himself on the stool. As Bai Mengyao prepared to rise, he halted her, saying, no need to stand. It's better for you to observe closely while seated. Are you in dire need of money? Noticing his keen interest in financial matters, Bai Mengyao inquired. Lin Yan turned to her with a rather peculiar expression. Needless to say, if I weren't in need of money, why would I be working as a bodyguard? Upon hearing his words, Bai Mengyao hesitated for a moment, bit her lip, and replied, I can help you. Chapter 81. Suspect. Lin Yan, are you giving this to me? Lin Yan asked. A look of astonishment etched on his face as he turned his gaze towards Bai Mengyao. Where did you acquire the money? Bai Mengyao, devoid of a mobile phone or a wallet, had never had the opportunity to spend her own money, as her every need had been meticulously arranged for her over the years. With a firm nod, she replied, Brother, please wait a moment. Upon speaking, she swiftly rose and made her way out of the piano room. A few minutes later, Bai Mengyao returned, clutching a bank card. Here, she exclaimed, handing the card directly to Lin Yan. The password is my birthday. How much is in it? Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Bai Mengyao shook her head. I don't know. This was given to me by my father for my 18th birthday. He told me to keep it well, saying that if I ever needed money urgently, I could use it, but I must not tell anyone. Lin Yan's brow furrowed. Only to be accessed in times of need? What does that imply? Given Bai Jian's meticulous care for his daughter, it seemed implausible that Bai Mengyao would ever face financial worries as long as he was alive. Could it be that Bai Jian had intentionally left a safety net for his daughter? Though Lin Yan initially had no intention of accepting Bai Mengyao's money, his curiosity proved overwhelming. All right, I shall keep this for now, he declared, tucking the card into his pocket, planning to visit the bank at a later time to uncover its secrets. By the way, when is your birthday? He inquired. 031115. That evening, Lin Yan lay in bed, sending a flurry of messages to Su Yingxue, yet they vanished into the void, receiving no response. Has your number been hacked? He wondered, still met with silence. After a brief contemplation, he decided to initiate a video call. To his surprise, Su Yingxue answered. The image revealed her freshly bathed, clad in pajamas. Her hair damp and a facial mask adorning her visage. Speak your mind, she said, her tone frigid, reminiscent of a couple embroiled in a cold war. Why haven't you replied to my messages? Lin Yan pressed, seeking answers. Su Yingxue retorted. Do I have an obligation to respond to you? Did that Chen Lily character speak ill of me in front of you? Lin Yan inquired. What does that have to do with me? Su Yingxue replied. Although her words belied her true feelings, after several days of reflection, she had come to a realization. Lin Yan might genuinely be on a mission. The luxury car and the beautiful women could merely be elements of his task. However, in the heat of the moment, her emotions had clouded her judgment, leaving her with a sense of betrayal. Su Yingxue found herself perplexed by her emotional outburst, feeling it was uncharacteristic of her. Even with the understanding that Lin Yan might be fulfilling his duties, a sense of discomfort lingered within her. How could she articulate this feeling? It was akin to knowing her husband was sent by his boss to dine and socialize with attractive women, fully aware it was work, yet unable to remain composed. Lin Yan asserted confidently, how can this not concern you? Everyone in our neighborhood knows you are my girlfriend. You can't deny it. Su Yingxue vehemently rejected his claim. That's false. That simply won't do. My reputation has been tarnished because of you. You must take responsibility. Su Yingxue exclaimed in jest, shameless. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan chuckled. Fully aware that Su Yingxue's anger had dissipated, it appeared that soothing a girl was not as arduous as he had imagined. Generously, Lin Yan sent a red envelope and remarked, while I am away, treat yourself to some delicacies. Su Yingxue replied, no, you work so hard for your money. Keep it for yourself. Just don't be stingy with yourself. The thought of him working hard for money made Lin Yan stifle a laugh. Earning money had never been so effortless for him. He teased, oh, I've heard that wives like to manage finances. Don't you want me to hand over my salary card? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yingxue retorted, not at all. I can earn my own money and spend it as I please. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yan quipped, so you admit that I'm your husband now? Realizing the implications of her words, Su Yingxue's face flushed with embarrassment, and she exclaimed, go away. Before promptly disconnecting the video call, Lin Yan gazed at the chat window, a delighted smile spreading across his face. Judging by Su Yingxue's reaction, he was not far from completing his system task. Just then, the phone rang. Lin Yan frowned slightly. It was Bai Jian calling. Hello, Lin Yan. Have you taken a break yet? Not yet. What's the matter? There's something I'd like to discuss with you. But don't worry, this time it's not about sending you to kill someone. A week later, on October 15th, Su Yingxue had the day off and returned to Binhai. Upon arriving home, she first organized Lin Yan's scattered slippers, then stripped the bedding for cleaning. The dining table was covered in dust, and after meticulously tidying the house, she felt satisfied before leaving. Although she still had over a month to complete her studies, she didn't want Lin Yan to feel uncomfortable upon discovering a messy home. Su Yingxue drove to Huafeng town, a part of Binhai. After some inquiries, she located a secluded courtyard. Inside, two children were playing merrily while a woman in her mid-20s was gathering vegetables, seemingly preparing a meal. Upon noticing Su Yingxue, the woman furrowed her brow slightly. Who are you looking for? Su Yingxue replied politely, I'm looking for Zhao Yusen. The woman's momentary surprise at Su Yingxue's beauty was evident before she called out to the house, someone's here looking for you. Soon after, a young man emerged from the house, bearing some resemblance to Zhao Gang. He paused upon seeing Su Yingxue and asked, You are looking for me? Su Yingxue nodded and handed him a note from her pocket, stating, he has been quietly watching over you all these years. Zhao Yusen took the note, and as he read the message, he stood frozen in place. Zhao Gang, little Xin, after 15 years, your father finally has the chance to speak with you. Su Yingxue gently added, your father is currently incarcerated here. Once the case is settled, family members will be allowed to visit. He longs to see you. So if you have the time, please go and visit him. With tears welling in his eyes, Zhao Yusen felt overwhelmed. Su Yingxue chose not to prolong the conversation and quietly departed. This visit had been arranged at Lin Yan's behest. It has been proven that her initial judgment was indeed correct. Although Lin Yan presents a facade of cynicism, he possesses a kind and righteous heart. Just as Su Yingxue was about to depart, her phone vibrated incessantly. Curious, she took it out and discovered that the group chat for her study class had erupted with messages. Police report, this afternoon at the South City train station. A man was apprehended by the railway police while dragging a suitcase containing human remains. The man has currently been taken away by the police, and the case is under investigation. Su Yingxue furrowed her brow slightly as she ascended the stairs to examine the chat records. Suddenly, a somewhat blurry photograph caught her eye. Su Yingxue was instantly taken aback, for the suspect depicted in the photo was none other than Lin Yan. Chapter 82. Lin Yan's trial, how could it be him? Su Yingxue stood in a daze, taking a while to regain her senses. The slanting rays of the setting sun fell upon her. Yet her limbs were as cold as ice, her breath coming in quick gasps as if she had just completed a marathon, her heart threatening to burst from her chest. A profound sense of unease compelled her as she trembled and retrieved her phone, dialing her mother, Zhang Zhilei. Hello, Mom, did you see it? As soon as the words left her lips, Su Yingxue regretted them. As a deputy department-level official, how could her mother not be aware of such a significant case? I saw it. Zhang Xiaomei's voice came through the receiver, steady and composed. Then, Su Yingxue hesitated. She had intended to ask whether Lin Yan was on a mission, but the question caught in her throat. Being a member of the police system, she understood the impropriety of such inquiries. You wish to know my opinion, don't you? Zhang Xiaomei seemed to see through her daughter's thoughts. Yes. Su Yingxue bit her lip, at that moment, more concerned about confirming whether Lin Yan had truly committed a crime than about any breach of protocol, otherwise. She feared she would be unable to eat or sleep peacefully. Xiaoxue, let me ask you something. Mom, go ahead. Do you think you might have mistaken him for someone else? Su Yingxue's mind buzzed, and she quickly clarified. Mom, we're not that kind of relationship. I'm simply worried about him. Zhang Xiaomei chuckled softly, her laughter imbued with the unique tenderness of a mother. I understand. Just answer my question. Su Yingxue turned her gaze towards the courtyard from which Lin Yan had just emerged, his image vividly appearing in her mind. Lin Yan often presented himself as a reckless individual, eager to take advantage, his words often flippant, and his actions sometimes unreliable. Yet, in critical moments, he invariably stood up, filled with a sense of justice and a kind heart. Taking a deep breath, Su Yingxue asserted with conviction, I did not mistake him. I believe he is a good person. Then that is enough, Zhang Xiaomei advised earnestly, emphasizing that in a relationship, one must walk hand in hand through the long years, encountering various trials along the way. Remember, trust is the cornerstone of any bond, far more crucial than the depth of love. If you trust your judgment, hold steadfast. And even if you are mistaken, do not allow doubt to become a barrier between you. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room of the Shichu Public Security Bureau in Nandu City, the atmosphere was stifling, almost suffocating. The dim light cast a pall over the cramped space. A weathered table and a cold interrogation chair occupied the room. As two officers fixed their piercing gazes upon the young man opposite them, the thin-faced officer, sharp-eyed, spoke first. Name? Lin Yan. Age? 26. Occupation? Bodyguard. The thin-faced officer paused, his expression grave as he set down his pen. Why were you transporting a box of human remains to the station? The remains had already been sent for examination. Based on experience, the officers estimated there to be at least 3 deceased individuals, including 1 child. The exact time of death was unclear, but it was presumed to have occurred several months ago. Lin Yan maintained a calm demeanor, replying softly. My boss instructed me to dispose of this box in a remote location. 2 police officers exchanged a glance, their brows furrowed. They had encountered corpses being discarded before, but this was their first encounter with dismembered remains. Who is your boss? By Jian, Lin Yan replied succinctly. The stout officer, robust in stature, inquired in a deep voice. What is your relationship with him? I am the bodyguard of his daughter. The long-faced officer pressed further. Why did he instruct you to handle this box? Lin Yan shook his head. I do not know. The 2 officers' brows knitted together in confusion. This case emanated an air of peculiarity. Bai Jian was a prominent entrepreneur in Nandu. A figure of such stature would not typically resort to having his subordinates dispose of human remains. There must be some hidden circumstances. The stout officer continued to question. Whose bones are these? Where did you acquire them? They were given to me by Bai Jian. Lin Yan continued to deny, but I truly do not know who the deceased is. The long-faced officer clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. How can you know nothing at all? After interrogating numerous individuals, he had never before encountered someone so forthright, yet utterly unyielding. Lin Yan shrugged innocently. Officer, I truly have no idea. Bang. The long-faced officer slammed his fist on the table in frustration. All right, I need to step out for a moment. Observing this, the stout officer rose and exited the interrogation room, heading toward the chief's office. Knock, 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 come in. The stout officer entered the office and reported, "Chief, his testimony is quite suspicious. Please take a look." Saying this, he handed over the statement. Chief Haodong accepted the document, his brow furrowed. Bai Jian's daughter's bodyguard. I am well aware of Bai Jian's reputation. I have even seen him in person. With such a high-profile entrepreneur embroiled in a homicide, there could be unspeakable secrets at play, potentially including premeditated murder. Yet, what perplexes Haodong is why Bai Jian would resort to such a crude method of disposing of bones. The Jiqiang Group is a key enterprise in the province, holding significant influence. We cannot rely solely on his account. The immediate priority is to investigate the identity and cause of death of the deceased, while simultaneously verifying Lin Yan's identity and recent activities. Understood, Chief. Investigating the identity of the deceased was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The DNA results indicated that the smaller set of remains was related to the other two, suggesting a familial connection. This was a family of three. Under what circumstances would a family of three perish simultaneously? It could be either an accident or homicide. If it were an accident, why not bury them properly instead of disposing of the remains? The police investigation revealed that Bai Jian's wife had passed away 15 years ago. Leaving no relatives aside from his daughter, these three individuals were clearly not kin. Moreover, Lin Yan's statements were corroborated. He indeed served as Bai Jian's daughter's bodyguard and had been residing in the Bai family's villa in Luhu prior to the incident. The case grew increasingly enigmatic, and the likelihood of homicide escalated. Chief, Bai Jian traveled abroad to a country in South Asia a month ago and is currently not in the country. Haodong fell into contemplation. This case presented formidable challenges. Bai Jian not only wielded considerable influence, but also had a formidable legal team. Without definitive evidence, securing a conviction would be nearly impossible. Indeed, Haodong contemplated for a moment and instructed, do not disturb Bai Jian for the time being. Let us first investigate the identity of the deceased. Although identifying the deceased solely through skeletal remains presents considerable challenges, it is not without feasible methods. According to Carbon-14 dating, the time of death for the family of three falls between 5 to 8 months ago, with the family having been missing for approximately 6 months. This significantly narrows the scope of our investigation. By examining provincial missing persons reports and conducting interviews, it is highly likely that we can ascertain the identity of the deceased. Should the deceased be from outside the province, we could resort to DNA comparison, albeit it would be a time-consuming process. Thus, commencing our inquiries within the province will yield the most efficient results. Chapter 83. Undercurrents. The following day, as Haodong arrived at his office, he received a new report. Over the past 6 months, the number of missing person reports in Lin Yan province was alarmingly sparse, with most cases proving to be false alarms. Only 2 individuals remained unaccounted for. One was a homeowner named Zhang Zhilei, aged 35, and the other was Lu Qingfu, aged 48. Due to the police's inability to contact either family, the cases were classified as missing persons. Haodong promptly dispatched a team to investigate the households of the 2 missing individuals. The officer assigned to Zhang Zhilei's case interviewed his cousin, who was slightly plump with dark skin. When discussing his cousin, his expression was tinged with concern. Zhilei's parents passed away early, and he ventured to Nandu in his early 20s. Within a few years, he had bought a car and a house, even married and had children, which made many in the village envious. However, we are unclear about the specifics of his occupation. The cousin maintained a close relationship with Zhang Zhilei, often staying in touch. 5 months prior, when the cousin intended to visit Nandu for business, he reached out to Zhang Zhilei, only to find his phone switched off, and his messages went unanswered. Disturbed, he reported the situation to the local security bureau, but the police struggled to make progress due to a lack of leads. After all, without evidence indicating the missing individuals were involved in significant criminal activity, it was challenging to allocate substantial police resources for their search. Meanwhile, the officer investigating Lu Qingfu's disappearance learned through inquiries that the family had moved to Beijing years ago. In previous years, they would return home for the Spring Festival. But this year they had not returned, nor had they answered any calls. The person who reported their absence was a friend of Lu Qingfu, who mentioned that Lu owed him 5,000 yuan, with an agreement to repay it this year, yet now there was no word from him. Considering the various clues, Zhang Zhilei's situation aligned most closely with that of the deceased. At this juncture, the forensic report was also released. The skull of the adult male exhibited signs of blunt force trauma, while the child's ribs bore knife wounds. Preliminary assessments indicated a massacre had occurred. The police swiftly collected DNA samples from Zhang Rongxiang's cousin for comparison, confirming that the deceased were indeed Zhang Rongxiang's family. The Shichu Street Security Bureau promptly reported to the provincial department, and the Nandu City Police quickly assembled a team of criminal investigation experts to formally open a case regarding the Zhang Rongxiang family massacre. In the spacious and well-lit office on the top floor of the Hongsheng Group's skyscraper, Tian Tai, the group's leader, sat behind a solid wood desk. With a kind demeanor, he donned a well-tailored suit, exuding an air of sophistication. Opposite him, on a casually arranged sofa, sat Wen Xiaoyuan, the general manager of Hongsheng Group. Impeccably groomed with a cigar in hand, a smirk playing on his lips. Looks like someone is in quite a bit of trouble. What is going on? Tian Tai inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. Wen Xiaoyuan took a deep puff of his cigar, deliberately building suspense. You know the person at Nandu railway station who was dragging a box of human bones? Guess whose it is? Who? Tian Tai pressed. Who else could it be but our old rival? Wen Xiaoyuan exhaled a cloud of smoke, a gleeful expression on his face. Bai Xian? Tian Tai blurted out. Wen Xiaoyuan nodded, affirming, indeed, it is he. Inside the police station, news had arrived that a special task force had been established to investigate the case. Tian Tai's expression grew somber as he inquired, who is the deceased? 2 women, came the reply. The police's forensic analysis indicated that the time of death was approximately 3 years ago. Tian Tai's tense demeanor softened slightly, yet he still exhibited signs of confusion. This doesn't add up. Why is he only now addressing the remains after such a lengthy period? Based on my understanding of Bai Xian, he would never act so recklessly. Haha. When Xiaoyuan burst into laughter, I had someone look into it. The one dragging the suitcase is Bai Xian's newly hired bodyguard. What? Tian Tai's expression shifted abruptly. Are you saying it's the same person who narrowly escaped last time? When Xiaoyuan nodded in affirmation, precisely. Bai Xian's sudden decision to dispose of the remains likely indicates he has caught wind of something and wishes to clean up his mess swiftly. Alas, that bodyguard, despite his brute strength, lacks intellect and foolishly took the suitcase to the train station. Tian Tai shook his head. It's not that simple. Bai Xian is quite shrewd. And we must not let our guard down. When Xiaoyuan, exuding confidence, replied, rest assured, as soon as there is news from the police station, I will be promptly informed. This time, Bai Xian is likely facing an unavoidable calamity. Huh? Tian Tai remarked. If this is true, then Bai Xian would certainly not dare to return to the country. Consequently, his Jiqiang group would be left leaderless. At the entrance of the Fengyu community in Nandu City, a police car came to a gradual stop. The door opened, and the task force leader, Li Feng, was the first to alight. Li Feng stood tall, his gaze sharp, emanating an air of competence. Following him were police officers, including Wang Tingting, along with a locksmith carrying a toolbox. Captain Li, the address provided by Zhang Rongxiang's cousin is right here. Wang Tingting indicated towards the somewhat aged community. Li Feng glanced at the community gate and gestured, let's proceed. Fengyu community was a typical old neighborhood, lacking property management. With only a gatekeeper present, under the gatekeeper's guidance, the group arrived at Building 3, Room 201, whose door was rusted and plastered with overdue utility bills. Knock, knock. Knock, Wang Tingting approached and rapped on the door, but there was no response from within. Li Feng turned to the locksmith, opened the door. All right. The locksmith deftly retrieved tools from his box, emblazoned with the name of Li's Lock City, and inserted them into the lock. Within mere seconds, the lock clicked open. It's done. A proud smile spread across the locksmith's face. 80, right? I'll pay you. Wang Tingting swiftly pulled out her phone to settle the payment. As Li Feng swung the door open, a pungent odor mingled with the stench of decay and mildew assaulted his senses. He frowned and stepped inside. The room was enshrouded in thick dust, cobwebs adorned the corners, and the paint was peeling from the walls, yet the items were arranged with a semblance of order, showing no signs of having been disturbed. Wang Tingting handed Li Feng a mask. Captain Li, here. No need. Sometimes, odors can provide clues. Li Feng declined. Wang Tingting curled her lips and murmured softly, we are not police dogs. Li Feng disregarded her comment and continued toward the living room. The fruits in the bowl on the coffee table had long since turned to a puddle of black water, and a backpack lay abandoned on the sofa. As he entered the kitchen, Li Feng's gaze fell upon the vegetable basket in the sink, where the greens had completely withered. He opened the rice cooker, and although the rice had spoiled, it was evident that it had not been disturbed after cooking. He then hastened to the refrigerator, flinging open the door. only to be met with a waft of overpowering stench. Inside, alongside beverages, eggs, and vegetables, lay a plate of uncooked meat. Li Feng's eyes darted back and forth among these items. Sighing, Wang Tingting emerged from the bedroom and lamented, "So much time has passed, and many clues have vanished. How are we to investigate this case?" Another officer chimed in, "Indeed, the tasks worth doing never seem to come our way." Wang Tingting turned her gaze to Li Feng. "Team leader Li, we have no leads at all. What shall we do?" Just as she finished speaking, she heard Li Feng assertively declare, "I have a lead." Chapter 84. The Three Birds with One Stone plan. Upon hearing this, Wang Tingting and the other officers cast incredulous glances. With a puzzled expression, Wang blurted out, "But team leader Li, there appears to be no clues in this house. Where did you find the breakthrough?" Li Feng's gaze was piercing as he replied solemnly, "The washed vegetables in the basket and the uncooked meat in the refrigerator indicate that this family originally intended to cook at home. However, they ultimately did not. Likely due to an invitation from someone to dine out. Unfortunately, once they left, they never returned." The group was initially taken aback by his words, but gradually began to gather around him. Wang Tingting's eyes lit up as she suddenly understood. "I see. Team leader Li means that the murderer is very likely the person who invited the family out for dinner. After all, someone like Zhang Zhilei, who has a family to care for, wouldn't suddenly decide to dine out after preparing a meal at home." The others nodded in agreement with her explanation. "Wow, team leader Li is incredible. He notices such minute details." Indeed, Li Feng had been awarded a second-class merit for his capabilities. One officer raised a question. "But how do we investigate this person who invited them to dinner? After all, so much time has passed." Li Feng swiftly organized the next steps. Immediately dispatched someone to retrieve Zhang Rongxiang's phone call records. He was murdered less than 6 months ago, so the records are likely still accessible. "Understood." Wang Tingting responded and quickly exited. Meanwhile, in a lavishly decorated villa in a South Asian country, Bai Jian placed his phone on the table, the screen displaying a police bulletin from the southern capital. Hu Wei approached him with a broad smile. "We've received news from home that the police have established a major case team to investigate this matter." Bai Jian stood up and paced the room. Deep in thought, merely investigating is insufficient. Neither we nor the police possess direct evidence linking this to Tian Tai. The remains of the Zhang Rongxiang family appeared at the southern capital train station under his orchestration. Bai Jian's discovery of the remains was no mere coincidence. One of Tian Tai's subordinates, Chen Bin, had offended when Xiaoyuan a few months prior and, finding himself cornered, switched allegiance to Bai Jian. Chen had previously mentioned that while under Tian Tai, he had heard someone say that a subordinate named Zhang Rongxiang's family had been eliminated by Tian Tai. Coincidentally, it was Chen who had been responsible for handling the bodies. This was also why Chen Bin was wary of Tian Tai when he defected to Bai Jian's camp. Bai Jian then dispatched someone to locate that individual, offering a handsome sum to extract information. Unfortunately, the person only knew about the burial of the bodies and had no other pertinent details. After unearthing the remains, Bai Jian instructed Lin Yan to publicly display them. The police would easily connect Lin Yan to him and identify him as the prime suspect. Given his stature, the police would undoubtedly conduct a cautious investigation. This was merely a segment of the plan. More crucially, by directing the police's attention towards himself, Bai Jian could ensure that Tian Tai would lower his guard and refrain from interfering with the investigation's progress. However, how to lead the police to pinpoint Tian Tai and successfully uncover evidence of the mastermind behind this plot remained Bai Jian's most pressing dilemma. When Xiaoyuan comforted, stating that even if the truth could not be uncovered at present, as long as they could guide the police's attention, Tian Tai would be unable to leave the country before the case was resolved. This was the third objective of their plan: to attract the police's scrutiny by exploiting Bai Jian's identity, striving to capture Tian Tai, or at the very least, restrict his movements to afford them more time. As for Lin Yan, he was not the core of the entire scheme. His role was merely to direct the police's suspicions towards Bai Jian. However, Bai Jian believed that since Lin Yan was willing to assist him once, there was a possibility of a second opportunity. When dealing with such a stubborn yet capable young man, one must not act with undue haste. It was essential to proceed with caution. Furthermore, they could not remain idle. Their associates should discreetly aid the police in investigating leads. But it was paramount that Tian Tai remained oblivious to their efforts. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly face his furious retaliation. An hour later, Zhang Rongxiang's call log was delivered to Li Feng. He swiftly bypassed the earlier entries and focused on the last two: 5, 13, 17, 20, 189 for 587. 5/13/1934. 135-8588. The dinner hours for an average person typically fall between 6 and 7 o'clock. Li Feng quickly confirmed his previous assumption. While the Zhang family prepared their meal, they received an invitation from the number beginning with 189, prompting Zhang Rongxiang's wife to return the prepared meat to the refrigerator and leave the dripping vegetables in the sink. The clues began to crystallize. It was highly likely that the murderer was connected to these two numbers, and the possibility of collusion between the two could not be dismissed. Immediately investigate these two phone numbers, Li Feng commanded. Yes. Wang Tingting promptly accessed the public safety system for further inquiry. Soon, the identities of the owners of the two numbers were revealed. The user of the 189 number was Chen Xinghua, 38 years old, hailing from Dayu County in Lin Yan province. With a history of multiple robbery and theft offenses, having been recently released from prison a year ago. The owner of the 135 number was Jin Liang, a local from Nandu, 36 years old, with no criminal record. Team Leader Li, it seems that this Chen Xinghua is the prime suspect, Wang Tingting remarked with a frown. We cannot be certain yet. Li Feng rose, scanning the officers in the office, and stated emphatically, locate these two individuals with utmost urgency. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. This was a pivotal clue in solving the case, with success hinging on this moment. As Wang Tingting exited the office, she muttered softly. Have you noticed that Team Leader Li is different from before? A tall, slender officer turned to glance back at the office and nodded. Indeed. The last time he was reassigned, he wasn't this formidable. It's as if he has transformed completely this time. A glimmer of admiration shone in Wang Tingting's eyes. I also wish to earn a second-class merit, but unfortunately, I lack the capability. With Team Leader Li's prowess, I hope we can share in the glory this time. The tall officer sighed. How can this case compare to the big fish Huang Weiyong? If we manage to secure a commendation, we will consider ourselves fortunate. Wang Tingting pouted, feeling deflated. Once everyone had departed, the atmosphere lingered. Li Feng glanced at the time and promptly departed from the task force, driving towards the Nandu Detention Center. He presented the documents and credentials issued by the provincial department, gaining seamless access to the facility, where he arrived at the opulent solitary confinement cell designated for serious offenders. Li Feng retrieved a key and unlocked the door, stepping into the room, swiftly shedding his police uniform in favor of the prisoner's attire laid out on the bed. He then proceeded to the bathroom. Upon his emergence, he astonishingly transformed into the likeness of Lin Yan. Chapter 85. Miss, do you have feelings for Brother Lin? Unbelievable. I never anticipated that the term disguise could be so twisted. The first time Lin Yan employed the art of disguise, he was taken aback. Initially, he believed the system had bestowed upon him a trivial skill, yet it proved invaluable at a critical moment. Lin Yan acquiesced to Bai Jian's demands, agreeing to eliminate Tian Tai. After committing to Bai Jian, Lin Yan clandestinely contacted Zhang Xiaomei. Following deliberation, they resolved to eradicate Tian Tai along with his associates. Thus, the previous scene unfolded, where Lin Yan, accompanied by Zhang Rongxiang's family remains, appeared at the train station, subsequently apprehended and confined to a detention center. In pursuit of incriminating evidence against Tian Tai, Lin Yan confided in Zhang Xiaomei about his ability to disguise himself. Though astonished, it seemed quite rational in the context of Lin Yan's circumstances. Therefore, under Zhang Xiaomei's orchestration, the police disseminated false information to Tian Tai's informants, intending to lower his guard. Lin Yan disguised himself as Li Feng to investigate the case, striving to avoid arousing Bai Jian's suspicion. Should he successfully unearth evidence to apprehend Tian Tai, Lin Yan would be exonerated and could return to Bai Jian to continue his covert operations. Unfortunately, the art of disguise could only be employed for 3 hours daily. Otherwise, the evidence-gathering process would be impeded. Fortunately, the first day yielded results. Upon visiting Zhang Rongxiang's residence, Lin Yan attempted to utilize the tracking technique. Regrettably, the crime had occurred too long ago, and the scent had dissipated, rendering the tracking ineffective. If he could successfully locate the two individuals mentioned in the phone call, the case would likely progress swiftly. This was precisely why they had released the false information. If Tian Tai became aware that the police were investigating the massacre of Zhang Rongxiang's family, he might preemptively eliminate key figures. For now, Lin Yan could only wait until other task force members located the individuals, allowing him to disguise himself and continue the investigation without wasting precious time. In a police vehicle en route to the detention center, Li Feng gazed at the video of himself. His eyes widened to the point of nearly erasing his double eyelids. Director, Wow, this is astonishing. Following the establishment of the task force for the Zhang Zhilei massacre case, Li Feng was naturally appointed as the deputy leader, with Zhang Donghai as the leader. He also received a mysterious assignment to alternate shifts with Lin Yan. During investigations, Lin Yan would be on duty, while Li Feng would cover the remaining hours. Zhang Donghai chuckled, stating that Lin Yan was an extraordinary individual beyond the bounds of conventional reasoning. Isn't it remarkable? Eliminating Xiao Ji, capturing the Black Wolf, uncovering a factory drug production case, a rape case, and additionally apprehending Huang Weiyong, if he hadn't experienced it firsthand. Such absurdity would have been hard for Zhang Donghai to believe. However, upon learning that Lin Yan had declined to become a formal police officer, he felt a tinge of regret. Such a talent would undoubtedly serve as a formidable protector of the realm. By the way, from now on, you shall lead the task force members in the vigorous pursuit of Cheng Xinghua and Jin Liang's whereabouts. Let Li Feng handle the more mundane tasks of locating individuals. Lin Yan need only focus on the technical aspects. Li Feng nodded, informing that they had conducted background checks on Cheng Xinghua and Jin Liang. No connection was found between Cheng Xinghua and Bai Jian. However, it was noted that he frequently associated with Tian Tai, often visiting hotels and clubs owned by Tian. Upon hearing this, Zhang Donghai furrowed his brow and stated, "Let us first locate the individual." After Lin Yan was taken away by the police, Bai Mingyao temporarily refrained from attending school. Given the complexities of the external situation, particularly following the assassination attempt in the recent car accident, Bai Jian could not afford to be careless in Lin Yan's absence. The current security team was adequate for home protection, after all. Tian Tai would not dare to send armed men to attack. This was Huaxia, not South Asia. He lacked the audacity. On the second floor of the villa, in a charmingly decorated pink princess room, Bai Mingyao sat at the bedside, her gaze vacantly fixed on the window. Lin Yan had been missing for 2 days. She had inquired with Secretary Li, who was also unaware of his whereabouts. A sense of unease gnawed at her, her heart like a rootless floating weed, perpetually suspended and swaying, unable to find solid ground. Since his departure, she felt a profound loss of security and struggled to sleep soundly. Today, while practicing the piano, she stumbled over several familiar notes, perplexed by her sudden lack of proficiency. A series of knocks interrupted her thoughts. "Come in," she called. The door opened, revealing Li Shaoan, who greeted her with a smile. "Miss, dinner is ready. You may come downstairs to eat." Bai Mingyao nodded and rose to walk towards the door, but suddenly halted. Turning to Li Shaoan, she asked, "Will my brother come back?" Li Shaoyan's brow slightly furrowed at this question. While she was uncertain why Lin Yan had left so abruptly, her astute mind had surmised some possible reasons. The absence of a call from her employer to arrange for another bodyguard indicated that Lin Yan remained in his position. He might have temporarily departed due to other obligations. "Do not worry, miss. Brother Lin will surely return." "Really?" Bai Mingyao's previously dim eyes sparkled with hope upon hearing this. Li Shaoan nodded reassuringly, "Rest assured." After a pause, curiosity got the better of her, and she asked, "Mississippi, could it be that you have developed feelings for Brother Lin?" This was a question she would not dare pose to anyone else. Yet, having spent 2 years with Bai Mingyao, she perceived her as a Na'vi girl raised in an ivory tower, devoid of ulterior motives, and knew she would not be upset by such a query. Feelings. A flicker of confusion crossed Bai Mingyao's eyes. She was no stranger to the term. She liked singing, she liked bananas. The word like carried myriad meanings, varying greatly depending on context. She was momentarily at a loss regarding what Secretary Li meant by like. "It is the kind of liking that exists between two people together," Li Shaoyan suggested. Since Lin Yan became the personal bodyguard of the young lady, she gradually noticed a shift in her demeanor towards him. Their household was not unfamiliar with visitors, particularly when the master was present, including a number of promising young talents. The young lady maintained a polite yet distant attitude towards them. However, with Lin Good, she seemed to exhibit a certain attachment. This was quite understandable, for Lin Gu was not only exceptionally skilled and adept at driving, but also possessed a delightful sense of humor. Most remarkably, he was a master pianist and strikingly handsome. Apart from lacking a distinguished background, he embodied the ideal of a perfect gentleman in the hearts of many young women. Any further praise might make Li Shaoan feel as though she were drooling. The affection between them, Bai Mingyao murmured, lowering her gaze. Was Secretary Li referring to love? Yet, what truly was the sensation of love? She had only encountered it within the pages of books, never having experienced it firsthand. Li Shaoan continued to guide her. It is the longing for him in his absence, the desire to share countless experiences together, and even the wish to spend a lifetime by his side. Chapter 86. The interrogation of Lin Yan after the salient points were clarified by Meng Hao seemed to suddenly grasp the concept. During the 2 days of Lin Yan's disappearance, she had indeed found herself occasionally thinking of him. She longed to hear him impart his knowledge of piano. She yearned to play alongside him. The thought of living together with him forever had never crossed her mind. However, she felt an undeniable desire for him to remain by her side. Meanwhile, the technical team of the Special Investigation Unit worked tirelessly, swiftly pinpointing Cheng Xinghua's whereabouts. At 10:50 p.m. that evening, Cheng Xinghua was spotted at the Pacquiao Hotel in Nandu, where he completed his check-in. Upon receiving this information, Li Feng made a decisive move, rallying the police force to the hotel. Entering the hotel lobby, Li Feng displayed his badge, prompting the front desk staff to spring into action. Swiftly checking Cheng Xinghua's room number 605. The group took the elevator to the 6th floor, and as they exited, Li Feng and his colleagues instinctively reached for their waists, drawing their firearms and deftly chambering bullets. Given that Cheng Xinghua was suspected to be a murderer and posed a significant threat, the team remained on high alert. Before they could approach room 605, a piercing female scream erupted from within, echoing through the door and corridor, grating on their ears due to the hotel's inadequate soundproofing. Li Feng's brow furrowed instantly, while a look of disdain crossed Wang Tingting's face. To prevent Cheng Xinghua from detecting any unusual activity, Li Feng discreetly signaled to the staff, who promptly understood and used a spare key to unlock the door. As the electronic lock disengaged with a beep, Li Feng, weapon in hand, charged into the room, commanding loudly, "Don't move." Inside, Cheng Xinghua and the woman bent over before him, froze in shock at the abrupt intrusion. Slowly turning their heads, they stared in disbelief at Li Feng and the ominous barrel of his gun. With piercing eyes, Li Feng seized the quilt from the bed and hurled it toward the pair, instructing, "Get dressed immediately." "What the hell have I done? On what grounds are you arresting me?" Cheng Xinghua stammered, panic flashing across his face as he hastily grabbed his clothes from the bed, fumbling to put them on. "The police suspect you are engaged in illegal sexual activities here." Li Feng shot back, his gaze sharp as he turned to the woman beside him, sternly commanding, "And you, put on your clothes." Due to the high confidentiality of the operation to apprehend Cheng Xinghua, it was essential to bring the woman back to the police station as well. She picked up her dress from the floor, grumbling as she put it on, "Officer, do you really need to bring guns for a prostitution bust? It feels like you're apprehending a murderer." Her practice complaints revealed that this was not her first encounter with the law. Yet the scale of the operation still left her astounded. Before long, Cheng Xinghua and the woman were ushered into a police vehicle and taken to the Public Security Bureau. "Take him to the interrogation room first. I need to use the restroom," Li Feng instructed. Wang Tingting nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, Captain Li." Half an hour later, at the entrance to the interrogation room, Wang Tingting, with an expression of exasperation, lamented to the officer beside her. "This person is as stubborn as a rock, feigning ignorance no matter the question. He is impervious to reason." The officer sighed in resignation for a habitual offender like him. With numerous prior convictions and countless visits to the station, he has long mastered the art of evasion. Extracting a confession from him is no easy feat, Wang Tingting smirked, teasingly remarking, "Could it be that Team Leader Li has fallen into the restroom? It has been half an hour since he left." The officer shrugged, offering a wry smile. "Even if Team Leader Li were to arrive, it is unlikely we would make any progress. Such individuals will not speak without solid evidence presented before them." Just as he finished speaking, Li Feng's figure appeared at the end of the corridor. Wang Tingting furrowed her brow slightly, and upon closer inspection, she sensed something amiss about Li Feng. It was not a change in appearance, but rather a newfound steadiness in his gait. Exuding a unique aura, he stood taller, with a gaze that had grown significantly deeper. "Stop dawdling. Come in and take the statement." Li Feng's voice resonated, low and powerful. "Yes, team leader." Wang Tingting promptly followed him. Inside the interrogation room, Lin Yan, disguised as Li Feng, leaned over the table, his eyes sharp as a hawk, fixated on Cheng Xinghua, who sat in the interrogation chair. Cheng Xinghua, a corpulent man, sank into the chair like a small hill, his bald head gleaming, his face riddled with pockmarks. His gaze flitted nervously, avoiding contact with Lin Yan. Compared to the notorious Zhao Gang and Qiu Ji that Lin Yan had previously encountered, Cheng Xinghua's presence was markedly diminished, resembling more a frightened mouse. "Do you know Bai Jian?" Lin Yan asked in a deep voice, the sound echoing within the interrogation room. Cheng Xinghua paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his previously panicked expression, as he wondered why the focus had shifted from the prostitution charges to Bai Jian. He quickly shook his head, vehemently denying, "I do not know him." "Then do you know Tian Tai?" Lin Yan's gaze remained fixed on Cheng Xinggua's face, searching for any cracks in his facade through subtle shifts in expression. Upon hearing Tian Tai's name, Cheng Xinghua stiffened slightly, hesitating momentarily before shaking his head once more. "I do not know him. What about Zhang Rongxiang?" At the mention of this name, Cheng Xinghua seemed electrified, instantly straightening his back, his eyes widening in alarm as he vehemently insisted, "Officer, I do not know any of the people you mentioned." "Is that so?" Lin Yan, seizing Cheng Xinggua's phone from Wang Dingting, fixed his piercing gaze upon him and inquired, "Is this your phone?" Cheng Xinghua hesitated for a moment, instinctively nodding, "Yes. It is mine." Lin Yan produced the call log, his slender finger pointing to the second number from the bottom, starting with 189, "Call this number." "Understood." Wang Dingting replied promptly, retrieving her phone to dial the number. Moments later, Cheng Xinggua's phone rang unexpectedly. Lin Yan's voice dropped ominously, imbued with a sense of pressure. "I will ask you once more, do you know Zhang Rongxiang?" Cheng Xinghua felt a sudden jolt in his heart, a fleeting panic flashing across his face as he stammered. I. Lin Yan rose, striding purposefully towards Cheng Xinghua, presenting him with a list of phone records, his voice icy as he said, "This is the call log from the day before Zhang Rongxiang's tragic demise. You should recognize this number, should you not?" As Cheng Xinghua gazed at the number on the list, his complexion drained of color, and he stuttered, It is mine. But his death has nothing to do with me. Then why did you falsely claim not to know him?" Lin Yan pressed on, his tone growing increasingly severe. Cheng Xinghua fell silent once more, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lin Yan let out a cold laugh and began to recount. The last recorded call of Zhang Rongxiang was on May 13th. That day, his family had intended to prepare a meal at home, but received a phone call, after which the three of them eagerly accepted an invitation. Unfortunately, it turned out to be a treacherous trap, leading them to their untimely deaths at the hands of a murderer. And the one who made that fateful call was you. Officer, do not make baseless accusations. I have no connection to this matter. Do not frame me. Cheng Xinghua hastily denied. Lin Yan raised his hand, pointing towards the surveillance camera in the interrogation room, coldly stating, "Every word you just uttered has been recorded. It has become evident that you lied to the police during the interrogation, denying any acquaintance with Zhang Rongxiang. If this matter is unrelated to you, why the concealment? We will not unjustly accuse the innocent, but we shall also not let the guilty escape. Next, we will continue to gather evidence. Once the chain of evidence is complete." Lin Yan stepped closer to Cheng Xinghua, patting his shoulder deliberately as he pronounced, "You are the murderer of Zhang Rongxiang's entire family. According to our laws, your fate is sealed." He could distinctly feel Cheng Xinghua's body trembling violently from sheer terror. Chapter 87. The true culprit emerges. Lin Yan possessed the attributes of a top-tier detective, with a keen ability to observe micro-expressions and subtle reactions. Through Cheng Xinghua's series of responses, Lin Yan formed a preliminary conclusion. Cheng Xinghua was most likely not the murderer of the Zhang family. Yet he undoubtedly held knowledge of the underlying circumstances. Initially, Lin Yan inquired of Bai Jian, intending to scrutinize Cheng Xinghua's expressions and tone when he spoke the truth, thus establishing a reference point to assess whether his subsequent answers were deceitful. Clearly, Cheng Xinghua's later responses were all fabricated. Lin Yan's subsequent remarks aimed to test Cheng Xinghua's psychological resilience, observing his reactions. When confronted, Cheng Xinghua instinctively lowered his head, his eyes darting rapidly, as he focused on formulating a defense to prove his innocence. A true murderer would typically deny immediately or exhibit fear of death. Cheng Xinghua displayed mere panic. Yet there was a semblance of confidence, indicating he was likely not the genuine culprit. "Officer, I truly did not commit murder. I am not the one who killed him," Cheng Xinghua exclaimed hastily, his voice tinged with a slight tremor. Lin Yan pressed further. "Then who is the killer?" How should I know who the murderer is?" "You cannot convict me based solely on a phone call, can you?" Cheng Xinghua raised his voice, attempting to mask his inner turmoil. Lin Yan chuckled softly. "I have made it abundantly clear. Based on the current evidence, you are the sole suspect. Once the evidence chain is complete, your denial will be futile. The evidence cannot speak for you or offer a defense." Though Lin Yan was not an official police officer, he deviated from conventional interrogation methods, driven solely by the objective of swiftly extracting clues from the suspect. He aimed to instigate psychological distress in Cheng Xinghua through logical reasoning, intending to dismantle his mental defenses with the weight of potential capital punishment. Cheng Xinghua lowered his head once more, his brow furrowed in a deep crease. Lin Yan continued to apply pressure. I know what you are contemplating. Chang Xinghua looked up in surprise, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. What am I thinking? Lin Yan sneered. You are contemplating how to fabricate an excuse that conceals the truth while evading responsibility and extricating yourself from this predicament. But you are exceedingly naive. If you are indeed the murderer, regardless of your declarations, you cannot escape the clutches of legal retribution. However, Lin Yan intentionally paused, heightening Chang Xinghua's anxiety. But what? Chang Xinghua gulped, the panic on his face becoming increasingly pronounced. Lin Yan's words struck precisely at his thoughts. He had indeed been pondering whether he could merely admit to soliciting, thus obscuring other matters and finding a way out. Lin Yan pressed on. If you remain silent now, even if you are not the murderer, once we uncover the true culprit, you will be deemed an accomplice. You made the call and deliberately concealed the truth. A severe penalty awaits you. By confessing now, you would have the mitigating circumstance of voluntary surrender, which could lead to a lighter sentence. Are you certain you wish to maintain your silence? Upon hearing this, Chang Xinghua bowed his head once more, deep in thought. At over 30 years of age, a lengthy imprisonment could mean he would emerge from confinement a shell of his former self. Furthermore, having experienced incarceration previously, he was acutely aware that life within those walls was far less comfortable than in the outside world. He had no desire to return. After a brief moment, Chang Xinghua seemed to have made up his mind. He lifted his gaze towards Officer Lin Yan and said, Officer, I must speak. Lin Yan turned to Wang Tingting and instructed, take notes. With alacrity, Wang Tingting grasped her pen, ready to document the unfolding events. Chang Xinghua confessed, that day, it was indeed I who called Lao Zhang out for a meal. However, before we could finish dining, Jean Liang called him away. Lin Yan inquired in a grave tone. Who is Jean Liang? Chang Xinghua hesitated, drawing back slightly as he replied in a hushed voice. Jean Liang is one of the 12 warriors under Tian Tai, and he is also a superior of both Zhang Rongxiang and myself. Lin Yan pressed further. So, was Zhang Rongxiang killed by Jean Liang? Chang Xinghua did not respond immediately. His eyes flickered, but his expression seemed to confirm the implication. After a moment, he spoke again. Lao Zhang was rather muddled. I had intended to invite him to dine alone, yet he brought along his wife and child. Had he not done so, perhaps they would not have met such a tragic fate. Lin Yan continued to question, why did Jean Liang wish to kill him? Chang Xinghua sighed. Because Lao Zhang embezzled a shipment from the company. What shipment? Inquired Lin Yan. HLY, Chang Xinghua replied. Lin Yan exchanged a glance with Wang Tingting. Both were momentarily taken aback. Why would he embezzle? Chang Xinghua elucidated. Lao Zhang had endured much hardship, after years of living on the edge. He finally saw a glimmer of hope, only for his son to be diagnosed with a heart condition. To fully cure it, he needed to procure organs on the black market abroad and undergo a transplant, which required a substantial sum of money. Left with no other recourse, he resorted to embezzling the company's goods, only to be discovered. He continued, in light of this incident, the company would undoubtedly pursue retribution against him. Lin Yan pressed for clarity. What company are you referring to? Realizing he could not escape his predicament, Chang Xinghua decided to divulge everything to secure his life post-incarceration. It is merely our nomenclature. In reality, it pertains to the illicit enterprises under Tian Tai, which encompass gambling, brothels, nightclubs, and drug trafficking. The reason is straightforward. Only when Tian Tai and his associates are apprehended can he ensure his safety. Otherwise, even if he were to serve his sentence and be released, he would surely face retaliation. Thus, it is either silence or full disclosure. Lin Yan inquired further. Where is Jean Liang now? Chang Xinghua replied helplessly. His whereabouts are erratic. At this moment, he is either reveling in a club or enjoying leisure at a mistress's abode. Lin Yan bowed his head in contemplation for a moment before approaching Chang Xinghua, seizing his phone and presenting it to him. Contact him at once. Chapter 88. Jean Liang has fled. This. Chang Xinghua instinctively hesitated, or rather, he was gripped by fear. The ruthless visage of Jean Liang lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Could he possibly extract the address through a phone call without Jean Liang discerning his betrayal? Rest assured, if he truly is a murderer, I shall not let him escape. Lin Yan's gaze was resolute, his tone unwavering, setting aside the legal ramifications. A beast that spares not even children deserves 1,000 tortures. Chang Xinghua looked up at Lin Yan. Observing his steadfastness and confidence, his initial trepidation diminished somewhat. He illuminated his phone screen, unlocked it, and navigated to the contacts, locating the number saved as Liang Gu. His finger hovered over the dial button, hesitating to press it. Noticing this, Lin Yan continued, "Once you make this call, you will have made a significant contribution. We will petition the court for leniency on your behalf." Hearing these words, Zhang Zhilei gritted his teeth and pressed the dial button. Beep, beep, beep. After a few tones, a man's impatient voice came through. "What is it?" Zhang Zhilei switched to a cautious tone as he put the call on speaker. "Liang Gu, we have friends from out of town who want to pick up some meat from you. Get lost. You chose to come now of all times, instead of earlier or later. Go find Ergo." Zhang Zhilei quickly replied, "I asked Ergo. He doesn't have enough stock." Damn. Jean Liang cursed a few times before stating, "Hongxin Garden, Building 5, 15th floor, room 303. With that, he hung up. Zhang Zhilei raised his eyes to Lin Yan, who promptly seized his phone and turned to Wang Tingting, commanding, "Assemble the team immediately." Yes. Wang Tingting set down her pen and swiftly exited the interrogation room. Lin Yan unlatched the interrogation chair. "You must accompany us." I. Zhang Zhilei's face betrayed his fear. Lin Yan asserted, "It has come to this. You must either choose to cooperate in apprehending Jean Liang or face the law. Make your choice." "All right, fine." Zhang Zhilei slowly rose. A few minutes later, 2 private cars exited the gates of the Public Security Bureau. Lin Yan drove, with Zhang Zhilei seated in the passenger seat, unshackled. In Lin Yan's eyes, no one could elude his grasp. Even if he granted Zhang Zhilei a pair of wings, he would not escape. In the other vehicle, Wang Tingting was brimming with excitement. "My goodness, you have no idea. Captain Li is incredible." She had just witnessed Lin Yan interrogating Zhang Zhilei in the interrogation room. It was utterly impressive. The atmosphere had been so grave that she had refrained from expressing her admiration. "How incredible?" inquired the officer driving. Wang Tingting animatedly recounted. In less than 10 minutes, he had subdued the seasoned Zhang Zhilei, extracting all the information and even revealing the address of the true culprit. Can you believe it? The other officers in the vehicle exchanged astonished glances, filled with surprise and disbelief. They had just been summoned for a mission and were still unclear about the specifics. Upon hearing Wang Tingting's account, they realized they were en route to apprehend the true perpetrator. Although Li Feng is not part of their police team, they are all acquainted with him. Is he truly as formidable as rumored? Why had no one noticed this before? If he can indeed complete an interrogation in 10 minutes and turn a suspect into a witness, that would be quite impressive. However, doubts linger in their minds, fearing that Zhang Zhilei might be playing tricks on them, leading to a situation where they fail to apprehend anyone and inadvertently alert the suspect. In Hongxin Garden, room 303 on the 15th floor of Building 5, the air is thick with smoke. The living room table is cluttered with makeshift smoking paraphernalia. A lithe woman in revealing pajamas languidly reclines on the sofa, resembling a sensual serpent. Jean Liang stands bare-chested by the window, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the community. He had been entwined with his lover in bed when Zhang Zhilei's call disrupted the moment, leaving him irritable and agitated. Damn it, why did he have to call now? Jean Liang's frustration mounts as he picks up the phone and dials Ergo's number. The moment the line connects, he unleashes a torrent of curses. "Damn you, how many times must I tell you to keep supplies ready? Do you think I'm joking?" Ergo, taken aback on the other end, falls silent for 2 seconds before responding, "Bro, I do have stock here. What did you say?" Jean Liang furrows his brow. "Didn't teaching Fatty just ask you for meat? You told him you had none? Bro, don't listen to that guy's nonsense. I have plenty of goods." Ergo mumbles. Jean Liang abruptly ends the call, his gaze sharp as he turns back to the entrance of the community. A sense of dread washing over him. This is bad. Years of living on the edge have honed his instincts, making him acutely aware of danger, a key reason he has no criminal record at the police station. He has always managed to turn peril into safety. Hastily, he grabs a shirt from the sofa and strides towards the door. "Where are you going, bro? I still need you," the woman on the sofa exclaims, rising to embrace him. "Get off me." Jean Liang pushes her away, realizing this is not the time for indulgence. He takes the elevator down to the basement, flooring the accelerator as the tires screech against the epoxy floor. At that moment, 2 private cars enter the basement, brushing past Jean Liang's vehicle. Zhang Zhilei, filled with anxiety, nervously rubs his hands together, completely oblivious to Jean Liang's car. Lin Yan parks below Building 5, and everyone disembarks, ushering Zhang Zhilei into the elevator. Once they exit, Lin Yan swiftly draws his firearm, chambers around, and approaches room 303. "Knock on the door," Lin Yan commands in a hushed tone. Trembling, Zhang Zhilei steps to the door and knocks. Knock, 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 knock. After a brief moment, the door swings open, revealing the alluring woman in revealing pajamas. She stares at Cheng Xinghua, momentarily stunned. Cheng Fatty, is that you? Where's Bro Liang? She had assumed the knocker was the returning Jean Liang and had opened the door without a second thought. At that moment, a figure darts from the side corridor and enters the room. Wang Tingting and her colleagues immediately reveal their police identities. Police. Don't move. Hands on your head. The woman was taken aback, surrounded by an array of drug paraphernalia, rendered speechless as she squatted down, cradling her head. Lin Yan swiftly searched several rooms. Finding no one else present, he approached the woman and in a low voice inquired, "Where is Jean Liang?" "I don't know, I know nothing," she sobbed, shaking her head. Lin's gaze swept across the table where a lighter lay, alongside a cigarette, but still smoldering in the ashtray. It was evident that Jean Liang had fled. And not long ago, the air was thick with the scent of second-hand smoke and something foul, indicating that the cigarette was not hers. Wang Tingting frowned, saying, "It's strange. We haven't leaked any information. How did he know we were coming for him?" Another officer shrugged helplessly. Such individuals are exceedingly cunning. Letting him escape this time will make it much harder to catch him next. At that moment, Cheng Xinghua's face turned ashen. Jean Liang had escaped and surely knew he had been betrayed. While he might remain unscathed in the station, what would become of his family? Thinking of flight, Lin Yan scoffed quietly. It would not be so simple. Chapter 89, A 1,000-mile pursuit and the god's fury. Upon hearing the news, the crowd turned to Lin Yan. Their faces etched with disbelief. "Captain Li, do you truly have a way to apprehend him?" Wang Tingting's eyes widened, brimming with incredulity. A rogue like Jean Liang, with his astute counter-surveillance instincts, would vanish the moment he sensed danger. Extracting him from hiding would be no trifling matter. It required meticulous planning and the assistance of informants providing precise intelligence, an endeavor not easily accomplished. The expressions of the other officers mirrored her astonishment, not out of doubt, but sheer curiosity about Lin Yan's remarkable strategy. Without uttering a word, Lin Yan strode into the bedroom, gradually closing his eyes as he harnessed his 1,000-mile tracking ability. In an instant, an overwhelming tide of scents enveloped him: the sharp, cloying fragrance of women's perfume, the acrid scent of smoke, the nauseating odor of narcotics, the pungent formaldehyde emanating from the wardrobe, the savory aroma of barbecued meat drifting from downstairs, and the mingled stench of perspiration from the men present. Amidst this olfactory deluge, Lin Yan meticulously eliminated all scents unrelated to Jean Liang, ultimately honing in on the unique essence most likely belonging to him. Abruptly, Lin Yan opened his eyes, exited the bedroom, and holstered his firearm with a grave tone, instructing, "Retrieve the individuals and evidence to the precinct and await my updates." With that, he hastily departed, leaving Wang Tingting and the other officers rooted in astonishment. Could it be Captain Li intends to confront him alone? He just stepped in and immediately identified the target? A drug-sniffing dog? Enough of such wild conjectures. Quickly, photograph these items and ensure they are taken back. The officers swiftly set to work, their discussions mingling with the urgency of their tasks. Lin Yan descended to the underground garage, slipped into his vehicle, and rolled down all the windows, his tracking ability still in full operation. The scent of Jean Liang lingered in the air, albeit now intertwined with the noxious fumes of exhaust. Dogs possess a sense of smell approximately 1,200 times more acute than that of humans, while Lin Yan's tracking capability surpassed that of canines by a staggering tenfold. Despite the heavy exhaust in the underground parking lot, his extraordinary ability allowed him to discern not only the distinct models and conditions of the vehicles, but also the subtle variances in odors emitted by engines, influenced by differing levels of wear and tear. At this moment, all Lin Yan needed to do was closely follow the trail of exhaust mingled with Jean Liang's scent to uncover his whereabouts. In fact, this proved to be a more straightforward task than merely tracking human odors. As the engine roared to life, Lin Yan pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Meanwhile, Jean Liang sped along the outskirts of the city in his BMW 530. His phone long since powered down. Having spent years evading the police, he understood that answering or making any calls at this juncture could easily result in surveillance. This was a fundamental counter-surveillance strategy. Seizing the opportunity before the police could ensnare him in their net, he aimed to flee as far as possible. He sought a safe haven to conceal himself before plotting his next move. After all, this was not his first encounter with law enforcement in the past. As long as he evaded immediate capture, his company had always managed to extricate him from trouble through various means. Yet, He never anticipated that the one who betrayed him would be Chimpanzee. That wretched scoundrel. Once I catch my breath, I will surely annihilate your entire family. Jin Liang gritted his teeth, cursing vehemently, as Wang Tingting and her team escorted Cheng Xinghua and Jin Liang's mistress back to the police station. Zhang Donghai had already been awaiting them in the Special Investigation Team's conference room. Wang Tingting meticulously reported the sequence of events concerning the operation. After listening, Zhang Donghai furrowed his brow in deep thought, remaining silent for a while before instructing her, "You may return to your duties." "Yes, Captain." After Wang Tingting departed, Zhang Donghai dialed a number. "Hello, Director. Is this old Zhang? Has there been progress in the case?" Zhang Xiaomei's voice was calm and steady on the other end. "Director, it is as follows." Zhang Donghai recounted in detail the entire process of Lin Yan's interrogation and capture. According to the returning team members, he was now pursuing the culprit alone. "I called to inquire if you think we should send someone to assist him." Setting aside his role as the Director of Public Security, Zhang Donghai, nearing 50, was acutely aware of the subtle tension between Lin Yan and Su Yingxue. While he trusted Lin Yan's capabilities, the matter was of great significance, and he felt compelled to consult Zhang Xiaomei to ensure absolute certainty. "Do you think he requires assistance?" Zhang Xiaomei countered. Zhang Donghai smiled slightly. "In my opinion, he should not need it. Compared to Jin Liang, Qiu Zhi is far less formidable." Zhang Xiaomei replied. "Since he hasn't requested help, we can trust in his judgment." Zhang Donghai nodded. "Understood, Director." 20 minutes later, Jin Liang drove out of the urban area of Nandu, with only 5 kilometers remaining to the highway entrance. Once on the expressway, he could accelerate and flee to another city. Upon reaching a distant locale, he could abandon the vehicle and hide with a friend, making it exceedingly difficult for the police to trace him again. However, at that moment, Jin Liang caught sight of a vehicle rapidly approaching in his rearview mirror. The provincial road had a speed limit of 80 kilometers per hour, yet Jin Liang was already exceeding 120, a severe violation. Given the road conditions, the speed of the pursuing vehicle must have been extraordinary. An ominous premonition swiftly enveloped Jin Liang. Without hesitation, he pressed the accelerator again, attempting to shake off his pursuer. Unfortunately, the road was a dual carriageway. Visibility was poor at night, and large trucks were weaving in and out. With Jin Liang's driving skills, reaching 140 kilometers per hour was already his limit, necessitating constant braking, steering, and overtaking, all requiring intense concentration. Even so, he narrowly avoided colliding with a heavy truck. Yet, the vehicle behind him seemed like a wraith, closing in ever closer. At its nearest, the distance between the two vehicles was less than 2 car lengths, rendering any escape futile. Jin Liang grew increasingly anxious, his heart pounding like a drum. His throat parched to the point of burning, and his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing as he desperately swallowed. At this moment, 2 large trucks appeared ahead, positioned perilously close, seemingly about to drive side by side. If these trucks blocked his path, Jin Liang would inevitably have to slow down, and slowing down would mean being caught by the vehicle behind him. The only option was to take the risk and attempt to overtake between the 2 trucks. However, with the gap between them less than 10 meters, the space was too narrow, and the risk of overtaking was exceedingly high. Yet the fear that lingered behind him like a shadow sent shivers down Jin Liang's spine, compelling him to seek an escape with utmost urgency. Gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. With a deafening roar, Jin Liang howled as the car's engine surged anew. He deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, veering the vehicle through a perilous narrow gap between 2 trucks, barely wide enough to accommodate a single car. As the rear of his car swung past, the space between the 2 massive trucks closed, leaving no room for any other vehicle to squeeze through. Jin Liang exhaled deeply, panting heavily as the echoes of the furious shouts from the truck drivers still lingered in the air. At that moment, a long line of trucks formed in the opposite lane. While overtaking was not entirely out of the question, the risks involved were far greater than before. It required not only extraordinary courage but also exceptional driving skills and formidable mental fortitude. Otherwise, he risked being torn to shreds by the oncoming trucks. Just as Jin Liang believed he had successfully shaken off his pursuers, a black truck unexpectedly emerged from that exceedingly narrow gap, appearing ominously in his rearview mirror. Chapter 90. Jin Liang captured. Jin Liang's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the rearview mirror, where a Havel emerged like a ghostly apparition. The implications of maneuvering an ordinary domestic SUV with such finesse were all too clear to him. Today, he feared he was doomed. His foot seemed to lose control, instinctively releasing the accelerator as the speed of his BMW gradually diminished. Meanwhile, the Havel smoothly matched his pace, peering through the passenger window. Zhang Zhilei was met with a pair of eyes, profound as the abyss and cold as frost. Lin Yan slowly raised his right hand. The ominous muzzle of his firearm aimed directly at him, signaling him to pull over. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Zhang Zhilei's expression hardened. Resolutely, he pressed the accelerator once more. He was a desperate man, dancing on the edge of a knife. And he could not afford to fall into the hands of the police. At that moment, two sharp gunshots pierced the night air. The rear tires of the BMW exploded instantly, the rubber screeching against the pavement in a cacophony of sound. 2 minutes later, the out-of-control BMW was forced to come to a crooked halt by the roadside. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Zhilei abandoned the vehicle and sprinted towards the adjacent farmland. However, just a few steps into his escape, he instinctively turned back and saw a shadow leap toward him with the agility of a cheetah, reaching above him in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, a searing pain struck his left cheek, and he was hurled to the ground by an overwhelming force. Zhang Zhilei clutched his burning, numb face with both hands, fearfully gazing at his assailant, trembling as he asked, You are a police officer?" Despite his casual attire, he instantly recognized the firearm as a police issue when it was drawn. Lin Yan, devoid of expression, holstered his weapon and rolled up his sleeves, seizing Zhang Zhilei and yanking him up from the ground. "Who I am is of no concern to you," he bellowed. And with a punch fueled by unbridled rage, he struck Zhang Zhilei squarely in the face. "Ah!" Zhang Zhilei howled, his body flying away like a kite severed from its string. Lin Yan's blow was devoid of finesse, driven purely by his profound disdain and fury towards the wretch before him. Zhang Rongxiang deserved his fate, yet his young son was blameless. The adage about calamity sparing wives and children encapsulated Lin Yan's seething anger. Dizzy and disoriented, Zhang Zhilei lay on the ground, writhing in agony. Blood filling his mouth as a thick, metallic sweetness enveloped him. After a moment, the pain subsided slightly. Gritting his teeth, he weakly gazed at Lin Yan, asking, Who are you? Police officers cannot abuse their power. Be careful, or I will report you." "Ha!" Lin Yan scoffed, his eyes glinting with derision. "Now you wish to discuss the law? When you were killing and setting fires, did you ever consider that in this country, on this land, the law exists to protect the innocent? You want to report me? Very well, here's your chance." With that, Lin Yan strode forward, seizing Zhang Zhilei once again, unleashing another barrage of blows. At this moment, there was no time to spare. Once he was taken back, such opportunities would vanish. An hour later, at the Westbridge Public Security Bureau, a Havel vehicle came to a halt in front of the office building. The ever-prepared Zhang Donghai and his associates had been waiting there. Lin Yan opened the car door and stepped out, dragging Zhang Zhilei from the back seat as if he were a lifeless dog. He dusted off his hands and calmly declared, "He resisted stubbornly, but I subdued him." Witnessing this scene, everyone present was rendered speechless, particularly Wang Dingting, whose eyes widened like brass bells, her face a canvas of disbelief. She simply could not fathom how Team Leader Li had managed to apprehend someone while lying on the ground. Moreover, the man before her, Zhang Zhilei, bore no semblance of a defiant individual. Rather, he resembled a thoroughly frightened hound, trembling and too afraid to make a sound. Zhang Donghai nodded slightly and remarked, "You've worked hard. Take a moment to rest. We will handle the remaining matters." Lin Yan acknowledged him with a nod and swiftly drove off towards the detention center. As the time for disguise was rapidly approaching, upon returning to the detention center, Lin Yan entered the lavish private room where the genuine Li Feng was languidly sprawled on the bed, utterly bored. The moment he caught sight of Lin Yan, he was taken aback once more, having already been startled earlier that day when Lin Yan came to replace him. Lin Yan smiled at him before removing his clothing and stepping into the bathroom. When he emerged, he had reverted to his true appearance. "How on earth did you accomplish that?" Li Feng inquired, scrutinizing Lin Yan's face from all angles. "Would you like to learn?" Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. "Yes," Li Feng replied candidly. If he could master such a skill of disguise, he would indeed be formidable, though he had yet to articulate precisely how. "Ah," Lin Yan responded with a nonchalant tone, continuing to change into prison attire, leaving the conversation hanging. "What does your mean?" Li Feng asked, perplexed. Once Lin Yan donned his outfit, he regarded Li Feng with an innocuous expression and shrugged. "I simply asked if you wished to learn. I never claimed I would teach you." Damn it." Li Feng then realized he had been played. Lin Yan patted his shoulder, his demeanor suddenly turning grave. "Zhang Zhilei has been captured." Convincing him to confess is no small feat, and persuading him to implicate Tian Tai is an even greater challenge. Inform Director Zhang that we must proceed with caution. We need to consider our strategy carefully. What strategy? Li Feng furrowed his brow. Lin Yan contemplated for a moment. First this, then that, and subsequently the other. Li Feng leaned back, squinting at him. I feel as though you're toying with me. Lin Yan nodded. You are quite perceptive. Damn. Li Feng pouted. Lin Yan continued, because I have yet to devise a solid plan. Jin Liang is acutely aware that he faces a death sentence. Once he confesses, it's inevitable doom for him. Hence he will never speak. Li Feng nodded in agreement. Lin Yan's assessment was indeed accurate. Such desperate individuals are fully cognizant of their circumstances. The more frequently the police interrogate them and the more intense the pressure, the more it signifies that they may not yet possess concrete evidence. Thus, he would be even less inclined to confess. This is common knowledge for a criminal investigator when confronting a perpetrator, especially one engaged in long-term criminal activities, which is incomparable to that of an occasional offender. Inform Director Zhang that no one should interrogate him tonight, nor should they pose any questions. He is to be held in solitary confinement. Li Feng nodded in agreement and promptly changed into his own clothes before departing. Although Jin Liang's injuries appeared minor, they were, in fact, quite serious, albeit not life-threatening. Aside from the pain, he was largely unharmed. After his wounds were treated, he was escorted by the police to a detention center, where he was placed in a solitary, luxurious single cell. During this time, no one inquired about the case, leaving Jin Liang with a sense of unease. From the words of those who apprehended him, he learned that the police had already traced the case of Zhang Rongxiang. However, with the passage of time, the absence of witnesses complicated matters. The authorities would find it exceedingly difficult to procure solid evidence proving him to be the murderer. Jin Liang had resolved that regardless of the police's interrogation tactics, he would remain steadfast in his silence, at most facing charges for drug use. Furthermore, he believed that the company would come to his aid. 2 days elapsed in the detention center, where aside from timely meal deliveries, no one attended to him. There were no interrogations, nor even a recording of his statement. Jin Liang increasingly sensed that something was amiss. As night fell once more, the detention center gradually quieted. All lights extinguished, enveloping the space in darkness. Lying on his bed, he fixed his gaze upon the ceiling, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Suddenly, he faintly heard the sound of soft footsteps approaching his cell. Initially, he presumed it was a guard conducting a routine check, but soon, the footsteps halted at his door, and it seemed someone was fumbling with the keys. Jin Liang's scalp tingled, a chill coursing through him as he quickly sat up. With a creak, the door slowly opened, revealing a shadowy figure in the doorway. In a frantic search for the light switch, he flicked it on, illuminating the cell with a dim glow. When he beheld the face of the visitor, his eyes widened in disbelief, for standing before him was none other than Pacquiao, one of the 12 warriors under Tian Tai. Moreover, Pacquiao was brandishing a gleaming knife, its blade glinting ominously in the faint light. Chapter 91. The Downfall of Tian Tai. How could you be here? Jin Liang instinctively recoiled, his voice trembling with a terror that surged from the depths of his soul. Before him stood Pacquiao, a fellow fugitive burdened with grievous sins. Where was this place? It was a detention center, a facility where the police confined suspects, heavily guarded and strictly monitored. How could Pacquiao possibly appear here? Moreover, he held the key to Jin Liang's cell and bore a knife. A chill gripped Jin Liang's heart. What was his intention? Did he mean to kill him? The answer seemed painfully evident. Don't blame me, Pacquiao whispered, his voice laced with murderous intent. You cannot escape. For the safety of everyone in the company, you must be sacrificed. Upon hearing these words, Jin Liang was engulfed by a panic he had never known. A profound fear of death enveloped him instantly. Who wished to take his life? Who else could it be? Aside from Tian Tai, who possessed such power. If he were to die, the secrets he harbored would be sealed forever, allowing Tian Tai to rest easy. In that moment, Jin Liang comprehended why he had been detained for so long without any interrogation. It was undoubtedly Tian Tai's informants within the police system who had obstructed the questioning. The objective was to eliminate him before he could speak, a tactic that was all too characteristic of Tian Tai. Why? Jin Liang stammered, retreating further. Brother Tai understands me. The police have no evidence. I will not say a word. Pacquiao sneered. Brother Tai said that only the dead remain silent. As for the living, no one can guarantee that. With that, Pacquiao began to advance, his black sneakers echoing ominously against the concrete floor with each step. The knife in his hand glimmered ominously under the dim light, slowly raised aloft. In a frenzy, Jin Liang roared, Damn it. Tian Tai is no human. I never contemplated betraying him, yet he wishes to kill me. Someone help. Help. Just then, Pacquiao lunged forward, the knife slicing through the air with a chilling whoosh, striking down without a moment's hesitation. In his panic, Zhang Zhilei barely managed to evade the fatal blow, but Pacquiao, undeterred, lashed out with the knife again. Each strike felt like the scythe of death itself, intent on claiming his life. Zhang Zhilei screamed in agony as a long gash was carved into his arm, blood gushing forth. Ignoring the searing pain, he scrambled towards the door, shouting hoarsely, "Murder! Tian Tai wants to kill me." Suddenly, the lights of the detention center flickered on, their blinding brilliance dispelling the darkness. Instantly, guards rushed out in response. "Save me! Save me! Someone is trying to kill me!" Zhang Liang's frantic cries echoed in the desolate corridor. However, once he assured himself of his safety and turned back, there was no trace of Pacquiao, as if he had never existed at all. An hour later, Zhang Liang sat in the interrogation chair, his right hand heavily bandaged, a cigarette clutched between his lips. His complexion pale, still shaken. "Who wants to kill you?" Zhang Donghai, seated opposite him, inquired solemnly, his voice low. Zhang Liang inhaled sharply, his hand trembling slightly, before he decisively uttered a name. "Pacquiao." "Who is Pacquiao?" "A subordinate of Tian Tai." "Why does he want to kill you?" "He wants me silenced." "Why does he want you silenced?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang took another deep drag on his cigarette, the tip glowing brightly. His lips quivered slightly as he inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. It seemed he had made a tremendous resolve, stating, "Because I know everything about him." On October 15th at 11:05 a.m., in the upper echelons of Hongsheng Group, Zhang Liang had vanished. Tian Tai rose and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, his brow furrowed, gazing out at the bustling yet somewhat restless urban streets below. Sunlight bathed his well-maintained yet subtly anxious face as a wave of unease crept into his heart. When Xiao Yuan's expression was grim, his voice low, "I have already dispatched someone to investigate." Ergo mentioned that Zhang Liang had called him a few days ago, saying Sheng Pengzi was looking for him to procure goods. After that, he has not been seen again. Is it possible he was arrested by the police? Tian Tai turned, concern etched in his eyes. When Xiao Yuan shook his head, the wrinkles on his forehead deepening slightly. That shouldn't be the case. According to my internal sources, the police are currently focused on investigating Bai Jian's affairs, and they likely lack the resources to pursue us. Then where could Zhang Liang have gone? Tian Tai mused, arms crossed. He has always been cautious. The only possibility is that the police are looking for him, so he has gone into hiding. Yet, there should be some news. In the past, during such situations, Zhang Liang would promptly find a way to contact him, and the company would find a way to address it. But this time, Zhang Liang had been missing for 2 or 3 days, which was exceedingly unusual. At such a critical juncture, Tian Tai could not afford to dismiss the implications. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock at the office door. The two exchanged glances, and Tian Tai spoke in a deep voice. "Come in." To his surprise, upon opening the door, it was the police who entered. Zhang Donghai's expression was serious as he raised a hand, presenting an arrest warrant. His voice booming and authoritative. "The police now suspect you of intentional homicide, drug trafficking, illegal detention, and leading organized crime. You are under arrest." Tian Tai's heart sank. The color drained from his face in an instant. The cigar end when Xiao Yuan's hand fell to the ground with a thud. His eyes wide in disbelief. In a luxurious villa in a South Asian country, a voice echoed, Big brother, great news, tremendous news." Hu Wei hurried in from outside, his face aglow with excitement. Bai Jian lifted his head, his brows slightly furrowed. "What good news?" Hu Wei settled beside him, presenting his phone. Without any forewarning, Tian Tai was apprehended, and not just him. All his forces within the country have been swept away. As he spoke, a laugh escaped him. However, Bai Jian exhibited no trace of delight upon hearing this. How long had it been since Lin Yan and the bone relics appeared at the train station? The police managed to obtain evidence of Tian Tai's crimes with such remarkable ease that it seemed utterly implausible, shrouded in an air of suspicion. Could it be that the police had been investigating Tian Tai all along? Perhaps they fortuitously stumbled upon the Zhang Rongxiang massacre case, leading to a sweeping arrest? Did this imply that the police might have already initiated an inquiry into himself? A wave of unease began to creep into Bai Jian's mind. He rose to his feet and paced the room, his figure casting a heavy shadow upon the opulent, gleaming floor. "Brother, when shall we return to our homeland?" Hu Wei inquired. Bai Jian halted his steps, shaking his head, his gaze imbued with caution. "There is no rush. Let us observe the situation first. Caution is the mother of safety." Chapter 92. The Return of My Brother. Meanwhile, Zhang Donghai and Li Feng hastened back to Binhai. After years of service as a criminal investigator, I must confess, I have never encountered someone as formidable as Lin Yan. His audacity is matched only by his accomplishments, which is utterly astonishing. As Li Feng drove, he rambled on. Zhang Donghai, upon hearing this, couldn't he help but chuckle lightly, reflecting, not just you. After 3 decades in law enforcement, this is my first encounter as well. If it weren't for Lin Yan disguising himself as Pacquiao and fabricating an assassination scene to extract information from Jin Liang, it would have been an insurmountable task. Not to mention toppling Tian Tai. Though Lin Yan's methods diverge from standard protocols, he is not part of the law enforcement system. Sometimes, flexibility is essential. Procedures can be bent. Now that Tian Tai has fallen, only Bai Jian remains. Lin Yan has resumed his covert presence beside Bai Jian, biding his time. As Zhang Donghai gazed out the window at the swiftly passing scenery, it seemed as if the sky over Ling Yan was gradually becoming a clear azure, with the sun poised to shine unreservedly upon the land. In the military district residence, Su Yingxue enjoyed a rare day off, remaining at home, for reasons unbeknownst to her. During Lin Yan's absence, she felt an incessant unease, lacking the enthusiasm to engage in any activity. Even the thought of stepping outside eluded her. Her mother, Zhang Zhilei, was in unusually high spirits, having spent considerable time in the kitchen preparing several of Su Yingshue's favorite dishes. As the meal was served, the enticing aroma filled the air, and Zhang Zhilei looked at her daughter with a smile, urging, "Come on, eat. What are you daydreaming about?" Su Yingxue softly acknowledged her mother, picking up her chopsticks, but merely fidgeted with the bowl of rice, not touching the dishes laid before her. At that moment, the phone on the table began to vibrate incessantly. Su Yingxue quickly set down her utensils and grabbed her phone, her eyes filled with anticipation, only for that hope to transform into disappointment upon reading the message. The group chat was abuzz with activity. She clicked in to find a police report regarding Hongsheng Group. Tian Tai, president of Nandu Hongsheng Group, arrested for multiple serious offenses. Ling Yan police have deployed multiple lines of control, capturing most of his subordinates one by one. Su Yingxue turned to her mother, Zhang Zhilei, and in an instant, it dawned upon her why her mother was in such good spirits today. It was because of this news. "Mom, you knew all along, didn't you?" She wanted to ask, though what she truly wished to inquire was whether Lin Yan had completed his mission and could return. "What do you know?" Zhang Zhilei playfully countered. Su Yingxue flipped her phone around, presenting the police report to her mother's eyes. Zhang Zhilei squinted slightly to read it and chuckled. "Oh, this? I only found out today. I'm not on the front lines, so my information isn't is current." Then, Su Yingxue almost blurted out, "Does that mean Lin Yan can come back?" Yet the question caught in her throat, swallowed back with effort. Zhang Zhilei seemed to perceive her daughter's unspoken thoughts, setting down her bowl and chopsticks, and with a profound tone remarked, "If love can endure through the ages, what does it matter if it is day or night? He will return safely." On the 6th day of Lin Yan's disappearance at the Ahu villa, Bai Mingyao sat in her room, her gaze lost as she stared at the villa's entrance. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her somewhat fragile silhouette. This afternoon, Secretary Li and the driver had gone out on errands, the specifics of which were unclear to Bai Mingyao. Yet, an inexplicable premonition stirred within her. She felt her brother would soon return. Moments later, a familiar vehicle slowly entered her line of sight, and the villa's gate creaked open. Bai Mingyao sprang to her feet, her heart racing with anticipation. She yearned for the car door to swing open, revealing the person she had missed day and night. Reality did not disappoint her. As the car came to a halt, Li Xiaoyan eagerly leaped from the front passenger seat and swiftly opened the back door. Stepping out was none other than her beloved brother, Lin Yan. Upon exiting the vehicle, Lin Yan took a deep breath and lifted his gaze towards the upper floor, his eyes locking onto Bai Mingyao's clear and innocent orbs. A radiant smile broke across his face as he waved. Unable to contain her excitement any longer, Bai Mingyao turned and dashed towards the stairs. Observing this, Li Xiaoyan sidled up to Lin Yan and whispered, "Brother Lin, you have no idea. During these past few days, the young lady has asked me daily when you would return." Lin Yan furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his face. "Why is she so concerned about me?" Li Xiaoyan rolled her eyes, her expression suggesting he was being naive. "Brother Lin, you're so astute. What could possibly escape your notice? I can't believe you haven't figured it out." "Brother," Bai Mingyao exclaimed, clutching her dress with both hands as she bounded out of the villa like a joyful fawn, her face aglow with sweetness. "You haven't been running around, have you?" Lin Yan inquired, observing her closely. Bai Mingyao shook her head vigorously, responding earnestly, "No, with you away. I haven't gone anywhere." Lin Yan reached out, gently ruffling her hair. "Such a good girl." Li Xiaoyun, witnessing this tender moment, was astonished, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. Brother Lin was actually giving the young lady a head pat. How bold. Lin Yan had accomplished the task assigned by Bai Jian, successfully toppling Tian Tai. Logically, Bai Mengyao's danger should have been averted, and he ought not to remain at the villa. Bai Jian should have arranged other duties for him. Yet, curiously, Bai Jian instructed him to stay at the villa to serve as Mingyao's piano teacher. Other matters could be discussed upon his return to the country. Bai Jian was a cunning strategist, likely believing that Tian Tai's downfall had rendered him a startled bird. However, Lin Yan remained unhurried, taking a measured approach. "Brother, Bai Mingyao hesitated, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. Lin Yan frowned slightly as she glanced toward the villa's entrance, summoning her courage to say, I would like to go out for dinner with you today." Although she had suffered an upset stomach after their last outing for spicy hot pot. How could a fish that had glimpsed the vast ocean content itself to remain in a small creek? Gastronomy is an indulgence that none can resist. Lin Yan turned to Li Xiaoyun and inquired, "If I take the young lady out for a meal, will the company reimburse us?" "Reimbursement is not an issue," she replied. "But I must first report the young lady's itinerary to the boss." If it were anyone else, Li Xiaoyun would have unhesitatingly declined, but Lin Gu was a different matter. She promptly called Bai Jian. "Hello, boss. The young lady wishes to dine with Lin Gu." "Yes. All right, understood." After hanging up, a smile graced her face as she conveyed to Lin Yan, "The boss has confirmed that all expenses will be covered by the company. Furthermore, the young lady need not report her outings with you in the future." Li Xiaoyun was equally astonished. It was remarkable that the boss's most cherished daughter seemed to have a sense of trust in Lin Gu. This was truly unexpected. Lin Yan snapped his fingers and gestured towards Bai Mingyao. "Come, let's get in the car." To his surprise, Bai Mingyao did not settle into the back seat, which Li Xiaoyun had opened for her. Instead, she took the initiative to open the front passenger door and climbed in. For her brother was neither a chauffeur nor a bodyguard. Frankly, after days of monotonous meals, Lin Yan was beginning to lose his appetite. Chapter 93. A joyful outing with Bai Mingyao. Half an hour later, in the bustling and vibrant food street of Nandu. Throngs of people filled the air with a rich culinary atmosphere. Bai Mingyao walked alongside Lin Yan, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Grilled skewers, fried delicacies, oden, candied fruits, and snail noodles, an array of mouth-watering treats seemed to compete for attention. Bai Mingyao felt akin to a country bumpkin visiting the city, eager to sample everything. "Whatever you wish to eat, indulge yourself. After all, your father has promised to cover the expenses." Lin Yan chuckled. "Really? Then I want to try this." Bai Mingyao's beautiful eyes gleamed with anticipation. Lin Yan nodded affirmatively. From one end of the street to the other, Bai Mingyao savored a skewer of grilled gluten. A hint of red oil gracing her lips, her face radiating satisfaction. Before meeting Lin Yan, she believed her life was destined to be mundane. Yet now, everything had changed. Life could indeed be as vibrant and colorful as it was at that moment. At that instant, the sound of singing wafted through the air. Lin Yan glanced up to see a street performer live-streaming his performance. "Can you sing?" Lin Yan recalled Li Xiaoyun mentioning that the young lady had a particularly melodious voice. Bai Mingyao, with a piece of gluten in her mouth, nodded shyly. "Come on, sing for me," Lin Yan urged, pulling her into the crowd. After waiting for the street performer to finish, he approached and inquired, "May she sing a song?" Gesturing towards Bai Mingyao, the street performer grinned. "As long as it's not a cacophony, I'm all for it. The live stream has only a few viewers, and we wouldn't want a disastrous performance." Upon hearing this, the performer's gaze fell upon Bai Mingyao, and he was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. Even if she stood silently, her presence would surely draw attention. He quickly made way and asked with a smile, "What song would you like to sing?" Bai Mingyao hesitated, glancing nervously at the crowd. She had never sung in front of so many people before, and instinctively felt shy. I can't," she replied earnestly, shaking her head. "What is there to be afraid of?" Lin Yan turned to the street performer. "May I borrow your guitar?" The performer looked at him incredulously. "Can you play?" Lin Yan humbly replied, "I know a little." With a mix of skepticism, the performer handed over the guitar. "What piece will you play?" "I can help you find the sheet music." Lin Yan laughed. "It's just a guitar. Who needs sheet music?" He then turned to Bai Mingyao with a reassuring smile. "Don't be afraid. Sing boldly, just as you did when you first tasted spicy hot pot. Taking this step, you will discover a new version of yourself." Regardless of Bai Jian's past actions, Bai Mingyao remained innocent. Bai Jian was bound to face consequences, and it was essential for Bai Mingyao to learn to confront the world independently. Thus, she needed to step out of her ivory tower and rediscover the world around her. With a nod, Bai Mingyao slowly approached the microphone. By now, the audience was buzzing with excitement. "Beautiful lady, sing one for us. With such looks, your voice must be enchanting. My goodness, could these two be celebrities here to record a variety show? But wait, I don't see a production crew. They must be ordinary people." Bai Mingyao, slightly anxious, turned to Lin Yan and softly inquired, "Brother, may I sing Invisible Wings?" A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Yan's eyes, quickly replaced by a warm smile as he nodded. "Of course, I shall accompany you." Lin Yan's fingers gently glided over the guitar strings, releasing a cascade of bright, melodious notes that instantly filled the air. The surrounding crowd fell silent as if enchanted. Soon after, Lin Yan's nimble fingers plucked the strings, and the familiar prelude of the song resonated beautifully. Having witnessed Lin Yan play the piano before, Bai Mingyao was not overly surprised by his guitar skills. However, the wandering singer beside them was wide-eyed with astonishment. To him, Lin Yan's level of proficiency was akin to that of a master guitarist, making his own skills seem insignificant by comparison. How could someone so casually possess such mastery? Are masters now so commonplace? As the enchanting melody lingered, Bai Mingyao slightly parted her lips and began to sing the first line, "Every time I stand strong amidst the solitude." Her voice flowed like a clear mountain spring, pure, pristine, and melodious, imbued with an ethereal quality that seemed capable of piercing the very soul. The heartfelt yearning and aspirations of a young girl for the future resonated deeply with everyone present, stirring profound emotions. Without the original accompaniment, Bai Mingyao's voice shone even brighter against the simple backdrop of the guitar. The number of viewers in the live stream began to swell. 50, 500, 1,000. By the time the song concluded, the viewership had surpassed 2,000. The wandering singer was left speechless. This was his highest audience yet. The live audience, still craving more, exclaimed, "Beautiful lady, that was enchanting. Sing another. Can we request a song? I'll pay. It would be a shame not to feature you on China's Best Voices. What is your Douyin account? I want to follow you." After finishing her song, Bai Mingyao looked up at Lin Yan, her eyes sparkling with joy. It felt entirely different from singing at home or in front of her teacher, especially with her brother accompanying her. In that moment, Bai Mingyao felt blissful and sweet. Just as the lyrics expressed, "I finally see, all my dreams blooming. Hey, why not sing another one?" the wandering singer urged. Seizing the moment while the audience's enthusiasm was at its peak, Lin Yan turned to Bai Mingyao and asked with a smile, "Do you wish to sing again?" She nodded vigorously, yes. Since it was a guitar accompaniment, she chose a song that wouldn't require a wide vocal range, opting for Fei Wang's Human World. This time, Bai Mingyao showcased not only her voice, but also various intricate techniques. The audience, upon hearing her rendition, found it difficult to recall the original version. After 5 songs, the atmosphere was electric. The popularity of the live broadcast room has surged to over 50,000. However, no matter how splendid the program may be, every performance must eventually come to an end. "Let us go," Lin Yan remarked as he returned the guitar to the wandering singer, addressing Bai Mingyao. It was evident that the young beauty was thoroughly enjoying herself. "Handsome, when will you return?" the wandering singer inquired, gazing at their retreating figures. Lin Yan waved his hand and replied, "If fate allows, we shall meet again." As they made their way to the parking lot, they passed by a bank, and suddenly, Lin Yan recalled something significant. What amount had Bai Jian deposited in the bank card that Bai Mingyao had given him? He had forgotten about it due to the incident with Tian Tai. Coincidentally, the card was conveniently in his possession, and his curiosity was instantly piqued. Wait a moment. Lin Yan halted in his tracks. Bai Mingyao paused as well, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Without delay, Lin Yan turned and headed towards the bank. Although the bank had closed for the day, the ATM machines were still operational, making it possible to check his balance. Chapter 94. Do you wish to kiss? Bai Mingyao, perplexed, obediently followed as she stood at the door, watching Lin Yan insert the card without a hint of curiosity to sneak a glance. Input password. Lin Yan furrowed his brow, recalling that Bai Mingyao had mentioned her birthday, yet the exact date eluded him. He turned and inquired, "What is the card password?" 031115. Oh, Lin Yan raised his hand to input the secret. As the interface transitioned, he pointed to the button for inquiry. A few seconds later, a string of numbers appeared before his eyes. 52 million, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, millions? Only 53 million? Lin Yan frowned, Curiosity piqued. How could Bai Jian, a billionaire, leave such a meager sum for his daughter? Wait. Lin Yan recalled his last conversation with Bai Jian, who had promised him 100 million as long as he ensured Bai Mingyao's safety. Even a bodyguard could cost a fortune. How could he leave his daughter with only this? However, Lin Yan soon understood. Bai Jian was an exceedingly cautious individual. Since this money was set aside for his daughter's safety, it had to remain untainted. Even if an unforeseen event occurred, or if he were apprehended by the police, this sum would not be traced. Of course, there might be another layer of consideration. Bai Mingyao was quite innocent. If a day arrived when she needed to utilize this money, it would signify that she had to confront the world on her own. For her, an excess of wealth might not be a blessing. Under normal circumstances, 50 million was sufficient for her to live comfortably for the rest of her life. Lin Yan withdrew the card and turned to leave with Bai Mingyao. Aren't you curious about how much is inside? Lin Yan asked. Bai Mingyao shook her head, her large, glistening eyes reflecting innocence. I want to spend money. Since she could remember, whether she desired something or not, there was always someone to procure it for her, leading her to lose all sense of money. Then I shall keep the card for you. Bai Mingyao nodded. I'll give it to you. You are even more extravagant than Suing Xue. Lin Yan chuckled, bemused by the ease with which she offered millions as a gift. Such wealth was ample for indulgence. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Yan took a shower and comfortably lay on the bed. The hard cot from the detention center was no match for the luxurious softness of the grand bed. It was no wonder that everyone aspired to be wealthy. The life of the affluent was unimaginable. Having not contacted Suing Xue for several days, the first thing Lin Yan did upon lying down was to reach out to her. During his time in detention, whenever he found himself with idle thoughts, the memory of their kiss would resurface, igniting a yearning in him. His lips felt an irresistible itch. Most importantly, he envisioned several positions, eagerly anticipating to try them out. He was certain that this time, he would excel remarkably. Meanwhile, Suing Xue, having finished her shower and donned a silk nightdress, lay on her side in bed. The room remained dark, and her phone was tossed aside. Though the weather is not particularly warm, an inexplicable sense of restlessness stirs within. The sudden buzz of a mobile phone disrupts the tranquility. Suing Xue hastily reaches for her phone. Lin Yan, hey, woman, have you missed me? The moment she sees the message, Suing Xue feels her cheeks flush as if engulfed by flames. How can he still be so brazen and carefree? She scolds him silently in her mind before rolling over onto her bed, cradling her phone and typing rapidly. Su, I have no intention of missing you. Once she sends the message, an unsettling realization dawns upon her. Their conversation appears rather flirtatious. Lin Yan, my mouth is quite itchy. Su, what's wrong? Did you eat something? Lin Yan, no. Su, then why the itch? Lin Yan, I want a kiss. Upon reading this message, Suing Xue instinctively stiffens, goosebumps rising on her skin. How could he be so shameless? To so openly express his desire to kiss a girl? Lin Yan, may I ask if your lips are poisonous? Suing Xue furiously taps the screen with her fingers, thinking, you are the one with poison. Lin Yan, then why is it that after kissing you last time, I feel as if I am addicted and crave it every day? Don't you feel the same? Suing Xue's scalp tingles at the audacity of such a question. Can one even inquire about such matters? She instinctively begins to ponder. Does she want a kiss? Not really. To be honest, she often reminisces about that day. Beyond the embarrassment, it seems there is something else tangled within those memories. Does she desire another kiss? She remains uncertain. The mere thought of it ignites a blush and a warmth that threatens to suffocate her. Lin Yan, if you remain silent, I shall take it as a tacit agreement to kiss. I will come back and claim you. Su, get lost. This man is utterly shameless. Meanwhile, Lin Yan sends a video call invitation to Suing Xue. The other party has declined your video invitation. The other party has declined your video invitation. What is the matter? I'm not asking for much. Lin Yan mutters under his breath. Just then, a long-awaited system notification chimes in. Bai Mingyao's favorability has increased by 10 points. You have received a bonus of 100,000 yuan. Unlock B-level attribute top-tier business acumen from now on. The word per shall be a distant memory. Wealth will forever accompany you, and in the eyes of others, you shall be a genius strategist, effortlessly managing large enterprises. The increase in favorability triggering a reward does not surprise Lin Yan. The 100,000 yuan bonus also does not astonish him. The emergence of the B-level attribute, however, raises questions. What does top-tier business acumen signify? Is it urging him to engage in business? But he is still undercover. What nonsense. Nevertheless, Just because he cannot act now does not imply he will be unable to do so in the future. Once the task is completed, I shall join Su Yingxue in the endeavor. The following day, within the confines of the detention center's interrogation room, Tian Tai donned a prison uniform emblazoned with the words Nankan. Seated upon the interrogation chair, the elegance he once exuded had vanished, replaced by an expression rife with resentment and desolation. Zhang Donghai and Li Feng sat across from him, their expressions equally grave. Interrogating a man like Tian Tai was by no means a trivial matter. I yearn to comprehend the entirety of this affair, otherwise I shall remain silent. Even in his current state as a prisoner, Tian Tai's voice resonated with unwavering determination. A man of his caliber may concede defeat, yet he cannot accept an obscure demise. That is beyond your control. Li Feng slammed his palm upon the table, declaring, "We possess irrefutable evidence. You shall not evade the consequences of the law." Tian Tai cast a cold, disdainful glance at Li Feng, scoffing, "Why do you continue to interrogate me then? Just draw your gun and put me out of my misery." Chapter 95. Bai Jian has returned you. Li Feng's face flushed crimson, his eyes wide with fury as he pointed an accusatory finger at Tian Tai, momentarily rendered speechless. The atmosphere in the interrogation room was stifling, the harsh fluorescent lights casting an unforgiving glare that illuminated the strained expressions of everyone present. Despite the confessions from Jin Liang and others, the judicial process necessitated a more robust evidential chain. Tian Tai's testimony and confession were of paramount importance. As the helm of Hongsheng Group, Tian Tai wielded considerable influence, and it was essential to unearth the numerous individuals lurking in the shadows of this case through his words. The police, adhering to the principle of not wronging the innocent while ensuring the guilty were brought to justice, were determined to unravel the case completely. How? Tian Tai scoffed, his gaze shifting like a hawk's from Li Feng to Zhang Donghai, his eyes glinting with expectation, seemingly awaiting Zhang's inquiry. Zhang Donghai leisurely set down his pen, a sly smile gracing his lips. "Are you wondering if this matter is connected to Bai Jian?" Indeed. Tian Tai's voice was cold and hard, the words seeming to be forced through clenched teeth. From the moment the police had entered his office with an arrest warrant, he realized he had been ensnared in a trap. This incident was inextricably linked to Bai Jian, yet it appeared there were deeper secrets at play. Having navigated the treacherous waters of both domestic and international affairs for years to establish his vast power, this defeat was devastating, potentially marking his final downfall. Rather than fear, he felt a profound sense of resentment, an urgent desire to understand where he had faltered. Zhang Donghai retrieved a silver cigarette case from his pocket, glancing at Tian Tai and offering a cigarette. "Care for one?" "I do not smoke," Tian Tai replied, shaking his head. Unfazed, Zhang Donghai produced a lighter, the flame flickering to life with a crisp snap, igniting the cigarette. He inhaled deeply, rising slowly as the smoke billowed around him, obscuring his features. Recalling the day of Tian Tai's arrest, he remembered the impeccably tailored suit and meticulously combed hair, presenting an image of refinement and sophistication. Who could have imagined he was guilty of heinous crimes such as murder and arson, forcing the innocent into lives of degradation? The phrases "a beast in human guise" and "a fiend in fine clothing" seemed to materialize in reference to him. Now is not the time. "There are matters I cannot disclose." Zhang Donghai turned, his gaze penetrating as he looked directly at Tian Tai, shrouded in mystery. "What I can tell you is that you did not lose to Bai Jian." He understood Tian Tai all too well. Their rivalry had spanned years. From domestic confrontations to international skirmishes, neither wanting to be bested by the other. At this moment, what mattered most to Tian Tai was whether Bai Jian was the architect of his downfall. And Zhang Donghai's words undoubtedly provided clarity. Bai Jian was not the one orchestrating the game. Upon hearing this, Tian Tai's tense expression relaxed instantly, a look of relief washing over his features. "I see. Bai Jian's ultimate fate will mirror mine. It's merely a question of time. The railway station case must have been his scheme for revenge against me, unwittingly falling into the trap you all had devised, allowing you to curry favor and secure my capture while gaining his trust further. Am I correct?" Zhang Donghai remained silent. Tian Tai continued to mutter to himself. "The whispers that reached my ears from the police station were also deliberately planted by you, weren't they?" Having spoken, he threw his head back and laughed heartily, the echoes of his mirth resonating within the interrogation room, tinged with madness and resentment. "Bai Jian, oh Bai Jian. Who would have thought that after navigating the tumultuous world for half a lifetime, playing the part of a hawk, we would ultimately be pecked in the eye by a mere sparrow?" Zhang Donghai did not articulate his thoughts entirely, yet Tian Tai, having weathered many storms in the underworld, was far too astute to overlook such an evident truth. Regrettably, he realized this too late. He had not anticipated that the police had been secretly investigating not Bai Xian, but rather himself. It was precisely this oversight that had led him to let down his guard, enabling the authorities to uncover Jin Liang. Nevertheless, a question lingered in his mind. Based on his understanding of Jin Liang's obstinate nature, he would rather face death than easily divulge information to the police. Even if he refrained from implicating himself, he was confident that others would devise a means to protect his parents. How did you manage to make Jin Liang speak? Tian Tai ceased his laughter and fixed a curious gaze upon Zhang Donghai. Zhang extinguished his cigarette, but with a decisive motion, shaking his head curtly. No comment. Tian Tai's lips curled into a smug grin. Ah, it seems Bai Xian's time is drawing near. He mused. Surely he cannot fathom that the bodyguard beside his daughter is an undercover agent for the police. With that, he erupted into laughter once more, the sound jarring in the interrogation room. A month later, unbeknownst to him, Lin Yan had been residing in the villa for nearly 2 months, with Bai Xian yet to return to the country. During this time, Lin Yan's life had taken on a monotonous rhythm. He escorted Bai Mingyao to and from school, accompanied her in piano practice, and indulged in leisurely outings for food and drink. One afternoon, shortly after 5, Lin Yan picked up Bai Mingyao and was on their way home. In the passenger seat, Bai Mingyao donned a casual outfit of simple pants paired with an adorable hoodie adorned with playful cartoon rabbits. Under Lin Yan's influence, Bai Mingyao had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once sheltered princess had gradually begun to embrace the vibrancy of everyday life. Lin Yan had gifted her a mobile phone and had taught her the art of online shopping and fashion coordination. This outfit was her own creation. It must be said, for those who possess beauty, clothing serves merely as an embellishment. Everything looks exquisite on them. Bai Mingyao fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, her eyes occasionally darting towards Lin Yan, as if hesitating to speak. At last, she summoned her courage, slightly turned her head, and softly called out, "Brother." Lin Yan responded, turning to face her, his eyes behind his sunglasses reflecting a sense of inquiry. "What is it?" Bai Mingyao bit her lip, her fair cheeks flushed. Her voice barely above a whisper. "Earlier, you mentioned that kissing is quite enjoyable. Now that we are so familiar, could we perhaps try it?" A cough escaped Lin Yan unexpectedly, nearly choking on his saliva as he hastily adjusted his sunglasses. Familiarity allows for such liberties? Am I so indiscriminate? In a moment of inexplicable curiosity, he asked, "If it were someone else, would you wish to kiss them?" Upon hearing this, Bai Mingyao reacted as if someone had stepped on her tail, vehemently shaking her head. "No, I only want to kiss you, brother." As she spoke, she shyly lowered her gaze, her rosy cheeks nearly buried in her chest, her hands nervously fidgeting with her fingers. Something felt amiss. A warning bell rang in Lin Yan's mind, and he immediately grasped the situation. Could it be that she has truly developed feelings for him? Lin Yan pondered. Considering his own striking handsomeness and formidable abilities, it was only natural for girls to be drawn to him. Yet, Bai Mingyao was different. His covert presence beside her was solely to get closer to Bai Xian, to gather incriminating evidence and ultimately bring him to justice. Once Bai Xian faced retribution, and his undercover identity was revealed, how could Bai Mingyao endure the knowledge that he was the one who had imprisoned her only family? It would be a tumultuous clash of affection and animosity. For someone as innocent-hearted as Bai Mingyao, such a reality would be exceedingly cruel. A wave of compassion surged within Lin Yan. At that moment, his phone buzzed in his pocket, shattering the delicate atmosphere within the car. He retrieved the device. It was a call from Li Xiaoyan. "Hello? Hey, brother Lin, the boss is back. Their SA flight at 9 tonight. You need to pick him up." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan instinctively tightened his grip on the phone. After observing for over a month, Bai Xian was finally returning, and it seemed a tempest was on the horizon. Chapter 96. Does he want me to be his son-in-law? Lin Yan glanced at the time. It was still not yet 6 o'clock. Bai Xian had not informed him in advance, and the reason was quite simple. He did not yet possess complete trust in him. After all, they had yet to meet formally. With a sigh, Lin Yan hung up the phone and turned to Bai Mingyao, saying, "Your father is coming back." Upon hearing this, Bai Mingyao lifted her head, her cheeks still flushed, resembling a ripe apple that one could not resist wanting to bite into. She seemed to be still immersed in the shyness of the moment and did not immediately respond. "Aren't you happy?" Lin Yan inquired. Bai Mingyao shook her head. "I don't know. My father spends half of the year abroad, and even when he is in the country, he is often not at home. The times she got to see him were infrequent. In her memory, her father felt both familiar and foreign." Seeing her somewhat foolish expression, Lin Yan shook his head and chuckled, asking, if one day your father is no longer here, would you cry? Where would he go? Bai Mengyao asked. Lin Yan furrowed his brow. Well, it means you would never see him again. Bai Mengyao withdrew her gaze and nodded, perhaps. Lin Yan continued, without your father, what do you plan to do in the future? At his words, Bai Mengyao looked up at him in astonishment. She had never contemplated this question before, nor had she considered what she should do if her father were no longer present one day. I don't know. Although she had uttered these 4 words countless times, Lin Yan sensed an undercurrent of helplessness in her tone this time. He felt a pang of sympathy for this innocent girl. After escorting Bai Mengyao home, the villa's butler and servants were busy preparing the house and dinner upon hearing the news of their employer's return. After a simple meal, Lin Yan drove with Li Shaoan towards the airport, accompanied by 2 security team vehicles trailing behind. Upon arriving at the airport, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Around 9, Lin Yan, alongside Li Shaoyan, arrived at the arrival platform to await the incoming flight. Fortunately, the flight arrived on schedule. As the crowd began to flow out, Lin Yan quickly noticed a distinguished middle-aged man, dressed in a white suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, tall and with slick-back hair. He matched the image of a big boss that Lin Yan had envisioned. A few individuals followed him, likely members of the security team, judging by their attire and demeanor. The boss has arrived, Li Shaoan whispered, her voice tinged with tension. Lin Yan frowned. It appeared his assumption was correct. This man was indeed Bai Jian. Boss. As soon as Bai Jian emerged, Li Shaoan respectfully greeted him. However, Bai Jian walked straight up to Lin Yan, smiling as he extended his right hand. Lin Yan? Lin Yan nodded and promptly reached out to shake his hand. Indeed, he was quite the dapper gentleman. Bai Jian appraised him from head to toe, exclaiming his admiration. You flatter me, Mr. Bai, Lin Yan replied succinctly. He had previously established a persona of aloofness. The more he stood in front of Bai Jian, the less he could afford to show any signs of timidity. Let's go home. Bai Jian gently rested his hand on Lin Yan's shoulder as they made their way forward. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, Li Shaoyan was ushered into a luxury vehicle. During their journey, Bai Jian inquired, You have received the money from last time. Haven to you? Lin Yan nodded affirmatively, confirming receipt. Bai Jian assured him that the promised funds had been transferred to Lin Yan's account a fortnight ago. However, Bai Jian's mention of this matter was far from a mere inquiry. Lin Yan sensed that he had more to say. That's good, Bai Jian sighed, a hint of worry evident in his tone. Tian Tai has fallen. I fear the entire Nin city will soon be engulfed in chaos and unrest. With Bai's influence, seizing Tian Tai's territory was merely a matter of time, Lin Yan replied nonchalantly. Alas, Bai Jian waved his hand dismissively. I am growing old and lack the vigor to fight any longer. This world now belongs to you young people. Lin Yan furrowed his brow slightly, refraining from responding. Bai Jian continued, I have no sons, and you are well aware of Meng Yao's temperament. She is incapable of managing the company. Thus, what is the point of expanding my business? Suddenly, his expression grew serious, and he leaned forward slightly. Why not join my company and work alongside me? With your talents, being a bodyguard would be a waste. What does boss Bai mean? Lin Yan discerned a deeper implication in Bai Jian's words. It appeared he sought not only to recruit him, but also to find a successor. Bai Jian chuckled. You are a straightforward person, so I will be direct. Although I have been abroad recently, I am aware of your relationship with Meng Yao. Please don't take offense. She is my only daughter, and I must consider her safety. Each time Lin Yan took Bai Mengyao out, Bai Jian discreetly dispatched someone to follow them. Lin Yan was already aware of this and paid it little mind. Bai Jian continued, I have observed her transformation. I believe you two are well matched. If you could take the helm of the Jiqiang group, I am confident you would achieve even greater success than I have. At that point, with Meng Yao by your side, I would feel at ease. His tone resembled that of a father yearning for his child's future, lacking the undertones of the underworld. Bai Jian had seen videos sent by his subordinates, showcasing Meng Yao and Lin Yan shopping, singing, dining. He had never witnessed his daughter so genuinely joyful. Most importantly, he discerned affection and trust for Lin Yan in her eyes. Bai Jian had only this one daughter, and his sole wish was for her to marry a man who could protect and cherish her, allowing her to live without worry. Nothing else mattered. Lin Yan was precisely such a candidate, handsome and capable. If he could successfully take on the mantle of the Jiqiang group, Bai Jian believed he could finally rest easy. Are you proposing a transaction involving Meng Yao? Lin Yan asked in a low voice. He had certainly grasped the implications of Bai Jian's words. At this moment, displaying eagerness would only raise suspicions. It was better to go with the flow, showing his concern for Bai Mengyao, thereby earning Bai Jian's trust. Haha. Hearing this, Bai Jian burst into hearty laughter. You are overthinking. I possess but one precious daughter. Would I ever jeopardize her happiness for the sake of wealth? I merely believe you two are quite compatible, and she happens to have an affection for you, while I am in need of a successor. Is this not a win-win situation? Lin Yan inquired. What do you intend for me to do then? Let me clarify. I will not engage in any deeds of murder or arson that contravene the principles of the martial world. Bai Jian chuckled and nodded. As for what I would have you do, I have yet to determine that. The reason being, I am uncertain of your capabilities. Our Jiqiang Corporation has a myriad of operations. It is essential that we ascertain the most suitable position for you based on your aptitudes. Are you familiar with our Jiqiang group? Lin Yan nodded, possessing a rudimentary understanding. Bai Jian continued, what insights do you have regarding the group? Upon hearing this, Lin Yan recalled a term provided by the system over a month ago, top-tier business acumen. It seemed that now it would prove to be of great utility. Chapter 97. The astonishing business acumen of Bai Jian. Lin Yan, with one hand firmly gripping the steering wheel, fixed his gaze ahead with the intensity of a hawk. Inside the vehicle, silence enveloped them, broken only by the faint hum of the engine, while his mind raced with thoughts. The Jiqiang Group. A behemoth renowned in the business realm, publicly engaged in real estate, hospitality, and mining, projecting an image of unparalleled success. Yet beneath the surface, it was intricately linked to illicit activities abroad, including telecommunications fraud, gambling, and drug trafficking. This torrent of information surged into Lin Yan's consciousness, intertwining with evolving domestic and international policy landscapes, future trends, and the subtle influences of geopolitical dynamics. In his mind, these insights were categorized and processed as if they were on a precise production line, ultimately yielding the conclusions he sought. I believe the Jiqiang Group is now at the end of its tether, he declared decisively after a brief silence. Bai Jian's smile abruptly faded, replaced by a gravity that silently crept across his features. What do you mean by that? A hint of a smile played on Lin Yan's lips as he elaborated. The Jiqiang Group has thrived for 25 years, primarily due to the backdrop of a burgeoning domestic economy. China has largely completed its industrial transformation, and infrastructure development is nearing saturation, yet the Jiqiang Group continues down its outdated path. To evolve into a centennial enterprise, it must possess an unassailable moat. Does the Jiqiang Group have one? Upon hearing this, Bai Jian furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. His astonishment was not rooted in the novelty of Lin Yan's insights, but rather in the fact that such words had emerged from him. As the head of the group, he was acutely aware of the challenges facing the company. It was surprising that, without any preparation, Lin Yan could articulate such a piercing observation. This unexpected clarity was striking, particularly as Lin Yan was merely a candidate for a bodyguard position, not the CEO of the group, two roles that seemed worlds apart. What do you think the company should do? Bai Jian inquired. Lin Yan shook his head, noting that entrenched issues could not be resolved with mere words. In truth, this outcome was inevitable. Why? Bai Jian pressed. The times have changed, Lin Yan replied, glancing back at him. The times have changed, Bai Jian murmured, the memories of his arduous journey flashing before him like a revolving lantern. He recalled the days of scavenging, working under the table, transporting goods, and running his own business. At the age of 25, Bai Jian unexpectedly saved a middle-aged man from a car accident. From that moment, the gears of his destiny shifted. With the help of that individual, he ventured into real estate, acquired land for development, mined sand and gravel, and earned his first pot of gold. After consolidating his power, Bai Jian amassed wealth through monopolization. As time passed, the individual who once stood alongside him withdrew, marking the cessation of the era of exorbitant profits for the Jiqiang Group. Is there truly no solution? Bai Jian inquired, not genuinely hoping for Lin Yan to alter the current circumstances, but merely eager to hear his insights. He held a profound admiration for this young man. Had he encountered him years earlier, Bai Jian had no doubt that the Jiqiang Group would have flourished beyond its present state. Lin Yan did not hasten to respond. He understood that Bai Jian had long been aware of this predicament. Thus, he began to shift his focus towards South Asia. Bai Jian, having risen from humble beginnings, lacked formal education. His fortune was built upon gray and black markets. Clearly, the domestic landscape no longer provided fertile ground for his ambitions. South Asia, however, became his new bastion. Bai Jian successfully transformed his ventures, with telecom fraud and gambling emerging as his primary sources of income, far more lucrative than domestic industries. This fierce competition between Bai Jian and Tian Tai stemmed from the limited size of the proverbial pie. Everyone yearned for a larger share. To stabilize the foundation of Jiqiang, there existed but one shortcut. What shortcut? Lin Yan turned to meet Bai Jian's slightly solemn gaze and spoke gravely. Seize the opportunity while Hongxing is leaderless. Absorb his core industries, divest Jiqiang of its undesirable assets, optimize costs and efficiency, and subsequently amass capital in anticipation of the right moment. Upon hearing these words, Bai Jian felt a tingling sensation run through his scalp. It was difficult to fathom that such wisdom emanated from the lips of a mere 20-something bodyguard. Whom did you learn this from? Bai Jian, though lacking in formal education, was seasoned in the ways of the world. However, when it came to higher-level concepts, he found himself at a loss. This lack of understanding had led to the visible decline of Jiqiang Group's operations year by year. Thus, he was curious about how Lin Yan, previously just a food delivery worker, could possess such extensive knowledge. Traditional martial arts, driving skills, musical instruments, and now, business acumen. It was simply incredible. Self-taught, Lin Yan replied promptly. One must learn throughout life. It is merely a matter of innate talent. Very well, Bai Jian nodded, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. It seemed he had not misjudged. Lin Yan was indeed a rare talent, capable in both intellect and martial prowess. An hour later, several vehicles entered the Luhu villa in an orderly fashion. Bai Jian did not rush to assign Lin Yan a position. However, Lin Yan did not seem impatient either. His aim was not to work for Bai Jian, but to gradually earn his trust through the Jiqiang Group, thereby gaining access to his core operations. Zhang Xiaomei's intentions were clear. Capturing Bai Jian alone was not the goal of his current mission. His task was to dismantle the Jiqiang Group's overseas fraud and gambling operations, and even apprehend all involved parties. At present, it appears that Bai Jian has already developed feelings for him, and it is likely that he will soon arrange for him to partake in the company's affairs. As the vehicle came to a halt, the butler promptly stepped forward to open the door. Boss. Bai Jian exited the car, his gaze immediately falling upon the slender figure standing at the villa's entrance. Xiaoyao. Bai Jian's face lit up with a paternal smile. Bai Mingyao quickly approached, her sweet smile brightening her features as she exclaimed, Daddy. Ah. Bai Jian placed his hands on her shoulders, reassuringly stating, It's a relief to see you. You are what worries me most while I am away. The video had not revealed much, but now, upon closer inspection, he was astonished to notice that his daughter had indeed gained a bit of weight. It was evident that her recent outings with Lin Yan had brought her much joy. Brother. Bai Mingyao's attention was drawn to Lin Yan as he alighted from the vehicle, instinctively calling out to him. Lin Yan smiled back at her, saying, I'm a bit tired. I'll head to my room to rest for a while. With that, he walked directly into the villa. The reunion between father and daughter was a moment to cherish, and he felt it would be best not to intrude upon their joy. Chapter 98. Returning home, the kitchen was prepared with an abundant feast spread across the table. Bai Jian had initially intended to invite Lin Yan to join them. However, after Li Shaoan went to call him, she returned with the response, Boss, Lin Gu is currently engaged in a game of Honor of Kings. He mentioned that this match is unfavorable, and he cannot let his teammates down. Honor of Kings? Bai Jian furrowed his brow. Li Shaoan explained, it's a mobile online game. Oh. Bai Jian smiled and nodded, deciding not to disturb him. Lin Yan's personality was indeed somewhat elusive to him, yet it felt quite reasonable. A remarkable person. Must possess a certain distinguished demeanor, after all. Yao, what do you think of Lin Yan? Bai Jian inquired while enjoying his meal. Bai Mingyao turned her gaze towards Lin Yan's room and nodded. I think brother is great. Do you like him? Bai Jian asked directly. I like him. Bai Mingyao replied without any hesitation. Li Shaoyan had previously posed the same question, and she already held an answer in her heart. Bai Jian chuckled and nodded. That's good. That's good. His reason for asking so straightforwardly was that he understood his daughter's nature. She would not conceal her feelings or beat around the bush. Bai Jian had made up his mind to place significant trust in Lin Yan. To be precise, he intended to nurture him as a successor. Meanwhile, after finishing his game, Lin Yan opened his VX and was taken aback. His screen was flooded with video messages from his father. Could it be that he was being scolded by my mother? His father usually only expressed such longing for his son when he was being bullied by his mother. Lin Yan promptly returned the video call. After a few rings, the connection was established. Lin Yuan's large face instantly filled the screen. Hey, Dad, why have you been avoiding my video calls? Lin Yuan questioned sternly. I was just busy. What is the matter? Lin Yan replied. You haven't been home in ages. You didn't even return for your cousin's wedding. Tomorrow is your grandfather's birthday. If you don't come back, I will apply to disown you from the family. Is it really that serious? Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. It must be serious. Lin Yan asserted firmly. All right then, I'll come back tomorrow. After some reflection, Lin Yan realized that it had indeed been a month or two since he last visited home, especially since he had taken Su Yingxue back with him last time. Although he was currently on a mission, it was not a valid excuse. One could easily deduce that Bai Jian had investigated him long ago, given their proximity. Not returning home even once was somewhat indefensible. The issue with Tian Tai had been resolved, and even in Lin Yan's absence, Bai Mingyao's safety could be assured, thanks to the numerous security personnel present. By the way, remember to bring Xiao Xue back. Your grandfather wants to see his granddaughter-in-law. Lin Yan added. Next time for sure. Lin Yan promptly ended the call. The following day, Lin Yan rose early to wash up. During breakfast, he found only Bai Mingyao present. Hearing from Li Shaoan, Bai Jian had departed early. By the way, I need to return home today, Lin Yan remarked, a bun held between his lips. Why are you going back? Bai Mingyao felt an inexplicable tightening in her chest at this question, recalling her brother's sudden disappearance last time, which left her somewhat anxious. It's my grandfather's birthday. As his grandson, I must fulfill my duty, Lin Yan replied casually. Oh, Bai Mingyao sighed in relief. Lin Yan turned to Li Shaoan beside him. Please inform her father. Sure, Brother Lin. Li Shaoan responded with a smile. By the way, can you drive? Lin Yan asked. Li Shaoan nodded. Yes, I can. Lin Yan continued. Then could you take me to the high-speed rail station later? Li Shaoan furrowed her brow in confusion. Aren't you driving? Lin Yan retrieved the keys to a luxury car from his pocket. After some reflection, he thought, indeed, driving the luxury car home would garner admiration from relatives and friends. It would elevate his status. But so what? It wasn't his own car. He disliked flaunting someone else's possessions. Besides, he could afford a car if needed. For one, there was no time, and secondly, he had no immediate need for one. All right, Li Shaoyan pouted in puzzlement. Given the esteem with which the boss regarded Lin Yan, she wouldn't be surprised if he were allowed to use the company car, or even gifted one. Suddenly, Li Shaoan had a thought. Why not just take you home directly? Why bother with the high-speed rail? Lin Yan pondered for a moment, then nodded. That works too. The drive from Nandu to Chun County would take just over an hour. By the time they reached the county, it was nearly 10 o'clock in the morning. Lin Yan had initially planned to buy a gift. However, after much contemplation, he couldn't think of anything suitable. What should one buy for an elderly person? Lin Yan inquired. Li Shaoyan considered and replied, well, it depends on your budget. Within 10,000, most options are cigarettes, alcohol, or tea. If you wish to spend more, you could consider antiques or collectibles. Additionally, you might want to cater to their interests and see what hobbies the elderly person has. I see. Lin Yan pointed towards the bank ahead. Please stop here. Li Shaoan was perplexed, watching Lin Yan enter the bank. She was surprised when he emerged with a stack of money in hand. My grandfather likes this. Lin Yan chuckled. To be precise, it wasn't that his grandfather liked money. Rather, he was frugal with it. In the countryside, his grandparents had endured hardships during their generation. Even though living conditions had improved, they remained thrifty with food and clothing. They preferred to save any money they had. Approaching 80, his grandfather still tended to his garden, occasionally selling produce at the market. The emotional value of giving cash, rather than purchasing fine cigarettes, alcohol, or tea, was significantly higher. He also bought an oversized red envelope from the supermarket, stuffing it with 10,000 yuan, making it bulge. Lin Yan instructed Li Shaoan to drop him off at the village entrance, offering a few reminders before she headed back. He had just called. His parents had returned early in the morning. Therefore, Lin Yan made his way directly to his grandfather's house. The current living conditions in rural areas have significantly improved. Every household has constructed charming little villas. The cement roads are clean and tidy, and the air is fresh, rivaling that of the city. Lin Yuan noticed several cars parked in front of his grandfather's house. In the courtyard, numerous people were gathered, some washing vegetables, others chopping them. All engaged in a lively hustle and bustle. To be honest, it had been quite a while since Lin Yan experienced such a vibrant atmosphere. Previously, due to his struggles, he had been reluctant to participate in these family gatherings. Topics of career and family inevitably arose at the dining table, regardless of their intentions. When one is not successful, being subjected to public scrutiny can only be met with an awkward smile. Thus, Lin Yan seldom returned home, preferring to remain in the shadows. His uncle, second uncle, and aunt were present. Lin Yan stood at the doorway, smiling and greeting everyone. Their attention immediately shifted towards him, and upon seeing him, their first reaction was, "Who is that?" Chapter 99. All roads lead to Rome. Lin Yan's demeanor and appearance have undergone a remarkable transformation. Even Wang Xiufang and Lin Qingyuan were astounded upon their first sight of their son, hardly daring to acknowledge him. Who is this? Lin Shixiao, his cousin, turned to her second uncle in surprise. Still in high school, she was well versed in the lives of entertainment stars and had a penchant for idolizing them. The figure before her was no less impressive than any of the youthful idols she had encountered. In fact, his aura surpassed theirs in every aspect. Such a handsome individual has come to their grandfather's home. Wait, he seems somewhat familiar. Her second uncle squinted, scrutinizing Lin Yan closely. Hiss, how does he resemble Lin Yan from the fourth branch of the family? Just then, Lin Qingyuan emerged from the kitchen with a broad smile. Elder brother, take a good look. This is your eldest nephew, Lin Yan. As the saying goes, a wife is beautiful in another family, while children are cherished in one's own. Now that his son had become so spirited and handsome, how could he, as a father, not feel a swell of pride? Oh, I must say, it truly is. The elder uncle stood up, moving closer to inspect Lin Yan from head to toe. He seemed more robust than before, yet there was something different about his face. Lin Xiaoxiao also leaned in, and upon realizing the truth, exclaimed incredulously, Wow, brother, have you had cosmetic surgery? Cosmetic surgery, my foot. Lin Yan poked her forehead playfully and then strode into the kitchen, calling out, Grandpa, Grandma. The elderly couple, busy with their tasks, stared at him in astonishment. Lin Yan wrapped his arms around them in a bear hug, then slipped a red envelope containing 10,000 yuan into his grandfather's pocket. Don't be frugal. Buy whatever you want to eat. If you run out, just let me know. His grandfather blinked in surprise. You are Lin Yan? Lin Yan nodded with a smile. Who else would I be? Oh my. His grandmother also recognized him, her face lighting up with joy. This naughty boy, after just a few months, I hardly recognized you. Indeed, one's appearance is often transformed by attire and grooming. All right, you all continue with your tasks. Lin Yan turned and exited the kitchen. The old man reached into his pocket, feeling the thick, bulging envelope. Upon glancing at it, he began to discern its significance. Look, boss, his grandmother called, setting down her spatula and leaning closer. Her eyes widened with astonishment. This is so thick. It must have at least 8,000, if not 10,000. Why is he giving us so much? His grandfather shook his head. He must have earned it outside, but we cannot accept this money. He hasn't married yet and has many expenses ahead. His grandmother nodded in agreement. Indeed, we shall return it to him later. When Li Xiaoyan returned to the villa, it was nearly noon. Bai Xian had also returned and was preparing to eat. Li Xiaoyan promptly reported Lin Yan's return home. You mean, today is his grandfather's birthday? Bai Xian inquired, frowning. Li Xiaoyan affirmed, Yes, boss, I took him back. Bai Xian pondered for a moment before responding. Later, you should go to the storeroom and fetch some fine ginseng and wine, and make another trip. After speaking, he felt it was insufficient and went upstairs to fetch another box, bringing it along. Bai Mingyao suddenly inquired, Dad, may I go with you? Her intention was pure. She wished to see what the place she had lived in was truly like. This. Bai Xian hesitated for a moment before smiling, Sure. Then you will be our Bai family's representative. Rising from humble beginnings, he was naturally well versed in the ways of the world. One should always be gracious to those who offer help. It was common practice to present gifts to anyone who could be of assistance, not just Lin Yan. Of course, Bai Xian's motives were not solely to win over Lin Yan. He considered another aspect as well. Should Lin Yan indeed end up with his daughter, what would these gifts amount to? Thank you, Dad. Bai Mengyao's eyes sparkled, her beautiful face breaking into a joyful smile. It was noon, after a busy morning. The 3 large round tables in the courtyard were laden with an array of home-cooked dishes, chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Apart from those busy in the kitchen, the others engaged in various conversations. Lin Yan naturally became the focal point of discussion. Lin Yan, I heard from your mother that you have a girlfriend. Why didn't you bring her along for everyone to meet? Annie asked while cracking sunflower seeds. Oh, she is currently studying in Nandu. I'll definitely bring her next time. Lin Yan replied with a smile. I heard from your mother that the girl is quite beautiful. Is that true? Andy chimed in. She is all right, Lin Yan modestly responded. Oh please, if she is so beautiful, why wouldn't you bring her back? Annie scoffed. Lin Yan chose not to respond. Family gatherings often carried an unspoken competition. The older generation had set the standard and began comparing the next generation. Whose child attended the better school? Who had the better job? Who married well? Lin Yan was long accustomed to this. At that moment, a white BMW slowly pulled up at the entrance. "Big brother is here," Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed. The car door opened, and cousin Lin Xuan, along with his girlfriend, stepped out, carrying an assortment of bags. Everyone immediately rushed forward. "Xuan, why did you take so long to return? Wow, woman is becoming more beautiful by the day. Sister-in-law, that outfit is stunning. Is it really Gucci?" Compared to Lin Yan's return, the reactions were subtly different. Clearly, everyone was more enthusiastic upon the arrival of his cousin. The reason was simple. Cousin had graduated with a master's degree and was rumored to earn an annual salary of 300,000. Moreover, this girlfriend was not only beautiful but also came from a wealthy family. However, Lin Yan remained indifferent. This phenomenon was common in every family. Once everyone had arrived and the dishes were served, they began to eat. It must be said, Lin Yan truly enjoyed his grandmother's cooking. It was reminiscent of flavors from his childhood. At the table, the older generation sat together drinking, while the younger generation formed another table. Lin Yan seldom contributed to the conversation. Cousin, as the most accomplished younger member of the family, was seated at the table of the elders. The conversation predominantly revolved around him. From discussions about his career to international affairs, cousin spoke with great eloquence. Suddenly, Anier exclaimed, "Lin Xiaoxiao, tell him to study diligently. He doesn't listen. Look at your older brother. Now he is buying a house and a car, earning quite a handsome sum each year." Lin Xiaoxiao pouted, lamenting. "All the academic fortune in our family has been absorbed by my brother. Just look at Erga. Isn't he just like me?" Caught off guard, Lin Yan raised an eyebrow and remarked, "There are many paths to Rome. One need not solely rely on formal education." His words were fortuitously overheard by Anida, who retorted, "Oh really? Can delivering takeout lead one to Rome as well?" Laughter erupted among the attendees. At that moment, a sleek black Rolls-Royce appeared at the end of the road. Chapter 100. An annual salary of 500,000 just to purchase a Cullinan? Goodness. Cousin was about to light a cigarette, his hand frozen midair, his eyes wide with disbelief as he exclaimed. This outburst shattered the previously serene atmosphere of the courtyard, drawing the attention of everyone present like iron filings to a magnet. Lin Yan turned his gaze toward the sound, and there it was, a Cullinan gliding towards them. The vehicle's sleek and imposing lines reflected a cold yet luxurious sheen in the sunlight, reminiscent of a powerful black beast poised to spring forth. Upon seeing the car, Lin Yan furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion stirring within him. He had been acquainted with this vehicle for quite some time. Yet he wondered why Li Shaoan had returned so suddenly. If there were an urgent matter, her character would dictate that she reach out to him beforehand. What a peculiar vehicle. Uncle sat on an old wooden bench in the courtyard, just as he tossed a peanut into his mouth. His chewing came to an abrupt halt as he squinted curiously at the car. In his 60s, having lived his entire life in this village, his understanding of vehicles was virtually non-existent. To him, a car was deemed good if it was large and imposing. The Cullinan before him, exceeding 5 meters in length, exuded a palpable sense of authority, unmistakably not an ordinary automobile. "Uncle, that is a Cullinan from Rolls-Royce." Lin Shuwen's girlfriend, Zhang Wenwen, stood nearby, adjusting her slender-framed glasses as she explained, a glimmer of envy flashing in her eyes. What could this car possibly be worth? Auntie, sitting beside her with a handful of sunflower seeds, paused her munching, her face brimming with curiosity. Lin Shuwen replied with a tone that conveyed an aspiration just out of reach. The starting price for this vehicle is nearly 7 million. With purchase tax and various additional expenses, it would cost at least 8 million or more. Such an exorbitant sum. Lin Xingyuan, who had been poised to sip from his wine glass, halted with the cup near his lips, his eyes widening in astonishment, his voice involuntarily rising in pitch. Clearly taken aback by the figure. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiufang pursed her lips. 8 million. That could buy 20 houses in our county. It's truly baffling how some can afford to squander such wealth on a car. Lin Shuwen chuckled lightly, saying, Auntie, we can hardly fathom the lives of the wealthy. While 8 million seems astronomical to us, to them, it may be merely a drop in the ocean. Perhaps in their garage, even more expensive cars await. Lin Xingyuan gazed on with longing, sighing, in my lifetime, I can scarcely imagine affording such a vehicle. Just sitting in one would suffice for my contentment. Auntie rolled her eyes, scoffing, as if your son could ever afford such a car. Wang Xiufang, hearing this, became slightly displeased. Her normally gentle demeanor tinged with a hint of blush as she raised her voice. Sister-in-law, my Lin Yan is still young. Why would you say he couldn't afford it? Well, it's just. Annie muttered under her breath, lowering her head to resume cracking seats. Lin Xuan smiled, attempting to smooth over the tension. Auntie, my mother isn't entirely wrong. This car, if it were not present at birth, is unlikely to ever be within reach in this lifetime. Wang Xiufang immediately retorted. And what about you? You didn't have it at birth either. Does that mean you'll never be able to afford it? She had long been intolerant of her sister-in-law's family, who constantly flaunted their status. At every family gathering, they would bring up their son, subtly displaying their sense of superiority. And today, she had no intention of enduring it any longer. Lin Xuan was momentarily rendered speechless by her remark, his face flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, Zhang Luan interjected with a hint of pride in her tone. Fourth Aunt, Xuan is different. He is now the department director and may very well become a senior executive in the company. In her eyes, her boyfriend was brimming with potential. Incomparable to an ordinary person like Lin Yan. Wang Xiufang widened her eyes in curiosity and asked, how much can a senior executive earn in a year? Zhang Wenwen was taken aback by the question, a flicker of panic crossing her gaze. After a moment of hesitation, she stammered, At least 500,000, I suppose. Wang Xiufang smirked slightly, softly scoffing. 500,000 a year, 5 million in 10 years. 10 million in 20 years, then your entire family can save up slowly. Second uncle had been gazing intently at the slowly approaching Cullinan, his forehead etched with deep wrinkles. Expressing his confusion, what is such an expensive car doing in our little village? I haven't heard of any relatives here being that wealthy. In this village, everyone was well aware of each other's circumstances, and it was hard to imagine who could possibly be associated with such a luxury vehicle. Auntie, casually munching on sunflower seeds, remarked leisurely, we'll find out who owns the car once it stops in front of a house. Everyone set down their chopsticks and wine cups. As if drawn by an invisible thread, their gazes fixated on the Cullinan that was about to pass by the courtyard entrance. They initially thought it would drive straight past. But to their surprise, the car gradually slowed down and came to a steady halt right in front of the yard, behind Lin Xuan's BMW. The two cars parked side by side, and the disparity became immediately apparent. The BMW appeared small and shabby against the backdrop of the Cullinan's grand and luxurious frame, akin to a frail puppy standing beside a majestic lion. The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment and bewilderment.